You are the first in line to inherit from a top family. Grandpa is a supreme powerhouse who can subdue humanity with a wave of his hand. Grandma is a saint whose beauty can eclipse heaven and earth. Even your younger siblings, still children, have already broken through to the divine realm. Only you spend your days paralyzed in a special wheelchair. Even the food you eat has to be gently brought to your mouth by a maid. The entire clan sees you as a disgrace who has brought shame upon them. Only you know the truth behind all of this. Purely too lazy to get up and walk. The lesson from a previous life, where you eagerly sought to stand out and met a tragic end, made you determined to completely give up this life. Even the forcefully bound system is helpless against you. The heaven-defying opportunity to awaken the three-flame salamander was directly ignored by you as worthless trash. On his 18th birthday, his usually forbearing father finally reached his breaking point. Tomorrow, you'll be off to Xiangnan No. 1 High School. Go and experience the hardships of common people struggling to survive. You just casually curled your lip, too lazy to even bother refuting. Anyway, it's just moving to a different place to continue lying down. Principal's office, First Arts High School, Xiangnan City, Zhengnan Province, Dragon Kingdom, Blue Star Human Federation. Principal Du. Has my brother's enrollment been processed? Mr. Li, please rest assured, everything has been taken care of. That's good, my brother is in your hands. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you accountable. Yes, Mr. Li. You can rest assured, there will be no accidents. I have expanded the school's security to 300 people. On standby 24 hours a day. Felt the other party's sharp aura. Principal Du Dehuan nodded incessantly. The red-haired man nodded. Next year, you'll be transferred to Qingnong College to teach. Thank you, Mr. Li. However, this is all on the premise of ensuring my brother's safety. Of course. At this moment, Class 3 of the junior grade, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with two people. One of them was in a wheelchair. Although his eyes couldn't be seen clearly, it was still not difficult to tell that he had a handsome face. Another, pushing a wheelchair, had a handsome and elegant face. Equally young, with a cold expression. He pushed the wheelchair very carefully. Without looking, one could tell he was a companion or bodyguard type of figure. The three of them had just entered the classroom, when they stirred up a buzz of discussion in the class. Are those two the new transfer students? They're so handsome. I wonder how talented they are. But to be able to get into our school, their talent should be pretty good. After all, our school is Xiangnan City's No. 1 middle school. I heard they got in through connections. They didn't even test their talent. How disgusting. I hate people who get in through connections. Aren't you one of them? Even though I got in through connections, but at least I had my talent tested. To be able to get into our school through connections without even being tested, must be a disciple from a prominent family. Even without talent, such a person can live a very comfortable life. But why did he come in a wheelchair? Is he disabled? So pitiful, to be so handsome for nothing. But the young man pushing the wheelchair is also very handsome. Many girls cast their gaze towards the young man pushing the wheelchair. Their eyes were full of infatuation. Although his looks were a little inferior to the one in the wheelchair, he was still very pleasing to the eye. What's the big deal? I'm handsome too, a boy said enviously. The girls gave him a disgusted look, but said nothing. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Alright, everyone, stop arguing, let's get down to business. The homeroom teacher tapped on the table and said, these two students are the new transfer students at our school. Starting today, they will be classmates in our class 3. Everyone, please give them a round of applause. Warm applause erupted. The boy in the wheelchair seemed to be awakened by the noise. He shifted his body, then fell back asleep. Actually, he was already awake. The reason he didn't take off his blindfold was simply because he was lazy. Too lazy to move his body, too lazy to even stand up. That's right, Li Lan could stand up. He wasn't disabled. He sat in a wheelchair. Simply because he was too lazy to walk. Li Lan is 17 years old and a transmigrator. 17 years ago, he transmigrated to this high martial world where spiritual energy was recovering, and became a young master of the Li family, part of the Yen Emperor family and the Blue Star Human Alliance. His grandfather was the Yen Emperor, one of the strongest humans currently alive. His father was the head of the Yen Emperor Li family. He also had 3 older brothers and 2 older sisters, so he was doted on from birth. No matter what he did, there was always a crowd of people around to serve him. He couldn't even wash himself. Over time, he developed this lazy personality. Although his family members were helpless about this, but she let him be. After all, the Li family was a big and wealthy one. They could afford to support an idler like him. As for him coming to school here, it was simply to experience life, or so his father said. What makes him grow in experience, and make a few more friends. Also to make him understand the difficulties of the human race now. Cherish the hard-won life. He's doing well. Doesn't mean everyone is doing well. Ever since the spiritual energy revived 3,000 years ago, the alien realm and Blue Star merged, and all races rose. The human race has always been in a vulnerable position. If it weren't for the occasional emergence of strong individuals like his grandfather, who sacrificed their lives for humanity, the human race might have long since vanished into the annals of history. In Li Lan's father's words, he can be useless, but he cannot be an idiot. However, he didn't care about any of this. He unconditionally obeyed his father's arrangements, because he was too lazy to argue with his father. Suxian, Li Lan, please introduce yourselves. The homeroom teacher's voice rang out. Suxian took off Li Lan's blindfold. Li Lan looked at the whole class with a pair of dead fish eyes, too lazy to even move her eyes. So you weren't sleeping after all. The homeroom teacher complained inwardly, then said with a smile, let's begin. Suxian stepped onto the podium, and her clear, cold voice rang out. Hello everyone, my name is Suxian. I am young master Li Lan's study companion. Mid-level initial fire elemental sorcerer's innate talent. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire class immediately burst into exclamations. Oh my god, it's actually a fire elemental sorcerer. This is too terrifying. Our school only has 2 fire element mages, and they're both in class 1. What's the big deal? The key is that his supernatural power cultivation has actually reached the early stage intermediate level. These 2 are much more powerful than those in class 1. Hey, you guys are missing the point. The point isn't that such a genius is actually just a study companion for that Li Lan young master? Is Li Lan the one in the wheelchair? Keep your voice down, he's right in front, he can hear you. I wonder what Li Lan's background is, to have such a terrifying study companion. Everyone looked at Li Lan with expectant eyes, waiting for his self-introduction. I don't recall the principal mentioning that this young master has a disability. The homeroom teacher looked at him with an expectant gaze and said, it's your turn, Li Lan. Li Lan didn't even spare them a glance. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Homeroom teacher. The entire class. Suxian silently repositioned his eye mask and turned to the homeroom teacher. Sorry, teacher. My young master is tired and needs rest. I'll take over. He's been sitting in that wheelchair the whole time, didn't even say a word, tired my ass. The homeroom teacher nodded, and Suxian walked up to the podium again. Hello everyone, this is my young master, Li Lan. Please be kind to him in the future. With that, Suxian stepped down from the podium, leaving the homeroom teacher utterly dumbfounded. That's it? Just like that? Alright then, Suxian and Li Lan, since your introductions are complete, please return to your seats. Your seats are in this row, the last and second to last ones. Do you need any help? The homeroom teacher looked worriedly at Li Lan's wheelchair. Suxian shook his head. No need, teacher. My young master is perfectly healthy. Homeroom teacher. The entire class. They silently glanced at Li Lan's wheelchair. Do you even believe what you're saying? Suxian pushed Li Lan to the back row, and then something terrifying happened. They saw Suxian whisper something into Li Lan's ear. Li Lan stood up from the wheelchair, sat down at her desk, and lay back down to sleep. Holy crap, a medical miracle. The classmates looked at Li Lan with expectant eyes, wanting to see what he would do next. But for the next hour, Li Lan remained sound asleep with his head on the desk, not even a flicker of his eyelids. A bird landed on him, and he couldn't be bothered to shoo it away. In the end, it was Suxian who shooed it away. Just how lazy could one person be? But the way he slept, he looked so handsome. Countless girls in the class gazed at him with starry eyes, convinced he was a prince. At the same time, the other students were deeply curious about Suxian. What exactly had he said to Li Lan that made such a lazybones get up from his wheelchair and obediently sit back in his seat? What Suxian had actually said was, young master, you don't want me pushing your wheelchair all over campus, do you? 2 hours passed. Li Lan hadn't budged. 3 hours passed. Li Lan still hadn't moved. 4 hours passed. Li Lan still hadn't moved. After 5 hours, Li Lan finally moved. But only because Suxian forced him to. Suxian forcibly pulled Li Lan up from the desk and spoon-fed him bite by bite. After finishing his meal, Li Lan fell asleep again. Countless classmates in the class were both amused and exasperated. That's so unrefined. But the way he eats is so handsome. Class monitor, could you stop being such a love-struck fool? You're so ugly, you wouldn't understand. That evening, Li Lan was carried into the dormitory building by Suxian. All the other rooms were 6-person dorms, but theirs was a double. Originally, both had single rooms, but Suxian requested the school change theirs to a double so he could better look after Li Lan. Suxian set him down on the bed. Li Lan seemed to have been woken up and asked, is it morning already? He rubbed his sleepy eyes. It was nighttime. Suxian replied, young master, it's time to sleep. Would you like some water? Li Lan didn't speak, but Suxian accurately understood his young master's meaning from those dead fish eyes. He fetched a bottle of water, inserted a straw, and placed it at Li Lan's lips. After finishing the water, Li Lan drifted back to sleep. Though he appeared asleep, he was actually wide awake. He simply couldn't be bothered to open his eyes. After keeping his eyes closed for 4 hours, Li Lan suddenly heard a mechanical prompt. Ding! Host successful dimensional transfer detected. Strongest talent system acquired. Please select your talent. A system? Whatever. Too lazy to care. Let it be. Li Lan didn't even bother to lift an eyebrow. System. An hour later, the mechanical voice sounded again. Detected that host has not selected a talent. The ultimate talent system has departed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate villain system. Do you wish to become the strongest villain across all realms? Li Lan still ignored it. System. Another hour passed before the mechanical voice sounded once more. The ultimate villain system has departed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the godhood through slaughter system. Li Lan still ignored it. Godhood through slaughter system has departed. This repeated 4 or 5 times before dawn broke. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ultimate slacker support system. Would you like to bind it? Ding. Since the host is too lazy to bind, the system has automatically bound itself. The lazy person's support system is now awakening your special abilities. Please select the direction for your ability awakening. Ding. Since the host is too lazy to choose, the system has automatically selected for you. Selection successful, elemental path. Ding. Due to the lack of metal element within the host's body, the awakening of metal element abilities has failed. Ding. Fire element detected within host. Fire elemental ability awakening successful. Talent level SSS. Ding. Ability awakening successful. Host, please commence cultivation. Ding. Since the host is too lazy to show off, the system has activated lazy mode for you. Your fire elemental ability is furious at your laziness. It is now auto-training. Fire elemental energy plus 10. Your fire elemental ability is furious at your laziness and is now auto-training. Fire element energy plus 10. Several hours later. Your sorcerer cultivation has advanced to mid-low tier. The fire elemental ability is exhausted and has ceased cultivation. Hearing the voice, Li Lan let out a rare, mocking smile. Tired already? You're no good either. The fire element is furious, saying, what right do you have to mock me? Continuing cultivation, fire element energy plus 8. Fire element feels anger, says, what gives you the right to mock me? Continues cultivation. Fire element energy plus 8. Several minutes later, the wake-up bell rang. After helping Li Lan with his morning routine, Su Xian wheeled him into the classroom. Li Lan suddenly heard a system notification. The fire element is exhausted and has collapsed. Cultivation has automatically ceased. Useless. Li Lan paid it no mind, burying his face on the desk and falling into a deep sleep. And so, a week passed. Chapter 2, Late Intermediate Stage. Military training begins. The fire elemental faints from excitement. Waking up in a good mood, the fire element began auto-training. Fire element energy plus 10. Your sorcerer cultivation has advanced to late mid-tier. The fire element feels somewhat exhausted and has ceased cultivation. Is that all? What a waste of space. Li Lan thought to himself. But this time, the fire element didn't fall for his reverse psychology. After finishing cultivation, it fell into a deep sleep and didn't bubble up again. As usual, Su Xian helped Li Lan with his morning routine. Suddenly, Su Xian froze, then shoved the toothbrush straight into Li Lan's nostril. Li Lan felt furious, but he was too lazy to speak. He wouldn't even give him a roll of the eyes. His gaze remained as lifeless as a dead fish's. I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to, Su Xian apologized immediately. But today, you seem different from usual. While brushing Li Lan's teeth just now, he actually sensed an intensely explosive flame aura within him. Though it appeared only briefly before vanishing, his keen senses had caught it. What's so different? It's just that I've become a little stronger than you. Li Lan couldn't be bothered to speak, merely casting him a pitying glance that said, you're done for. Li Lan had no intention of revealing his awakened talent voluntarily. It wasn't that he wanted to play dumb or show off. Mainly because being a genius was just too exhausting. Not just tired. Take his older brother, for instance. He rose at 5 every morning and didn't sleep until midnight. Beyond training, he had to fend off daily challenges from prodigies worldwide to defend the Li family's standing and demonstrate their prowess. He also frequently gave speeches at universities, motivating students and serving as a role model for the younger generation. He couldn't endure such a life. He preferred this life sitting in his wheelchair every day, with people attending to his every need. Young master? Su Xian called out, but Li Lan ignored him. But the next second, he saw a ball of fire hurtling toward his face. He instinctively raised his hand to block it. The raging flames ignited on his palm, but he grabbed the blaze and extinguished it. Too lazy to speak, he glanced at Su Xian, catching the look of terror on his face. Only then did Li Lan realize he'd been tricked. Young master, when did? Su Xian stammered in shock. Young master, why didn't you tell us you possessed supernatural abilities? If you had, the clan chief wouldn't have sent you to study in this place. Li Lan remained silent, watching him intently. Su Xian stared back at Li Lan in silence. Silence was the bridge of this evening. After a moment, Li Lan said indifferently, too lazy to say. What? Su Xian nearly stumbled backward. But young master, your talent for this ability must be extraordinary. If you reveal it, you could attend the finest schools and access the best cultivation resources. Would you truly choose to remain an ordinary person for the rest of your life? Ordinary person? Me. Li Lan glanced at his clothes worth over 100,000 yuan, then looked at Su Xian with a look of disgust. Only then did Su Xian realize his young master seemed anything but ordinary. Better clothes, better food, better possessions, even his cultivation was superior. The S-rank prodigy Su Xian felt crushed, yet he couldn't help but ask, young master, don't you want to become stronger? Like your older brother and the others? No. Li Lan uttered his second sentence of the day. Su Xian. He knew he couldn't persuade Li Lan. He could only sigh helplessly and hoist Li Lan onto his shoulders. They descended the dormitory building and pushed the wheelchair toward the classroom. The classroom was as noisy as ever, filled with familiar faces. But Li Lan didn't recognize a single one. He couldn't be bothered to get to know them, or even remember their names. All he wanted was to crash his head on the desk and sleep. If only he could get a Coke. If he'd asked, Su Xian would have gone to buy it. But he was too lazy to say it. Speaking was no different from strenuous exercise for him. Ugh, my left butt cheek is itching like crazy. Forget it, never mind. Itchy is itchy. The fire element is furious at your laziness and begins training. Fire element energy plus 10. The fire element despises your laziness and begins training. Fire element energy plus 10. The fire elemental deems you utterly useless for being so lazy. Begins cultivation. Fire element energy plus 10. A few hours later. The fire elemental feels exhausted and stops training. Useless. Li Lan sneered. The fire element is furious at your mockery. It continues training. Fire element energy plus 7. The fire element is already exhausted, but to prove it's stronger than you, it keeps training relentlessly. Fire element energy plus 10. The fire element collapsed from exhaustion and stopped training. Li Lan. Even fainting during training? Looks like it really is a piece of junk. The fire elemental is so enraged it's coughing up blood. Please cease your taunts, host. Li Lan. I'm just telling the truth. This was a history class, with the teacher up front firing off words like a machine gun. If she spotted any students zoning out, she'd hurl a chalk piece right at them, almost never missing. Li Lan was no exception. Fortunately, Su Xian sat in front of him. His imposing stature acted like a natural meat shield, deflecting the chalk that would have otherwise struck Li Lan. Suddenly realizing Su Xian wasn't so bad after all. When choosing study buddies earlier, Li Lan had picked only girls. But his sister worried that girls might not be good for his health, so she switched him to a boy, Su Xian. Now it seemed boys had their own advantages too. Plus, Su Xian was quite attentive. Aside from having a door handle down below, he was practically indistinguishable from a girl. 3,000 years ago, spiritual energy revived on Blue Star, and myriad races began to rise. Soon after came the fusion with other realms. Through relentless human effort, we finally established a comprehensive system of supernatural abilities. Today, humanity has produced great masters like the Wood Emperor and the Flame Emperor. They are our heroes, deserving of our reverence and emulation. As more and more alien realms merged with Blue Star, the planet has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to 3,000 years ago. The realms beyond our world harbor not only countless mysterious races but also innumerable ruins. These ruins come in various forms, single-use, repeatable, and more complex types. Your teacher will explain these further later. According to reliable speculation, these recurring ruins may have been training grounds for an unknown advanced civilization. They vary in strength, simplicity, and danger, and can be repeatedly refreshed for use. You will also enter them in the future. Alright, turn to page 2 of your textbook. We'll now discuss the two races surrounding the Human Federation, the Wind Shadow Clan and the Barbarian Spirits Clan. Class ended shortly after. Cheers erupted from the classroom as Su Xian silently approached the trash bin behind Li Lan, brushing chalk dust from his clothes. Young master, look, it won't come off. Su Xian pointed to his multicolored white shirt. Li Lan wanted to comfort him, but thought better of it. Just comfort yourself internally, why bother saying it out loud? That'd be exhausting. Before long, the homeroom teacher stormed into the classroom. The students instantly fell silent. Class hadn't even started yet. But with the homeroom teacher here, whether class had started or not, it was class time now. The students immediately returned to their seats obediently. Li Lan remained asleep with his head on the desk. This was already the 4th period. His left butt cheek was itching again. Whatever, ignore it. Back to sleep. The fire element has finished resting and is utterly disgusted by your laziness. It begins training. Fire element energy plus 10. The homeroom teacher tapped the desk and announced cheerfully, "Class, I have news for you all starting tomorrow. We'll be undergoing military training." After a moment of silence, the classroom erupted in a chorus of groans. Class monitor Lu Yuya protested, "Military training? That's not elegant at all. Teacher, can I take leave? If I go, my fair skin will get sunburned." The homeroom teacher smiled at her and asked, "What do you think?" Lu Yuya shuddered. "I guess it's okay? Lu Yuya, go stand outside the classroom right now." "Just say no if you mean no, teacher." "You're not elegant at all," Lu Yuya grumbled. He sprayed himself with sunscreen and shuffled out to stand outside the classroom. Leilan glanced at him and noticed the guy was actually wearing a suit underneath his school uniform. This was truly elegant. A girl sat down next to class monitor Wang Shishir and asked, "Monitor, what are you looking at?" "Of course I'm looking at Leilan," Wang Shishir gushed, her eyes sparkling. "Even his disapproving glances are so handsome." "Girl." "Class monitor, forgive my bluntness, but it's impossible between you two." "Does it matter?" Wang Shishir retorted. "Even if they're not dating, just quietly admiring someone handsome is a pleasure in itself." One boy couldn't help but interject, "Class monitor, what's so great about that lazy bum? Besides, military training's coming up. I bet he won't be able to slack off like this anymore. If we don't look at him, are we supposed to stare at you?" "I suppose so." The moment he finished speaking, the entire class turned their gaze upon him. Born into a prominent family, he lacked talent and was lazy, but his looks alone could have made him a star. Never mind, better not mention that. Silence reigned over the classroom that night. The boy realized he'd said the wrong thing and slunk back to his seat, sitting down dejectedly. But his words served as a wake-up call for the entire class. Military training was coming up. What would Li Lan do? Did he plan to keep slacking off like this? That couldn't be possible, right? Not only would skipping training get him punished by the school, but the drill instructor was notoriously brutal. "The show's about to begin," someone chuckled. Lu Yuya laughed from outside. "Li Lan being forced into military training? That'll be anything but elegant." Wang Shishir remained starstruck. "Li Lan sweating during training will look so handsome. Military training? What a hassle." Li Lan thought to himself, though he didn't feel annoyed, he was too lazy to be annoyed. The fire element rejoices at your misfortune, excitedly beginning its cultivation. Fire element energy plus 10. The fire element is laughing heartily at your misfortune, happily beginning cultivation. Fire element energy plus 10. Li Lan lifted his eyelids and glanced at Su Xian sitting in front of him. Su Xian sighed helplessly, "Sorry, young master. Your older brother said you absolutely have to participate in military training. Seriously, is this world even livable anymore?" The fire element is overjoyed by your misfortune and faints from excitement, automatically ending its cultivation. Chapter 3, Young Master, you don't want the clan chief to discover your talent, do you? The embryo of divine power, because I'm lazy. On the first day of military training, Li Lan stayed in bed. No matter how much Su Xian tried to shake him awake, he refused to budge, though he'd always been like this before. At least back then, he'd open his eyes occasionally. With no other choice, Su Xian dragged Li Lan off the bed and helped him brush his teeth and wash his face. Watching Su Xian diligently brush his own teeth in the mirror and his own expressionless face, Li Lan pondered how to avoid military training. A moment later. "Forget it. I don't want to think about it. I'm so tired." The fire element bursts into laughter, happily beginning its cultivation on its own. Fire element energy plus 15. The fire element is delighted by your misfortune and begins training earnestly. Fire element energy plus 20. Li Lan. He thought this fire elemental might be mentally unstable. The fire element is extremely displeased with your assessment and begins training frantically. Fire element energy plus 30. The fire elemental grew tired and ceased cultivation. Your fire elementalist cultivation has now reached early high tier. Is that all you've got? Li Lan sneered sarcastically once more. Fire element says, "Listen to me, thank you. Mind your own business first." Li Lan. Seems like it got smarter. The fire elemental gave you a proud glance and closed the communication channel. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Su Xian was about to hoist Li Lan onto his shoulders. When Li Lan spoke up, "Su Xian, is there any way to get out of military training?" "Young master, your older brother." "Cut the my older brother nonsense. I'm asking you." Surprised that the young master had spoken so much today, Su Xian sighed helplessly. "Young master, your military training is being recorded for the clan chief. Could you just endure today? I'll figure something out for the rest of the days." A moment of silence passed. Just as Su Xian thought he'd been refused, Li Lan nodded. "All right." Su Xian beamed. "Then it's settled, young master." Su Xian was known for his aloofness within the clan, but right now he didn't seem aloof at all. He was acting like a child, jumping at every little thing. Li Lan shot him a disapproving look and nodded again. If Su Xian knew what his young master was thinking, he'd surely cry foul. He used to be aloof, and still was, but his aloofness was utterly useless around Li Lan. Interacting with Li Lan felt more exhausting than cultivation. If not for his father's words, those who achieve great things must endure hardship and temper their will, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Young master, shall you climb up yourself, or shall I assist you? Su Xian bent down and patted his shoulder. I'll manage on my own. Li Lan rolled his eyes at him. Do I look like someone who's that lazy? The two walked side by side out of the dormitory. Watching them, the entire dormitory building was stunned. 8 days into the semester, and Li Lan was actually walking on his own. What big event happened today? I checked the calendar, and it doesn't say anything. You must have misread it. Go check again. So he wasn't disabled after all. Touching news for the Human Federation. Li Lan is finally walking on his own. Is that the transfer student in your class? I always thought he was disabled. Me too. Brushing her teeth, Lu Yuya exclaimed in disbelief. Yuya, this is just too Yuya. The dorm supervisor stared wide-eyed at Li Lan, feeling like he'd witnessed a miracle. Is it really that exaggerated? Li Lan felt speechless at their reactions. He was just walking, after all. Upon entering the classroom, the students of Class 3 also wore expressions of astonishment. Some started checking the news. Others started checking the calendar. They thought today must be some holiday or that something major had happened. Even Li Lan's walk is so cool, gushed class monitor Wang Shishir, her eyes still starry-eyed. Her curvaceous figure couldn't help but bounce, creating a wave of excitement. Her best friend rolled her eyes at her helplessly. This girl is hopeless. Lu Yuya slipped off her school uniform and carefully smoothed out the suit underneath. Today, I'm feeling pretty elegant too. These people, really, is it necessary? Li Lan felt like she hadn't come to school but to a hospital, a mental hospital, at that. Absolutely ridiculous. Su Xian empathized with their reactions. He'd been caring for Li Lan for 3 years, and this was the first time he'd seen her speak so much or walk so far. The classmates watched as Li Lan sat down at her desk. Just as they thought he was about to do something earth-shattering, Li Lan once again laid his head on the desk and fell asleep. My nose is so itchy. Forget it. I've walked so much today, I'm exhausted. Time to sleep. The fire elemental despises your behavior and has automatically initiated cultivation. Fire elemental energy plus 10. After finishing the breakfast Su Xian fed him, the instructors arrived. The homeroom teacher ordered everyone to line up and go down to greet them, but Li Lan couldn't be bothered to move. Young master, you don't want the clan chief to find out about your talent, do you? Su Xian paused, then spoke up. He felt he had a basic grasp of Li Lan's mindset. The words seemed to wind a spring inside him. Li Lan shot him a withering glance and ordered, push my wheelchair over here. Su Xian replied, young master, you forgot? The wheelchair is still in the dorm. How about I carry you down instead? Li Lan nodded. Fine. After being carried for so long, Li Lan groaned in discomfort. Realizing the awkwardness, Su Xian quickly switched to a princess carry, cradling Li Lan in his arms. And so, in full view of everyone, an utterly bizarre pair emerged. Countless faces wore expressions of bewilderment. Lu Yuya declared loudly, to do such a thing in public, how utterly unrefined. Class monitor Wang Shishir felt her heart break. I feel like I've just been dumped. Her best friend blurted out, could it be he's just plain lazy? Wang Shishir perked up again. That must be it. So handsome. Even when my idol is being held, he still looks this good. Best friend. Exhausted. Just ended already. The surrounding voices reached Li Lan's ears, making him feel a bit embarrassed. But he didn't really care. After all, what bad intentions could he possibly have? He was just lazy. Fire element curses you, slacker, I never deserved a master like you. Start diligently cultivating. Fire element energy plus 20. Fire element overhears others gossiping, deducts a 3-bedroom apartment for you. Begins tuning out the world, focusing solely on cultivation. Fire element energy plus 60. Fire element successfully grasps the rudiments of a divine technique, blazing explosion. Unexpectedly grasped the rudiments of a divine ability, though it was rather mediocre. Li Lan was thoroughly unimpressed. Supernatural cultivation is divided into low tier, mid tier, and high tier, followed by divine power users, great divine power users, and earth immortals. Grasping a divine power prototype signified stepping onto the path of divine power practitioners, placing one among humanity's elite. Yet while divine power prototypes are precious, they weren't rare for Li Lan. After all, supernatural practitioners were practically a dime a dozen in his Li family. His older siblings were all great supernatural practitioners. As for his grandfather, the Yen Emperor, he was terrifying, one of the most powerful terrestrial immortals of this era. Still, if Li Lan were placed in Shangnan City's top psychic academy, he'd be considered quite talented. After all, the strongest supernatural being in the school, the principal possessed only the strength of a divine power user. Many teachers, in fact, were even weaker than Li Lan. Hearing your assessment, the fire elemental felt deeply hurt and began wailing loudly. Channeling its sorrow into strength, it trained even harder. Fire elemental plus 30. Did I bite off more than I could chew? Li Lan scratched his nose, wanting to comfort it but feeling too lazy to bother. A few minutes later, the fire elemental was making such a racket that Li Lan finally sighed. You don't need to put yourself down. Sure, you're trash. But mastering the rudiments of divine abilities in just over a week? That's actually pretty impressive. Fire Element cried even harder, channeling grief into strength during cultivation. Fire Element plus 35. Li Lan. Sigh. I tried to comfort him, but he wouldn't listen. What can you do? Forget it. Time to sleep. Li Lan drifted into a deep sleep. Su Xian held him like that, listening to the principal's speech, the chief instructor's speech, and the instructor's speeches until military training officially began. When Li Lan woke up, he saw the instructor assigned to his class. She was a female instructor, dressed in a crisp military uniform. With her wheat-colored skin and commanding presence, she looked utterly formidable. She frowned at Li Lan, still in Su Xian's arms, and said, "Why is there a disabled person in your class? Didn't your homeroom teacher tell you disabled students don't have to participate in military training? Here, student, let me carry him. You focus on training." The instructor kindly took Li Lan from Su Xian's arms. Su Xian tried to take him back, but Li Lan's glare immediately made him pull his hand back. He reluctantly withdrew his hand. Several classmates in the class couldn't help but laugh out loud. The beautiful instructor holding Li Lan shouted sternly, "What's so funny? This is military training. Helping the disabled is a noble virtue in our dragon nation. What's so funny about that?" However, her scolding didn't have the desired effect. Many laughed even harder. Just as she was about to unleash another tirade, one student stepped forward and said, reporting, "Instructor. Actually, Li Lan isn't disabled." "Who is Li Lan?" The student pointed to Li Lan, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. The female instructor turned pale with shock, and Li Lan slipped right out of her arms. Fortunately, Su Xian rushed forward and caught him. Li Lan was jolted awake by the commotion. The female instructor, both embarrassed and annoyed, glared at Su Xian. "Put him down." Su Xian obediently complied. The instructor glared at Li Lan angrily. "Why did you lie to me?" Though Li Lan didn't want to speak, he replied, "Instructor, I never said I was disabled. You were the one who insisted on carrying me. Then why do you still need to be carried at your age?" "Because I'm lazy." You. The instructor was furious. He shouted, "Go run 30 laps." Li Lan stood motionless, staring back with his signature dead fish eyes. The instructor bellowed, "Why aren't you running? Dumb as a brick?" Li Lan looked at her with the same expression one might use for a cute little thing and said, "Because I'm lazy." The instructor staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Su Xian couldn't help but step forward. "Instructor, I was the one who carried him. Why don't I run instead?" "Fine." The instructor laughed bitterly. "Since you insist, you'll run double the distance, 60 laps. Not one less." Su Xian said nothing more and immediately ran to the track to begin his laps. The instructor turned to Li Lan and said, "Stand over there and count how many laps he runs." But Li Lan seemed not to hear her, remaining rooted to the spot. "Why aren't you moving?" "Because I'm lazy," Li Lan replied in a listless tone. The instructor clutched her chest, convinced she'd encountered the toughest opponent of her life. Chapter 4, Because I'm Lazy, Winning the Battle, Li Lan Disappears. Military training hones one's willpower, cultivating the resilience to endure hardship and persevere through arduous tasks. It also helps you develop a strong sense of collectivism. Look at your classmates all participating in military training. You're the only one who doesn't want to. Don't you feel ashamed? What's there to be ashamed of? Li Lan said listlessly, "Actually, I really want to do military training too." "Then why aren't you participating?" "Because I'm lazy." The entire class burst into laughter. The female drill instructor was so furious her liver ached. She snapped, "Fine, you don't have to train. But first, you have to beat me." "Is that all?" Li Lan's dead fish eyes vanished, replaced by a clear gaze. "Of course I can do that." This instructor looked like she was only a high-tier sorcerer. He was also a high-tier sorcerer, albeit just at the initial stage, but he had grasped the rudiments of divine abilities. If he tried a little harder, he should still be able to beat her. His father had insisted he attend military training, but if the instructor herself said he could skip it, his father probably wouldn't have much to say about it, right? "Are you serious?" The instructor looked at the lazy teenager before him. Actually, now that he was paying attention, the kid wasn't half bad. "Of course." Li Lan nodded. "I'm a high-level sorcerer." "Are you absolutely sure?" This time, Li Lan remained silent, simply staring back at her. The instructor dared not ask why he was silent. She was terrified he might utter those 5 words, "Because I'm lazy." Overconfident youth. "Since you insist on testing your limits, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just so you know, if I win, you'll obey my every command without question for the next month of military training." This time, Li Lan couldn't even be bothered to nod. "Do you know where there's an open space?" Li Lan pointed to the plot of land behind the teaching building. The two walked over. Watching the pair walk away, the students of Class 3 on the playground exchanged puzzled glances. What are they doing? No idea. I think I heard Li Lan challenge the instructor. Me too. The students looked as if they'd heard the biggest joke in the world. No way. You must have misheard. Li Lan's so lazy, he probably can't even be bothered to awaken his abilities. The students who had spoken earlier looked aggrieved. They were certain they were telling the truth. Behind the classroom building, weeds grew thick and tall, the area completely deserted. The beautiful drill instructor frowned slightly as she looked at Li Lan and said, "You can still join the military training now." Li Lan sighed, feeling exhausted. "Let's begin," he said. "Alright, don't blame me for being ruthless." The instructor gave a playful snort and delivered a sweeping sidekick. However, she seemed to be afraid of hurting Li Lan, so her movements were relatively gentle. Li Lan stretched lazily, his movements oddly deliberate. He took a step back, effortlessly evading her attack. Though lazy, Li Lan was no pushover. As a member of the Li family, one of the top clans in the Human Federation, he'd been surrounded by martial arts masters since childhood. Naturally, he'd picked up a thing or two about combat. "I didn't expect you to know martial arts? In that case, I won't hold back." The instructor showed a hint of surprise, but quickly regained her cold composure. With a flash of movement, she closed the distance to Li Lan and swung a heavy punch. As the fist struck out, wind swirled around her hand, whipping up fallen leaves from the ground. It seemed she was a wind attribute psionic. Fierce flames erupted from Li Lan's hands. He raised his fist to meet hers, effortlessly nullifying her attack. "A high-level mage? How is that possible? How old are you?" The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Lan gave a rare smile. "Instructor, talking so much during combat isn't a good habit." The instructor's expression hardened. "Watch this." Her hands formed an odd posture, and instantly, leaves swirled from the ground, transforming into a dense hail of flying blades that assaulted Li Lan. A psychic attack? Li Lan snapped to attention, the flames on his hands blazing brighter. Just as the flying leaves were about to graze his face, Li Lan swung a punch forward. Flame burst. The flames erupted. Boom! All the flying leaves were instantly consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. What? A nascent divine technique? Just as the instructor gasped in shock, Li Lan, using the swirling ashes cover, appeared beside her without warning. Placing his fist beside her head, he spoke lazily, "You lost, instructor. You can't go back on your word now." "I actually lost." The instructor snapped back to reality, her expression sinking with disappointment. Then she stared at Li Lan in shock. "Who exactly are you? How did you awaken a divine ability prototype?" Li Lan offered no reply. He brushed the dust from his clothes and strolled leisurely toward the class formation. The beautiful instructor removed her cap, smoothed her hair, and returned to her class formation. "For the next month, Li Lan is exempt from military training," she announced to the class. The students were puzzled but didn't say much. After all, Li Lan had connections that reached the heavens. Even his studies were accompanied by dedicated aides. Getting out of military training? Piece of cake. Besides, Li Lan was so lazy every day, clearly in poor health, probably suffering from kidney deficiency or something. It made perfect sense for him to skip training. As for the possibility that Li Lan avoided training by defeating the drill instructor, that never crossed their minds. To them, Li Lan was just an ordinary person without any special talents. Where would he get the strength to beat an instructor? This was assuming the ordinary person had no background. The drill instructor looked at Li Lan and said, "You're exempt from drill training from now on, but you must remain within the designated training area this entire field." Li Lan didn't respond, for he had already fallen asleep standing up. The fire element is enraged by your laziness and begins self-training. Fire element energy plus 15. He was even snoring. Drill instructor. The entire class. When Su Xin returned and learned Li Lan wouldn't be participating in military training, he was somewhat surprised. After straightening Li Lan's posture and filming a few reasonably standard videos from behind, he promptly joined the training himself. At that moment, in a villa within a luxurious mountain resort in Longjing, a middle-aged man with fiery red hair unlocked his phone. The video playing showed Li Lan standing, though only his back was visible. After watching the video, he burst into laughter. "Little lazy, that kid, he's finally not lazy anymore. But why can we only see his back? His posture looks a bit odd too, like he's asleep? No, that can't be. It's his first day of military training. He's not used to it yet. It's normal for his posture to be a bit awkward." Li Lan's father tried to reassure himself. The prolonged standing sleep made Li Lan feel uncomfortable. As he dozed off, he simply lay down on the ground. But it still felt uncomfortable. He began rolling around in place, tumbling from one side to the other, then back again. Finally, when he rolled into a narrow, dry ditch and couldn't move any further, he settled down. The cramped, confined space filled him with a profound sense of security. "This is a pretty good spot to sleep," Li Lan mumbled incoherently before his snoring resumed. The fire elemental felt ashamed of your actions and began frantically training. Fire elemental energy plus 50. Time passed quickly. 5 hours later, it was noon. Su Xin went to the cafeteria to get his meal. Just as he was about to feed Li Lan, he was shocked to discover Li Lan had vanished. Sweating profusely with anxiety, Su Xin hurriedly set down the lunchbox and began searching. But after searching for ages, he couldn't find a trace of her. Not on the playground, not in the classroom, not even in the dormitory. Oh no, could the young master have been abducted by foreign cultivators? A terrifying thought took root in Su Xin's mind. The alien race kidnaps the young master to threaten the Li family, then the Li family tries to reclaim him, sparking a race war. No, I must stop this war. Su Xin rushed to find the homeroom teacher, who then sought out the principal. The principal turned pale upon learning of Li Lan's disappearance. It's over, it's over. Once the Li family finds out, they'll definitely kill us. No, there's still time to fix this. The principal looked at Su Xin and asked, how long has Li Lan been missing? I just got back from getting my meal, and the young master was gone. Got food? The principal pondered carefully. Usually, no outsiders enter the school grounds. Only when preparing meals do the cooks return from outside. Someone must have slipped into the school during that time and abducted young Master Li. That's it. That must be it. He immediately called the security office and ordered, now. Immediately. Seal off every exit. No one leaves. Find Li Lan at any cost. Immediately, a massive search operation mobilizing over 1,000 people across the campus began. Li Lan. Li Lan, where are you? Young Master. Young Master. Li Lan. By evening, Li Lan was still nowhere to be found. They searched the entire school and even looked outside the campus. But not even a trace of Li Lan was found. The principal's face had drained of color. It's over. It's all over. He pulled out his phone, opened the memo app, and typed out his suicide note, word by word. Su Xin sat expressionless on the ground, feeling hollow inside. Li Lan's instructor wept uncontrollably. It's all my fault, all my fault. If only I kept a closer eye on Li Lan, this never would have happened. The fire elemental was growing weary, its cultivation pace slowing. Fire elemental energy plus 15. The fire elemental despises your habit of sleeping in the sewers, it's even distracting me from my training. Fire elemental energy plus 10. The fire element is exhausted today and has ceased cultivation. Preliminary form of divine ability, blazing explosion. Gradually refined by the fire elemental. Current progress, minor achievement. Li Lan tried to stretch, only to find his limbs stiff and immobile. Opening his eyes, he discovered he was sleeping in a small rainwater channel as dusk approached. At least the ditch was relatively clean. Li Lan brushed the dust off his body and climbed out of the ditch. His stomach growled loudly. Why isn't Su Xin here to feed me yet? Li Lan grumbled. Following the route in his mind, he walked out of the playground. He immediately spotted Su Xin sitting in a small corner. Like an abandoned little animal, his eyes were bloodshot. He hugged his legs, staring at Li Lan in disbelief. Not far from Su Xin stood the school gate. The entrance was now crowded with people, teachers from every class, homeroom advisors, instructors, and even the principal stood there. Their expressions were gloomy, some even panicked, as if something major had happened. But Li Lan couldn't be bothered with them. He hurried straight towards Su Xin. Chapter 5, Young Master, where have you been? Ability upgrade. Conflict. Unknown danger. Su Xin, what happened to you? Young Master, where did you go? Su Xin scrambled to his feet, grabbing Li Lan in a hug. Young Master, are you hurt? He scanned Li Lan up and down, confirming only dirt on her before breathing a reluctant sigh of relief. You were crying? Li Lan froze, staring at him in disbelief. Who cried? It was just the wind blowing sand in my eyes. Su Xin retorted unhappily. His expression quickly turned cold again. Why didn't you die? If you had, I could have returned to the clan to cultivate. You were worried about me? Get lost. The principal, seeing Li Lan, burst into tears of joy. He rushed forward and embraced Li Lan, exclaiming, Li Lan, I'm so relieved you're safe. I was already preparing to write my will. Li Lan pushed him away with obvious disgust. The students all broke into smiles. After the incident concluded, Li Lan returned to his previous routine. When he had nothing to do, he'd sleep in his wheelchair. After waking up and eating the meal Su Xin fed him, he'd go back to sleep. However, since that incident, Su Xin and the principal kept a much closer watch on him, even assigning a security guard to follow him around. Every time Li Lan woke up to find a face peering through the window, he'd get a fright. To make matters worse, this security guard had a rather expressionless face, resembling a gang boss. P.S. Think of the kindergarten principal from Crayon Shin-chan. But he gradually got used to it. Time flew by. A month later, military training concluded. Students gathered at the school gate to bid farewell to their instructors. Countless students were in tears, and many even wrote letters to be opened by the instructors once they returned to the base. Li Lan, of course, joined the crowd bidding farewell. Sitting in his wheelchair, he waved goodbye to their class's beautiful female instructor. The beautiful instructor was initially in high spirits. But upon seeing Li Lan, a dull ache returned to her heart and she forced a faint smile. After seeing off the instructors, classes officially resumed. And Li Lan continued sleeping. The fire element is furious at your laziness and has begun self-cultivation. Fire element energy plus 15. The fire elemental is deeply disgusted by your laziness and begins self-cultivation. Fire elemental energy plus 15. Knowing its master is a good for nothing, the fire element trains even more earnestly. Fire element energy plus 35. The fire elemental grew tired and ceased cultivation. Your fire elemental sorcerer cultivation has advanced to high tier mid-stage. It's been over a month and you're only mid-tier? Fire elemental, you're really going backwards. Li Lan rubbed his eyes and went back to sleep. Fire element. Another half-month passed. The principal gathered the entire grade in the auditorium to announce something. Li Lan sat in his wheelchair, pushed by Su Xin. As soon as they entered the auditorium, they heard the principal's booming voice. Students, our academic term has come to a close. I've gathered you here today primarily to share some news. Just yesterday, I submitted an application to the military on your behalf for access to the secret realm. The military has approved it. The announcement sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Oh my gosh, a secret realm. I've never even seen a secret realm before. I can't wait. But isn't the secret realm extremely dangerous? We won't die in there, will we? A mix of surprise, anticipation, and fear filled the air. Hearing the students' concerns, the principal smiled and said, "Students, there's no need to be afraid. The secret realm you're visiting this time is merely a low tier 1, nothing too dangerous. With just a little bit of sorcerer cultivation, you can easily pass through it. If you're lucky, you might even get a reward." Hearing this, the students exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful." However, many still looked at Li Lan with concern. But upon seeing Su Xin standing behind Li Lan, they all relaxed simultaneously. Su Xin's sorcerer cultivation was now comparable to that of a teacher. With him present, Li Lan would be safe. Class monitor Wang Shishir stepped forward, patted Su Xin on the shoulder, and said, "Su Xin, I'm entrusting my idol to you." "My idol?" Su Xin glanced at Li Lan and nodded. "When did I become your idol?" Li Lan fluttered his eyelids and went back to sleep. The fire elemental despises your laziness and begins self-training. Fire elemental energy plus 15. The principal continued his speech in the auditorium. Students, joining us in this secret realm trial are students from 2nd high school. You must achieve a top ranking in the secret realm, don't disgrace our school. Also, this trial is a closed-off trial lasting 3 days, departing tonight. Return to your dorms shortly to prepare your luggage. Secret realms are categorized into 5 tiers, 1 star to 5 star. Realms below these tiers are considered subpar. Those above them are classified as 5-star realms. 1 star, 2 star, and 3 star secret realms correspond to low tier, mid tier, and high tier ability users. However, even a low-tier sorcerer entering a 1-star secret realm isn't guaranteed absolute safety. After all, secret realm exploration inherently carries the risk of death. Labeling it a 1-star realm merely indicates it's relatively safe, with a lower mortality rate. As for 4 and 5-star realms, those are domains for divine power wielders. Some 5-star realms even pose a high probability of death for even Earth immortal level powerhouses who venture inside. Take, for instance, the Throne of Bones secret realm within the Grand Canyon west of Daming Lake, beyond the borders of the Human Federation. 7 or 8 years ago, Li Lan's grandfather, the Yen Emperor, nearly met his end there. Only with the aid of a treasure did he force his way through the secret realm's barriers and escape. Any secret realm inherently carries risk. Thus, all secret realms within the Human Federation save for a handful controlled by major factions remain under military jurisdiction. Access requires submitting an application and obtaining approval before entry. For instance, the Emu Spirit secret realm Li Lan's school was heading to today was managed by the Shangnan City military. That evening, Su Xin pushed Li Lan onto the bus as they headed toward the military base. On the bus, the principal distributed a document to each student filled with details about this secret realm. Secret realm name, Emu Yaoling. Secret realm level, low tier. Secret realm description, ultra low risk realm. Basic clear method, remain inside for 3 full days. After 3 days, you will be automatically teleported out of the realm and declared the winner. Victors receive a gift of realm energy, enhancing their supernatural cultivation. Intermediate clear method, defeat 300 plant spirits to automatically win. Victors receive plant essence. What attribute practitioners can consume it to boost their supernatural cultivation? Practitioners of other attributes may apply to the military to exchange for corresponding essences, such as heat essence. Advanced clear method, climb the giant wood tree and defeat 3 wood demon spirits along the way. Victors receive wood essence, note, not recommended for sorcerers below mid-low tier cultivation. Ultimate clear method, ascend to the summit of the giant wood tree and slay the wood demon king. The victor shall obtain wood essence. P.S. Not recommended for practitioners below late stage low tier cultivation. Young master, will you join me in slaying the ethereal wood demon king? Su Xin held the documents as he looked at Li Lan. Li Lan slept with eyes closed. Though silent, every pore of his face screamed refusal. Su Xin. He knew his words were futile. Getting his young master to comply with orders and accompany him to the secret realm was already an extraordinary feat. As for hunting the wood demon king together? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. Well then, young master, when I hunt down the wood demon king, you can just watch from the sidelines. Li Lan flicked his eyelids, signaling his consent. Upon arriving at the military base, the students from First Middle School disembarked under their teacher's guidance. To everyone's surprise, the person greeting them this time was none other than the drill instructor from last month's military training. Instructor. Good morning, instructor. Instructor Lu, we missed you so much. Li Lan turned toward the commotion and saw the beautiful instructor smiling and waving at him. The female instructor clutched her chest, recalling the terror of being dominated by Li Lan just a month ago. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Everyone turned to look and saw two groups of people seemingly arguing, then scrambling into a brawl. Who do you think you are, second high school? How dare you bully us from first high? Who bullied you? That kid clearly spat at us first. Where's the proof? Do you have any evidence we spat? Oomph, you guys from number 2 high school are shameless. Who's shameless? I say you first high are the shameless ones. You get the best educational resources, yet you only barely beat us second high in every competition. Wait for me in the secret realm, I'll beat you to a pulp. We'll see who beats who. Mark my words, second high has 2 mid-stage sorcerers. Fortunately, the instructors arrived just in time to stop this farce. What are you doing? Have you forgotten everything I taught you last month? Daring to fight in the military zone? All of you. Now. Immediately. Run 50 laps around the field. After finishing their laps, the troublemakers from number 2 high school glared at the number 1 high school students, catching sight of Li Lan watching nearby. One of them couldn't resist sneering, how come first high even has a cripple? Are you guys from a school for the disabled? Li Lan couldn't be bothered to respond. But the next second, Su Xin appeared before him and slammed a fist hard into his face. The second high school student flew into a rage, about to retaliate. Su Xin delivered another punch with such force it sent sparks flying, knocking blood from his nose. You! What are you doing? An instructor stepped forward urgently, shouting at them. The second high school student tearfully turned to the instructor and shouted, "Instructor, he hit me." The instructor turned to Su Xin and asked, "You hit him?" Su Xin gave a cold nod. "He insulted my young master first?" "Young master?" The instructor glanced at Li Lan, then frowned at the second high student. "How could you insult a disabled person? Didn't your teachers teach you how to behave in school?" Knowing he was in the wrong, the second high student lowered his head, preparing for a scolding. Su Xin couldn't help but interject, "My young master isn't disabled." "Then why is he in a wheelchair?" Because he's lazy," Su Xin managed to say, his words catching in his throat. After dinner, the students were led by their instructors into the secret realm one by one. The secret realm resembled a green black hole, appearing out of nowhere amidst the heavens and earth. Mysterious green particles swirled around it, while its interior was a deep emerald green. Circling around to the back of this secret realm, one could not see its existence at all. It could only be seen from the front. A squad of soldiers armed with rifles stood at attention around the perimeter, each possessing the strength of a mid-tier sorcerer. "Let's go inside," the lead instructor said. Noticing Li Lan in his wheelchair, one instructor frowned slightly and turned to a middle-aged man in military uniform beside him. "Captain. It's fine. Don't worry about him. The secret realm is secure enough. Even a disabled person could enter without issue, let alone someone perfectly healthy." The middle-aged man addressed as captain, holding a file in his hand, spoke casually, though his mind was filled with shock. This lazy-looking youth was actually from the Li family, descendants of the Yan Emperor. And he was the direct descendant of the Li family's young master. How peculiar. How could the Li family possibly let him attend first high school? With their influence, getting him into one of the top 5 universities would be a breeze. "Captain, what's wrong?" "Nothing." The squad leader quickly tucked away the documents in his hand. Within the Emu spirit realm, a fissure opened, and countless students poured through it into the secret realm. Simultaneously, on the other side of the realm, a black fissure materialized out of thin air. For mysterious figures, their faces adorned with strange skull tattoos, clad in crimson robes, and sporting black skull rings on their thumbs, also materialized within the realm. Just as the late leader predicted, by harnessing the power of the Holy Grail and exploiting the spatial fluctuations inherent in the realm's opening, we've forced our way into this lowly domain. Enough talk. Let's move. Now that the Holy Land has been destroyed by the authorities, we need more fresh blood to revive our divine cult. Then let the secret realm descend into utter madness. Only those who survive to the end shall be worthy of becoming the seeds of our divine cult. Chapter 6, Wood Element, Spark of Hope, Black Coffin. Li Lan felt darkness envelop his vision, only for it to clear abruptly moments later. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he had arrived in a completely new world. This world was a vast expanse of green, overgrown with weeds and lush vegetation. Behind them lay an endless expanse of darkness. Li Lan reached out to touch it, only to discover he couldn't enter this void. This must be the spatial barrier described in the book, something that could only be breached with powerful artifacts or overwhelming force. Looking ahead, he saw a colossal tree reaching toward the heavens growing at the center of the world. The lower half of the tree was shrouded in mist, obscuring what lay within. Its upper section bore massive branches, each swaying with a colossal vine that seemed to pulsate with life. If Li Lan's guess was correct, these were the wood elemental spirits mentioned in the documents. Killing 3 of them would successfully complete the trial. As for what happened after slaying the 3, whether he chose to leave or stay, the decision was entirely his. Without further thought, Li Lan closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. "Young master, are you truly not coming with me?" Su Xin asked. Li Lan chuckled lazily. "What? You want to carry me up the tree? I couldn't climb a tree carrying you anyway." Su Xin sighed. "Well, be careful, young master. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Your young master is far more capable than you." Li Lan waved dismissively. Watching Su Xin depart with lingering reluctance, he settled back into a peaceful slumber. "Lame bastard, we meet again." A few minutes later, a shrill laugh rang in Li Lan's ear. Too lazy to even open his eyes, Li Lan asked, "Who's there?" "You won't even see me? Back at the base, your friend beat me so badly." "So you're here for revenge?" "Of course. Then you can get lost." As Li Lan finished speaking, blazing flames erupted beneath the man's feet, consuming every inch of his clothing and hair until nothing remained. A high-level sorcerer? How could first middle school possibly have such talent? The youth from second middle school instantly drained of color, abandoning all dignity as he fled in panic. Li Lan could still hear the shrieks of several girls. "Guess I'll have to look out for the ladies next time," Li Lan muttered. Moments later, the screams continued. Li Lan sensed something was wrong and opened his eyes to see a crowd rushing toward them. Behind them were countless vine monsters. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the plant spirits described in the files. However, the plant spirits in the files were green, resembling natural spirits. These, however, were a withered yellow, like decaying leaves. No. More like decaying vines. One student was instantly ensnared by a spirit, which immediately devoured him. The vine roots pierced into his flesh, instantly reducing him to a bloody mess. "Help, help me," he shouted. But those around him were too busy fleeing for their own lives to spare him a thought. Seeing such a terrifying scene for the first time, Li Lan felt a surge of fear deep within. Yet the hero's blood coursing through his veins ignited, and without hesitation, he charged forward. He seized the plant spirit, channeling fire elemental energy to incinerate it completely. A wisp of green energy seeped into his body, and Li Lan felt a slight, almost imperceptible strengthening. This must be what they call the essence of plants. Ding! What element energy detected within the host? What element ability happily awakened? The subsequent plant spirits attacked fiercely, but Li Lan ignored the system and unleashed a punch. Fire blast! Boom! Raging flames erupted, unleashing a torrent of scorching heat. 5 or 6 plant spirits were instantly incinerated, reduced to fuel for the flame blast, glowing and burning. The remaining spirits, sensing the scorching heat, scattered in panic, fleeing toward the giant emu tree. "Classmate, are you okay?" Li Lan helped the student up from the ground, only to find him motionless. Classmate, are you okay?" Li Lan placed his hand on the student's chest and discovered his heart had stopped beating. "Dead. Damn it." Li Lan grabbed his hair in frustration, blaming himself for acting too late. Lu Xian, are you okay?" Seeing the danger recede, the classmates who had fled earlier slowly made their way back. Their faces paled at the sight of the corpse on the ground. Lu Xian, he's dead. "Hello, classmate. My name is Wang Qiu, from number 2 high school. Thank you for helping us drive away those monsters earlier." A young boy extended his hand to Li Lan apologetically. His face was pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The lingering terror of the ordeal clearly hadn't faded. Li Lan grasped his hand. "Li Lan, first hi. Do you know what happened inside?" Li Lan asked. "Li Lan. I don't think there's a genius named Li Lan at first hi." Wang Qiu shook his head. "We'd barely entered the mist zone when these monsters attacked." The others chimed in. "Are these things plant spirits? Why do they look different from the plant spirits described in the school's documents? Damn it! Didn't the school say there was no danger to life? I want to go home. Mom! What are we going to do? We have to stay in this hellhole for 3 more days. I'll die here." As they spoke, some began to cry. A heavy weight pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. "Li Lan, what do you plan to do?" Everyone turned their gaze toward her. In their eyes, Li Lan was now their only pillar of support. Though they didn't know each other, she gave them a profound sense of security. "I plan to head into the mist zone. What about you guys?" Su Xian was also trapped in the mist. No matter how lazy he was, he had to go in and see for himself. "We Several voices faltered. After their recent escape, they now harbored deep apprehension toward the mist zone. Wang Qiu stepped forward, his expression solemn. Brother Lazy, I'm coming with you. My sister is still inside. I have to save her. Li Lan nodded, turning his gaze to the others. I'm going too. We're going too. I'll wait here for you. The mist zone is too dangerous. Me too. Some stepped forward, while others stepped back. Li Lan naturally had no objections to their choices. Seeing that only about 4 people intended to enter the misty area with him, he immediately said, No time to waste. Let's get moving. Alright. Follow closely behind me. Pay close attention to your surroundings. Report any unusual activity immediately. Li Lan recalled the advice from the extracurricular reading material, How to Handle Danger in Secret Realms, and related thus. Everyone nodded earnestly before entering the mist together. Rustle, rustle. Immediately, plant spirits attacked. Li Lan effortlessly dispatched 3 with his fire elemental power, while the remaining 2 were taken down by the combined efforts of the 5 behind him. Seeing your dedication, the fire element marveled at the formidable potential of the younger generation. Its own cultivation efforts felt inadequate. Fire element energy +1. Witnessing their master's mighty display, the wood elemental joyfully intensified its cultivation. Wood elemental energy +3? 2 useless fools. Li Lan gathered 5 sticks from the ground, wrapped the vines from the slain plant spirits around them, and set them ablaze. A large torch was ready. Take these torches. The plant spirits fear fire, and these will be more than enough to kill them. Got it, thanks, the others replied gratefully. Just then, Wang Qiu suddenly flicked a stick upward, and a plant spirit plummeted straight down from above. Impressive perception, bro, Li Lan praised. Wang Qiu picked up the torch, scratched his nose sheepishly, and said, No big deal. My perception ability just helped out. Perception ability, a psychic type ability. Li Lan remarked, perception is a powerful ability, especially in an environment like this. Yeah. Wang Qiu grinned, revealing his small fangs. Just then, several more plant spirits lunged forward, but Li Lan dispatched them with a single strike. Thank goodness. Someone came to save us. Is anyone there? We're over here. Someone, please help. Cries for help echoed from all around. Li Lan shouted loudly, All students from 1st middle school and 2nd middle school, gather around me. Gather around me. Behind him, people raised their torches high, fearing others might not see them, guiding the way forward. More and more people gathered around. Seeing Li Lan, they were overjoyed. Among them were even some of Li Lan's classmates. Li Lan, it really is you. Have any of you seen Su Xin? Li Lan asked. No idea. We were following our class monitor, but we got separated as soon as we entered the fog. Then we encountered these mutated plant spirits. Many classmates died at their hands, a girl said, her face twisted with fear. Could Su Xin have climbed a tree already? Li Lan looked up at the towering tree reaching for the sky. I hope he's okay. He was already exhausted. In the decades since his transmigration, he'd never felt this drained. But he couldn't sleep now. Li Lan forced himself to stay alert, pushing deeper to rescue more classmates. Rescuing people was such a troublesome task he really didn't want to do it. But his grandfather had once said, though the human race is weak, our Li family will sacrifice our lives to protect them. The power, status, and honor of the Li family had all been bestowed by the human race. Therefore, as a member of the Li family, he must protect this honor. He could afford to be lazy, but now was not the time for it. As he ventured deeper, more and more plant spirits fell by his hand. Upon reaching the base of the giant ewood tree, Li Lan simply ordered his men to pile all the slain plant spirits together and set them ablaze. Sparks flew as the flames grew fiercer, towering several meters high. Not only did it drive away the attacking plant spirits, but even the mist lingering in the air was burned away, growing thin and sparse. Great! The mist is clearing, many exclaimed joyfully. Li Lan looked up at the giant tree, just as he was about to climb it to search for Su Xin. A dark shadow suddenly shot straight down from the tree. It was a person, a mysterious figure clad in a crimson robe. He landed steadily before Li Lan, revealing a ghastly face resembling a corpse. No eyeballs remained, only 2 hollow sockets. Maggots wriggled within the empty cavities. His vocal cords sounded as if gnawed by rats, his voice raspy and hoarse. You little brat, how dare you ruin my plans for the black coffin? Then starting with you, you shall become a seed. Chapter 7, Displaying Divine Powers, Slaying the Wood Demon Spirit, and Su Xin's Whereabouts. An aura of malevolence emanated from the mysterious figure, causing Li Lan to brace for battle. The surrounding students paled, some grabbing weapons ready to join Li Lan in battle. Li Lan, we're here to help you. Li Lan, let's fight together. You've helped us so much along the way, now it's our turn to repay you. Li Lan immediately shouted, hide somewhere quickly. He's at least a high-tier sorcerer, and he might have even grasped the rudiments of divine power. The energy fluctuations emanating from this mysterious figure clearly marked him as a high-level sorcerer. As for why Li Lan suspected he might possess a nascent divine power, It was because Li Lan had detected a familiar aura emanating from this mysterious figure. More precisely, it resembled the aura of his own nascent divine power, Flame Burst. There wasn't a single other high-level sorcerer present besides him. Facing such a formidable opponent, it wouldn't take long before he was the only one left alive. Such a pointless sacrifice should be avoided if possible. What? The students gasped in shock, dropping their weapons and scattering in panic. A chilling laugh emanated from the mysterious figure as a claw lunged toward Li Lan. Kid, I must say, you've got decent taste. But pity you guessed wrong. What I possess isn't a nascent divine ability, but a genuine divine power. Purple demonic flames ignited on his withered, tree-like hands, radiating a nauseating energy fluctuation. Weren't divine power users forbidden from entering the secret realm? Li Lan had no time to think. He channeled all his fire elemental energy into a fist, colliding it with the mysterious figure's purple flames. Fire blast. Boom. You're a mid-tier advanced fire elementalist. The mysterious figure staggered, struck by Li Lan's flaming explosion, and was sent flying backward. Li Lan froze in shock. A self-proclaimed master of divine arts, and that's all he's got? If the mysterious man could hear his inner thoughts, he'd surely weep. He was indeed a true divine power user, but the strength of this body he inhabited had only just reached the high-tier level. He had assumed that with the body of an early high-tier mage, he could gain absolute dominance in this low-tier secret realm. Little did he know he'd run into a freak like Li Lan. Li Lan approached him and discovered he was already dead. To be precise, he had been dead for quite some time. This was not the state of someone who had just died. His entire body was crawling with maggots, emitting a nauseating stench. Li Lan had initially considered looting the corpse, but now he couldn't bear to even look at it, let alone touch it. He poked various parts of the body with a wooden stick to confirm there was nothing of value on him. Only then did he use his fire elemental ability to incinerate the corpse. Li Lan, you killed a high-level sorcerer? Wang Qiu stepped forward in shock upon witnessing the mysterious figure's demise. Just moments ago, he'd believed they would all perish at this stranger's hands. The other students wore equally stunned expressions. Most of them were merely low-level sorcerers themselves. In their eyes, a high-level sorcerer was a figure of immense power. Yet now, this formidable figure had fallen so decisively at the hands of someone their own age. They knew Li Lan was formidable, but they never imagined he could be this formidable. Li Lan shrugged indifferently. A high-tier sorcerer? Nothing special. Besides, I'm a high-tier sorcerer too. You're a high-tier sorcerer too. The students stared wide-eyed. Though they'd long suspected Li Lan was one, hearing him say it himself still stunned them. What did it mean to have a high-level sorcerer their own age? It was like a phoenix suddenly appearing in a sparrow's nest. It made them all pale in comparison. Even those who had once considered themselves reasonably talented geniuses. Li Lan, have you also grasped the rudiments of divine abilities? Wang Qiu asked eagerly. Li Lan nodded. Then, could you teach me? Wang Qiu's eyes sparkled with stars, and the other students also looked at him expectantly. Li Lan scratched his head, replying helplessly, I don't know how to teach you. I just woke up one day and understood it. Is it that hard to grasp? Maybe, probably, a little difficult. Many classmates felt like crying. They were starting to doubt whether their natural talent was truly that poor. Sure enough, the wood elemental spirit has mutated too. After dispatching the mysterious figure, Li Lan began scaling the colossal tree. After effortlessly dispatching a wood spirit, his expression grew grave. I hope Su Xin is okay. He desperately wanted to sleep now, but he couldn't. As he continued climbing upward, Li Lan heard faint, intermittent sobbing. Wah! Don't kill me, don't kill me. You're not elegant at all. Let me out. Let me leave this hellhole. Heaven, I don't want to die. I want to keep being elegant. That familiar voice. Could it be Lu Yuya? Li Lan followed the cries, leaping over a massive tree trunk and circling around to find a medium-sized hollow in the tree's center. Inside the hollow, a teenager in a suit was shivering violently. This is anything but elegant. Once I get out, I'm filing complaints with the Education Bureau and the Military Discipline Committee. This is anything but elegant. Sure enough, it was Lu Yuya. Li Lan chuckled silently, patting his shoulder and asking, Class monitor, have you seen the class president and Su Xin? Lu Yuya froze, tears of joy welling up. He exclaimed, Li Lan, what are you doing here? Did I come to rescue you guys? Save us? Li Lan briefly explained the situation, leaving Lu Yuya utterly stunned. I never imagined you were a high-level sorcerer. You've been keeping that well hidden. I can go with you to rescue the squad leader and the others, but you have to protect me. Oh, and whatever happened earlier you can't tell anyone. Lu Yuya wiped away her tears and brushed dust off her suit. Finally, she even pulled out a bottle of hair gel and a mirror from her carry-on bag and started fussing with her hair. Li Lan nodded, feeling both amused and exasperated. The two climbed upward and soon encountered their squad leader, Wang Shishir, who was also hiding in a tree hollow. But beside her was a wood spirit. After dispatching the wood spirit, the pair successfully rescued Wang Shishir. Upon learning of Li Lan's strength, Wang Shishir nearly threw herself at him, exclaiming, "My idol! My idol! Have you seen Su Xin? Brother Su?" Wang Shishir shook her head. "I saw him when I first climbed the tree, but he should be higher up now." "That damn fool, what's he doing climbing so high?" Li Lan said, "I'm going to find Su Xin now. Will you come with me?" Wang Shishir beamed and nodded eagerly. "My idol, I'd love to. I'd love to." Li Lan. Lu Yuya sneered, "Class president, this is hardly elegant of you." What greeted him was Wang Shishir's powerful punch. Wang Shishir withdrew her fist and smiled. "Is that elegant enough now?" "Elegant, elegant. Very elegant. Time to start climbing trees." Both nodded. A few minutes later, a wood spirit was easily dealt with by Li Lan, and a strand of wood essence merged into his body. At the same time, he received a message from the secret realm. "You have successfully slain 3 wood elemental spirits and completed the trial. Do you wish to leave the secret realm?" Li Lan decisively declined and continued climbing upward. Before long, he encountered another pair, a man and a woman, both at mid-tier cultivation. However, Li Lan had never seen them before. They must be from the second high school. They were locked in fierce combat with 4 wood elemental spirits holding their own. "Those 2 are the mid-level sorcerer geniuses from second high? They're freaking insane," Lu Yuya exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Shishir shrugged indifferently, "So what? Isn't Li Lan 100 times more powerful than them?" "True," Lu Yuya nodded in agreement. "Let's go help them," Li Lan said. "And ask if they've seen Su Xin. None of us geniuses from Class 1, First High have spotted him either." "All right." The 3 unleashed their abilities and rushed forward together. Li Lan wielded fire, Wang Shishir controlled wind, and Lu Yuya commanded ice. Each possessed a distinct power. But with Li Lan present, they had no chance to unleash their powers. All they saw was Li Lan throw a punch, and instantly, roaring flames erupted. Fire blast. The 4 wood elemental spirits were instantly beaten to a pulp, then easily subdued by the 2 from second high. The 2 from second high looked at Li Lan in surprise. The girl smiled. "So you're a budding master? Are you from first high?" Li Lan nodded. Lu Yuya said with an envious expression, "Li Lan, you were so unrefined just now. I hadn't even made my move, and you burned them all to death." Wang Shishir shot him a disdainful look. "Like you could have beaten them if I'd let you." She turned to the second high pair. "Hello, we're from first high. I'm Wang Shishir, this is Lu Yuya, and this gentleman here is my idol, Li Lan." Her eyes sparkled like little stars. Swooning. Lu Yuya rolled her eyes at her, pulled out a mirror, and styled her hair to mimic Li Lan's look. "Hi, we're from number 2 high school," the girl from number 2 high school smiled. "I'm Wang Miao. This is my classmate, Su Hu." "You're Wang Qiu's sister?" Li Lan asked. "You know my brother?" Wang Miao asked urgently. "Is he okay?" "He's fine. He's just looking for you right now." "That's good," Wang Miao breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you want to come down with us? It's really too dangerous up here." Li Lan thought for a moment and said, "Can you take those 2 down? I still have something to do." "Handsome guy, I'm not going down. I'm coming with you to save Su Xin," Wang Shishir declared urgently. "A person who abandons their friends to run away isn't very graceful." Li Lan sighed helplessly. "You following me won't help. The higher we go, the more dangerous it gets. I might not be able to look out for you then." "So you weren't worried about us, you just think I'm useless?" A faint sadness flickered across Wang Shishir's face, though Li Lan's words made sense. After a moment, she said, "Handsome guy, just be sure to stay safe." Li Lan nodded and turned to Wang Miao. "By the way, have you seen someone around my age? A bit taller than me, expressionless face, wearing a watch. His cultivation level seems to be early mid-tier." Wang Miao pondered for a moment before replying, "I think we have. He moves incredibly fast. Even though his cultivation is lower than ours, his combat strength surpasses ours. He should be up ahead now." She remembered him clearly, so the recollection came quickly. "Thanks," Li Lan acknowledged before continuing his climb. "Handsome guy, you gotta be careful," Wang Shishir called out loudly. Wang Miao turned to Su Hu and said, "Su Hu, let's head down." But Su Hu seemed oblivious, standing completely still since earlier. "Su Hu, what's wrong?" Wang Miao asked worriedly, nudging his shoulder. He suddenly collapsed to the ground as if all strength had left him. Wang Shishir and Lu Yuya took a frightened step back, while Wang Miao hurriedly helped him up. "Su Hu, what's wrong?" "All right, let's go downstairs," Su Hu said, his voice clear and sharp. "Su Hu, what just happened?" "You fell over when I touched you," Wang Miao said, looking at him strangely. Su Hu looked blankly at her. "Did I just fall down? Then do you know who just helped us?" "What do you mean?" Su Hu asked. "We just finished off the wood spirit, and you're talking about going down?" Su Hu suddenly looked at Wang Shishir and the other person in surprise. "Who are you? When did you arrive?" Chapter 8, Blood Moon Holy Grail, Secret Realm Core, Rescue arrives. Outside the secret realm, at the military base. The captain in charge of guarding the base received an urgent confidential letter from higher-ups. After reading its contents, his face darkened. He rushed out and shouted, "Organize personnel immediately! Prepare to forcibly breach the secret realm and extract the students inside." "Why, Captain?" someone asked in confusion. "Forcibly breaching the secret realm will come at an extremely high cost." The captain roared angrily, "Enough talk! Get moving! I just received orders from headquarters. They say remnants of the Black Coffin faction have invaded several minor secret realms, slaughtering students indiscriminately. I suspect Black Coffin operatives are now inside the Emu secret realm." "What?" The officers grew frantic, mobilizing troops and deploying various weapons as they rushed toward the secret realm's entrance. "Damn it! The young master of the Li family is inside too. If anything happens to him in there, my career is finished. And this young master seems to be just an ordinary person. Heaven forbid, he must be safe." The squad leader's palm surged with thunderous energy, slamming against the secret realm's gate. But the secret realm didn't budge an inch, not even a single crack appeared. "Captain, what should we do?" an officer asked anxiously. The squad leader thought for a moment and said, "Call the principal of First Middle School. Have him notify Li Lan's parents to come here immediately." "Captain, won't involving the parents only make things more complicated in this situation?" "But this Li Lan, he's from the Li family of the Yen Emperor." "What? The Li family of the Yen Emperor?" The officer was stunned. Snapping out of it, he hurried off to make the call. After slaying several Li with demon spirits, Li Lan finally reached the top floor. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. "Severe contaminated energy detected within the host. System has automatically purged it." "What severe contaminated energy?" Li Lan had no time to ponder further, having already climbed to the very top of the colossal tree. A familiar figure stood there, locked in combat with two mysterious individuals dressed identically to the ones he'd encountered earlier. Su Xian staggered, his gaze unfocused, his clothes torn and tattered, covered in blood and dust. In his hand, he wielded a great sword blazing with blue flames. It was precisely this blade that allowed Su Xian to barely hold his own against the three mysterious figures. The blue flame blood blade, a weapon brought back from a 5-star secret realm by a great master of the Li family. By burning one's own blood, it granted immense power, but it was not something to be wielded lightly. Later, when Su Xian became Li Lan's tutor, this blade was bestowed upon him. Using the blue flame blood blade will inevitably cause severe aftereffects. Li Lan's heart sank, and he rushed forward immediately. "You too, let him go. Another damn brat." The mysterious figure turned to Li Lan, his voice raspy. With Li Lan joining the fray, the tide of battle instantly turned. Minutes later, Li Lan punched one of them to pieces, sending the other fleeing in panic. Ignoring the fleeing man, Li Lan hurriedly supported Su Xian beside him. "Su Xian, are you okay?" "Young master, don't worry about me. Hurry to the base of the giant wood tree, quickly, quickly." Su Xian said weakly. "What do you mean?" "They're occult followers of the Black Coffin. They've polluted the secret realm with the Blood Moon Holy Grail, but it's not fully corrupted yet. The Blood Moon Holy Grail lies beneath the giant wood tree. Young master, you must stop them. Otherwise, many will die." "How do you know this?" Su Xian gave a weak, mocking laugh. "Those two idiots told me. Said I'd be one of them soon enough." Li Lan hoisted Su Xian onto his back and leapt swiftly along the branches, section by section, toward the base of the giant wood tree. Countless emu spirits attacked Li Lan along the way, but he dispatched them all with ease. Unfortunately, Su Xian couldn't witness this display of prowess. He was fast asleep. "I always used to be the one sleeping with you, never thought I'd end up being the one you sleep with one day." Li Lan continued his descent, landing steadily on the ground after about 10 minutes. "Li Lan, you're back? Li Lan, are you okay? Handsome guy, what happened to Su Xian? Li Lan, what's wrong with Su Xian? He's covered in blood, not elegant at all." Students nearby gathered around. Li Lan handed Su Xian, who was slumped over her back, to Wang Shishir and the others. "Take good care of him for me." Wang Shishir and the others agreed. Li Lan walked to the tree and slammed his fist directly into the trunk. Flame burst. Flame burst. Flame burst. After a dozen punches, Li Lan finally punched a hole through the massive trunk. Peering into the hole, he discovered the tree was hollow inside. A large green energy sphere floated at the center of the hollow, continuously transmitting what attribute elemental energy to the surrounding tree walls. This must be the core of this secret realm. But it was now polluted. A chalice brimming with blood sat beneath it. The evil blood energy within the chalice was being absorbed by the energy sphere, then channeled through it into the surrounding tree walls. This must be the reason for the mutations in the plant spirits and wood elemental spirits. Their power stemmed from the secret realm's core. Once the core was corrupted, their mutations became inevitable. Li Lan hurriedly dived into a tree hollow and kicked the chalice over with one foot. Just as he was about to crush it underfoot, the chalice suddenly flew out on its own. Li Lan tried to chase after it but found himself unable to move. He glanced behind him and saw an incredibly powerful suction emanating from the secret realm's core, holding him fast. What's happening? Li Lan gasped in shock as the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Wood element, delicious food detected. Wants to eat. Wants to eat. Immediately afterward, he felt an equally potent suction force within his own body, pulling the secret realm's core back toward him. Then it vanished into his body. Wood element devouring top tier wood attribute spirit essence, actively digesting. Wood element energy plus 500? Wood element devours top tier wood attribute spirit object, actively digesting. Wood element energy plus 500? Wood element devours top tier wood attribute spirit object, actively digesting. Wood element energy plus 500? Digestion complete. The wood element is happily going to sleep. Your wood element sorcerer cultivation has advanced to early high tier. Already high tier? That's impressive, Li Lan marveled. Hearing your praise for the wood element, the fire element cried in hurt and began frantically training. Fire element energy plus 15. What a fool! With the barrier of the secret realm's core gone, Li Lan hurried out to chase after the Holy Grail. But the moment he emerged from the tree hollow, two mysterious figures clad in crimson robes appeared before the group. The Holy Grail, brimming with blood, was now in his grasp. He recognized one of the figures, the one he'd driven away from the tree earlier. As for the other one, Li Lan frowned slightly as he looked at him. This man gave him a very bad feeling. This man was dangerous. His power far surpassed the combined strength of all the mysterious figures Li Lan had encountered before. Seeing these two mysterious figures, all the students cowered fearfully behind Li Lan. Su Xian struggled to straighten his body and grasp the blue flame blood blade. Who would have thought such a prodigy like you would appear in this tiny secret realm? The mysterious man smiled at Li Lan. Would you like to join my black coffin? If you're willing, I can promise you the position of High Priest. High Priest, didn't you promise that if I completed this mission, the position of High Priest would be mine? Asked the black-clad man beside him, the one Li Lan had driven away earlier. That was a lie. I told the same thing to the other two. The other two he referred to were likely the two Li Lan had killed earlier. High Priest, how could you deceive me? The mysterious figure exclaimed in disbelief. I was so loyal to my master. The mysterious figure replied, in recognition of your loyalty, you shall now serve my master. As soon as the words left his mouth, the mysterious figure collapsed to the ground, dying in a bizarre manner. Even a great sorcerer couldn't take a life with mere words. How had he managed this? Staring at the corpse on the ground, Li Lan felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, the horrifying image of the mysterious man he had killed earlier flashed through his mind. A thought struck him. Given this, there was only one possibility. These mysterious figures might all be puppets controlled by someone else. And this mysterious figure had just eliminated the puppeteer behind this puppet, causing it to appear dead. Killing even its own kind, this black coffin is truly ruthless. What do you think? We, the Black Coffin, are a branch of the Psionics Society. If you join us, you may yet gain entry into the Psionics Society itself. The Psychic Society is one of the most powerful cult organizations in the Human Federation, with members not only from humanity but also numerous alien races. Is the Psionic Society as formidable as the Li clan? Li Lan inquired. The mysterious figure paused, puzzled by Li Lan's question, but replied nonetheless, the patriarch of the Psionic Society is a powerhouse comparable to the Li clan's Flame Emperor. In that case, wouldn't the descendants of the Li family's Yen Emperor be considered high-ranking members of the Psionic Society? The mysterious man nodded. That comparison held true. Li Lan smiled. Then do you know who I am? Who are you? The mysterious figure echoed his words. The Yen Emperor of the Li family. Li Lan drawled with a laugh, that's my grandfather. This joke isn't funny, the mysterious figure said in a deep voice. The next instant, a massive fissure abruptly tore open in the secret realm's space. A young man with fiery red hair and clad in golden armor burst through the fissure. Little Lazy, I'm here to save you. Face justice, you evil scoundrels. It was third brother, as expected. Among his two older brothers and one older sister, only third brother was the most delusional. Hearing those lines, Li Lan conjured a 3-bedroom apartment under his feet. Li Qin? The mysterious figure glanced at the golden-clad man, his expression shifting dramatically. I never imagined you were actually from the Li family. Third brother, seize him and the Holy Grail in his possession. Right, the golden-clad man shouted. A fist shot out. Justice enforced. Fiery dragon in the sky. Dragon-like flames instantly erupted from his hands as he charged toward the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure was instantly reduced to ashes. Li Lan rushed forward to seize the Holy Grail, but it seemed possessed of a spirit of its own, slipping into a spatial fissure and vanishing without a trace. It was the Blood Moon Holy Grail. The golden-haired man descended, his expression grave as he watched the vanished Holy Grail. But his concern quickly shifted to Li Lan as he asked, Little Lan, are you okay? Third brother, I'm fine, Li Lan shook his head. But can you save Su Xin? I feel like he can't hold on much longer. Seeing this, Li Qin swiftly pulled a golden vial from his pocket and administered its contents to Su Xin. Seconds later, Su Xian's wounds began healing at a visible pace. Shaolan, how did you manage to endure so long in the secret realm? Li Qin asked curiously. That puppet just now was no ordinary foe. Its power was roughly at the peak of a high-tier sorcerer, and that was after being suppressed. I imagine it must have had other accomplices, right? We owe it all to Li Lan. A student stepped forward, his voice trembling with emotion. Without Li Lan, we might have been dead already. Yeah, all thanks to Li Lan. Li Lan is incredible, one punch per little monster. Those around them chimed in, their faces glowing with the joy of having narrowly escaped disaster. Li Qin froze. Chapter 9, Cultivation revealed, departing the secret realm and achieving great merit. Shaolan, your cultivation. Li Qin stared at Li Lan in disbelief. He was astonished to discover that his little brother had silently cultivated himself to the rank of high-tier sorcerer and had even grasped the rudiments of divine abilities. This was far more promising than when they were children. Li Lan scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled, I just found cultivating abilities kind of fun. I'd sleep and cultivate at the same time. That's how it happened. Fire Elemental expresses intense contempt for what was said. Begins frenzied cultivation. Fire Elemental energy plus 50. What element says, Master, you're shameless, but I love it. Begins frenzied cultivation. What element energy plus 50? Looks like another useless one. Li Lan kept his smile. You look like you're just asking to be beaten up right now, you know that? Li Qin suppressed the urge to beat the stupid Udu senseless and nodded. Not bad. You're truly worthy of being the brother of a gold saint. What a cheesy title. Li Lan couldn't be bothered to mock him. By the way, third brother, what exactly is this blood moon holy grail you mentioned earlier? Golden Saint Li Qin's expression suddenly darkened. The blood moon holy grail is an incredibly powerful sacred relic and also a holy artifact of the Spiritual Energy Association. It's divided into a male cup and a female cup. There are 10 child cups in total. 5 are held at the Psychic Society headquarters, and the other 5 are in the hands of the Society's 5 branches. What you saw earlier was the child cup of the blood moon holy grail inside that black coffin. The child holy grails possess immense powers of seduction and corruption. The plant spirits and what elemental demons you encountered in the secret realm today are malevolent spirits and evil entities born from the corruption of the holy grail. As for the seduction. At this point, Li Qin's brow furrowed slightly. Seduction is a very conventional method the Psionic Society uses to cultivate devoted followers. They implant the sacred blood of the blood moon holy grail into a person's body, gradually eroding your flesh until you become nothing more than a plaything for the grail's true owner. Should you ever betray them, they can activate the sacred blood within you, causing your entire body to corrode and die. In the early stages of the holy blood's implantation, symptoms like forgetfulness, sluggish reactions, and unfocused eyes appear. By the middle stage, the skin begins to turn red. By the late stage, your life belongs entirely to the holy grail's owner. Glassy eyes? Recalling Su Xian's state when he was first found, Li Lan's entire body tensed. Could Su Xian have fallen victim to this? Just as he was about to ask how to purge the holy blood from one's body, a crisp female voice suddenly rang out beside him. Excuse me, senior, may I ask if someone has been implanted with holy blood, how can it be expelled? The speaker was Wang Chou's younger sister, Wang Miao, whom Li Lan had only met a few times before. Li Qin pondered for a moment as the two listened expectantly. There are 2 methods. The first is to obtain the mother cup of the blood moon holy grail and return the holy blood to it. The second is to take medicinal herbs that purify the blood. However, such herbs are extremely expensive and cannot eradicate the holy blood, they merely prevent its spread. Li Qin added, of course, if one could obtain that supreme elixir favored by great masters, it might be possible to eradicate it entirely. Li Lan asked lazily, by the way, if someone is found to be preliminarily contaminated by the holy blood, how would the authorities handle it? Imprisonment or execution? Wang Miao's face paled, and she quietly slipped away. Why do you ask? Li Qin inquired sternly. Little lazy, you haven't been contaminated by the holy grail, have you? Of course not, Li Lan hastily replied. Li Qin reached out to feel Li Lan's meridians. Only after confirming he was truly unharmed did he relax slightly. Li Lan felt an immense weight in his heart. It seemed that the severely polluted energy purified by the system not long ago was indeed that holy blood. But when did it enter my body? Could it have been absorbed along with the plant essence and wood essence I took in? If so, why were the people I saved earlier unaffected? Could it be that this substance requires reaching a certain threshold before fully forming into holy blood? That wood demon king was likely killed by Su Xian, and its wood essence was probably absorbed by him too. That means Su Xian must have holy blood implanted within him as well. Once we exit, the military will likely conduct physical examinations on everyone. At that point, Su Xian will undoubtedly be taken away by military personnel. No, I must get him out ahead of time. If Su Xian gets taken by the military, it'll be disastrous. Li Lan didn't believe the military would have the funds to buy Su Xian those expensive purification drugs. If it wasn't for treatment, there was only one possibility left. Execution. Su Xian was his friend, his brother, someone who'd been by his side for so long. He couldn't bear to watch Su Xian die. As for the holy blood matter, he'd already figured out a solution. Money? That was the last thing Li Lan lacked. Li Lan pouted at his third brother, I'm sleepy. Can you take me and Su Xian away first? Li Qin frowned and said, no. The military still needs to conduct a medical examination on you both. You can't leave yet. So there really would be a physical. Li Lan pleaded desperately, but I just want to leave now. Third brother. I'm seriously exhausted. I've never been this tired in my entire life. Golden Saint Li Qin hesitated, but shook his head firmly. No. Rules are rules. You said that? Li Lan looked at him slyly. The moment I get out, I'm telling second sister that last summer you stole her brand new Sailor Moon panties. How did you find out? Li Qin's face paled. Because I was hiding in second sister's closet sleeping at the time, Li Lan said helplessly, staring deeply at him. Third brother, I never thought you were this kind of person. I'm sorry, little lazy. I'll take you both out right now. Please don't tell second sister about this. Otherwise, that tigress will beat me to death. Li Qin hoisted both of them onto his shoulders and set off. Before leaving, Li Lan asked for Wang Miao's contact information. From Wang Miao's earlier words, it was clear someone close to her had also been affected by the sacred blood. He wanted to keep tabs on her situation. Li Qin shattered the spatial barrier with a punch, forcing his way through the rift. The three emerged into the outside world. Military personnel swarmed around them. Mr. Li Qin! Mr. Li Qin! Mr. Li Qin, we are truly grateful for your assistance in this matter. Not at all, it's simply what a righteous son should do, Li Qin waved dismissively, hastily departing the military base with Li Lan and Su Xian in tow. Wait, Mr. Li Qin! You can't take those two with you! An officer shouted upon seeing Li Lan and Su Xian. But it was too late. Li Qin had already vanished into the crowd, bouncing along with them. What are we to do? They haven't undergone their physicals yet, the officer said to the squad leader beside him with a troubled expression. Should I go after them? If you can beat that gold saint, then go ahead and chase them. The squad leader shot him a dismissive glance before turning away. The officer scratched his head in frustration, ultimately deciding to pretend the incident never happened. Soon, as the secret passageway opened, the students inside began streaming out. The principals of both schools roughly counted the number of students. As they counted, both of them burst into tears. The losses were devastating. Combined, the two schools had lost over 300 students. These were all precious lives. Wasn't every student the pride of their parents? Wasn't each one the apple of their parents' eye? Now they had perished here for nothing. This is all my fault. I should never have brought them to this cursed place, cried Principal Du Dehua of First High School, his voice breaking. He knelt directly before the students. He bowed his head in confession. He slapped himself hard across the face. I'm so sorry, students. This is all my fault, all my fault. I'm the one who failed you. I didn't protect you. I'm sorry to your parents. I'm a complete jerk. Military personnel quickly helped the two principals to their feet and administered sedatives. The squadron leader exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect only 300 to have died. Principal Du retorted furiously, are 300 not enough? The squadron leader hastily explained, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that the casualties this time were actually much lower than I had anticipated. According to higher-ups, incidents like today's have already occurred elsewhere in Jiangnan province recently. Casualties in each secret realm typically hover around 800. 800! Both principals were startled. This was an utterly terrifying figure. Just then, a soldier stepped forward and announced loudly. Reporting to the squad leader, the situation has been clarified. According to the students' accounts, a man named Li Lan saved them within the secret realm. Li Lan? Are you sure that's the name? An officer asked incredulously. The image of that handsome teenager in a wheelchair flashed through their minds. But handsome as he was, wasn't he just an ordinary person? The soldier nodded and declared loudly, that is indeed his name. According to his classmates, this Li Lan is a high-tier fire elementalist who has even grasped the rudiments of divine abilities. It was precisely because of his leadership that most of us survived the mist. High-level mage. The embryonic form of a divine ability. As these two bombshells were dropped, everyone present was utterly stunned. The squad leader turned to the principal of First High School. The principal of First High School hastily shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. Understood. You may return to your unit. After the soldier departed, the squad leader took a deep breath. Truly worthy of the Yan Emperor Li family, a veritable den of hidden dragons. Who would have thought that Li Lan is also a true dragon? A high-level sorcerer in his teens. It seems our dragon nation is about to gain another great master of supernatural powers. The Li family deceived everyone. They actually claimed this true dragon was a worthless? You really can't trust a word these great clans say. Captain, should we present Li Lan with a commendation banner? An officer inquired. The squad leader pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No need. The Li family sent Li Lan to first middle school precisely to avoid him being disturbed. If not for this incident, he might have remained hidden forever. Since the Li family wants him to stay low-key, we shouldn't intrude. Understood. The officer nodded. At that moment, in the boys' dormitory of Shangnan City's first supernatural ability high school, Su Xian shouted, "Young master, I've been infected with the holy blood and could turn into a black coffin puppet at any moment. For your safety, I must turn myself in." Li Lan angrily flipped Su Xian's prepared dinner onto the floor. "Su Xian, if you dare step outside this dorm room today, I'll disown you as my brother." Chapter 10, Emu Bans the Heavens, Splurges of Fortune, Martial Arts Tournament. "But young master, if I stay by your side, you'll be in danger," Su Xian said helplessly as he picked up the bowls and chopsticks from the floor. "I've told you as long as I suppress the sacred blood, you'll be fine. Young master, the price for that is too high. I'm not worth it. Whether it's worth it is for me to decide." Li Lan stared intently at him. "Besides, it's just money. I've got plenty of it." "Young master." Su Xian paused for a moment, sighed, and finally stepped out of the dormitory door. Li Lan's face immediately fell. Go, go, go. Once you leave, don't ever come back." The air hung heavy with deathly silence. Minutes passed, and Su Xian truly did not return. That bastard, he's actually leaving for real? Whatever. Why should I care? I'll just go back to sleep. Li Lan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, but found himself unable to sleep. His mood was unusually irritable. Thump! 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 Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Could it be Su Xian returning? Li Lan felt a flicker of joy, but still put on a displeased expression. "Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" Now that Su Xian was back, most of his anger had dissipated. Having lived in the Li household for 17 years, his laziness meant he'd never made any friends. Su Xian was one of them. And now this guy just up and left. Saying he wasn't upset would be a lie. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a gaunt figure stepping inside. It wasn't Su Xian. Li Lan furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Who are you?" The gaunt man introduced himself. "Greetings, young master Li Lan. My name is Wang Kai. Since you've provoked the black coffin, young master Li Qin has sent me to protect you. I don't need your protection right now. You should recognize the person who just left the dorm building, right?" "You mean Master Su Xian?" the gaunt man asked. Su Xian's mother was a member of the Li family, making him part of the household as well. Naturally, he recognized him. Li Lan nodded. "I order you to bring him back immediately." "But..." The gaunt man hesitated. "Young Master Li Qin said you're highly likely to encounter the Black Coffin's attack soon. He instructed me to shadow you at all times." "If you won't go, I'll go myself," Li Lan declared. Just as he was about to step out the door, the gaunt man blocked his path. "What are you doing? Young Master Li Lan, if you go out alone, you're likely to be targeted by the Black Coffin people. Let me go instead. Stay inside the dormitory and do not leave this circle I've drawn." The gaunt man pressed two fingers together, a thread of black flame rising from their tips. He pointed downward, and a large black-red circle materialized on the ground. Li Lan noticed the black ring on the man's finger and surmised that this must be the power granted by the ring. "What is this?" "A barrier ring. It creates a protective barrier. Stay within this circle, and if danger approaches, the barrier will shield you." "I'll be immediately alerted." Li Lan nodded and stepped inside the circle. Instantly, a surge of dark barrier energy rose within the circle, enveloping him. The gaunt man relaxed, then hurried out the door to chase after Su Xian. Seated within the barrier. With nothing to do, Li Lan simply lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. What element successfully absorbed the E-Wood power from the E-Wood core, mastering the divine ability, E-Wood Heaven's Ban? What element has acquired the divine ability, but currently lacks sufficient elemental energy to advance to divine ability master? Currently training diligently. What element energy plus 50? The wood element, seeing you asleep, looks down on you with contempt and begins frantic cultivation. What element energy plus 60? Infected by the wood element's disdain, the fire element also casts a look of utter contempt at you. Fire element energy plus 60. At this moment, in a cave on the outskirts of Shangnan City, a 7-year-old boy coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. A skull pendant hung around his neck. Before him stood a massive furnace. The furnace blazed fiercely within the pitch-black cavern. Visible to the naked eye, the fuel burning within was nothing less than the bodies of children, one after another. "High Priest, are you all right?" Seeing the boy coughing up blood, a beautiful woman with snake tattoos on her body approached with concern. A voice both childish and furious emerged from the boy's mouth. Burying his head in her lap, he burst into tears. "That damned Li Qin, that bloody delusional fool. He actually burned the very thread of my divine soul I had placed within the puppet. The great magician, the golden saint Li Qin? We entered a low-tier secret realm, didn't we? How could he possibly be here?" The beautiful woman stroked the boy's head soothingly, her voice filled with confusion. I miscalculated. I never expected the young master of the Li family to be in the secret realm too. He went in to save the young master of the Li family, the boy said, looking up at the sky above his head. A crack appeared in the space above his head. With a sharp crack, the blood moon holy grail landed securely in his palm. The young master of the Li family, the flaming emperor. Li Lan? The beautiful woman frowned. How could he be in there? The boy shook his head and suddenly smiled. I don't know. But the Li family sure knows how to hide things. They publicly declared their young master a useless, yet he possesses the strength of a high-tier sorcerer. If not for him, my plan wouldn't have failed this time. High-tier sorcerer. The beautiful woman looked surprised. But he ruined our divine cult's plans. Should I send one of our top-tier divine power users to eliminate him? The boy shook his head. No need. Li Qin isn't that foolish. After bringing Li Lan out of the secret realm, he'll definitely have someone protect him. The boy paused, then added, still, it wouldn't hurt to scout him out. Since Li Lan is a fire elemental sorcerer, send a water elemental follower, a low-tier divine power user should suffice. If Li Lan truly has powerful guardians by his side, we'll only lose one low-tier supernatural practitioner at most. After this incident, the Li family will undoubtedly launch a massive purge against the remnants of my Black Coffin faction. Most of these low-tier supernatural practitioners will likely be wiped out. Rather than dying in vain, it's better to contribute their strength to our master before their final breath. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Wait, let me touch it one more time. The boy gazed hungrily at the beautiful woman's black stockings. After the woman departed, the boy sat up straight once more. A faint, eerie glow flickered in his eyes. The seed of divinity has been planted. In 6 months, the National Martial Arts Tournament will commence. The era of my Black Coffin shall rise once more. Then my Black Coffin will rise to power completely. The Spirit Energy Association? Ha! Give it a few more years, and it'll be the little Black Coffin. In the dormitory. Li Lan, fast asleep, was jolted awake by the ringing phone. Li Lan picked up the phone to find it was his grandfather calling. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he answered, Grandpa, what's up? Can't I call you just because I feel like it? Came the cheerful laughter from the other end. Li Lan chuckled lazily, you're such a busy man. You naughty boy. By the way, your third brother mentioned you've become a high-level fire elementalist? That's about right, Li Lan replied with a sigh. Grandpa, you're not planning to bring me back to the Li family, are you? You silly child, wouldn't it be better to come home? Fine, it's all good. But I don't want to go back home just yet. Li Lan said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait a moment, you youngster. Why the rush? The voice across the line hurriedly interjected. Hold on, grandfather will send you some cultivation resources. Remember to train diligently. The National Martial Arts Tournament is in half a year. You'd better bring home a respectable result for me. And also. Alright, Li Lan cut him off hastily. You youngster, you said it yourself. Oh, and do you have enough money? Enough. Li Lan thought of the hundreds of millions in his bank account, then of the sacred blood on Su Xian's body, and quickly added, but if you want to send me some more, that's fine too. Alright, Grandpa will transfer it to you shortly. Oh, and the Li family has already handled the matter with the Black Coffin. You can focus on your training without worry. Those rats in the sewers, no matter how many times you try to exterminate them, they just keep coming back. Thanks, Grandpa. Li Lan offered a rare sweet remark. After hanging up, his phone immediately received a transfer from the World Bank. A whopping 50 million yuan. Grandpa sure is generous, Li Lan murmured, glancing online at the prices for blood purification agents. The cheapest ones cost 100,000 yuan per vial, mid-range ones 800,000 yuan per vial, and the better ones 2 million yuan per vial. This doesn't seem that expensive after all. He placed an order for 10 vials of the 2 million yuan variety in one go. Expected delivery tomorrow. After completing the purchase, he went back to sleep. Your fire element is currently auto-training. Fire element energy plus 35. Your wood element is currently auto-training. Wood element energy plus 20? After another several dozen minutes, the fire element within Li Lan began to stir restlessly. It seemed to sense an aura that made it feel extremely uncomfortable. A water elementalist was nearby. Li Lan slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window. There, an elderly man dressed as a sanitation worker was climbing the windows of the dormitory building. A water elementalist. Li Lan asked, who are you? He clearly wasn't pleased about being disturbed from his sleep. The one who's here to take your life. A mere fire elementalist, yet he dares to face me with such a calm expression. Damn it! The sanitation worker smashed through the window. A massive water sphere slammed into the barrier, sealing off the interior. A barrier, too. Who said I only had fire elemental magic? Li Lan rose slowly, his hands glowing with brilliant green light. Wooden barrier. Instantly, a massive vine burst through the ground, growing wildly and completely enveloping the sanitation worker. This can't be. As a member of the Li family, how could you possibly possess even the rudiments of a would attribute divine ability? No, this isn't a rudimentary form, it's a genuine divine ability. You don't even possess the strength of a divine power user. How did you comprehend divine power? The high priest deceived me. The sanitation workers struggled violently within the vines. Li Lan strolled out of the barrier, scratching his tousled hair. You sure talk a lot. With that, he punched through the vines, igniting a blazing inferno that slammed directly into the sanitation worker's head. Boom! The head exploded instantly. Blood spattered everywhere, splashing all over Li Lan's face. Li Lan nonchalantly went to the bathroom to wash his face. Then he returned to the barrier and went back to sleep. Outside the school, in a narrow alleyway, a gaunt man froze. Su Xian, bound and gagged over his shoulder, looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Young Master Li Lan is in danger. What? Hurry back. Damn it, it's all my fault. I know. Shut up. The lower half of the gaunt man's body was enveloped in black mist, instantly accelerating his speed several-fold as he sped toward the school as if compressing the ground into inches. Outside the dormitory building, Su Xian saw his dorm in utter disarray and sank into despair. Could something have happened to the young master? This is all my fault. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have come looking for me, and the young master wouldn't have encountered this. Wan Kai's expression was equally grim as he frowned and said, we should go back and check first. That barrier ring was given to me by young Master Li Qin. It probably won't be breached that quickly. Chapter 11, Body Tempering Technique, Divine Power Perfected, Consequences Your Own. The moment the two returned to the dormitory, they saw a blood-soaked corpse lying on the floor. Young Master Li Lan. Young Master. Su Xian's body trembled violently. He tore free from his restraints and rushed to the corpse, kneeling beside it. Young Master, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He sobbed for a long moment before realizing this didn't seem to be Li Lan. The fabric of Li Lan's clothes would never be this coarse. Could it be that the young master wasn't dead? He hurriedly pushed aside the surrounding clutter and finally spotted Li Lan behind a large cardboard box. There he lay, sleeping peacefully within a circle. He was even snoring softly, though the sound was faint. Thank goodness, the young master isn't dead. Su Xian smiled. If this isn't young Master Li Lan, then who is it? Wang Kai crouched beside the body, pulled back his clothes, and saw a black skull tattooed on his chest. What's this? The man from the black coffin, Wang Kai replied. Looks like he was a supernatural practitioner too. A psychic. Su Xian exclaimed in disbelief. You mean the young master killed a psychic? Wang Kai nodded. Su Xian sucked in a sharp breath. He had assumed Li Lan was merely a mid-tier sorcerer, just like himself. After the battle in the secret realm, he had assumed the young master was a high-level sorcerer. But now, it seems the young master hides his true strength even deeper than he imagined. To slay a divine power user at such a young age, without relying on external forces even among the current generation of young warriors, young Master Li Lan's achievements would rank among the top. Wang Kai sighed, young Master Su Xian, you'd better step up your game too. The National Martial Arts Tournament is only half a year away. Securing a top placement will earn you official rewards, and your family will also bestow honors. Su Xian nodded earnestly. I will. But the sacred blood within him. With that thought, he opened his phone's marketplace, browsed for a while, and splurged on several ordinary blood-purifying potions. As for the future, he'd figure out a solution for that later. Oh, Wang, will you be living with us from now on? Su Xian turned to Wang Kai. If so, we'll need to add another bed to the dorm. But first, we have to get the dorm repaired. He glanced at the floor with its gaping hole. The ceiling where the fan had fallen through. And the window, where did the window go? No need, Wang Kai said. Besides my fire-type abilities, I also possess dark-type powers. I'll stay hidden in the shadows to protect you all. As for the dorm, I'll call someone to fix it up. Wang Kai made a call, and soon the repairman arrived. That evening, all the students returned to school. Li Lan awoke from her slumber. The first thing she saw was Su Xian. Didn't I tell you if you left, don't come back? Young master. Su Xian said awkwardly, I was wrong. What good does it do to admit it now? I've already found a new tutor. He'll be here tomorrow, Li Lan said, stretching lazily before drifting back to sleep. Young master, I truly understand my mistake, Su Xian said, his voice tinged with embarrassment. If you know you're wrong, then go buy me a wheelchair. I left mine in the secret realm and didn't bring it out. Yes, sir. Realizing his master had granted him permission to stay, Su Xian exclaimed with delight. A few hours later, Su Xian returned to the dormitory pushing a wheelchair and carrying a box. Young master, your package. It seems to be from the family. So fast? Su Xian placed the box on Li Lan's bed. Li Lan opened it, and intense energy radiated from within. It was filled to the brim with fire element energy stones. So many. Li Lan's hand plunged into the box, and the stones vanished instantly. Fire element devours large quantity of fire attribute energy stones, diligently cultivating. Fire Element Energy plus 100. Fire Elemental consumes large quantity of fire attribute energy stones, diligently cultivating. Fire Elemental Energy plus 100. Fire Elemental consumes large quantity of fire attribute energy stones, diligently cultivating. Fire Elemental Energy plus 100. Fire Elemental consumes large quantity of fire attribute energy stones, diligently cultivating. Fire Elemental Energy plus 100. All energy stones fully digested. Your Fire Elementalist cultivation has advanced to late high tier. Already late stage? Well, I suppose so. After devouring so many energy stones worth over 100 million, even a pig should reach the late stage. Li Lan looked toward the bottom of the crate. After the energy stones vanished, a thin little notebook appeared before his eyes. A body tempering technique? Li Lan felt a surge of surprise. Beyond possessing sufficiently powerful psychic abilities, psychic practitioners ideally also cultivate robust physiques. Otherwise, they easily fall at a disadvantage in actual combat. Therefore, many psychic cultivators, in addition to honing their abilities, would carve out dedicated time to forge their bodies. This body tempering technique was the Li family's specialized method for physical conditioning. His grandfather had obtained it from a secret realm during his youth. Besides the body tempering technique, there was also a dragon-tiger body tempering technique. However, the latter is only suitable for those who have cultivated great supernatural abilities, not for a greenhorn like him. Looks like grandfather genuinely wants me to enter the martial arts tournament, Li Lan sighed. He opened the body tempering technique. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected 17 errors within the body tempering technique currently being cultivated by the host. The system has automatically corrected them. The body tempering technique is delighted to have a new master and is diligently cultivating. Your physique plus 10. The body tempering technique is delighted to have a new master and is diligently cultivating. Your physique plus 10. The body tempering technique is delighted to have a new master and is diligently cultivating. Your physique plus 10. Who would have thought the body tempering technique had so many errors? Li Lan was astonished to feel his body growing stronger step by step. But he had no intention of telling his clan. Even if he did, those old fogies wouldn't believe him. The next day, the potions arrived. Li Lan handed the potions to Su Xin. After a simple thank you, Su Xin remained silent for the entire day. Li Lan knew his mind must be in turmoil, so he didn't disturb him. That evening, he saw a message from Wang Miao. Li Lan, about what you told me in the secret realm last time I looked into it after returning. Su Hu vanished after leaving the realm. The next day, his parents came to school to process his withdrawal. Today I went to his house to find him, but his entire family had moved away. Do you know what happened? After exchanging a few words with her, Li Lan sighed. Su Hu had indeed been taken away. It seemed his choice yesterday had been the right one. If he hadn't taken Su Xian away then, he might have seen Su Xian's withdrawal papers today. Half a year later. With 1 month left until the National Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Across the provinces of Dragon Nation, preparations were underway. Cities were summoned to select prodigies to send to the provincial capitals for the tournament. 1 month after selection, the participants would head to Dragon Capital for the competition. Your fire element is diligently training. Fire element energy plus 60. Your wood element is diligently training. Wood element energy plus 70. Your lightning element is diligently cultivating. Lightning element energy plus 60. Your body forging technique is diligently cultivated. Your physique plus 10. The fire element is tired and has entered hibernation. Your fire element cultivation has advanced to mid-stage divine power user. Wood element is exhausted and has fallen into a deep slumber. Your wood element cultivation has advanced to early divine mastery. Seeing the others stop training, your lightning element has also ceased cultivation. Your lightning element cultivation has advanced to early stage divine power user. In the dormitory, deep in slumber. Li Lan fluttered his eyelids in surprise. After an unknown period, a familiar voice shattered his dream. Young master, wake up. Young master. What? Li Lan stretched lazily, glancing indifferently at Su Xian, who was shaking him awake. Su Xian said, Young master, the headmaster wants you to come see him. He says he plans to send the two of us, along with 2 senior students, to the provincial capital to participate in the National Martial Arts Tournament qualifiers. The qualifying requirements stipulated that participants must be high-tier spellcasters. As for the type of ability, there were no restrictions. After half a year of cultivation, Su Xian had advanced to late-stage high-tier fire elementalist, fully meeting the competition requirements. Oh. Li Lan responded coldly, adding, I'm not going. With that, he lay back down on the bed and continued sleeping. Young master. Su Xian pulled him up from the bed again and said, the clan chief has spoken. You must participate. A mocking smile spread across Li Lan's face. So he still remembers his son after all. Young master, your grandfather also said you must attend. Otherwise, he'll come from Longjing to Xiangnan City tomorrow and say. What did he say? He said he'd whip your backside with a bamboo cane. Li Lan stiffened, sitting up abruptly. Then push me there. All right. Principal's office. Li Lan, Suexayan, Wang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi. Whether our school secures funding from the Education Bureau this year depends entirely on you. The principal spoke earnestly. This martial arts competition is crucial. As long as you secure a ranking, even if you ultimately fail to qualify for the Longjing tournament, you'll still receive exceptionally generous benefits. Do you understand? We hear you loud and clear, Principal. Rest assured, even if I don't make the top 10, I'll definitely crack the top 20. No problem, Principal. Understood, Principal. The three replied in unison. Only Li Lan remained silent. They glanced at Li Lan and noticed he had fallen asleep in his wheelchair at some point. Though they were accustomed to this state of his, the principal's mouth still twitched slightly. Suexayan, when Li Lan wakes up, remember to tell him about this. No problem. Suexayan nodded. After leaving the principal's office, Wang Xiaotian leaned close to Suexayan's ear and whispered. You two are representing the school in the competition. A lot of the upperclassmen aren't happy about it. When you get back to the dorm later, you and your young master better watch your backs. Suexayan paused, then nodded at him. Got it. Thanks, I'll be careful. See you tomorrow. Huang Xiaotian flashed what he thought was a cool hand gesture and grinned. Who would be so bored as to hold a grudge against us? As Suexayan pushed Li Xayan back to the dormitory, they passed an empty room from which emerged 3 or 5 tall, burly young men. Suexayan frowned. Who are you? What do you want? We're just here to see how genius the prodigy representing our school really is, sneered one wearing a one-piece outfit. Half a year ago, after the incident in the secret realm, the school had hushed it up and paid hush money to every student. Though Li Lan's performance in the secret realm still circulated within the school. But the upperclassmen, who rarely mingled with others, didn't know much about him. At least more than you bunch of useless geniuses. Li Lan had awakened at some point. Staring at the 5 before him, he said coldly, I'll count to 3. If you don't move out of the way, you'll face the consequences. 3, 2. Chapter 12, Flame Vortex, Refined Combat Technique, Delicate Jade Feet. Ha 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 ha. Kid, are you sure you're talking to us? You call yourself Li Lan? I've heard your reputation for ages. Today, I'm eager to see just how formidable you really are. What gives you, a cripple stuck in a wheelchair, the right to speak to us? They couldn't help but laugh. One of them whispered, I heard this Li Lan has some serious connections. Are we really sure about doing this? A youth with green-dyed hair beside him retorted, what's there to fear? I, Shui Mingho, have never feared anyone. If he got to represent the school in the competition based solely on his status and background, I'd be the first to refuse to accept it. Brother Hao's right. I'm not convinced either. Me neither. 1. Just as Li Lan was about to act, Suexayan stopped him. Young master, let me handle this. Otherwise, we'll end up paying compensation again. What do you mean? Are you implying I only know how to wreck things? Li Lan replied indifferently, then you do it. The 5 men turned their gaze to Suexayan. You alone? You think you can challenge us? Suexayan's expression remained cool and detached as he replied, dealing with a bunch of trash like you? 1 man is more than enough. You're asking for it. With Brother Hao here, you still dare to talk big? What a joke. Elemental energies of gold, water, and fire surged from their hands, all clearly elemental-type psychics. Shui Mingho interjected, no need for the others. I'll handle this myself. Shui Mingho narrowed his eyes. You must be Suexayan. Today, I'll see just how formidable this aloof, privileged junior really is. Fierce flames erupted beneath his feet as he swept toward Suexayan. Suexayan remained silent. Flames erupted from his palm, forming a massive vortex. In an instant, it threatened to engulf everyone present. Li Lan flickered her fingers, and a massive vine shot up from the ground, shielding the 4 who hadn't yet joined the fight. Seconds later, the vines dispersed, revealing Suexayan standing beside Li Lan once more. Shui Mingho lay on the ground, his body scorched and covered in burns, trembling with terror. Brother Hao, are you okay? Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Shui Mingho's henchmen rushed forward to help him up. One of them shot Li Lan a complicated look and asked, why did you protect us just now? If not for Li Lan, he knew their fate would likely mirror Shui Mingho's current state on the ground. Li Lan didn't answer their question. Instead, he turned to Suexayan and said, not bad, but you need to strengthen your control over your divine power. If you hurt someone outside the arena again next time, it won't be good. Understood, young master. Suexayan nodded. Let's go. Suexayan pushed Li Lan toward the dormitory. Shui Mingho and the others watched their retreating figures, remaining silent throughout. Bro Mingho, are we still going to snatch the competition spot from them? Take it? Like hell we will. If we do, I'll be dead. Shui Mingho slowly rose to his feet and shouted in the direction Li Lan had departed, your skills are formidable, I'm impressed. I, Shui Mingho, swear here and now, from this day forward, no upperclassman will ever bother you again. Let's go. Shui Mingho turned to his men. Yes. Only after they departed did the students who had been hiding in the dorm room to watch the fight dare to emerge. I always knew Su Xian was strong, but I never imagined he'd be this powerful. Shui Mingho is ranked in the top 5 among the upperclassmen, right? Yet Su Xian took him down in one move. If Su Xian is this strong, then Li Lan must be even stronger, right? Not necessarily. Not necessarily, my ass. Li Lan is only stronger than Su Xian, never weaker. I often see Li Lan coaching Su Xian in the wasteland behind the school. Would a master be weaker than his disciple? Anyone saying Su Xian is stronger than Li Lan must be from the middle grades. Li Lan had the strength of an advanced sorcerer half a year ago. By now, he's probably already achieved the level of a divine power master. Doesn't that make him stronger than the teacher? The teacher? What a joke. Young Master Lazy is my god. The selection tournament was scheduled for 10 days later, requiring arrival 1 day prior. Official transportation would then shuttle them to the provincial capital. Thus, the next 9 days were free time for them. The school designated these 9 days as vacation specifically for them to unwind, telling them to relax and not put too much pressure on themselves. Half a year ago, Li Lan bought an apartment in the city center to live in during vacations, aiming to better settle into life in Shangnan City. It was also around that time that his lightning element awoke by chance. He stumbled upon a lightning element treasure in his secret realm and claimed it. Su Xian pushed Li Lan through the residential complex where the apartment was located. Li Lan asked, "Is the holy blood in your body okay?" "It's fine. With the potion master gave me to suppress it, it hasn't stirred at all these past 6 months." Half a year ago, Su Xian had also signed a contract with Li Lan, pledging to work for him free of charge for 30 years after graduation to repay the cost of the potions. Li Lan had initially intended to refuse, but faced with Su Xian's unyielding stance, she ultimately agreed. As they opened the door, a girl dressed in pink with twin ponytails leapt before them. Her eyes were large and bright, her skin smooth as jade, flawless and poreless. A lollipop shaped like a cigarette dangled from her mouth. "Li Nini, why are you here again?" Li Lan groaned, lying in his wheelchair and glaring at her. "You think I want to be here? This place is tiny and shabby." Li Nini, still sucking on her lollipop, eyed Li Lan up and down with disdain. "Grandpa sent me. He wants to see if you're participating in the National Martial Arts Tournament qualifiers." She continued, "Brother, why are you still so lazy? You can't even be bothered to walk." She was Li Lan's cousin, the daughter of his father's younger brother. "Mind your own business," Li Lan retorted, equally dismissive. "If you don't want to be here, you can just stay outside." "Bro, I'm already here. Are you really going to kick me out?" Li Nini bit her lollipop, pouting her lips and putting on an act of cuteness. It must be said, when she wasn't talking, she was quite adorable, like a little sister next door. But the moment she opened her mouth, her image was ruined. Of course, only in Li Lan's eyes. To everyone else, Li Nini remained an adorable young girl. Whether you go or not is none of my damn business. "Pretty girl, get out of the way. Su Xian, let's go inside." Back in the room, Li Lan flopped onto the bed and fell fast asleep. Li Nini looked at Su Xian and said, "Brother Xian, my brother is so lazy. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" "Young master, you know how he is," Su Xian chuckled. "He's always been like this. But this is too lazy. I've never seen anyone this lazy in my entire life." Li Nini exclaimed loudly. She leapt up and landed squarely on Li Lan's waist. "Li Nini, are you trying to kill me?" Li Lan yelped in pain, cursing. "Brother, I'm sorry. Please don't scold me, okay?" Li Nini buried her face in Li Lan's back, rubbing against him, instantly switching to a sweet, pleading tone. Li Lan snorted coldly, his anger mostly subsiding as he pushed her away. Get lost, get lost. You little brat, go play somewhere else. I'm going to sleep." As dusk fell, Li Lan rose from bed to draw water. Glancing around the room, he noticed Li Nini was nowhere to be found. Su Xian was cultivating his supernatural abilities in his own room. Returning from drawing water, he spotted a book on the living room table. Li Nini brought her homework? Didn't she never study? Li Lan recalled that Li Nini had disliked studying since childhood and loved getting into fights. She'd even been suspended for a semester in 7th grade for fighting. Ironically, she adored wearing pink clothes, seemingly proving the saying, "The pinker the clothes, the fiercer the fists." He leaned closer and realized it wasn't homework at all, but a notebook filled with notes on fighting techniques. It detailed every trick, dirty move, and underhanded tactic Li Nini had discovered during her fights. Li Lan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Flipping to the cover, he saw bold characters, Master Li Nini's combat notes. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Detected 137 errors in the unknown combat techniques manual currently being viewed by the host. System has automatically corrected them. So many errors? Li Lan froze. Well, if that's the case, I'll go ahead and fix them for him. Li Lan picked up a pen, but instead of directly editing Li Nini's notebook, he took out a fresh notebook and rewrote everything in it. Half an hour later, Li Lan rubbed his eyes. Finally finished. Back to sleep. Several hours later, Li Mimi returned home and saw her notebook had been tampered with. She flew into a rage. Damn it! Who dares touch this lady's stuff? She stormed over to the desk, cheeks puffed out in anger. Grabbing the notebook, she checked to make sure no one had tampered with her sacred notes before relaxing. Huh? What's this? Li Mimi picked up the notebook next to her notes and flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, it all clicked into place, leaving her utterly astonished. She was utterly captivated. So this is how it can be done. This can actually be done here? That's amazing. How did I not think of this method back then? Brilliant. Holy crap, 666. Hours later, she set down her notebook and suddenly remembered. Who wrote this? She examined the handwriting on the notes closely and discovered it was actually from her lazy cousin. No way. My lazy cousin? How could he possibly be a martial arts master? Could it be that his laziness was all an act? That he was actually more dedicated than anyone else behind the scenes? It must be it. It must be it. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have sent me to check if he entered the National Martial Arts Tournament qualifiers. Even Grandpa recognizes my cousin's skill? Cousin, you've been hiding your true abilities all this time. No way. My cousin is this good? I absolutely can't let him fall into someone else's hands. My cousin belongs only to me. Li Mimi clenched her fists as she declared. Arriving at Li Lan's room, she kicked the door with all her might. Unfortunately, the door didn't open, it just got a hole kicked in. Li Lan didn't wake up, so Li Mimi kept kicking. Kicking and shouting at the top of her lungs, "Cousin, wake up! Cousin! Cousin, I want to apprentice under you! Get up now! Cousin, did you hear me?" Su Xian, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, froze at the sight. He'd long heard rumors that Li Mimi of the Li family was a violent maniac, capable of kicking down iron gates. Now, it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Xian, you're just in time. Do you have a key? Help me open the door. There's actually a doorknob over there. Just turn it. Su Xian pointed to the handle on the door. Li Mimi turned the knob. Click. The door swung open. Her face flushed bright red. I'm so sorry, I got too excited. I forgot there was a handle. I'll pay for the door. Her embarrassment was so intense she twisted the handle right off. No need. Your cousin has plenty of money. Seems the other rumor was true too. Besides being a violent brute, Li Mimi's brain was filled with nothing but muscles. Actually, I don't want to pay for it either, Li Mimi said with a sweet smile, stepping into Li Lan's room. For a moment, Su Xian almost had the illusion that Li Mimi wasn't a violent maniac at all. She was just a well-behaved little sister with a bit more strength than most. I must be crazy to even think that. Su Xian shook his head and returned to his room to continue his cultivation. Li Lan, who was asleep, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, as if something heavy was sitting on him. His nose felt like it was being stepped on too. Opening his eyes, he saw a pair of feet clad in white stockings, dainty and delicate like jade. Chapter 13, The Pink Witch, Journey to the Provincial Capital, and the eldest brother of the Li family. Li Mimi, have you lost your mind? Li Lan shouted. Get your stinky feet off me. Li Mimi giggled, brother, you're so heartless. So many people would kill to see my feet, yet they never get the chance. She touched her own feet, smooth as silk, like the finest white jade. Li Lan couldn't be bothered to respond, simply shoving her off the bed. He went back to sleep. Li Mimi rose from the floor with a pout. Brother, you're so heartless. Was that note on my desk written by you? Li Lan murmured a soft Li Mimi chuckled, bro, you really are a hidden gem. All these years, I actually thought you were a useless piece of trash. Li Lan ignored her. Li Mimi continued, brother, take me as your disciple. I'll make sure your martial arts are passed down for generations. Then I'll open a martial arts academy, commanding thousands of disciples, and we'll go kick the door of those foreign tribes. Her eyes lit up as she spoke. Listening to her chatter incessantly by his ear, Li Lan felt his head buzzing. He regretted writing those things down. Brother, are you even listening? Yeah. So what do you think of my plan? Not great. You're going to challenge the alien tribes? Those savages of the barbarian spirit tribe could kick you into mincemeat with a single blow. In the vicinity of the Human Federation, there were two tribes, the Wind Shadow tribe and the barbarian spirit tribe. The Wind Shadow clan lived in peaceful seclusion. Ever since their habitat merged with Blue Star, they had remained quietly within their own territory. They only interacted with the outside world during trade exchanges. The barbarian spirits, however, are different. They are inherently savage and possess immense strength. For the past 3,000 years since the revival of spiritual energy, they have constantly schemed to annex human territories. This has led to countless wars, large and small, between the Human Federation and them. Even so, vast swaths of human land have been forcibly annexed into their domain. The inhabitants of those territories invariably met the same fate, consumed as sustenance. Fine, I won't take it. Why curse me? Li Mimi puffed out her cheeks indignantly. Brother. Come hang out with me. I want to go shopping, but I'm totally broke. No way. Bro, please? Please? No way. You really won't? Seriously? Li Nini suddenly chuckled. If you really won't, then let's play a game instead. Leilan felt a sense of foreboding and quickly sat up in bed. Fine, but you have to push me. Of course, no problem. Li Nini chuckled. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, Leilan instinctively closed his eyes. Sure enough, the next second, he experienced what it felt like to fly. Li Nini pushed him along the road at breakneck speed. Let's go. Let's go. Time to go shopping. Go, go, go. Pretty girl, go, go, go. What normally took half an hour was crammed into a mere 5 minutes by her. Li Nini pushed Li Lan into a high-end doll shop. The shop assistant immediately broke into a smile upon seeing Li Nini. Li Nini selected a pink dinosaur doll. After scanning the item code, the clerk turned to Li Lan with enthusiasm and said, "Sir, your total comes to 140,032 yuan. I'll round it down for you, that's 140,000 yuan. Li Lan, who was just pulling his bank card from his pocket, froze. How much is that? He was wealthy, but he wasn't a sucker. A doll for 140,000 yuan? That was clearly a ripoff. The clerk froze and asked, "Didn't the young lady tell you?" "What did she say?" "She came to the store today and damaged one of our top-tier rosewood cabinets, 3 mirrors, and a limited edition ceramic doll. We can provide invoices and receipts for all of these." The clerk gestured toward an empty space nearby, indicating the accident site. So it was all planned out. No wonder he'd spent all his money. Li Lan sighed and swiped his card to pay. The same routine repeated itself several more times. By the time Li Lan was being pushed along the way home, he calculated he'd spent over 800,000 yuan that day. Li Nini, sucking on a lollipop and humming a tune, bounced along with a pile of bags on her back. It was obvious she was genuinely happy. Oh well, she'd be leaving in a few days anyway. Might as well endure it a little longer. Suddenly, Li Lan noticed someone following him. There were about 3 of them, all psychics, with power levels around low-mid tier. Their gaze wasn't fixed on Li Lan himself, but rather fixed on Li Nini behind him with a look of pure malice. Li Lan's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed the old saying, "A knight-errant uses martial arts to break the law," held some truth. Since he wasn't afraid of them, Li Lan didn't immediately intervene. Instead, he wanted to see when they would finally step out of the shadows. As they passed through a dimly lit alley, the trio finally couldn't resist stepping forward. "Hello there, little sister." Li Nini frowned at them and asked, "What do you want?" "What else could we want?" "Of course we want to play a game with you." "Play a game? Really?" Li Nini asked innocently, "Can my brother join too?" The leader glanced at Li Lan beside her and chuckled, "Sure, he can. But your brother probably can't play with us. After all, this game doesn't allow disabled people." One of the men behind him gave Li Lan a lecherous look and suggested, "Brother Zhuang, I think letting him join isn't out of the question. Look at him, he's got such delicate skin." Li Lan's expression froze. Li Nini quickly shoved him away, her voice innocent. "It's such a shame my brother can't play with us. I'll push him away then. Wait for me, okay?" "Sure, sure, sure." The men chuckled happily. Li Lian was shoved out of the alley by Li Nini, who then skipped back in alone. Li Lan wasn't overly concerned for her. He knew that even if all those men combined their strength, they wouldn't be a match for Li Nini alone. After all, Li Nini was a mid to late stage force type awakened. Add to that her training since childhood in the Li household, and even some high-tier spellcasters might struggle to defeat her. Hopefully no one gets killed. That would just cause more trouble. Li Lan sat quietly in his wheelchair, waiting for her return. True to his expectations, the next moment brought a series of agonized cries from the alleyway. And Li Nini's innocent laughter. "Miss, spare my life. No, not my manhood. It hurts. It hurts so much. Run. This woman is a demon. Run. Don't run away. Let's play together. Didn't you say you wanted to play games with me? Brothers who lie aren't good brothers." Minutes later, 3 naked men were dragged out of the alleyway, bound by Li Nini. Their lower bodies were already a bloody mess. Their faces were bruised and swollen, covered in red, blue, and purple bruises. "What else do you want?" "Of course we're going to keep playing games with them." Li Nini flashed her little fangs and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'll be back soon." Li Lan watched as Li Nini dragged the 3 men up to a traffic light pole, then tossed them over the top. She tied one end of the rope to the pole itself. The 3 dangled mid-air, swaying back and forth, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. Li Nini happily returned to Li Lan's side. "Brother, let's go." "That was brutal." Li Lan nodded. The victims' screams echoed from below. Crowds jostled beneath them, some chattering, but most snapping photos for social media or recording short videos. Back home, Li Lan could finally sleep soundly. Fire Element resumes diligent cultivation, Fire Element energy plus 30. What element felt drowsy but began training anyway? What element energy plus 10? Thunder Element is full of energy and trains vigorously. Thunder Element energy plus 25. Su Xin continued his training. As for Li Mimi, she headed straight to practice martial arts the moment she got home. Fortunately, Li Lan's house was spacious enough, otherwise, it wouldn't have withstood her energetic activities. 8 days later, with only 2 days left until the selection tournament began. Early that morning, Li Lan received a notice from the school asking them to come in. They said they had something to discuss with them. Upon arriving at school, the principal had them fill out several forms, likely liability waivers and related documents. They also received details about the competition itself. Like regular tournaments, the qualifiers would be one-on-one matches. Weapons, potions, and other auxiliary items were prohibited during combat. Victory would advance competitors to the next round. Should a participant lose in the later rounds, they could enter a consolation round to re-enter the competition. That's the gist of it. Any questions? Principal Du said earnestly. The 4 shook their heads, indicating they understood. In that case, I won't elaborate further. You may stay at the school tonight or return home. Tomorrow at noon, a special vehicle will pick you up from the school to take you to the provincial capital. Of course, you may choose to go on your own, but please inform the school beforehand to avoid causing concern. Understood. The 3 replied in unison. The 4 turned to look at Li Lan. Sure enough, he had fallen asleep again. The moment the 4 left the principal's office, a familiar figure appeared before them: Cui Mingho. Su Xin frowned slightly. Cui Mingho hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not here to cause trouble. The principal asked me to serve as your guide for this competition." Guide? Su Xin was puzzled, unsure why a competition would require a guide. Huang Xiaotian chuckled. Cui Mingho studied every top player in the province to prepare for the qualifiers. Imagine his shock when the principal didn't pick and chose you guys instead. He was so furious he nearly jumped off the 4th floor. No wonder he was so furious back then. Su Xin nodded. You Huang Xiaotian, you really can't keep your mouth shut. Cui Mingho shot Huang Xiaotian a glare before turning to the group. The principal has already covered everything. He assigned me as your guide primarily to brief you on the competitors in this tournament. Then I'll start with the most popular ones. There are 5 top contenders in this tournament. They are Thunder Beast Duan Zitao, Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi, I Prince Xin Ming, Water Lily Su Wanyue, and Dark Sword Wu Liqui. The first 4 are from the provincial capital. The last one, Wu Liqui, hails from Yang City, right next to Shangnan City. 2 years ago, he was taken in as a direct disciple by Ghost Moon, the elder of the Tang sect. His abilities are Dark Element and Night Vision. His strength is likely that of a divine power user, though the exact number of divine powers he commands is unknown. Thunder Beast is the legitimate young master of the Duan family, a Thunder attribute clan from the provincial capital. By the time Li Lan got home, it was already noon. He had planned to enjoy a nice nap and wait for the competition to begin. But the moment he arrived home, he received a call from his older brother. "Hey, big bro, aren't you at the military base? How come you've got time to call me?" A deep, magnetic voice came from the other end. "I just suddenly felt like calling you. Is that not okay?" "Of course you can. Call whenever you want." Li Lan deliberately yawned loudly, signaling he was ready for bed. But his brother seemed to ignore it, saying, "You're still in Shangnan, right?" "Yeah. Heard you've changed a lot lately. Even grandfather praised you. I'm in the provincial capital of Jiangnan province now. The day after tomorrow, I'll be heading to the border to join the battle. Come over now. Let's meet up, brother. I'll get a chance to see what you're capable of." Chapter 14, The Young Emperor of Qingyang. The tournament begins. Pre-match drama, The Strange Man in the Suit. After hanging up on his older brother, Li Lan immediately called for a private jet to fly to the provincial capital. It touched down smoothly on the helipad of the 5-star hotel where his elder brother was staying. Su Xin pushed Li Lan off the aircraft. A waiter approached with utmost respect. "Good day, distinguished guests. May I ask if you have a reservation?" "We have no reservation. Our young master is here to find someone," Su Xin replied. Li Lan had fallen asleep during the long flight. "May I ask who your young master is looking for?" "I can check if there are any notes on file," the attendant said with a smile, unlike the cold, sarcastic treatment often portrayed in those tacky TV dramas when you're not a paying customer. "Li Qingyang. The gentleman is in the presidential suite. This way, please." Hearing the name, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of sullen respect as he promptly led the way. The attendant led them to a door adorned with gold and splendor, then knocked lightly. "Mr. Li, your guests have arrived." Come in." A deep, magnetic voice echoed from within. Though spoken softly, the two heard it clearly. The attendant cautiously pushed open the doors, allowing Su Xin to guide Li Lan inside. A spacious reception room came into view, adorned with various expensive paintings. A young man sat at the conference table, engrossed in reading The Art of War. He had fiery red hair tied in a short ponytail, a well-proportioned physique, and muscles that radiated masculine beauty. His waist was sleek, his abdominal muscles chiseled like stone, utterly irresistible to women. He resembled an emperor commanding the world, radiating a majestic presence even in quiet repose. He was Li Qingyang, the eldest son of the Li family. 7 years prior, during a war against the Manling tribe, he had sacrificed himself to slay 3 of their great mystics, saving hundreds of thousands of lives and achieving instant fame. As the eldest grandson of the Flame Emperor, he was revered as the Young Emperor. Young Master! Su Xian exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as if he were seeing his idol. Li Qingyang nodded, then turned his gaze to Li Lan in the wheelchair, his brow furrowing slightly. Still as lazy as ever. Shall I wake the young master? No need. Let him sleep, Li Qingyang said. Sit down and tell me what's happened over the past half year. When Li Lan awoke, he heard his older brother talking with Su Xian. He's usually lazy, but then secretly practices alone. Why would he do that? I don't know either. Li Lan. What does secretly practicing alone even mean? He never practiced at all, okay? Those abilities just cultivated themselves. Little lazy, you're awake? Come on, let's spar a few rounds. Li Qingyang set down his book and looked at Li Lan. Li Lan nodded, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The two entered a brightly lit training room. In this era of spiritual energy revival, such training rooms were standard fixtures in presidential suites of 5-star hotels. I'll hold back my strength later. Just attack me with everything you've got. All right. Flames ignited around Li Lan's fists as he unleashed the combat techniques he'd recently mastered, charging toward his older brother. But Li Qingyang seemed to anticipate his attack trajectory, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the blow. Too slow. Little lazy, speed is the essence of warfare. Li Qingyang stood like a stern elder, yet also like an invincible general, imparting wisdom to his younger brother or subordinate. Got it, big bro. Li Lan shouted, choosing not to engage in close combat this time. Instead, he gathered blazing fire into his fist and struck out through the air. The flames erupted, forming a ferocious giant tiger that lunged forward. Not bad, you've improved. But it's still not enough. Li Qingyang leapt into the air, evading the tiger's attack, and declared, in warfare, one must adapt to circumstances and achieve victory through strategy. Can you speak plainly, man? Li Lan's mind raced to decipher the meaning behind those words. Suddenly, he noticed several sacks of lime piled in the corner of the training room. Got it. He quickly threw another punch, blocking his older brother's gaze. Then he sprinted toward the lime bags at top speed. He memorized his older brother's position. He grabbed a bag of lime and flung it into the air, shattering it. A cloud of lime filled the air, instantly blinding both men. Li Lan felt his eyes burning fiercely, but he had no time to spare. He dashed to the spot he'd memorized, ignited his fist, and slammed it forward. In an instant, all the lime vanished from the training room. Li Qingyang grasped Li Lan's fist with his right hand and remarked with satisfaction, "It seems you've truly made significant progress during this time. However, your combat techniques are still too rough around the edges and require further practice." His older brother was truly remarkable, knowing even this. His combat techniques came from Li Nini's notes, but the methods described there were too sparse. He hadn't truly learned anything substantial. So in his older brother's eyes, this fighting style naturally qualified as inexperienced. Understood, big brother. Alright, it's getting late. I just received word time to go. Li Qingyang looked at Li Lan and said, Little Lan, I'll wait for you on the battlefield. Li Lan nodded. Big brother, stay safe. After Li Qingyang left, Li Lan collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. So tired. If only I could stay here forever. He closed his eyes. He didn't know how long he'd been asleep when Su Xian woke him up and fed him. The next day, he rested all day. On the third day, both of them received a call from the principal. They were told the competition had arrived and they needed to go to the provincial stadium to participate. When the two arrived at the stadium, it was already packed with people. Most of them, however, were spectators. Li Lan, Su Xian over here. Hearing someone call their names, they looked over and saw Chui Mingho waving at them. Su Xian pushed Li Lan over. Chui Mingho handed each of them a list and said, Su Xian, your opponent is Du Yu from the elite supernatural ability class at Mingda High. Li Lan, yours is a bit trickier Fan Long from class 1 of Jiangnan First High. A strength-type ability user. Not long ago, he defeated a divine power user with the strength of a high-tier sorcerer. Su Xian took the list, glanced at the already sleeping Li Lan, and pocketed her copy as well. I've been talking this much, and you've already fallen asleep. Chui Mingho's mouth twitched. Suddenly, amidst the sea of people, a pair of eyes locked onto Li Lan. Zhuang, what's wrong? Asked the person beside the gazer. The man known as Zhuang glared at Li Lan with a venomous look and said, Bro, a few days ago, I got beaten up by that guy's sister. So you want me to avenge you? The young man frowned. He was one of the contestants in this competition, named Chu Wu. Exactly. Bro, I just glanced at his sister on the street, and she beat me up right then and there, calling me a disgusting, ordinary guy. After beating me, she stripped me naked and hung me from a traffic light, Chu Zhuang said angrily. But the competition is about to start. The disciplinary committee will have issues with private fights. What's there to fear? They're not competitors. Today, when I followed you to the provincial capital, I kept an eye out for our Shangnan city competitors. I guarantee those two aren't among them. They must have just come to watch. Fine then, Chu Wu conceded reluctantly, turning to the other man beside him. Wang Lian, go handle this for my brother. Hurry up. We'll head into the arena together shortly. Got it, brother Chu. Wang Lian nodded. Let's go, little Zhuangzi. Got it, brother Huang. Just wait till we get inside, you're gonna beat the crap out of that cripple. He really pissed me off the other day. Never been humiliated like that in my life. Su Xian was pushing Li Lan along the street when they were suddenly stopped. Hey, buddy, got a light? Huang Lian held up a few Ronglang cigarette, sizing them up. This guy meant trouble. Su Xian replied coldly, sorry, we don't smoke. No light. Just as he started to walk away, Wang Lian grabbed the wheelchair. You don't have a lighter, but surely the guy in the wheelchair does? Let go. Su Xian growled, I'll say it again, let go of your filthy hands. What did you say? I said let go of your hooves. Su Xian repeated. Dare to insult me? I'll beat you to death. Huang Lian swung a punch at Su Xian. In an instant, blazing flames erupted from Su Xian's body, swirling into a vortex that sucked Huang Lian into its center. Seconds later, Wang Lian sat on the ground, his face frozen in terror. You. What are you doing? What are you doing? Security personnel rushed over from nearby, shouting, private fights are prohibited in the competition area. Don't you know that? Sir, they started it. Everyone here can vouch for me, Su Xian stated. Those nearby nodded in agreement. Some even volunteered a brief account of what had just transpired. The staff checked everyone's credentials, then turned to Huang Lian sitting on the ground and said angrily, well, the attacker is actually a contestant. Come with us. Su Xian glanced at Li Lan, who had regained consciousness at some point. Young master, let's go. Li Lan replied. Glancing at Chu Zhuang, who was sitting nearby with a black eye and swollen face, he murmured softly, self-awareness is a precious quality. Young master, do you know him? No. Su Xian pushed Li Lan through the crowd as they strolled along. Young master. Chu Zhuang froze in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his body. What was his status? A contestant and such a formidable one at that actually addressed him as young master. Had he just crossed some big shot? He wanted to slap himself right then and there. Then, a massive hand smacked him square across the face. Who dares hit me? Chu Zhuang glared angrily, only to find it was his own older brother. You little brat. Didn't you say he wasn't a contestant? I didn't know. Get the hell out of here right now. You good-for-nothing troublemaker. Chu Wu roared. Chu Zhuang fled in panic. Just then, a young man in a white suit approached Chu Wu and asked, what's going on? A smile instantly spread across Chu Wu's face. Master, how did you get here? My brother just caused trouble, so I came to teach him a lesson. The man in the white suit said, the competition is about to begin. Since you haven't gone over yet, I came to check on you. Then let's go now, Chu Wu said, his face filled with admiration. His master had risen like an alien being just half a year ago. In merely 6 months, he had ascended from a mid-tier sorcerer to a divine power user. To Chu Wu, he was nothing short of a god. If his master hadn't insisted on keeping a low profile, he would have been shouting his master's exploits from the rooftops by now. The man in the white suit responded, his gaze lingering in surprise at Li Lan's retreating figure. Master, what's wrong? The man in the suit didn't answer his question. Instead, he watched Li Lan, a faint, sinister smile spreading across his face. Li Lan, quite interesting. Chapter 15, the match begins, White Reaper, Su Xian in peril. The stadium was packed with people, its outer perimeter filled with spectators. The inner perimeter held the contestants, their accompanying teachers or rather, parents and support staff. At the very center of the field stood 10 massive fighting platforms, each surrounded by staff maintaining order. Bright lights illuminated each platform. Reporters from major media outlets and influencers from all corners of the internet focused their attention on the championship favorites, the 5 prodigies mentioned earlier by Cui Mingho. Look, everyone! That's Duan Zitao, the young master of the Duan family from the provincial capital. At just 23 years old, he's already reached the divine power realm. His future is limitless, a reporter exclaimed loudly, pointing his camera toward the Jiangnan No. 1 high school section. All eyes followed the gesture to see a coldly arrogant young man sitting quietly, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Wow, he's so handsome. Young Master Duan, I love you. Mr. Duan, marry me. The surrounding crowd erupted with the voices of countless young female fans, though male admirers were also present. Their eyes burned with fervor as they stared at Duan Zitao, as if they could devour him whole. But Duan Zitao merely gave them a faint glance before withdrawing his gaze. He's such a show-off. I'm so jealous, Wang Xiaotian glared enviously at Duan Zitao on the Jiangnan No. 1 high school court, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Cui Mingho patted his shoulder, offering consolation, relax, you'll never measure up to him. As an escort for Shangnan No. 1 high school, he had access to the inner field. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Huang Xiaotian glared at him. Zhang Yuanqi and Principal Du simply smiled without comment. Su Xian was massaging Li Lan's shoulders. Li Lan, as usual, was fast asleep. As figures like Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi, I Prince Xin Ming, Narcissus Su Wanyue, and Dark Blade Wu Liqui appeared one after another, the atmosphere surged to an entirely new peak. Compared to the earlier arrivals, however, Wu Liqiu drew little attention. He was clad entirely in black, wrapped tightly from head to toe, and wore a dark mask that hid his features completely. Apart from Thunder Beast Duan Zitao, the most popular figure was undoubtedly Narcissus Su Wanyue. Her striking beauty had won her countless male admirers. Inside the venue of Wancheng First High School, Chu Wu looked at the crowd with disdain. A bunch of trash. They have no idea of Master's true strength. Otherwise, they'd all be bowing down to you, Master. Not bow down, but rather be astonished, sighed the man in the white suit seated beside him. Master speaks wisely, Chu Wu hastily agreed. Behind them, the principal of Wancheng No. 1 High School frowned slightly. Fang Hong, if possible, I hope you win this tournament. You could afford to be low-key before, but now is not the time for that. The man in the white suit nodded and smiled. Yes, Principal. Among the media and influencers, many had given Li Lan close-ups because of his exceptionally handsome face. But when they saw Li Lan seated in a wheelchair, they all sighed in unison. They assumed he was merely accompanying the school delegation. The competition began. Since all of Shangnan Middle School's matches took place on the front-facing Platform 3, their attention remained solely on that platform. The first match on Stage 3 pitted Wu Tianxi, the Poison Wolf from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, against a student from Mingda's Elite Supernatural Abilities class. Mingda's Elite Supernatural class. My opponent seems to be from that class too. Is their school that formidable? Su Xian asked Chui Mingho as he watched. To be precise, only their class is formidable. Chui Mingho pondered for a moment before saying, the participants from Mingda's Elite Supernatural Abilities class are the most numerous outside of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Speaking of which, that Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi used to be a student in their class too, but he was later poached by Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Su Xian nodded. Feeling the heat in the venue, he specifically fetched a fan to cool Li Lan. Huang Xiaotian watched him helplessly and said, Su Xian, you're practically Li Lan's mom now. At the third arena, an anonymous spectator from Mingda's Elite Supernatural class stared at Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi, a sneer spreading across his face. Senior brother, long time no see. Cut the crap. Let's get this over with. Wu Tianxi's eyes glowed with a sinister green light as his teeth began to elongate, transforming into fangs. Even his fingernails began to elongate, transforming into a pair of sharp emerald green claws. Chui Mingho whispered, this Wu Tianxi is a rare dual-element user poison and wolf-type beast transformation. I hear once he reaches the great mystic realm, he can transform himself directly into a poisonous wolf. Frost began forming beneath the feet of the bystander, while cold air condensed into an ice sword in his hand. Wielding the blade, he strode forward and lunged at Wu Tianxi. After several rounds of fierce combat, the passerby was finally kicked out of the arena by Wu Tianxi. As he hit the ground, black, foul-smelling blood spurted from his mouth and he collapsed unconscious. Wu Tianxi wins, the referee announced loudly. The staff surrounding the ring paled and shouted, call a doctor. Quick, call a doctor. Someone's been poisoned. Wu Tianxi, you heartless bastard, the Mingda Special Abilities class members cursed viciously. That Wu Tianxi really went all out, Huang Xiaotian marveled. He even attacked his former classmate with such ferocity. Chui Mingho whispered again, that's nothing. I know something even more explosive. What? What? Spill it. Huang Xiaotian begged, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chui Mingho lowered his voice further. I heard that when Wu Tianxi was a kid, his dad was a drunk who beat him up at home. Then, after he got his special abilities, the first thing he did was kill his own father. Whoa! Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Yuanqi both sucked in sharp breaths. Chui Mingho was about to continue. Until Wu Tianxi glanced their way, and he shut his mouth in fear. Time slowly passed. Zhang Yuanqi and Huang Xiaotian took the stage one after another, facing opponents who weren't particularly strong and narrowly winning their matches. Next up, Su Xian from Shangnan No. 1 High School vs Du Yu from Mingda's Supernatural Elite class. Su Xian set down his fan. Li Lan woke up, knowing Su Xian had the match in the bag, and went back to sleep. Sure enough, the moment Su Xian stepped onto the stage, he instantly defeated his opponent with a single move, drawing the attention of many. One move? Impressive. Who knew Shonan First High had such a prodigy? Still, he's a bit weaker than those top-tier geniuses. After several more matches, it was finally Li Lan's turn. Next match, Li Lan of Shangnan No. 1 High School vs Fan Long of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Young master, your match is about to begin, Su Xian nudged Li Lan. But Li Lan merely fluttered his eyelids. A faint snore drifted from him. Principal Du nearly tipped his wheelchair over in frustration. Next match, Li Lan from Shangnan No. 1 High School vs Fan Long from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The referee's voice rang out again. With no other choice, Su Xian pushed Li Lan's wheelchair onto the stage. Witnessing this scene, countless eyes widened in shock. Holy, what the hell is this? Is this Li Lan disabled? How dare Shaman number 1 high school let a disabled person compete? Fan Long is so lucky he just got a free win. The referee looked at the roster in his hand with confusion. It clearly stated Li Lan was able-bodied, with excellent physical attributes across the board. Su Xian whispered to the referee, "Referee, this is just how my young master is. Please declare the match open." This is ridiculous. The referee's mustache twitched with fury. Yet the rules didn't explicitly prohibit entering the court in a wheelchair. He could only announce, identified as Li Lan. Match begins. Fan Long let out a wicked cackle. Well then, I'll gladly accept this victory. The next instant, flames erupted beneath his feet. With a loud bang, he vanished outside the ring. Fan Long sat up from the ground, frozen in shock. He wasn't the only one stunned. The entire stadium, spectators and referee alike, froze in shock. Good heavens, what just happened? No idea. How did Fan Long suddenly fly out of the arena? It looked like an explosion happened under his feet just now. At that moment, a hoarse voice came from the direction of the VIP stand. Ring 3, Li Lan wins. Hearing this, the referee finally snapped out of it and declared Li Lan the winner. An immediate uproar erupted among the crowd. What just happened? So fast I didn't even see when Li Lan made his move. Me neither. Looks like we've got a dark horse here. Young master, you really are. Su Xian, who hadn't yet returned to the inner arena, had no choice but to come back and reluctantly escort Li Lan back inside. Fan Long slowly rose from the ground, but suddenly his legs gave way. A sharp pain shot through him, sending him crashing back to the floor. Was this caused by the explosion just now? He suddenly understood, staring fearfully in the direction Li Lan had departed, cold sweat pouring down his body. Ultimately, it was only with the support of a teacher from Jiangnan No. 1 High School that he managed to return to the rest area where his class was located. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School touched Fan Long's leg, his face contorting with shock. What's wrong, principal? Someone asked. Comminuted fracture. What? Just who is this Li Lan? Hope he's an interesting opponent, Lei Shou muttered to himself while sipping coffee. The chairman's platform. A judge looked blankly at the white-haired judge beside him and asked, Old Tian, why did you just? The elder replied calmly, he's from the Li family. If I'm not mistaken, the technique he just used should be the Li family's bloodline inherited fire element divine ability flaming explosion. The Li family. The judge's eyes widened. The Li family of the Flame Emperor? The elder nodded with a smile. Master Tian, do you think he has a good chance of winning the championship? We'll see. Those noble families could turn a pig into a master of divine arts if they tried hard enough. One victory in a match doesn't mean much. White Reaper. That man in the white suit is absolutely stunning. Another dark horse. White Reaper. White Reaper. Terrifying. This year's martial arts tournament keeps delivering surprises. Hours later, a sudden uproar erupted from the direction of Platform 7. It turned out that Feng Hong, a student from Wangcheng First High School, had defeated Xinmei, the Eye Prince among the 5 great geniuses, with a single move. On Platform 7. True cry, Eye Prince, eyed the man in the white suit warily and said, Feng Hong, you're strong. Feng Hong smiled faintly. You're weak. Xinmei froze, snorted coldly, and left the ring. After lunch, the competition resumed. The match on the third platform pits Su Xian against Wu Tianxi, the Poison Wolf. As both were prodigies, the match drew the attention of countless spectators. Watching Su Xian, Feng Hong in the Wangcheng No. 1 High School section let out a mysterious smile. As the two stepped onto the stage, the referee announced loudly, the match officially begins. But the very next second, for reasons unknown, Su Xian suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. His skin began to flush crimson, and bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. Wu Tianxi revealed a vicious grin as claws began to grow from his hands, slowly advancing towards Su Xian. At that moment, Li Lan, who had been sound asleep, suddenly jolted awake. Chapter 16, The Fire God's Apocalypse. Who's in the black coffin inside the arena? What happened to Su Xian? Why did he suddenly collapse? Look at Wu Tianxi. What is he trying to do? Oh no! He's trying to ambush him. Su Xian is in danger. That despicable scoundrel Wu Tianxi, attacking someone when they're down. Countless spectators watched Su Xian lying on the ground with bated breath, many seething with righteous indignation. Of course, there were also those speaking up for Wu Tianxi. Poison Wolf, go! Kick him right off the stage. This is a match, a fight. Your opponent won't show mercy just because you're injured. Tianxi, teach this kid a lesson, knock him out cold. Principal Du stood up and shouted, Referee! Our fighter Su Xian has suffered an injury. I demand this match be stopped. The referee looked down at Su Xian on the ground and replied with difficulty, once the match begins, it cannot be stopped. Damn it! Principal Du exclaimed furiously. Su Xian lay convulsing on the ground, feeling the sacred blood within him pulsing violently, as if drawn by some force. Wu Tianxi had already closed in beside him, coldly surveying Su Xian on the ground. His voice held not a shred of emotion. I claim this victory. Just as he prepared to strike. Below the stage, Li Lan tapped the armrest of his wheelchair lightly. With a thunderous boom beneath his feet, a massive flame erupted, unleashing a torrent of scorching heat. Propelled by the heat, Li Lan leapt upward, soaring into the air. Under the gaze of thousands, he landed steadily on the third stage where the match was underway. Who is that? It's Li Lan, the genius cripple from before. He can walk. He's not crippled. Mid-stage divine power user. He's a mid-tier divine power user. Good heavens, he's only 16 or 17, right? A divine power user at that age. I can't even fathom it. What's he doing jumping onto the stage now? Does he want to stop the match? That madman. That's against the rules. Does he want to be disqualified? Judges on the podium, did you see that? Li Lan blatantly violated the competition rules. I move to disqualify him. In the outer spectator stands, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Some loudly reported Li Lan to the judges, demanding his disqualification. Earlier, he had instantly defeated Jiangnan No. 1 High School's prodigy with a single move, humiliating the school. Now, many from Jiangnan No. 1 High School were waiting for him to make a mistake. Though stunned by Li Lan's prowess, their shock did not diminish their condemnation. What are you doing? Wu Tianxi's claw was mere inches from Su Xian's throat when he froze at the sudden appearance of Li Lan. He's not someone you can touch? You? Wu Tianxi sneered. Don't forget I'm a divine power user too. Then try it. Li Lan's tone was indifferent. His fist crackled with static before bursting into flames. He swung violently, aiming a punch straight for Wu Tianxi's chest. Wu Tianxi scrambled to block, but his defenses crumbled against Li Lan's fist. Li Lan broke through his defenses, the blow landing hard against his chest. He spat a mouthful of blood that splattered onto Li Lan's face before being sent flying backward. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into the judges' table, splitting the wooden desk clean in two. Li Lan, however, stood atop the stage like a looming fire god, strands of hair dancing across his forehead. Countless faces paled in shock. Two thoughts simultaneously surged through everyone's minds. One was, he's so strong. He's so cool. The other, he broke the rules and shattered the judges' wooden table. He was in trouble. Is this guy crazy? Lei Shou stared at Li Lan in astonishment. I couldn't even track his punch trajectory just now. Young Master Yan's face was frozen in shock. This man is incredibly strong. Su Wanyue, the Narcissus, stared blankly. Dark Sword Wu Liqiu removed his mask to see more clearly. The man in the white suit froze, uttering in disbelief, it's only been half a year, how could he have become this strong? The principal of Jiangnan First High School stood up abruptly, addressing the judges' table loudly. Honorable judges, Li Lan's actions here seem to violate the competition rules, don't they? He's openly disrupting the competition. I move to disqualify him. A judge aligned with Jiangnan No. 1 High School paused briefly before rising to speak. I also recommend disqualifying Li Lan. I second that motion. Another judge stood up. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. With 6 judges on the panel, only 3 votes were needed to disqualify Li Lan from the martial arts tournament. Tian Lao sighed and spoke slowly. I believe this matter requires further deliberation. The other 3 judges, intimidated by Li Lan's family influence, hesitated, unsure how to respond. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School glanced at one of the judges seated on the panel. Noticing the principal's gaze, the judge hesitated, about to speak. But at that moment, a red-haired man clad in golden armor, riding a fiery dragon, descended from the heavens. Rolling waves of scorching heat washed over them, striking fear into their hearts. A great magician. The 4 characters echoed simultaneously in everyone's minds. Sir, who are you? Though you are a great sorcerer, are you unaware that we are in the midst of a competition? A judge from the commentary booth demanded with authority. Though he was merely a master of supernatural powers, he had the official backing behind him and wasn't afraid of trouble. Yet the look on his face betrayed a hint of unease. The principal of Jiangnan First High School looked at him, finding him vaguely familiar. The remaining 5 or 6 judges in the commentary booth also turned their gaze toward him. Tian Lao froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Glancing at Li Lan, he knew it was impossible to disqualify her from the competition now. Countless spectators in attendance also turned their gaze toward him, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and admiration. Hello everyone, I am the partner of justice, the guardian of peace, the gold Saint Li Qin. The fiery dragon beneath Li Qin's feet vanished as he descended slowly. I'm here to watch my brother compete. Golden Saint Li Qin? A member of the Li family. The expressions of the 5 judges in the commentary booth shifted slightly as they hurriedly sat down. The principal of Jiangnan First High School said ingratiatingly, may I ask who your younger brother is? That one over there, Li Qin pointed to Li Lan on the 3rd ring. The entire arena erupted in an uproar. Li Qin, the great adept of the Yan Emperor Li family? Good heavens! Li Lan is actually from the Li family? Why would someone from the prestigious Li family attend such a school? This is bizarre. Li Qin, the great cultivator, seems to be a direct descendant of the Li family. If that's the case, then Li Lan must also be a direct descendant. With that connection, Li Lan could have entered Qinglong Academy directly. The show's about to begin. It'll be interesting if Li Lan's competition eligibility gets revoked. Disqualified? What does that even mean? Li Qin asked, utterly bewildered. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School stiffened, then turned to the judges' table and said, "Honorable judges, I withdraw my earlier suggestion." With that, he hurriedly left the competition venue. Many school principals, watching the spectacle unfold, kept their eyes fixed on his retreating figure until he was completely out of sight. The referee on platform 3 hesitated, unsure how to proceed. After a long moment, he finally spoke with tact. Su Xian has collapsed on the field and forfeits automatically. Wu Tianxi is declared the winner of this match. All eyes turned to the judging table, where Wu Tianxi lay unconscious. The judges immediately had him carried away. Li Lan carried Su Xian to the rest area and placed him in his wheelchair. After checking his pulse and confirming he was okay, she finally relaxed a little. Li Lan, is Su Xian okay? Though stunned by Li Lan's identity, Wang Xiaotian and the others still looked on with concern. Li Lan shook his head. He should be fine. By then, Li Qin had arrived beside Li Lan, and Principal Du and the others hurriedly greeted him. Li Qin nodded and turned to Li Lan. "Little Lan, breaking the rules isn't exactly what you'd call a righteous ally." "I don't want to be a partner of justice either," Li Lan said expressionlessly. He wasn't surprised by his third brother's sudden arrival. After all, his third brother had been in Jiangnan province these past few months. "Do you know what happened to Su Xian?" Li Lan shook his head, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at Su Xian in the wheelchair. The guy had been perfectly fine just moments ago. How had he suddenly collapsed? Li Qin sat down beside Li Lan and spoke slowly. "If someone in the arena possesses highly pure holy blood that has fully fused with them, they have the ability to influence others within their body who also possess holy blood. Moreover, the lower the purity and integration of the sacred blood, the more susceptible one becomes to the influence of those possessing higher purity sacred blood. And this influence isn't passive, it's active." Li Lan stared at his third brother in surprise. "You knew all along? Your little schemes?" "I'm well aware. Rushing out of the secret realm like that wasn't like you at all. Given that, there's only one possibility: the problem lies with Su Xian. Then third brother, is there any way you can help Su Xian?" "No." "All right." Li Lan reclined in his chair and began to sleep. "You don't even care to ask me one more question?" Li Qin said. "Didn't you just say no?" "Not exactly." He looked at Li Lan, confirming she wasn't asleep but watching him, before continuing. "There are 3 methods in total. The first is to eliminate the holy blood within him, a complete cure." Li Lan shot him a look. That is practically useless information. If there were a way to cure it, Su Xian's holy blood wound still be there. Li Qin showed no embarrassment as he continued. "The second method is to kill the holy blood bearer within the arena." Li Lan rose to her feet, fixing her gaze on her third brother. "Third brother, do you know who among the participants belongs to the black coffin?" Li Qin shook his head. "I don't know." "Then what the hell are you talking about?" Li Lan lay back down and went back to sleep. "I haven't even mentioned the third method yet. Why are you so impatient?" Li Qin looked up at the canopy overhead and said, "The third method is to take Su Xian away from here. If we get far enough, we won't be affected by the holy blood bearer." After he finished speaking, Li Lan ignored him. A few minutes later, he looked over at Li Lan. He discovered Li Lan had vanished without a trace. Su Xian, lying in his wheelchair, had vanished along with the wheelchair itself. "Where are they?" Li Qin asked Principal Du. Principal Du pointed toward the sports field and said, "Just now. They left together." "Damn it, that little brat." The game continued. Meanwhile, in a corner, the man in the white suit, Fong Hong, was on the phone. "That's exactly right. Got it. Rest assured, sir. As long as you take care of him, I guarantee we'll win first place in this tournament." Chapter 17, Poison Demon Dugutianqing, Qinglong Academy's representative. Are you truly human? After Li Lan's departure, the top contenders for victory shifted from the previous 5 noble sons to Fong Hong, Li Lan, Duan Zitao, Wu Liqiu, and Su Wanhua. 2 of the original top contenders had dropped out. Everyone thought the situation had stabilized. But that night, Poison Wolf's master suddenly appeared. Indeed, Poison Wolf had always had a mysterious master, though no one knew who it was. Until today, when he finally revealed his true identity. It was none other than the famed master of poisons, the poison demon Dugutianqing. He rose to infamy during the Divine Power era by poisoning a powerful foreign Divine Power user with a single vial of venom. Later, after becoming a Divine Power user himself, he earned the revered title Poison Demon. Yet this man straddled the line between good and evil. While countless alien races fell to his hand, numerous human masters met the same fate. Upon his arrival, he immediately healed Wu Tianxi's injuries. Using methods unknown even to Wu Tianxi himself, he elevated the young man's supernatural cultivation to the mid-stage of Divine Power user. This victory over Su Wanyu, the Narcissus Flower, propelled Wu Tianxi back into the ranks of the 5 top contenders in the tournament. After securing victory, he issued a fierce warning, vowing to crush Li Lan mercilessly. Besides Wu Tianxi, it was worth noting that Wu Liqiu, the master of the hidden blade, had also arrived. With Li Lazi's third elder brother, Li Qin, now present, 3 formidable divine power users suddenly materialized outside the competition arena. Outside the arena, Dugu Tianqing stared at Li Qin with a mocking expression. Golden Saint, it's been a while. Old poisoner, I'd rather not see you, Li Qin replied coldly. Of course you don't want to see me. 3 years ago, you snatched all those herbs from my medicinal garden, and you still haven't returned them. What do you mean stole? You lent them to me? Well then, tell me, do you plan to return them? Li Qin retorted defiantly, I borrowed them fair and square. Why should I return them? As if he'd anticipated this response all along, Dugu Tianqing shrugged indifferently. In that case, don't blame my disciple if he cripples your brother tomorrow. Who cripples whom remains to be seen. Fine. I'll be watching, Dugu Tianqing said, turning to Wu Tianxi beside him. Little poisonous creature, let's go. On the way. Wu Tianxi glanced at Dugu Tianqing and asked, Master, do you know Li Lan's older brother? Dugu Tianqing nodded. That kid's rise to great enlightened one is half thanks to me. Even that golden armor he wears? I snatched it from him. Watching his master boast with pride, Wu Tianxi's forehead creased with exasperation. Your disciple's about to get beaten to death by his brother, and you're still bragging? Li Lan returned to the 5-star hotel where his older brother had been staying. His older brother had booked the hotel's presidential suite for a month, so before leaving, he handed the key to Li Lan, telling him to stay there. With a free place to stay, Li Lan naturally accepted without hesitation. Seeing how tired you are after a long day, the fire element diligently begins cultivation. Fire element energy plus 52. Seeing how tired you are after a long day, the wood element diligently begins cultivation. Wood element energy plus 25. Seeing how tired you are after a long day, the lightning element diligently begins cultivation. Lightning element energy plus 44. Seeing how tired you are after a long day, the body tempering technique diligently begins cultivation. Your physique plus 8. After settling Su Xin, Li Lan also went to sleep. Later that night, Li Lan heard a knock at the door. He thought it might be third brother. But when he opened the door, an old man stepped inside. Who might you be? The old man introduced himself. Greetings, Li Lan. My name is Mu Kei, from the Qinglong Academy. Qinglong Academy, one of the 5 great academies? What could he possibly want with me? Li Lan gestured for him to enter. Teacher Mu, please come in. The two sat down at the table in the living room. Li Lan was just about to ask what he was doing here when he saw Mu Kei take a stack of documents from his briefcase and place them on the table. He stood up and looked at Li Lan, saying, Li Lan, I am now formally inviting you to join our Qinglong Academy. No thanks, Li Lan replied decisively. Joining the academy meant attending classes every day and participating in all sorts of trials. It would be exhausting. He couldn't be bothered. He cultivated simply by sleeping. Wasn't staying home every day perfectly fine? Why would he need to go to school? Mu Kei froze. He'd expected Li Lan might refuse, but not with such blunt finality. Could it be that he intended to join another academy? Mu Kei hurriedly interjected, Li Lan, while this selection tournament grants you entry into any of the 5 great academies if you place within the top 5, I can assure you no other academy will offer terms as generous as ours. If you choose to join our Qinglong Academy, you'll immediately be promoted to senior student status. You'll receive 1 top-tier rare treasure, 3 high-grade rare treasures, and 1 opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. He didn't offer any scholarships as incentives. He had already investigated before coming. Li Lan was from the Li family and certainly wasn't short on money. Such generous terms? Li Lan couldn't help but ask, why choose me? The only talent he'd revealed was mid-stage fire elementalist. 17-year-old psychics were rare, but he didn't believe it warranted such a significant investment from Qinglong Academy. After all, a top-tier rare treasure was worth a fortune. The armor his third elder brother possessed was precisely such a top-tier artifact. And the secret realm core he had previously devoured was likely equivalent to one as well. The military should have thoroughly investigated the missing secret realm core. But due to the invasion of the Black Coffins, the military hadn't focused its attention on him. Mu Kei said, Li Lan, besides being a fire elementalist, you're also a thunder elementalist, right? How did you know? Li Lan was taken aback. The only elemental ability he had ever revealed was fire. He kept the other 2 hidden mainly to avoid trouble like his father, who saw him as the Li family's rising star and would forcefully drag him back for training. Li Lan, let me show you something. Mu Kei placed his phone in front of Li Lan and opened a video. The footage captured today's events, specifically the moment when Su Xin collapsed and Li Lan punched Wu Tianxi so hard he flew across the room. Now Li Lan finally understood how Mu Kei had tracked him down. Judging by the camera angle, it was filmed from the judge's perspective. It seemed someone from Qinglong Academy was among the judges. They had given the match footage to Muke, who recognized Li Lan's innate talent for lightning elements and immediately came to recruit him. Li Lan, when you threw that punch today, you used not only fire attribute divine abilities but also thunder attribute ones, correct? Muke stated. Though you concealed it deeply, it couldn't escape my eyes. Muke declared with pride, if you'd encountered any other admissions instructor, they might have missed out on such a promising prospect. But you met me, my eyes are the measuring stick. I absolutely won't let you join any other academy. After all, a dual-element adept holds far greater strategic value than a single-element adept. It's not merely a simple sum of 1 plus 1. On the battlefield, a dual-element adept who masters their abilities can easily take down 2 single-element adepts single-handedly. Teacher Chi, may I ask what that top-tier divine artifact is? My surname is Mu. Muke chuckled. Of course. It's a psychic-type artifact, Psychic Amber. Wearing it grants you temporary psychic abilities at the psychic practitioner level. Psychic Amber. Doesn't that mean if I obtain it, I could awaken psychokinetic abilities? Li Lan felt a flicker of desire, yet hesitated. Teacher Chi, if I join the Qinglong Academy, would I be exempt from classes? Muke frowned slightly. That's impossible. As a student, you must attend classes. Unless you become a teacher. Also, my surname is Mu. Understood, Teacher Chi. How does one become a teacher at Qinglong Academy? I already told you my surname is Mu. Become a teacher at the academy? This kid was getting way too carried away. Muke chuckled. But he still replied, the minimum requirement to become a teacher is to attain the rank of great magician. I advise you to abandon this idea. Focusing on your studies is far more important than anything else. A master of great supernatural powers. Li Lan pondered for a moment before declaring, then, Teacher Chi, I won't be your student. I choose to become a teacher at Qinglong Academy. Very well. Starting today, you are my. Muke froze, sensing something was off. He shouted, what did you say? Are you sure you didn't mishear? Li Lan nodded. Didn't you say that any great magician can become a teacher for the students? Li Lan raised his hand. With a flick of his mind, countless vines sprouted from his palm. The vines grew larger and larger, spreading until they soon filled the entire living room. Muke sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Li Lan in disbelief. Are you even human? Does this mean I can be a teacher now? Muke took a deep breath. I need to consult the academy about this. I'll make a call. Then, Teacher Mu, I'll be waiting for your good news. I told you, my surname is Chi. Wait, no, it's Mu. A few minutes later, Muke returned and said, the academy agrees, but on the condition that you pass a test. What kind of test? You know, a teacher's duty is to educate and nurture. Merely being powerful isn't enough. You also need to know how to find faults. Muke placed his phone in front of Li Lan. Inside were several images. It appeared to be a cultivation technique manual, though its purpose was unclear. This is a visualization technique to enhance elemental absorption efficiency. However, there are 17 errors within this visualization manual. If you can identify 10 of them, you will pass the trial. Sure thing, Li Lan replied. He took the phone and studied the images carefully. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Detected 24 errors in the advanced earth element visualization method being viewed by the host. System has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. He carefully examined the errors in the diagram. Muke chuckled, Li Lan, being a teacher is no easy task. If you really can't find any, just skip it. After a few years as a senior college student, you could try being a teaching assistant. Maybe you'll skip the teacher qualification test altogether. I happen to need an assistant right now. Would you be interested? A few minutes later. Teacher Chi, I'm done, Li Lan said, returning the phone. But there aren't just 17 errors in these diagrams, I found a total of 24. How is that possible? Muke exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. You can't just make things up if you can't find them. If you don't believe me, I can point them out. Bring it on. Muke refused to believe it. If there really are 24, from now on, I'll truly be called Teacher Chi. The diagram had been given to him by the vice dean. When he'd looked at it earlier, he'd only found 16 errors. 24? How could that be? Did they think his eyes were counterfeit rulers? Chapter 18, Becoming a Teacher, the Eerie High Priest, Dark Blade Wu Liqiu, and the Star Battle. Just then, Muke's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, it was the vice dean. Muke activated speakerphone and answered, hello, vice dean. What brings you to call? The vice dean replied, my apologies, I sent the wrong diagram earlier. The one I sent had 24 errors. Please take note of that. The call ended abruptly. Muke nearly dropped his jaw in shock. He turned to Li Lan and stammered, Li Lan, you. Please call me Teacher Li. Li Lan smiled. Teacher Chi, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Muke's face flushed crimson, utterly flustered and at a loss for words. The rare treasure promised to you, along with the teacher's token, will be delivered to you by designated personnel upon your arrival at Qinglong Academy. We'll see each other tomorrow. Mu Ke fled in disarray. Watching his retreating figure, Li Lan called out, Teacher Chi, remember to give me a teaching position with minimal responsibilities. Otherwise, I'm too lazy to teach students. Got it. Why do you have to be so demanding, kid? Mu Ke's voice echoed back. I told you, call me Teacher Li. Get lost. Li Lan closed the door with satisfaction and went back to sleep. Seeing how lazy you are, the fire elemental begins diligent cultivation. Fire elemental energy plus 45. Seeing how lazy you are, the wood elemental has begun diligent cultivation. Wood elemental energy plus 41? Seeing how lazy you are, the lightning element has grown lazy too. Lightning element energy plus 0. Body tempering technique cultivation has reached perfection. Congratulations on successfully completing your training. Physical prowess will no longer increase. Several hours later, a knock sounded at the door once more. Who is it? Is it Elder Chi again? Li Lan rolled out of bed, irritated, still wrapped in his blanket. Opening the door, he found a boy of 7 or 8 standing there. He wore a skull pendant around his neck, which was rather peculiar. What were his parents thinking, making a child wear something like that? Li Lan asked, Little one, who are you looking for? Big brother, I'm here to see you, the boy replied. Me? Li Lan froze. Countless wisps of black mist were seeping out of the boy's nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. A great sorcerer. Li Lan's heart jolted. He kicked the boy hard, sending him flying and slamming him into the wall, embedding him in the plaster. The wall shattered into pieces, yet the boy remained unscathed. He hopped down from the wall, grinning at Li Lan. Li Lan, we meet again. The familiar tone, the familiar voice. Li Lan instantly remembered who he was. You're the high priest of the Black Coffin. How touching. I never imagined you'd remember me, the boy said. I didn't expect you to grow so fast. I was planning to invite you to join us, but now it seems unnecessary. With a flick of his tiny hand, the surrounding black mist rapidly coalesced into a massive serpent of dark fog with crimson eyes. The serpent hissed menacingly as it lunged viciously toward Li Lan. Li Lan hurriedly slammed the door shut and leapt to dodge the serpent's attack. Thunderfire erupted from his fist as he slammed it into the serpent, shattering it. Yet it instantly coalesced once more. You're actually a thunder attribute psionicist, the high priest exclaimed in astonishment. He roared with laughter. This is getting more and more interesting. A genius like you is a real thrill to kill. Once I've finished you, you'll become my new body. His robe bulged as a massive tentacle erupted from his navel, coiling viciously toward Li Lan. Physical type ability tentacles. Simultaneously, the giant serpent charged toward Li Lan once more. What a bizarre, terrifying ability. Li Lan marveled inwardly. Realizing the confined space worked against him, he sprinted toward the rooftop. You won't escape, the high priest declared. The tentacles abruptly began to swell and lengthen, lashing out forcefully toward Li Lan. Li Lan rolled sideways, narrowly evading the attack. The tentacle slammed into the wall, completely knocking it down. The floor's alarm blared. The high priest paid no heed. More tentacles emerged from the navel-like opening in his abdomen, replacing his feet as they propelled him in a frenzied pursuit of Li Lan. The chase continued all the way to the rooftop. The facilities in the passageway were crushed to pieces beneath him. Just as he burst through the rooftop gate, Li Lan leapt down from above, landing outside the entrance. A blazing inferno and thunderous light erupted from his body as he swung his fist toward the high priest. Ridiculous, the high priest sneered. Just as he prepared to strike with his tentacles, he discovered that, at some unknown moment, his tentacles had been tightly bound by countless dense vines. A master of wood elemental magic? A look of shock flashed across the high priest's youthful face. Only realizing it now? Too late. Li Lan had already descended beside him. Just as his fist was about to smash into the high priest's head, one tentacle suddenly broke free from the vine's grasp and blocked the high priest's path. Li Lan's fist struck the tentacle. With a loud boom, it exploded instantly. Dark red flesh and blood flew everywhere, splattering the ground. The high priest's face drained of color as he began to scream. The dark red flesh began to coalesce once more, forming a massive, rolling ball of flesh hurtling toward Li Lan. Wood barrier. Li Lan's mind stirred, and countless vines began to grow wildly, tightly binding the flesh ball. Flame burst. In the next instant, the vines detonated in unison. A scorching heat wave rolled across the rooftop, engulfed in blazing light. Countless eyes turned toward the hotel's rooftop. Trying to attract attention and lure in rescue, huh? Tentacles shielded the high priest as the flesh ball was reduced to shreds. The high priest glanced at the scattered fragments of flesh, and they automatically returned to his navel eye. The tentacles retracted immediately afterward. What was he up to? Li Lan furrowed his brow. Seizing the moment when his defenses were down, he swiftly channeled his lightning divine power. A bolt of thunder as thick as a child's arm rolled down from the sky. Thunderbolt. But the high priest opened his mouth, revealing a bloody maw over a meter wide and long, and swallowed the thunderbolt whole. Body ability, giant maw. This ability is too bizarre. Li Lan couldn't help but exclaim. Doesn't it make you sick? Disgusting? What's so disgusting about it? Li Lan thought back to the shredded flesh earlier. It was a bit, well, that. But mostly, it was just bizarre. The high priest glanced at the sea of people below, smiled faintly, then leapt into the darkness, vanishing into the night. Li Lan, I'll be back for you. I certainly don't want to see you again. Seeing he was truly gone, Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief. This high priest was truly terrifying, with an endless array of bizarre methods. Returning to his room, Li Lan found the door still intact, but the wall had vanished. After confirming Su Xian was safe, he returned to his room and fell into a peaceful sleep. Before long, the hotel contacted him. Li Lan initially thought he'd be asked to pay for damages. Instead, they explained that all the hallway surveillance cameras had been destroyed. They only needed him to accompany them to the Public Security Bureau for a brief inquiry. Li Lan offered a few vague answers and managed to get by. The next day, Su Xian woke up. After briefly instructing Su Xian to find another hotel, he headed to the stadium alone. Perhaps because it was the finals, the stadium was even livelier today than yesterday. Not only were there more people, but Li Lan even spotted 5 new judges seated beside the judging panel. From the surrounding chatter, he learned these 5 judges hailed from the 5 major academies of the Dragon Nation: the Azure Dragon Academy, the Vermilion Bird Academy, the White Tiger Academy, the Black Tortoise Academy, and the Chilan Academy. Among them, Li Lan recognized a familiar figure, none other than Teacher Chi from yesterday. Li Lan took a seat within the Shangnan No. 1 high school section, where people around him greeted him one after another. Most he had never met before, so he could only nod his thanks. Li Lan, has Su Xian woken up yet? Wang Xiaotian asked, sitting beside him. He's awake. Don't worry, he can run, jump, and eat like a horse. He's perfectly fine. Li Lan stretched lazily and settled in for a nap. Hearing Su Xian was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Principal Du said, Li Lan, you're the only one left from our school. After you left yesterday, they all suffered defeats. Li Lan nodded with his eyes closed. Don't worry, Principal. I'll do my best to win the championship. That's exactly what I needed to hear. The principal smiled, glancing over at Cui Mingho. Cui Mingho hurried over and briefly recounted yesterday's events. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. The only thing that caught him off guard was that Wu Tianxi had somehow come back to life. Li Lan, you'd better watch out. That Wu Tianxi said he'd pin you down and beat you to a pulp. Li Lan didn't seem too concerned, merely nodding briefly. In the first half, since Li Lan had made such a splash yesterday, all opponents who faced him forfeited. Thus, Li Lan simply reclined in his chair for the entire second half. Fire Element is auto-training. Fire Element energy plus 10. Wood Element is auto-training. Wood Element energy plus 12. Thunder Element is auto-training. Thunder Element energy plus 13. The second half saw the competition reach a fever pitch. Only 20 contestants remained on the field. With a sweeping gesture from the judges' stand, all 10 platforms were removed. A massive circle was drawn within the stadium, where the remaining battles would unfold. Numerous obstacles were placed within the circle. These included artificial hills, a massive swimming pool, and a dark tunnel. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. The competition area had expanded more than tenfold, and the addition of obstacles meant the contest would be far more dynamic and entertaining. It also amplified the advantages of assassin-type psychics, like Dark Blade Wu Liqiu. Next match, Wu Liqiu of Yang Middle School vs Duan Tianyu of Jiangnan First High. The match officially begins. As the two competitors took the stage, the audience buzzed with chatter. It's Duan Tianyu, Duan Zitao's younger brother. Looks like Duan Tianyu's in trouble. With Duan Tianyu's skill, he could make it into the top 10. Too bad he drew Dark Blade Wu Liqiu. Why the rush? There's still the repechage round. How many moves do you think Duan Tianyu will last against Wu Liqiu? I'm guessing 10. Duan Tianyu is Duan Zitao's younger brother after all, having mastered the Duan family's true teachings. I'd say 20 moves. On the battlefield, Wu Liqiu wore a mask, clad in black, clutching a blade. Duan Tianyu stared at him solemnly. Wu Liqiu, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Too bad I never got the chance. Today, let me see if you're worthy of challenging my older brother. The moment he finished speaking, darkness instantly engulfed his vision. Ability, Blackout. When his vision cleared, Wu Liqiu's blade was already pressed against his throat. I lost, Duan Tianyu muttered in disbelief, collapsing onto the ground. Wu Liqiu hadn't uttered a single word throughout the entire battle. He simply walked off the arena. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Wu Liqiu wins. Second match, Wu Tianxi of Jiangnan No. 1 High School vs Li Guang of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Wu Tianxi wins. Third match, Su Wanyue of Jiangnan No. 1 High School vs Sima Kong of Mingda Elite Supernatural Class. Su Wanyue wins. Fourth match, Fong Hong of Wangchang No. 1 High School vs Lu Xin of Changnan No. 2 High School. Fong Hong wins. Fifth match, Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Thunder Beast Duan Zidao vs Shangnan No. 1 High School's Lazy Fire God Li Lan. Let's welcome these two star players. The entire arena rose to their feet in silence. All eyes turned toward the two players. Li Lan, who had been sleeping, slowly opened his eyes. Duan Zitao, who had been drinking coffee, gently set his cup down. Chapter 19, Li Lan lost? The finals begin. Luoyun Mountain, suburban Shangnan City. In a dimly lit cave filled with dozens of coffins, a child appeared. The moment he stepped inside, the candles within the cave automatically ignited, casting a faint glow. With a creak, the lid of a stone coffin slowly slid open. Crawling out was a stunning woman in a teacher's uniform, tall, with snake tattoos adorning her body and lips painted a vivid red. The child threw himself into her arms. She gently lifted him up and found a spot to sit down. Well, is the matter settled? The high priestess stroked her smooth black stockings and replied, no. The woman looked surprised. Is there a powerful guardian protecting that Li Lan? No. He is a powerful individual himself. His true strength lies in being a wood elemental psychic at the initial stage of great psychic power. A 17-year-old divine power user. The beautiful woman murmured in astonishment. She then added, but even at the early stage of divine power, isn't he still no match for you? Don't you want to kill him anymore? The high priest chuckled, he's a good boy. A good boy. Hearing this description, the beautiful woman chuckled softly. The high priest continued, by the way, have you completed the tasks I assigned you earlier? The beautiful woman nodded, then embraced the high priest as they stepped into a dark cavern. Candlelight flared suddenly within. Over a dozen teenagers, boys and girls aged 15 or 16, were imprisoned there. Their faces contorted with terror at the sight of the beautiful woman. One slightly chubby boy stammered, please let us go. I'll never bully anyone again. Me too, echoed the children around him. The beautiful woman set the high priest down. He asked softly, is it that you won't, or that you dare not? We won't. We won't, they hurriedly declared. The beautiful woman inquired, what do you intend to do? The same as always, the high priest replied, his smile vanishing from his face, replaced by a sinister and eerie expression. Bad children must die. Just then, a scorpion the size of a child's palm crawled onto the beautiful woman's foot. The beautiful woman gently placed it in her palm, listened intently, then looked at the high priest and said, the clown has arrived. As the words fell, a figure dressed in a circus clown costume, face painted with clown makeup and sporting a large red nose, entered the cave. He scanned the cave's interior with a look of disgust. You're still the same as ever, preferring to live in a trash can. What brings you here? The high priest asked coldly. The clown chuckled. I might need your help with the matter of the Cold River secret realm. Scorpion, show him out. Jiangnan City, inside a certain villa. The third young master of the Li family was watching anime. Evil Gugulu aliens. Your crimes against humanity on Blue Star are unforgivable. Face the judgment of justice. The images flickered across the TV screen. Li Qin watched with flushed cheeks, gesturing wildly with excitement, even forgetting to drink the soda in his hand. Just then, a man covered in blood pushed open his bedroom door. Seeing him, Li Qin's face turned pale. He quickly paused the anime. Wang Kai, what happened? Young master, it's bad news. Young master Li Lan might be in danger. Last night. Inside the stadium. Li Lan and Duan Zitao stepped onto the ring. Duan Zitao said solemnly, Li Lan, I've actually wanted to fight you for a long time. Li Lan yawned, seemingly not having heard a word. Duan Zitao. This guy really gets on my nerves. Facing the Thunder Beast, Duan Zitao is still so lazy. This Li Lan really doesn't play by the rules. Hasn't he always been this lazy? But this time he's facing Duan Zitao, the champion ace who was once among the top 5 favorites. That lazy bum Li Lan, I'd love to see him lose for once. Me too. I want to see if he'll still be this lazy after dropping into the losers bracket. Facing Duan Zitao, Li Lan is doomed to lose this time. Seeing Li Lan's demeanor, the spectators in the stands buzzed with discussion. Many were eager to see him sent to the losers bracket. After this 20-player match concluded, the competitors would be split into the winners bracket and the losers bracket. In the second half, the winners bracket would continue competing. The losers bracket, however, would enter a repechage stage to select the strongest player to re-enter the competition. In the commentary booth, Mu Ke patted Tian Lao on the shoulder and praised, nice work. Tian Lao, flattered, replied, it's just my job. The others looked utterly bewildered. Mu Ke returned to his seat. The White Tiger Academy instructor beside him asked, Old Mu, who do you think will win this match? The teacher from Xuanwu Academy replied, I think Duan Zitao has a better chance of winning this match. After all, lightning-type abilities are notoriously unpredictable. Fire-type? Not quite there yet. The teacher from the Vermilion Bird Academy retorted coldly, what's wrong with fire-type abilities? You're such a sourpuss. Can't you just take a compliment? The Qilin Academy teacher chimed in, I'm betting on Duan Zitao too. Qilin Academy is claiming him. Looks like the 5 academies will be scrambling for him soon. Mu Ke shook his head, smiling silently. The match officially begins. The referee waved his flag and stepped back from the arena. Duan Zitao struck first, his feet crackling with electricity. He flashed beside Li Lan in the blink of an eye and hammered a punch toward his stomach. Li Lan showed no sign of backing down, gripping his fist directly. A thunderous explosion echoed. Flaming explosion. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire arena, blowing the spectators' hair straight up in their seats. What terrifying physical prowess! Duan Zitao exclaimed in shock, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. He immediately backed away. A crackling sound emanated from his body as lightning coiled around him. He swung out a palm strike. Lightning coalesced in his palm into a massive serpent, lunging toward Li Lan at breakneck speed. Li Lan's body was enveloped in flames, forming a protective barrier. The lightning serpent collided with the flames. Both lightning and fire dissipated simultaneously. The two clashed fiercely for over a dozen rounds. Finally, within the sand arena, Duan Zitao, catching Li Lan off guard, teleported behind him like lightning. Thunderous energy erupted from both his hands, as if intent on obliterating everything, and he slammed it viciously into Li Lan's back. It seems this is coming to an end. The White Tiger Academy instructor smiled and remarked, indeed, even flames capable of consuming everything must pale before such swift and fierce thunder. The teacher from the Vermilion Bird Academy snorted coldly, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Yet he could not deny the truth. Mu Kei continued to smile silently. The next second, just as Duan Zitao's thunderous palm was about to strike Li Lan suddenly collapsed to the ground, slamming his palm down. Instantly, countless grains of sand were whipped up by the flames, sending a storm of dust swirling through the air. Visibility was obscured. Duan Zitao froze, his heart sinking. Damn it, I can't see clearly. He did this on purpose. He'd been luring me step by step from the very beginning. Including bringing me to this sandpit. Including trusting me with his back. It was all deliberate. He was using me to study tactics. Duan Zitao felt a chill run down his spine. Li Lan had vanished from sight before him. As the dust began to settle, he felt a wave of heat slam into him, sending his entire body flying backward. The dust gradually cleared. And he was knocked out of the ring. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. The judges' eyes widened in shock and they sucked in sharp breaths. Terrifying. If this youth does not fall, he will surely become the next Yen Emperor. Truly worthy of the Li family, worthy of being the Yen Emperor's grandson, worthy of being Li Qingyang's younger brother. I almost thought he'd lost just now. The teachers of the Vermilion Bird Academy stood frozen, their eyes wide with astonishment. The teachers from the White Tiger Academy were also stunned. This can't be possible. The teacher from Qilin Academy declared, I never imagined I could misjudge someone like this. This Li Lan Qilin Academy claims him. Once the match ends, don't even think about competing with me for him. You're dreaming. He's going to Xuanwu Academy. Mu Kei continued to smile without a word. You're welcome. Li Lan spoke, a rare utterance. Duan Zitao gave him a deep look and said, you win. You're strong. I concede. Li Lan smiled and returned to the rest area. Duan Zitao entered the losers bracket, sending shockwaves through the defeated players. Just then, Li Qin rushed in from outside the stadium. Only after confirming Li Lan was truly unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. He asked, what happened at the hotel yesterday? How did Wang Kai sustain such severe injuries? Wang Kai? The guy who was protecting him? Li Lan had almost forgotten about him. Not wanting to worry her brother, she made up a story on the spot. I don't know. I just took a nap. Then it must have been an accident. The matches continued. Li Lan fought several more matches afterward, winning them all. The only other competitor maintaining a perfect record was the White Grim Reaper Fang Heng. With his mastery of dark element abilities, he nearly swept the entire tournament, even defeating Wu Liqiu. In the end, Li Lan and Fang Heng advanced to the finals. The other rankings had already been determined. Third place, Thunder Beast Duan Zitao. Fourth place, Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi. Fifth place, Dark Blade Wu Liqiu. Who'd have thought two dark horses would emerge this year? Yeah, I'd never heard of either of them before. I heard this Li Lan is from the Li family. The Li family of the Yen Emperor lineage? That can't be. I've never even heard of Shangnan First High School. The Li family couldn't have fallen that far. Li Lan is ridiculously strong. That fight against the Thunder Beast left me speechless. Fang Heng is the real deal. I couldn't even see his attacks. Yeah, remember his fight with Wu Liqiu? Both of them were shrouded in black mist, couldn't tell what was happening, and Wu Liqiu just lost. Who do you think will win the championship? Fang Heng, probably. His attacks are just too bizarre. I'm betting on Fang Heng too. Li Lan is super cool, but I still think Fang Heng is a bit stronger. I'm betting on Li Lan. The little brother is forever the god. Besides his dark element ability, Fang Heng also has a high-tier late-stage physical flesh blade ability harder than a real blade. Li Lan only has a fire element ability. He might not stand a chance against Fang Heng. Li Lan was sound asleep in his chair. Seeing how lazy you are, the fire element has grown lazy too. Fire element energy plus 0.1. Seeing how lazy you are, the wood element has grown lazy too. Wood element energy plus 0.1? Seeing how lazy you are, the lightning element has started training diligently. Lightning element energy plus 14. His brother chattered on beside him. Little slacker, after you graduate, come join me as a partner in justice. Oh, and that old codger Mu-K wanted you to join the Azure Dragon Academy yesterday. Did you agree? Be honest, are you really a dual lightning fire talent? Keeping it from even your own brother? That's not very nice. But why didn't you use your lightning ability during the match? Saving it for dirty tricks in the finals? Li Lan couldn't be bothered to respond, covering his ears and drifting back to sleep. His reason for not using lightning abilities was simple, he just wanted to hone his combat skills. After all, for a lazybones like him, opportunities to fight were few and far between. In his entire life, he might only muster the motivation to act in two situations. One was when saving others, and the other was when those close to him faced danger. Like last time in the Emu Secret Realm, or when Su Xian was struck by the Holy Blood. Just then, a soldier in camouflage combat fatigues rushed in from outside the sports field. Li Qin knew he was here for him. Rising to his feet, he looked at him. What's wrong? The camouflaged soldier spoke urgently, Mr. Li Qin, it's bad news. A large number of strange beasts have appeared by Yunmeng Lake. There's a high risk of a beast tide erupting. The general demands you go there immediately. What? Li Qin's expression shifted slightly. After exchanging a few words with Li Lan, hurriedly left the sports field with the soldier. After a few hours of rest, the finals commenced. Chapter 20, Victory. The great universities vie for supremacy. Hold on. Mu-K stood up and shouted. The entire venue fell silent instantly, countless eyes turning toward Mu-K. Brother Mu, what do you intend to do? Several academy instructors asked in confusion. I need to have a word with the young man from the Li family, Mu-K stated, walking toward Li Lan. You old rascal. If you dare to accept him early just because of the Li family's connection to the Azure Dragon Academy, don't blame me for being impolite, shouted a teacher from the Chilan Academy. The other teachers nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I promise not to compete for him today, Mu-K chuckled cheerfully. His words brought relief to the teachers from the other academies. With Qinglong Academy out of the competition, Li Lan's chances of joining their academies would greatly increase. Mu-K approached Li Lan, who slowly opened his eyes. His eyes asked, Teacher Qi, is something wrong? Mu-K leaned close to her ear and whispered, if possible, try not to reveal your wood element cultivation. Why? The alien races have coveted our human territories for ages. Can you imagine what they'd do if they learned a genius had emerged among us? Seeing no one nearby, Mu-K lowered his voice further. Besides, there are enemies within. If they learn of your existence, the tragedy that befell the Li family 15 years ago will likely repeat itself. The Li family tragedy 15 years ago. Li Lan knew a little about it, though he was only 2 at the time. Back then, the Li family had produced a peerless prodigy and natural master of thunder, fire, and wind elements who reached the great divine power realm at just 16. After joining the Azure Dragon Academy, he died mysteriously during an external training mission with his mentor. The Flaming Emperor was so enraged his eyes turned bloodshot. He executed every single person who had participated in that training expedition, earning himself the moniker Flaming Demon. To this day, few dare speak of that incident. Over time, it became a taboo within the Li family. Then before that. Rest assured, I only told the Vice Dean about yesterday's incident. He and your grandfather were sworn brothers who shared life and death. As for me, you can trust me completely. Mu-K smiled. Li Lan sighed. That wasn't what he was referring to. The fact that he was a master of wood elemental magic was known not only to them, but to one other person. That was the Black Coffin High Priest who had clashed with him fiercely on the rooftop yesterday. The Black Coffin was a faction of the Spirit Energy Society. And the Spirit Energy Society itself was a notorious cult, intermingled with numerous alien races. Of course, you could choose to reveal it. But you'd better be certain you can survive the pursuit of a land immortal level powerhouse. Li Lan nodded, watching Mu-K depart. Next match, the finals. Featuring the rising star from Shangnan First High School, the lazy fire god Li Lan, versus the rising star from Longqing First High School, the white grim reaper Fang Heng. Contestants, please take your places. I now declare the match officially underway. Lazy fire god. What a ridiculous name. Li Lan yawned, blinking sleepily at Fang Heng before him. Still wearing that same white suit, looking a bit annoying. For some reason, Li Lan seemed to detect a hint of surprise in their eyes. As if they were surprised he was standing here? Was it just his imagination? Li Lan, let's begin, Fang Heng said with an elegant smile. His right hand began to twist, transforming into a sharp blade of flesh, about a meter long. Immediately, a thick black mist began to swirl around him, obscuring Li Lan's vision. Li Lan heard only the whistling wind at his ear and ducked away in haste. Fang Heng swung the flesh blade, striking the spot where Li Lan had just stood. Then he vanished back into the black mist. Li Lan's brow furrowed slightly as he leapt upward, landing on a vantage point. His eyes scanned the area below, searching for Fong Heng's trail. Found him. Fiery flames erupted from Li Lan's body, dispersing the surrounding black mist. He plunged downward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Fong Heng's head. But Fong Heng seemed to have eyes in his ears. He raised his meat blade to block the attack. Li Lan's blade slammed into the flesh blade with a dull thud. So hard. Immediately, Fong Heng's blade swung toward him. Li Lan leapt back again, creating distance. Looks like I'll have to use my lightning attribute ability to deal with him. He returned to the high ground once more, waiting for his chance. The black mist's coverage was limited, and Fong Heng dared not act within its reach. But at that very moment, the area shrouded in black mist suddenly began to rise. Witnessing this, murmurs rippled through the spectator stands. Most frowned deeply. They didn't hold much hope for Li Lan. Li Lan is in danger. Fong Heng is unstoppable within this black mist. I wonder what Li Lan will do next. Fong Heng used this very tactic to sweep through the finals undefeated. I wonder if Li Lan will also fall victim to it. Li Lan, hang in there. Though I want Li Lan to win too, this is completely Fong Heng's turf now. Li Lan is in trouble. Just as they thought Li Lan would keep dodging, Li Lan leapt into the air, plunging back into the black mist. Leaning against a rockery, he sensed the movements around him. The whistling wind reached his ears, and Li Lan vanished in a flash. Fong Heng's flesh blade struck the rockery, carving a deep gash into the hard stone. The blade swung through empty air as Fong Heng vanished back into the darkness. What a troublesome fellow. Looks like we'll have to take the initiative. Boom! The flames engulfing Li Lan blazed fiercely, transforming him into a living fire god. Even his pupils turned golden. He unleashed a punch, and searing heat erupted violently, unleashing waves of surging, overwhelming heat. The black mist dispersed, revealing Fong Heng's figure clearly before Li Lan's eyes. This time, Fong Heng didn't retreat into the darkness. Instead, he charged straight at Li Lan. Li Lan sure is temperamental. Perfect opportunity. Li Lan's heart leapt with delight. Flames blazing from his body, he clashed fiercely with Fong Heng. After feigning combat for over a dozen exchanges, he deliberately showed weakness. Just as Fong Heng thought he was about to win and let his guard down, a thunderous fist, blazing with fire, slammed toward Fong Heng's midsection. What? How is this possible? You can use lightning-type abilities too. Fong Heng's face twisted in horror as he instinctively swung his flesh blade to block. But this played right into Li Lan's hands. He amplified the thunder's intensity. Fire blast. The intense heat mingled with ferocious lightning instantly paralyzed Fong Heng. Thunderbolt. Simultaneously, a massive dark cloud rapidly coalesced in the sky. Within the cloud, thunder rolled and lightning crackled densely. A bolt of lightning, thick as a baby's arm, was born from the storm. With a thunderous crash, it struck Fong Heng before he could dodge. Fong Heng was instantly scorched black, his white suit charred to black, as he fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. The reversal happened so swiftly that no one could have anticipated it. The referee stared at Fong Heng on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After confirming Fong Heng truly couldn't rise, he announced loudly, Li Lan wins this match. Let us congratulate Li Lan on successfully claiming the championship title in this competition. Let's congratulate him. The awards ceremony will be held this evening. We'll see you all then. The referee signaled to a nearby staff member, who dragged Fong Heng off the field. The entire arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Holy crap! Li Lan actually won. Holy crap, this guy besides a fire elemental, he actually has a lightning elemental too. A 17-year-old dual elementalist? This Li Lan is a freak of nature. Fong Heng is over 20, while Li Lan is only 17. I kept telling myself that even if Li Lan lost, it wouldn't matter. Who knew I'd end up looking like a fool myself? Fong Heng got crushed. He looked like the champ till the end, but then that bastard Li Lan snatched it away. Besides Wu Tianxi, Duan Zitao and Wu Liqiu both stepped forward to congratulate Li Lan. Congratulations, Li Lan. I never expected you to wield lightning elemental power too. Looks like we'll have plenty to talk about from now on, Duan Zitao chuckled. Congratulations. Wu Liqiu's congratulations were as straightforward as he was. Li Lan smiled and nodded, letting out a relaxed sigh. Finally over. He yawned and returned to his school's designated area. After a brief chat with Principal Du, he sprawled across his seat and fell fast asleep. This chair is so hard. I really miss my old wheelchair. If only Su Xian were here. Li Lan thought to himself. Young master. The thought had barely formed when Li Lan heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes to see Su Xian smiling as he pushed a wheelchair toward him. Young master, congratulations. Congratulations my ass. I'm exhausted. Li Lan didn't feel like talking much. He closed his eyes, letting Su Xian lift him up and gently place him in the wheelchair. That familiar sensation returned. So comfortable. His neck felt a bit itchy. Never mind, he thought. Sleep. Fire element begins auto-cultivation. Fire element energy plus 25. What element begins auto-cultivation? What element energy plus 25? Thunder element begins auto-cultivation. Thunder element energy plus 30. Suxin, what happened to you yesterday? Why did you suddenly faint? I don't know either. By the way, I heard that the top 5 students will go to Longjing for the competition in a week. Will you be going with Li Lan? Probably. But originally, the clan chief wanted me to accompany him as a tutor. Given the current situation, I'll likely return directly to the clan after leaving Jiangnan province. Oh, that's too bad for Li Lan. She'll be left out in the cold after the competition. By the way, are you also from the Li family? Sort of. My mother is from the Li family. Su Xian chatted sporadically with Cui Mingho, Wang Xiaotian, and Zhang Yuanqi. Just then, the voice of Elder Tian suddenly rang out from the judge's stand. Alright, everyone, quiet down. The competition has concluded. Before the awards ceremony, I have one more thing to announce. As you all know, the top 5 finishers in this competition may freely choose one of the 5 academies to join. The teachers from all 5 academies are present here now. Let's see which academy our 5 prodigies will select. As soon as he finished speaking, the teachers from the 4 other academies excluding Qinglong Academy immediately began arguing fiercely, their faces flushed red. Mu Ke smiled without speaking. Li Lan, choose my White Tiger Academy. If you join us, I'll grant you senior student status immediately and reward you with 3 high-grade rare treasures, the White Tiger Academy instructor boomed. The entire crowd gasped in shock. What? 3 high-grade rare treasures? That's outrageously generous. Yeah, even that treasure blade Wu Liqiu carries around is only an advanced treasure, I think. High-grade rare treasures are worth a fortune. The White Tiger Academy is offering 3 of them at once. Except for the still unconscious Fang Hong, Duan Zitao, and the other 2 stared at Li Lan with envy. Not only did this guy come from a wealthy family, but he also had incredible luck. But they weren't jealous. In their eyes, Li Lan was strong enough he deserved it. But soon enough, envy began to creep in. 3 high-grade rare treasures? One might think your White Tiger Academy went bankrupt. Our Black Tortoise Academy offers 1 high-grade academy status plus 4 high-grade rare treasures. What? 4. Countless voices gasped in shock. Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi's eyes turned red with envy. Then, 2 voices spoke simultaneously. My Qilin Academy offers the same terms as Xuanwu Academy. But we're willing to add 1 more, a single entry opportunity into a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. My Suzaku Academy's terms match those of Qilin Academy. But Li Lan, you should know that fire element cultivation is a major focus at Suzaku Academy. If you join us, your path in mastering fire elements will be unobstructed. 1 low-risk, high-reward entry into a 4-star secret realm. This was no less valuable than a top-tier advanced artifact. This time, it wasn't just Wu Tianxi. Even Duan Zitao, born into a prominent clan, and Wu Liqiu, taken as a disciple by a Tang sect master, found their breathing grow heavy. Who would Li Lan choose? Every pair of eyes in the room turned toward Li Lan. But they discovered that Li Lan hadn't listened to a word they said the entire time. Instead, he sat alone in his wheelchair, fast asleep. Su Xian beside him looked utterly embarrassed. Should I wake up my young master? Chapter 21, The Spatial Ring, returning to Xiangnan First High School, Emperor Yan's call, Li Lan in danger. Damn it, he actually fell asleep. He can actually sleep in a situation like this? Is he some kind of immortal? Look, the teachers from White Tiger Academy and Black Tortoise Academy are turning green with envy. Brother Lazy, you might as well call yourself the Lazy Oracle from now on. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. I always thought people like this only existed online. Who knew they'd show up in real life? Why did Lazy Prince get so up close and personal during the fight if he's so lazy? You don't even get that? Guess you slept through half your classes. If a supernatural power user only attacks from a distance, their stamina won't last long. They'll be done for in no time. Only when they reach the level of a Grand Master do they truly enter their element. Aside from those with physical abilities, most rely on ranged combat. If this were a battle for high-level psychics, Li Lan would probably just roll onto the stage in his wheelchair. He seemed to be in a wheelchair during his first battle. The spectators in the stands murmured among themselves, many glancing at the teachers from the 4 academies with an air of anticipation. A White Tiger Academy instructor frowned and snapped, "Get him up already." But before he could finish, Mu Ke cut him off, "No need. He won't be joining your academy." "What do you mean?" the White Tiger Academy instructor demanded. The other academies froze in surprise. Then it dawned on them. They glared at Mu Ke, their eyes wide with fury. "You treacherous old scoundrel, Mu." Mu Ke shook his head with a smile. "I haven't broken my word. I only said I wouldn't compete for students today. But Li Lan? I accepted him yesterday." "You're ruthless," the teacher from the Black Tortoise Academy gritted his teeth. No wonder this guy had been grinning like a fool, enjoying the spectacle all along. No wonder he'd been putting on such a generous front all along. Turns out he'd already beaten them to the punch, just waiting for them to fall into his trap. After a moment of contemplation, the teacher from Suzaku Academy said, "Teacher Mu, isn't it a bit premature to say that? We haven't even asked Li Lan yet. How can you be sure he won't join our academy? What if he changes his mind after hearing our terms?" That's right. Suzaku Academy makes a valid point. What if Li Lan changes his mind? Teachers from the other academies began scheming again. But Mu Kei declared with utter confidence, he absolutely will not join your academy. Why? Because Qinglong Academy's offer includes not only direct promotion to advanced student status, but also 1 top-tier rare treasure, 3 high-grade rare treasures, plus 1 opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. The statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. This world has gone mad. Are rare treasures so worthless now? Qinglong Academy is offering a top-tier rare treasure just like that. Li Lan is just a divine ability user. Even if he's ranked first, is he really worth it? This is a top-tier artifact. Something even many wild divine ability users don't possess. Is this Li Lan truly worthy of Qinglong Academy's such high regard? Not only were the audience and judges stunned, but even the teachers from the other 4 academies were shocked. The White Tiger Academy instructor stared in disbelief, stammering, "Old Mu, are you serious?" Mu Kei nodded. This is an order issued personally by the Vice Dean. The Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy. It was actually an order from this figure. The faculty of the 4 academies were shaken to their core. But remembering he was Grandpa Li Lan, the good brother of the Flame Emperor, they calmed down. "Oomph. Consider yourselves lucky, Azure Dragon Academy," the White Tiger Academy teacher snapped, flinging his sleeves in anger. The teachers from the Vermilion Bird Academy sighed helplessly. The other academies reacted similarly. A 17-year-old with dual divine abilities, this was a being destined to become a great divine being, even a terrestrial immortal. Such a talent would be a glorious asset to any academy. If only they had the authority to secure top-tier rare treasures. They would have competed fiercely with Qinglong Academy. Mu Kei beamed with pride, gazing fondly at Li Lan, who now slept soundly in his wheelchair. "You're doing great, kid. You're really making me proud. Duan Zitao, would you be willing to join our White Tiger Academy? If you accept, we can grant you senior student status, a high-grade mystical treasure, and a relatively safe opportunity to train in a 4-star secret realm." At that moment, the voice of the White Tiger Academy instructor sounded again. Teachers from other academies also began selecting their preferred candidates. Since Dark Sword Wu Liqui had already joined the Tang sect, he withdrew from this selection. Fang Hong joined the Qilin Academy, while Wu Tianxi joined the Zhuke Academy. As for the Black Tortoise Academy, they selected several promising seed students from beyond the top 5. Alright, that concludes the selections. At that moment, Elder Tian from the judging panel stepped forward and announced, the top 5 students from this competition will travel to Longjing to participate in the upcoming tournament in 7 days. Those of you selected by the various academies may accompany them. I hereby declare this competition successfully concluded. Once again, congratulations to Li Lan. Oh, and remember to attend the awards ceremony tonight. Thunderous applause erupted as the audience began to file out. Soon after, the elders from the various academies also departed. Just then, several soldiers rushed in hurriedly. After whispering a few words into the ears of the judges also hurriedly departed. Mu Kei approached Li Lan, saw he had fallen asleep, and placed a ring into Su Xian's hand. "Give this to your young master." A spatial ring. The value of a spatial ring could rival that of a high-grade exotic treasure. Su Xian took it in shock, about to nod his acceptance. But then Mu Kei added, "This spatial ring is on loan to your young master. Make sure he returns it to me once he arrives in Longjing." Su Xian. He nodded and replied, "Understood, senior." Li Lan slept straight through until evening. Su Xian had actually planned to push his young master to the award ceremony that evening. But for some reason, the ceremony was suddenly cancelled. Instead, the prize for this competition was delivered to him by a special courier. He carefully helped Li Lan accept them. They returned together with the school to Xiangnan No. 1 High School. Everyone was shocked to learn that Li Lan had won the championship. A celebratory banquet was specially arranged for him. Lu Yuya, dressed in her elegant little suit, took over a dozen photos with Li Lan. Wang Shishir sang over a dozen songs in her devilishly powerful voice for the occasion. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, Li Lan remained oblivious, sleeping through the entire event. Fire Element scolded, "How can you sleep at your age? Start training like crazy. Fire Element energy plus 82. What element begins auto-cultivation? What element energy plus 22? Seeing how lazy you are, the lightning element begins diligent cultivation. Lightning element energy plus 52. Late into the night, Li Lan's phone rang. Su Xian glanced at it for him and saw it was Li Lan's grandfather calling. His expression changed as he debated whether to answer. He nudged Li Lan repeatedly, but Li Lan showed no reaction. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer the call. "Little lazy," came the aged yet cheerful voice on the other end. Just as Su Xin was about to say the young master was asleep, he heard Li Lan smack his lips twice and mutter, "You old fart. I told you I don't want to enter any competitions, yet you insist I do. Just wait till I get my hands on you." The atmosphere froze instantly. Su Xin's hand holding the phone went stiff. Danger. Chapter 22, Acquiring Psychic Powers, Guiding Su Xin, Supporting the Beast Tide. Young master, what nonsense are you spouting at a time like this? There was a noticeable pause on the other end, followed by a roar of fury. You little brat, what did you say? Su Xin quickly pressed the phone to his ear and said, Lord Yendi, I'm sorry. The young master is asleep. You? Little Xin? It's me, Su Xin replied. Another silence fell before the voice commanded, wake him up. Yes, sir. Su Xin shook Li Lan's body vigorously, but after a long while, there was still no sign of him waking up. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He leaned close to Li Lan's ear and whispered, Young master, Lord Yendi is here. Li Lan jolted awake. Where? Where is the old man? Seeing no one nearby, he shot Su Xin a reproachful look, his eyes silently accusing, You little rascal, why are you lying to me? Su Xin awkwardly pointed to the phone in his hand. A kind grandfather in public, but just an old man behind closed doors, huh? On the other end, Emperor Yen was clearly furious. The old man's right here. Hey, little lazy, wanna have me come down to Jiangnan and keep you company for a few days? Recalling the terror of being dominated by Grandpa in the past, Li Lan felt her scalp tingle. She quickly snatched the phone and replied sweetly, No need, Grandpa. I'm doing just fine here. I even won first place in the qualifying round, it was so much fun. In the Li household, he feared nothing and no one except his grandfather. That was precisely why he hadn't wanted his father to discover his talents. If his father found out, his grandfather would inevitably learn as well. And if his grandfather found out, he would undoubtedly drag him back to the clan for specialized cultivation training. So to avoid the clan training, he had no choice but to enter the martial arts tournament. Others might just talk about it, but his grandfather was different. When he said training, he meant real, grueling training. Before his abilities awakened, his grandfather forced him to run marathons every week. Now that he'd awakened his abilities. You brat, stop changing the subject. Grandpa, not only did I win the championship, but I also secured a teaching position at Qinglong Academy. Pretty impressive, huh? Made you proud, right? There was a moment of silence before the other side spoke. Have Sun step out for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Li Lan was about to say it wasn't necessary, but Su Xin stood up on his own and said, Young master, I'll step out for a moment. After Su Xin exited, the Flame Emperor continued, Truthfully, I wasn't entirely in favor of you joining Qinglong Academy. Li Lan pondered for a moment before asking, Is it because of that incident 15 years ago, or my would element divine power? Yes, Emperor Yan's tone grew noticeably heavier. But if I hadn't called to ask, how long did you plan to keep this from me? I was planning to tell you after waking up today, not true. Grandfather, rest assured, I'll be careful. Li Lan sighed helplessly. Besides, I'm going as a teacher, no classes required. You know my personality. Training? I couldn't care less about participating in that sort of thing. How about it, little lazy? Why not just come back to the family? What's so great about Qinglong Academy? Grandpa can train with you every day at home. 14 hours of training a day would be far more comfortable than that Qinglong Academy nonsense. Li Lan's body trembled. No need. I still have to compete. I promised you before, I can't go back on my word. Then be careful. As for the divine power, don't reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Just as Li Lan was about to hang up, her grandfather continued. Oh, and about that black coffin you got involved with. The high priest of the black coffin must already know about your divine power, right? How did you know everything? Li Lan hurriedly replied, Grandfather, you truly foresee everything. A cold snort came from the other end. If I hadn't asked, would you have bothered to say anything at all? Of course not. Not true. Poof. That little monster, the high priest, is indeed a potential threat. But it shouldn't be a major issue. He's already severed ties with the Spirit Energy Society, so he probably won't mention your affairs to those old fools there. But we can't be entirely certain. In a moment, I'll have your third brother give you those divine speed talismans. If danger arises, remember to flee immediately. Those divine speed charms. Third brother seems to value them more than his own life. Divine travel charms, top-tier mystical treasures, single-use items. Upon activation, they enable instant teleportation to a location 100 li away. Li Lan watched his grandfather hang up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed a ring on his finger. When did he put it on? He entered its consciousness and discovered the ring held a hidden secret. It was a spatial ring. The interior space was vast. Yet only 5 items were stored within. A teacher's token from Qinglong Academy. A top-tier rare treasure, Psychic Amber. 3 high-grade rare treasures, Blazing Flame Crystal, Advanced Thunder Beast Core, and Thunder Skystone. The moment his consciousness touched these items, the 4 treasures vanished instantly, leaving only the token behind. Ding! Detected host acquiring psychic-type artifact. Automatically absorbing. Congratulations on successfully awakening psychic abilities. Current telekinesis ability level, low tier initial. Psychic ability is consuming top tier psychic artifact. Psychic energy plus 500. Psychic ability is absorbing top tier psychic artifact. Psychic energy plus 500. Digestion complete. Your psychokinesis cultivation has been elevated to high tier initial stage. Fire element is devouring the blazing flame crystal. Fire element energy plus 500. Fire element is digesting the blazing flame crystal. Fire element energy plus 500. Digestion complete. Your fire element cultivation has advanced to late stage divine ability user. Fire element successfully comprehends the embryonic form of a fire-based divine ability, Scorching Strike. Burning Strike is fusing with Blazing Explosion. Fusion complete. The fire element has mastered the divine ability, Scorching Inferno. Thunder element is consuming Advanced Thunder Beast Core and Thunder Skystone. Thunder element energy plus 500. The lightning element is digesting the Advanced Thunder Beast Core and Thunder Skystone. Lightning element energy plus 500. Digestion complete. Your lightning element cultivation has advanced to mid-stage divine power user. The system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Li Lan simply blocked it out and continued his deep slumber. When he awoke, daylight had already broken. He found Su Xian sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating his divine abilities. Li Lan looked left and right, sensing something was off. Just then, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Detected host observing cultivation practice. 4 errors detected. System has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. Noticing Li Lan's gaze, Su Xian stood up and asked, "Young master, is something the matter?" Li Lan casually tapped a few points on his body and said, "This is wrong. It shouldn't be like this, it should be like this. This part is also wrong." Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Su Xian rubbed his head in disbelief. His first reaction was disbelief. After all, the supernatural abilities he and Li Lan cultivated were entirely different. How could Li Lan possibly spot his mistakes? Besides, his young master was merely a cultivator of divine abilities. The reason only great supernatural practitioners could serve as teachers at the 5 great academies was that only they possessed a thorough understanding of their own elemental attributes. Divine power users were merely at the entry level, far from achieving perfect mastery over their own attributes. However, out of respect for Li Lan, he attempted to channel his power once more. Su Xian's eyes suddenly widened. The first error the young master pointed out was completely correct. Following Li Lan's method, he altered the trajectory of the elemental energy flow. Sure enough, the absorption rate of the fire element energy became significantly smoother. He hastily tested the subsequent errors pointed out. The second one was also completely correct. The third one was still correct. The fourth one was correct too. After correcting all these errors, he distinctly felt the power of his divine ability increase by roughly 0.8 times. It was almost doubled. Don't underestimate this 0.8x increase. It's like an exam, even a single point can completely transform the outcome. Sometimes, just that tiniest bit more strength could tip the scales of victory in your favor. But the young master's divine power was different from his. The trajectory of divine powers is different too. How did he spot the flaws in mine? Su Xian looked at Li Lan sleeping on the bed, his heart filled with utter shock. He felt that even a great master of supernatural powers couldn't possibly point out all 4 of his mistakes in such a short time. Who would have thought that the usually lazy young master possessed such keen insight? He really kept his abilities well hidden. It seems I must train even harder to catch up to the young master's pace as soon as possible. Su Xian silently encouraged himself before resuming his seated meditation on the floor. By noon, Su Xian had finished feeding Li Lan. As he pushed Li Lan out for some fresh air, he happened to run into the headmaster walking toward them. "You're just in time. I was about to come find you." "Principal, what brings you here?" Su Xian inquired. "The National Martial Arts Tournament has been postponed." "What?" Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Has something happened?" The National Martial Arts Tournament was one of the largest events in the Dragon Nation. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be postponed lightly. The principal nodded. A beast tide has erupted at Yunmeng Lake, affecting multiple provinces. Higher authorities have instructed that the tournament will resume only after the beast tide is resolved. "Is there anything we need to do?" "Not yet," the principal replied. The principal continued, "However, an old friend of mine mentioned that students might be deployed to help fend off the beast tide. It'll just be clearing out the lower tier beasts on the outskirts. But your young master might have to go deeper. That kid's been sleeping ever since he came back yesterday." The principal glanced at Li Lan, who was fast asleep in his wheelchair. "Get yourself ready, and remember to tell your young master too." "Understood." Su Xian nodded, unsurprised by such matters. After all, in this era of rising races, everyone was a soldier. From elementary school, everyone underwent semi-military training. Sending students to the outer perimeter for training during a beast tide was perfectly normal. By the way, have you received the competition rewards? We've all received them. Although Su Xian had ultimately fainted and withdrawn, his overall ranking was still respectable, so he received a consolation prize. That's good. That night, Li Lan woke up. But he felt no desire to do anything, simply lying there with eyes open, staring silently at the ceiling. He stared like this for 3 or 4 hours. Seeing how lazy its master was, the psychic power began earnest cultivation. Psychic power plus 20. The fire element noticed the arrival of a new companion and happily began cultivation. Fire element energy plus 30. The wood element noticed the new companion's arrival and happily began cultivation. Wood element energy plus 30. The lightning element noticed the new companion and happily began training. Lightning element energy plus 30. Suddenly, he noticed a box placed on his bed. He recalled Su Xian mentioning it was a reward from the selection tournament. Li Lan used his psychokinesis to levitate the box, placing it on his lap before opening it. Inside lay 3 extraordinary treasures. The fire element is devouring the fire-separating stone. Fire element energy plus 80. Fire element devouring fire-separating stone, fire element energy plus 75. Fire element devouring fire-separating stone, fire element energy plus 68. Li Lan couldn't even be bothered to call it trash. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. 2 days later, schools across the entire Jiangnan province received orders to send students to Jiangnan City to clear away the beasts. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Some lower-tier beasts had infiltrated the city alongside ordinary fish, posing significant safety risks to civilians. The students' mission was to eliminate these beasts. Can I get out of this? Li Lan sighed. But Su Xian ruthlessly shoved him into the vehicle. Young master, the clan chief says you must assist with the beast tide. He also wants me to record a video. The clan chief said he wants to show your grandpa the footage of you fighting the beast tide. Young master, you don't want the Flame Emperor to find out you're slacking off here because of the delayed competition, do you? Li Lan. Chapter 23, instantly slaying a commander-level beast, the war god in a wheelchair. For this beast tide reinforcement, Xiangnan First High School deployed a significant force. 10 seniors, 10 juniors, and 10 freshmen were among them. Among them were Huang Xiaotian, Cui Mingho, and Zhang Yuanqi from before. Also present were Li Lan's classmates, Lu Yuya and Wang Shishir, along with Wang Shishir's best friend. Inside the vehicle, many felt tense or expectant. Lu Yuya carefully adjusted her little suit. I'm so elegant. I can't wait for tomorrow's battle. What's there to look forward to? It'll be bloody everywhere, utterly disgusting, Wang Shishir retorted, gazing admiringly at Li Lan, who was asleep in his wheelchair. If only our idol could join us. He took first place in the selection trials. Dealing with those beasts would be a piece of cake for him. You're dreaming, Wang Shishir's best friend scoffed. Precisely because Li Lan won the qualifiers, he'll never join us. They'll send him to the most dangerous places. Like I didn't know that. Wang Shishir glared at her friend. You two ladies are anything but graceful. Lu Yuya carefully combed his jet-black bangs while checking himself in the mirror. She nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with her appearance. Watch my sword. Watch this. Watch my sword. Huang Xiaotian thrust his unsheathed sword at Zhang Yuanqi. His competition reward was a sword technique. And having loved swords since childhood, he immediately bought a steel blade upon acquiring the skill. Now, he couldn't wait to test his new skills against the beasts. Cui Mingho carried a tablet, closely monitoring the beast tide updates online. This beast wave relief effort is divided into 4 main zones: the outer perimeter, middle zone, inner perimeter, and the core zone where numerous commander-level beasts dwell. Wang Shishir, Lu Yuya, your strength is relatively weaker, so you should be assigned to the outer zone. Li Qiya, you're assigned to the middle zone. As for me, Huang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi, and the others will be assigned to the inner zone. Li Lan is assigned to the core zone. Su Xian, will you be with us or with Li Lan? He pulled up a map and explained to everyone. I'll stick with the young master, Su Xian said after a moment's thought. His current strength was late high tier, and his nascent divine power was nearly perfected. He believed it wouldn't be long before he broke through to become a true divine power user. With this level of power, he might not be a main force in the core zone, but handling miscellaneous tasks shouldn't be a problem. Our idol is so far away? Wang Shishir looked utterly disappointed. Stop with those, her best friend sighed helplessly. If Li Lan were closer, we'd be in real trouble. She wanted to smack Wang Shishir's starry-eyed forehead. Li Lan was a divine power user, and their opponents this time were commander-level beasts. If they encountered a commander-level beast, they'd likely be devoured without a trace left. I was just saying. Like I don't know that? Wang Shishir glared at her best friend. The two laughed as they playfully wrestled. You two ladies are anything but elegant, Lu Yuya remarked while applying sunscreen. Thud. At that moment, the bus seemed to hit something, the front end emitting a dull thud. It came to a gradual halt. The principal jumped up and asked, "Driver, what happened?" The bus driver's face turned deathly pale as he stammered, "Monster. There's a monster." "What?" the principal exclaimed, rushing to look out the window. Two enormous, monstrous birds were now pounding against the windows. They opened their enormous beaks, emitting strange sounds from their throats. Their claws were sharp, tearing massive cracks in the car windows. The younger and middle grade students inside the bus were overcome with terror. The older students, being more capable, mostly just looked a bit tense. The accompanying teacher shouted, "Those are the two swift-winged eagles from Luoyun Mountain. What are they doing here? It must be due to the beast tide at Yunmeng Lake. Large numbers of low-tier beasts have entered the diversion channel. They're likely out hunting, and we just happened to cross their path." The principal's face darkened as he ordered, "Stay inside the vehicle and don't move. I'll go drive them away." He was the only psychic power user in the vehicle. And as principal, he bore the responsibility to protect his students. "Principal, be careful," a teacher warned. The principal nodded firmly. Just as he was about to step out of the car, Li Lan, seated in his wheelchair, furrowed his brow. Slowly opening his eyes to gaze out the window, he muttered, "This is so noisy." Those beside him were both amused and exasperated. "At a time like this, you still have the energy to sleep?" Wait a minute, Li Lan seemed to be a psychic too. Just as they processed this thought, the next second, boom, 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 two massive explosions erupted outside the window. A sea of flames erupted in their wake. The two swift-winged eagles vanished instantly in the flames, reduced to ashes. Not a single feather remained. Divine ability, Scorching Inferno. Unlike ordinary flame bursts, a standard fire blast requires manual activation, gathering and detonating the fire elemental energy within the air. The Scorching Inferno, however, bypasses this step, directly detonating the fiery elemental energy permeating the heavens and earth to unleash immense power. Witnessing this scene, they were utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Several teachers froze in place, staring outside in terror. Scorching heat waves poured through the bus windows, quickly soaking everyone inside in sweat. Many looked utterly bewildered. Only Li Lan relaxed his brows and continued sleeping. "That's the fusion divine ability. Li Lan, you've broken through again?" The principal's shocked voice echoed. All eyes turned to Li Lan. Silence fell over the entire scene. That terrifying sea of fire was created by Li Lan. Yet the only response was Li Lan's faint snoring. Seeing Li Lan still asleep, someone asked in disbelief, "Principal, are you certain Li Lan caused all that just now?" The principal gave a bitter smile. Besides Li Lan, is there another fire attribute supernatural being present? Indeed, aside from Li Lan, there was no other fire attribute psychic present. Who else could it be? They looked at Li Lan with a mixture of fear and reverence, as if beholding a war god. A god of war confined to a wheelchair. Taking down two beasts comparable to psychic-level psychics with a single strike, what else could he be but a god of war? And Li Lan was only 17. What would he be capable of at 27? At 27, even if he wasn't a terrestrial immortal, he'd surely be a great supernatural being, right? Once Li Lan becomes famous, they could brag about being alumni or even classmates of this top-tier prodigy. At this thought, each of them felt a surge of pride. At that moment, suddenly, a student asked, "By the way, principal, what exactly is this fusion divine power you mentioned earlier?" Fusion divine powers refer to merging two or more divine powers into one, creating an entirely new power. However, such abilities are incredibly difficult to master. Even many powerful practitioners struggle to cultivate more than a handful of fused abilities in their entire lifetimes. The principal gazed at Li Lan with envy. At this age, he knew of only one other person besides the great figures already enshrined in history who had mastered a fusion divine power. He knew of only Li Lan. "Principal, are you implying that Li Lan surpasses many great masters of supernatural abilities?" "You could say that. At least in terms of mastering divine abilities." The principal praised, student Li Lan must have poured immense effort into practicing his divine abilities. After all, fusing divine abilities isn't something that can be achieved solely through innate talent. It also requires ample time to hone sufficient experience. Good heavens! They looked at Li Lan with renewed awe. No wonder he sleeps all day, he's been working this hard every night. 10 years of practice for 10 minutes on stage. Each of them now wanted to slap themselves twice. They only saw Li Lan's outward ease, unaware of the sweat he'd shed and the hardships he'd endured behind the scenes. Li Lan is truly amazing. He deserves it, sleeping all day long. How exhausted must he be at night? He's such a genius and still works so hard. Does he even let anyone else live? Let's all follow Li Lan's example. Once we're back at school, I'm going to practice 14 hours a day. I used to think he slept through the night too, turns out that was just me kidding myself. Watching them get so moved, Su Xian remained expressionless. Truthfully, he desperately wanted to say, "Don't be fooled by how relaxed my young master seems, he's even more relaxed behind the scenes." But he feared getting beaten up, so he kept quiet. He used to be just like them, believing the young master slept during the day because his nighttime training was exhausting. It wasn't until a few nights ago, when he'd pulled several all-nighters in a row, that this notion was completely shattered. He witnessed Li Lan sleep from daylight into night, then from night into daylight. Then from day into night, and again from night into day. This cycle repeated endlessly. After the beasts were eliminated, the bus resumed its journey. Before long, the bus arrived at the provincial capital and pulled up in front of a large hotel. According to the arrangements from above, they would all be staying here for the next few days. Li Lan was an exception, however. He stayed in a village near Yunmeng Lake. After all, the hotel was too far from the core area, and staying in the village saved time. To accommodate Li Lan, Su Xian also moved into the village. Assigned by the military, he shared a room with Li Lan. Don't get the wrong idea, there were 2 beds in the room. By the time Li Lan woke up, it was already evening. After feeding her dinner, Su Xian recounted the day's events to Li Lan. Li Lan gave a brief nod. Just then, a soldier in camouflage entered from outside. He paused, startled upon seeing Li Lan. Then he asked suspiciously, "Excuse me, are you two the reinforcements for this beast tide?" Su Xian nodded. "Why is there a disabled person here too?" Though puzzled, the soldier continued. "The general requests your presence at the village square for a meeting. He has something important to discuss with you." "Alright, we'll be right there." Chapter 24, Team Assignments. Is Li Lan a loser? By the time Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the village's central square, it was already packed with people. The crowd roughly divided into 3 groups. One group comprised the contestants who had competed earlier at the sports field, geniuses from all corners of Jiangnan province. The second group comprised soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms. As for the last group, Su Xian had heard from others on his way to the village that they were apparently from other provinces, heading toward Longjing when they got stuck on the road after encountering the beast tide. At that moment, an officer in uniform was addressing the crowd from above. Upon spotting Li Lan and Su Xian, he paused in surprise. Then a soldier hurried over and whispered something in his ear. Only then did the officer's expression clear. "You must be Li Lan. You look quite handsome, truly impressive." The officer smiled. "Hurry in. The meeting's been going on for a while now." "All right." Su Xian nodded and promptly pushed Li Lan into the square, instinctively positioning them behind the group of prodigies from Jiangnan province. He hid Li Lan within the crowd, as if afraid someone might spot him. To his surprise, aside from a handful of divine power users, most present shared his cultivation level late high tier. As Li Lan joined the crowd, many turned to look behind them, as if they'd discovered a new continent. "The lazy god is here. The lazy god is here. I'm telling you, when he fought Fong Hung in the qualifiers earlier, he was absolutely godlike. So that's Li Lan. Just as the rumors say, a lazybones through and through. He shows up like this and still uses a wheelchair? I suspect he's a fake person, the wheelchair is his true form. Too bad the teams are already set. Otherwise, I'd totally join Li Lan's squad." "Right. Each team has 8 members, and they're already assigned. Doesn't that mean Li Lan is paired with just one other person? Didn't you forget? There are 2 extra people from out of province. They got lucky. Damn it. I didn't really notice during the competition, but now that I look at him, Li Lan seems pretty handsome. He's my type. If you like him, go for it." I heard Li Lan's still single. Several people whispered among themselves. A few bolder girls even tried to poke Li Lan's face to see if he was really asleep. Su Xian frowned and quickly stepped in front of Li Lan. Only then did they reluctantly pull their hands back. Su Xian shot a helpless glance at Li Lan in his wheelchair and sighed. This guy is still so lazy. Thunder Beast Duan Zitao glanced at Li Lan before looking away. He had hoped to spar with Li Lan about lightning abilities, but it seemed that opportunity had vanished once again. The officer on stage bellowed instructions, mostly about strategic deployment, urging everyone to prioritize safety and cooperate in fighting the beasts. Beyond the tactical briefings, most of it was empty rhetoric. "Alright, that's all I have to say. Everyone, return to your posts. The beast cleanup mission commences tomorrow. I trust that with our collective effort, we will repel the beast tide. Keep up the good work. Let's do this." The crowd in the square shouted in unison. "Oh, and Lu Xiaoqi and Xiong Jianshan, you two will be assigned to Li Lan starting today." "Got it." A crisp female voice rang out. The crowd gradually dispersed. Among the group of outsiders, a vibrant young woman and a petite girl began arguing. "Lu Xiaoqi, have you lost your mind? Are you really going to join that cripple's team?" the glamorous girl snapped. The petite girl with the mushroom haircut replied, "But I have nowhere else to go. All the other teams are full." "So what if they're full? You can just stay with our team. No one will say anything." "No, that's against the rules." Lu Xiaoqi stubbornly insisted. "Luna, I know you mean well, but I don't think joining his group will be a problem. Besides, he's just in a wheelchair. Who says someone in a wheelchair is crippled?" Luna seemed to laugh in exasperation. Besides cripples, who else would be in a wheelchair? Lu Xiaoqi couldn't argue with that. Just then, someone from Jiangnan province overheard their conversation and couldn't help but step forward. Actually, Li Lan isn't crippled. He's in a wheelchair purely because he's lazy. He's a very powerful psychic. See? Even he says so, Lu Xiaoqi remarked. Luna glared at the speaker and snapped, "Get lost, you jerk. Trying to pull that bull on me? How amusing. Just because he's lazy? How could anyone be that lazy? If he's in a wheelchair, he's either crippled, has physical issues, or has mental problems. What normal person sits in a wheelchair? Exactly. You folks from Jiangnan province or something else. Who in their right mind would sit in a wheelchair? That Li Lan has been sleeping ever since he arrived. I'd bet 80% he's in poor health. What good is someone like that even if he becomes a supernatural being? On the battlefield, he'd probably be worse than us late-stage sorcerers." Many newcomers to Jiangnan province chimed in agreement. They glanced at Li Lan, being pushed by Su Xian not far away, fast asleep. They didn't buy any of that nonsense about him being powerful. After all, he didn't look the part of a powerful individual at all. Seeing her violent reaction, the man quickly backed away. He didn't bother defending himself. After all, whether Li Lan was strong or not would be revealed tomorrow. "Luna, calm down." He didn't say anything. Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly interjected. "Why are you so angry? Do you think I'm angry at him? I'm furious at you, Miss Lu. But no matter what, the general has assigned me to Li Lan's team. I have to go check it out. I'll go with you." "All right." The two of them approached Li Lan together. Su Xian looked at them both in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Xiaoqi flashed her little fangs and introduced herself with a smile. "Hey, handsome. I'm Lu Xiaoqi. My name is Su Xian." Su Xian looked at Luna, hesitating before asking, "And you are?" "Xiong Jianxiang?" Lu Xiaoqi burst out laughing. Luna's face turned green with anger as she shouted, "My name is Luna. Have you ever seen a pretty girl named Xiong Jianxiang?" "Luna, don't get mad. He didn't know." Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly explained, "The general said earlier that I was to join Li Lan's team alongside Xiong Jianxiang. Xiong Jianxiang isn't here now, so it's only natural he mistook you for him." This only made Luna angrier. She pointed at her own delicate features and retorted, "Me? Xiong Jianxiang? Normal?" Lu Xiaoqi burst out laughing even harder. "Sorry, Luna, I really couldn't help myself." Luna glared at her, then looked at Su Xian and Li Lan. "Is he your team captain?" "Captain?" Su Xian nodded. My young master is indeed the captain." "Young master?" Luna frowned. It seemed Li Lan's family was no ordinary one, even his tutor was a late-stage sorcerer. But these young masters from prominent families were notoriously temperamental, and she'd never cared for them. And Xiaoqi was alone. If they decided to pick on her, wouldn't she have no one to turn to for help? No, Lu Xiaoqi couldn't join this team. That Xiong Jianxiang was clearly a man too. With 3 men and only Lu Xiaoqi as the lone woman, the team would be far too vulnerable. Luna glanced at Lu Xiaoqi and saw the girl acting as if nothing was wrong, which only made her fury boil over. She turned to Su Xian. "Could you wake your young master? I need to speak with him." She wanted to confirm what kind of character this Li Lan truly possessed. That way, even if Lu Xiaoqi did join the team later, she could feel more at ease. Su Xian shook his head. "I'm afraid not. My young master is resting. Xiaoqi is now a member of your team. Can't I, as her friend, discuss something with your young master?" Luna asked, frowning. Su Xian considered it for a moment before replying, "No. If there's something to discuss, we can talk tomorrow." "Fine." Luna laughed in exasperation at his stubbornness. "If you won't call him, I'll do it myself." With that, she moved to rouse Li Lan herself. At that moment, a surge of fiery elemental energy erupted from Su Xian's body. "Miss, don't push it too far." Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly pulled Luna away. "Sorry about that, handsome. My bestie has a bit of a temper. Since we're discussing this tomorrow, we'll come back then." The two argued as they walked further apart. "What are you doing? How can I possibly let you join them without confirming what kind of person that Li Lan is? Besides, their team is all guys." "Luna, what are you thinking? This is military zone territory, it's practically part of the military zone. What could they possibly do to me? Besides, from the look on Li Lan's face, he seems like a decent person. You little brat, judging by looks." Watching them depart, Su Xian pushed Li Lan back to the place where the two of them were staying. Since they were in a village, the two were temporarily staying at a local family's home. Meals were provided by the family. Of course, the military also provided them with a sum of money as compensation. Early the next morning, Su Xian finished feeding Li Lan. Just as he was pushing Li Lan out to clear the beasts according to the military's plan from the previous day, the 2 men from yesterday appeared before him together. "Hey there, we meet again." Lu Xiaoqi greeted him with a smile, radiating youthful energy. Li Lan looked at them in confusion. Su Xian explained from the side, according to military instructions, clearing the beasts is done in teams of 8. But we arrived late last night, so only 2 people were assigned to our team. One is Lu Xiaoqi, and the other is Xiong Jianxiang. Captain, hello. I'm Lu Xiaoqi. Li Lan stared at Luna in disbelief. You're Xiong Jianxiang? Put. Lu Xiaoqi burst into laughter again. Lu Na's face darkened. My name is Lu Na. Hello, Captain Li. What happened to Xiong Jianxiang? Li Lan looked at Su Xian in confusion. Su Xian shook his head, indicating he knew nothing about it. Lu Xiaoqi stepped forward to explain. Sister Luna saw that I'm the only girl on our team, so she came specifically to keep me company. Captain, may I ask if Sister Luna could join our team too? Li Lan nodded in agreement. Then she went back to sleep. Luna's lips twitched. Was it too late to leave the team now? She asked, are the 4 of us going to hunt the beast together now? Su Xian nodded. Yes. Originally, it was just the 2 of us. Now that you're here, we're 4. But only 3 of us will be doing the heavy lifting. My young master won't be participating. Please understand. Lu Xiaoqi shrugged indifferently and said, sure, no problem. Luna's forehead vein throbbed as she lunged forward to demand, why should we? Fortunately, Lu Xiaoqi pulled her back just in time. Sis Luna, calm down. You said yourself that Li Lan is probably unwell. Just give him some leeway. You're driving me crazy. Luna glared at her. Chapter 25, The 3 Swords of Body Tempering. The summer sun blazed overhead, its heat intense. Today's heat was exceptionally intense. Li Lan's squad was clearing beasts near a tributary of Yunming Lake. The trio fought their way in and out of the water 7 times. Though the water offered some relief from the heat, killing beasts in the water proved incredibly taxing. Soon, they were drenched in sweat. Su Xian was particularly drenched. His fire attribute ability clashed with water, limiting his movements whether fighting on or in the water. Luna flickered her slender fingers, and a beam of light shot from her hand, effortlessly piercing a beast lurking beneath the surface that had been attempting to breach the protective barrier. I'm so exhausted, she muttered, wiping sweat from her forehead. Spotting Li Lan sound asleep beneath the shade of a nearby tree, she couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. There are just too many of these beasts. We can't kill them fast enough. Lu Xiaoqi, her face flushed crimson from exhaustion, lay down in the water and simply floated. Seeing her, Luna's anger flared even more. Now you know how exhausting it is? Serves you right. If you hadn't insisted on joining this team, how could we possibly be in this mess now? 5 people per team is bad enough, but only 3 are actually working. One's lying under a tree. And the other one? Half a day gone, and we haven't even seen him. Floating on the water, Lu Xiaoqi protested innocently, I can't help it if that stubborn bear refuses to come. Besides, without the 2 of us, Su Xian would be in real trouble. He deserves it too. Both pairs of eyes turned to Su Xian, unable to help but marvel at his resilience. After all this time, a fire-type ability user was still charging in and out of the water like it was nothing. Each strike claimed a beast. By their reckoning, he had likely slain more beasts than both of them combined. Flaming Vortex. Su Xian dove beneath the surface, igniting a massive flame that swirled within the water, merging with the lake and producing a sizzling sound. Immediately, 4 or 5 high-tier fish-type beasts surfaced, all thoroughly roasted. What powerful fire attribute divine ability! Luna exclaimed in astonishment. This Su Xian won't take long to become a divine ability user. Such a prodigy wasted on tutoring a cripple. Su Xian, you're so amazing you cook the fish. Lu Xiaoqi exclaimed in astonishment. He swam over to Su Xian, tasted a fish floating on the surface, then spat it out. Yuck, that's disgusting. This silly girl, of course it's awful without salt or oil. Luna silently pulled Lu Xiaoqi away. Su Xian asked, are you tired? If so, let's rest on the shore for a bit. Together? Luna asked. Su Xian nodded. Under the big tree, the 3 sat in a row. Li Lan had woken up at some point, her eyes half open as she basked in the gentle breeze. This feels so good. Luna glanced at her sweat-soaked hair and felt an urge to punch something. Young master, would you like some water? Su Xian pressed the water bottle to Li Lan's lips. So you just go ahead without asking first, huh? Li Lan took a few casual sips. You're so good to your young master. Lu Xiaoqi said enviously, if only I could meet someone as kind as you when my health fails me someday. My young master is perfectly healthy. I understand. Lu Xiaoqi wore an expression that said she knew everything. Somehow I don't think you understand. Su Xian sighed. He still owed Li Lan hundreds of millions in medical bills. By the way, Su Xian, how did you get into the core zone? Lu Xiaoqi suddenly asked, you're a late-stage high-tier fire elemental cultivator. The core zone is far too restrictive for you. Logically, shouldn't you have been assigned to the inner zone? I forced my way in following the young master. Oh, no wonder. Lu Na's lips twitched at the corner. So if you hadn't forced your way in, it would have been just the two of us doing all the work, huh? She stood up, picked up a branch nearby in a huff, and began practicing swordplay. Her flowing hair swayed as the branch whistled through the air. The sword technique she practiced wasn't for attack, but for body conditioning, strengthening every muscle in her body. Before long, she was drenched in sweat. Li Lan watched her silently. Soon, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected 6 errors in the host's observation of the 3 swords of body tempering practice. System has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. There are quite a few mistakes here. Li Lan was about to point it out, but just as she opened her mouth, an instinctive wave of exhaustion washed over her body. Forget it. Talking is exhausting. Noticing Li Lan staring at her, Luna frowned and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Li Lan hadn't intended to speak, but to avoid misunderstanding, he finally said, "Your sword technique, you're practicing it wrong." Hearing this, Luna reacted as if she'd heard a joke. Are you kidding? The forging body 3 swords technique she practiced had been taught to her personally by her father a year ago. Ever since reaching the high-tier sorcerer realm, this sword technique had steadily enhanced her physique. She'd left countless peers far behind. If it were wrong, she would have noticed long ago. How could she have cultivated it this far? If she didn't believe him, so be it. Li Lan couldn't be bothered to argue and went back to sleep. Luna persisted, "You say I've been practicing it wrong, what proof do you have?" Lu Xiaoqi, standing nearby, also found it hard to believe. She and Luna were classmates. Back when Luna practiced this sword technique, she'd even been praised by their school's principal. Their principal was a late-stage psychic. If the sword technique was flawed, it should have been caught long ago. Besides, Luna had been practicing it for over a year without any issues arising. "Captain, you say Sister Luna's sword technique is wrong. Can you point out exactly where she's going wrong?" "Leaving it like this is really frustrating," Lu Xiaoqi said. Li Lan opened his eyes and sighed. "There are 6 mistakes in total. The first one." He briefly outlined the first error. After listening, Luna's first reaction was disbelief. Yet she also sensed some truth in Li Lan's words. So she decided to give it a try. Trying it proved to be no small matter. The moment she did, she became utterly thrilled. Her sword swinging speed increased. More muscles were engaged in the workout. Seeing her dazed state, Lu Xiaoqi grew anxious. "Sis Luna, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" But Luna, seemingly possessed, paid no heed to her words. She repeated the same sword technique over and over, exactly as Li Lan had just instructed. "Su Xin, do you know what's wrong with Sister Luna?" Lu Xiaoqi asked anxiously. Chapter 26, The Pitiful Lightning Element. "I'm fine." Luna suddenly exhaled. "Then what was that just now?" "I just had a moment of enlightenment," Luna explained. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi covered her mouth in disbelief. So what the captain said earlier was true. Though reluctant to believe it, Luna nodded. She looked deeply at Li Lan and asked, "How did you know where I went wrong? Did you practice the 3 swords of body forging before?" The mistake Li Lan had pointed out earlier. Not only had she been practicing it wrong, but even her father had been doing it incorrectly. Even her grandfather had practiced it incorrectly, making it a mistake passed down through generations. She refused to believe someone who had never practiced this sword technique could spot it at a glance. Li Lan didn't bother to explain, merely shaking his head. "Then how did you know?" Li Lan fluttered her eyelids. Luna looked utterly bewildered. Su Xin instantly understood and explained, "The young master means he saw it with his own eyes." "Su Xin, you really get me." Li Lan gave Su Xin a look of approval. Su Xin lifted his head slightly, his expression proud yet reserved. "Luna! What's there to be proud of?" She exclaimed in disbelief, "That's impossible. You haven't studied the 3 swords of body forging, how could you possibly spot my mistake at a glance?" Li Lan shot her a look that said, "Believe it or not." Knowing further argument was futile, Luna sighed helplessly and asked, "Then could you tell me the remaining 5 mistakes?" Fearing Li Lan might refuse, she pressed on, "Consider it my payment for joining your team. I wasn't part of your team to begin with, so I can leave any time. The team is already understaffed. If I leave, the pressure of clearing the beasts will fall even heavier on you. Right now, nearly all the burden rests on Su Xin's shoulders. Young master, surely you don't want to see Su Xin work himself to the bone?" That last line felt familiar. Li Lan pondered for a moment and realized she was right. Besides, this thing wasn't some treasure trove. Keeping it secret wouldn't gain him anything. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Luna's lips curved into a delighted smile. "Then tell me." Li Lan briefly outlined the remaining 5 errors. Luna listened intently. Her expression shifted from puzzlement to deep concentration, then sudden realization. As soon as Li Lan finished, she immediately picked up the wooden staff and began practicing again. Her swordplay was fierce and decisive, her movements crisp and precise. Compared to before, she looked infinitely smoother. After completing the first form, she exhaled deeply and came to a slow halt. Her clear eyes met Li Lan's, radiating a warmth far greater than before. She bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Holy cow, Captain, you're amazing. Lu Shaoqi exclaimed from the sidelines, where she'd been watching the entire time. She turned to Su Xin. Was he always this good? Su Xin recalled Li Lan teaching him cultivation earlier and nodded. Pretty much. He's truly incredible, Lu Shaoqi marveled once more. She stared intently at Li Lan, her thoughts hidden. Just then, Luna said, we've rested long enough. Let's start clearing the beasts. Su Xin took a sip of water and replied, all right. With that, the three plunged back into the water. Suddenly, a massive mid-stage high-tier fish-like beast charged toward Luna. Luna leapt high, using the water's surface as a springboard to propel herself upward. 3 beams of light swords shot from her hands. The beast was instantly pierced through with 3 slashes and 6 holes. Sis Luna, you seem much more agile than before. Lu Shaoqi marveled. Is it because of that sword technique earlier? A faint smile touched Luna's lips as she gave a slight nod. The captain is truly formidable. If only her body weren't troubled, she'd surely become a great master someday, Lu Shaoqi sighed. Luna also felt a pang of regret. Let's keep hunting these beasts. It's their business, and we can't interfere. All right. Leilan sat in her wheelchair, quietly gazing at the sky. Before long, he closed his eyes again and slowly drifted off to sleep. The fire elemental, seeing its master so lazy, wept bitterly in anger, saying, you useless piece of trash. Start putting in some effort. Fire elemental energy plus 35. Infected by the fire elemental's fervor, the wood elemental also began diligent cultivation. Wood elemental energy plus 30? The lightning element, watching its master shed tears of envy, was forced to begin training under the fire element's beatings. Lightning element energy plus 25. Telekinesis, witnessing the thunder elemental's beating, began training out of fear. Telekinesis energy plus 20. TSK, poor lightning element. Li Lan sneered in his sleep. The lightning element felt like it had taken a 10,000-ton critical hit. Just as it considered quitting cultivation, it got beaten up again by the fire element. With no other choice, it had to keep training. Lightning element energy plus 45. Time flew by as the trio slayed more and more beasts. Before long, it was noon. Su Xin pushed Li Lan back to the village, with Luna and Lu Shaoqi following behind. People kept greeting Li Lan along the way. Hey, lazy god. Lazy god. How come the lazy god is still sleeping? Seeing this scene, Lu Shaoqi and Luna couldn't help but marvel. Luna remarked, who knew your young master was so popular? I told you my young master is perfectly normal, Su Xin replied. And he even took first place in the preliminary competition. Luna suddenly recalled the words spoken by that person yesterday. Could it be true? But she couldn't believe it. How could anyone be that lazy? And it had been half the day already, yet Li Lan hadn't once gotten out of his wheelchair. He was too lazy even to speak, relying on Su Xin to bring water to his lips. He must have been quite formidable in the past. Then during the competition, even though she gave it her all and came in first, she was taken out by the runner-up. Luna thought. Suddenly, Li Lan seemed a bit pitiful. Such a prodigy, he'd spotted flaws in her sword technique with just a glance. Yet now he was confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. That must have been a devastating blow for him. That second-place finisher was truly despicable. It was just a competition, yet he resorted to such underhanded tactics. Suddenly, she understood why Li Lan still felt so exhausted even after sleeping all day. Perhaps it wasn't physical exhaustion, but weariness with life itself. Seeing her pitying expression, Su Xin hurriedly pushed Li Lan away, afraid his young master might be contaminated. Though his young master was lazy now, his expressions were generally normal. Lu Shaoqi looked at Luna strangely and asked, what's wrong with you? Luna shook her head. Nothing. Oh, and remember to watch what you say around Li Lan from now on. I'm afraid he might get the wrong idea. Oh. Lu Shaoqi nodded, still confused. Suddenly, she smiled. By the way, would you guys like to come over for lunch? I tried out a new recipe yesterday, and I think it turned out pretty good. Su Xin, are you and the captain coming? Sure. What about Sister Luna? Lu Shaoqi looked toward Luna. All she saw was Luna's hastily retreating back. Why the sudden rush? Chapter 27, A Delicious Lunch, Boiling the Sky and Sea. Upon arriving at Lu Shaoqi's residence, Su Xin finally understood why Luna had been running so fast. Lunch is ready. Come taste my cooking. Lu Shaoqi called, holding a large white porcelain bowl. Li Lan was curious to see what delicious dish she had prepared. But upon seeing the green fish in the porcelain bowl and the blue meat simmering in the iron pot nearby, he decisively chose to close his eyes. He began to snore loudly. Li Lan, are you eating? Lu Shaoqi felt a little disappointed seeing Li Lan fall asleep again. Then she turned to Su Xin with a delighted expression and said, Su Xin, looks like it's just the two of us eating together. I'll go get you some rice. Wait a sec. Su Xin glanced at the fish on the table, his mouth twitching. He took a whiff, and his expression changed dramatically. He decisively pushed Li Lan out of Lu Shaoqi's place. Where are you going? Lu Xiaoqi returned to find Su Xian already gone. Rushing to the doorway, she called out, "We haven't eaten yet. My young master isn't feeling well and needs his medicine every day. I have to go get it for him now. I'm truly sorry. Let's have dinner together another time." Su Xian explained, trying not to hurt Lu Xiaoqi's feelings. Lu Xiaoqi looked understanding. "Alright, the captain's health comes first. You guys should go back first. Next time I create a new dish, I'll invite you all again. It won't be next time." Su Xian quickened his pace, eventually breaking into a full-on run. As if terrified Lu Xiaoqi might catch up. Just then, Su Xian noticed Li Lan staring at him with those dead fish eyes, and he couldn't help but feel awkward. Li Lan's expression clearly seemed to say, "Which one of us needs to take the medicine?" Su Xian said, "Then shall we go back and continue eating?" Li Lan's mouth twitched slightly before he chose to close his eyes. Watching Su Xian's retreating figure, Lu Xiaoqi's face lit up with envy. Su Xian is so kind to the captain. The captain seems to be in pretty bad shape. Once he takes his medicine, they won't have time to eat. She glanced at the large table laden with dishes, thinking it would be a waste to let them go to waste. She found a few insulated containers and packed them all up. I should bring them some food. They'll be clearing out the beasts this afternoon. It wouldn't do for them to be hungry. The captain isn't feeling well, so he should eat more. Su Xian can eat normally. I'll bring some for Sister Luna too. She must have been in a hurry earlier. I really am such a kind-hearted person. When the afternoon cleanup of the beasts arrived, the four gathered at the previous tributary outlet. In just a few hours, numerous aquatic beasts had gathered here again. They rammed violently against the protective nets placed at the entrance, shaking the large wooden stakes deeply embedded in the ground until they swayed precariously. Su Xian glanced at the mountain of beast corpses piled on the water's surface. "Looks like the military has taken care of quite a few for us. Let's get started," Luna said. Su Xian nodded. "All right. Wait." Lu Xiaoqi interjected. The two turned to her. "What is it?" Lu Xiaoqi pulled 4 lunchboxes from her backpack. "You guys were in such a rush earlier, you probably haven't eaten yet. I brought you some food. Don't be shy." She opened the containers, revealing blue meat, green fish, black chicken drumsticks, and an unidentified food wrapped in cotton candy. Lu Na's expression changed. "No need," she said. "I already ate at my friend's place. These are for Su Xian and Li Lan." Lu Xiaoqi looked expectantly at Su Xian. Su Xian promptly jumped into the water and began cleaning the exotic beast. He declared with righteous indignation, "This is mission time. How can we be doing things unrelated to our task?" Luna chimed in, "I think Su Xian has a point. Xiaoqi, your ideological awareness still needs work." Lu Xiaoqi felt ashamed and said, "My bad." She placed the insulated box under a tree and said, "Then let's eat after we finish clearing the beasts and take a break." The trio entered the water to hunt the beasts. Under the tree, Li Lan, who had been sleeping, detected an odd scent and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Opening his eyes, he immediately spotted the peculiar dishes in the lunchbox. A sudden idea struck him, and he used his psychic powers to toss all the dishes into the water. Then he went back to sleep. A few minutes later, the 3 people cleaning up the alien beast quickly noticed something was off. Luna glanced at Su Xian and said, "Did you notice too? There seem to be a lot fewer low-tier beasts around here. What's going on?" Su Xian shook his head. Just then, they heard Lu Xiaoqi's startled cry, "Oh no, my insulated box." They looked over and saw 4 insulated boxes floating in the water not far away. Any lowly beasts or fish passing near the insulated box would detour around it. Luna cast a wistful glance at Lu Xiaoqi, feeling a sense of relief. "What did you put in the food?" "Nothing much, just a pinch of salt, oil, MSG, sesame oil, powdered innards of the great nylon, fruits of the green spirit camphor tree, roots of fragrant pigweed, petals of the cinnamon moonflower, powdered fangs of the jade snake, leaves of the flame grass, flowers of the blue grass, white jade mushrooms, flowers of the heartbreak grass, powdered genitals of the fawn wolf, and scales of the silver fish." Lu Xiaoqi rattled off the names of over 30 ingredients in one breath. Flying creatures, land-dwelling beasts, aquatic swimmers, waterborne organisms, earth-grown plants, every conceivable ingredient was included. The two exchanged a knowing glance, saying nothing as they resumed clearing the demon beasts. Lu Xiaoqi didn't understand why they were ignoring her. Saddened, she picked up the 4 insulated boxes floating on the water. "What a shame. I'll just have to cook for everyone next time. But how did they end up in the water?" She looked at the tree in confusion. That spot was clearly several meters away from the water. By evening, as the 3 were cleaning up the remains of the strange beast, Su Xian suddenly received an order from the military. "Team Li Lan, an anomaly has occurred at Yunmeng Lake. Withdraw immediately. Withdraw immediately. I repeat, an anomaly has occurred at Yunmeng Lake. Withdraw immediately. Withdraw immediately." The call abruptly ended. Just as he was about to call Lu Na and Lu Xiaoqi ashore. But just then, a startled cry rang out nearby. A commander-level mutant beast in the water. It was Luna. Su Xin looked in her direction. 100 meters or so ahead, a massive serpentine beast suddenly burst through the water, sending waves crashing over 100 meters high. Its eyes were larger than a baby's, and its face was hideously grotesque. It opened its gaping maw and let out a deafening roar. The water erupted with chaotic activity. Countless serpentine beasts swam through the water. Low-tier ones gathered in large groups, mid-tier ones were innumerable, and high-tier ones were everywhere. Oh no! His heart sank violently, and he shouted urgently, "Get ashore quickly!" Luna and Lu Shaoqi scrambled onto the shore. Su Xian also scrambled onto the shore. But his earlier shout seemed to have drawn the beast's attention. No sooner had he reached dry land than another commander-level demon beast emerged from the water. It was an octopus-like aquatic beast. Its tentacles shot out like lightning, wrapping tightly around Su Xian's legs and dragging him back into the water. Su Xian clung desperately to the protective net at the water's edge, struggling to break free. Just as his strength was failing, in an instant. Chapter 28, Fire God? No, the god of laziness. At that moment, Duan Zitao and a military officer with supernatural abilities were leading a large group of psychics rushing toward Li Lan's location. Quick, it's right ahead. Confirmed reports, 6 areas with beast uprisings. Teams are deployed to Li Lan's squad, Feng Heng's squad, Wang Cheng's squad. Li Lan's squad is right ahead. Increase our pace. Faster still. Though the lazy god was the champion of the previous selection tournament, their team only has 4 members. They face a greater risk of danger than the other teams. Almost there, almost there. I see the river. They should be just ahead. All soldiers, prepare to receive orders. Upon encountering those in distress, initiate rescue operations immediately. Regardless of risk, regardless of sacrifice. Yes, sir. I think I spotted Li Lan. And his 2 teammates too. Oh no, Li Lan's little companion is in danger. Duan Zitao and the military officer's expressions shifted slightly as they prepared to rush forward for rescue. But at that very moment, the scene before them suddenly erupted into a sea of flames. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the tentacle wrapped around Su Xian, sending sparks flying. The tentacle instantly exploded into a bloody mess, its fluids spilling everywhere. Boom! 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 Immediately followed by several more explosions, sending massive waves of heat across the river's surface. And steam! Countless low-tier, mid-tier, and even high-tier beasts perished in an instant. That serpentine sovereign-level beast was reduced to shreds in an instant, consumed by the inferno. Next came the octopus-like beast. All its tentacles simultaneously bloomed into dozens of fiery red death blossoms, large and small. As the flowers bloomed, they unleashed tremendous explosions and blinding flashes of light. The octopus too was reduced to a pile of flesh in the blast, raining down from the sky like droplets. Landing on the ground. Dropping into the water. Just then, another fish-like beast of commander level attempted to breach the surface. A dark cloud began to gather in the sky, and a bolt of blue lightning suddenly struck from within. The lightning bolt, as thick as a baby's arm, unleashed immense energy. Upon striking the water, that expanse instantly transformed into an electric lake. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The monstrous beast was shattered into pieces. Countless beasts, their eyes rolled back in their heads from the thunder's lingering fury, surfaced from the water. A scene of scorching skies and boiling seas unfolded. Witnessing this scene, it wasn't just Lu Shaoqi and Luna. But even Duan Zitao, the military officers, and the psychics they led, were struck with shock, terror, and utter disbelief. Heavens! All this was caused by Li Lan? It's terrifying. Li Lan? That's not how you address and call him the lazy god. With power this terrifying, the lazy god's fire elemental abilities must be at the late stage of divine power now, right? A genius. The lazy god is a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. He's only 17, yet he's already broken through to the late stage of divine power. Comparing people really is infuriating. Those explosions earlier were terrifying. Was that a fusion divine ability? No way. Fusion divine power is incredibly difficult to master, even for grand divine power users. I think it was a fusion divine ability. What other divine ability could unleash such power? The lazy god truly lives up to the Li family name to comprehend a fusion divine power at such a young age. I've served in the military for years, and this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying genius. Who wouldn't be? The current Li Lan is probably only matched by the legendary Yen Emperor of old. He has every chance of becoming the second Yen Emperor. No, he is the one. He will forge his own legend, one that belongs solely to him. The group of psychics murmured among themselves. Even the usually strict military soldiers couldn't resist joining the discussion. An officer chuckled, "Looks like we came here for nothing." Duan Zitao stood frozen, muttering to himself, he actually broke through. Not only did his fire element reach late-stage divine power, but his thunder element also reached mid-stage divine power. And he even mastered fusion divine power. I'm no match for him. I'm no match for him at all. Why must I share this era with someone like him? It's utterly hopeless. I was actually planning to exchange a few moves with him, but now it seems pointless. Ah. Li Lan stood up, stretched lazily with sleepy eyes, then sat back down in her wheelchair. He squinted his eyes and said lazily, I've slept all day. I'm so tired. The entire venue fell silent. Many psychics turned to look at him, their faces showing admiration. The lazy god truly lived up to his name. He was just as he always had been, not a bit changed. As lazy as ever. But they too longed to reach that level of laziness. Alas, their abilities wouldn't permit it. Even if they had the strength, they lacked the innate talent. Li Lan looked at Su Xian and asked, Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Su Xian shook his head, his face still showing signs of lingering shock. Li Lan, you. Luna stared at Li Lan, her words stumbling out. Lu Xiaoqi asked excitedly, Captain, are you really a normal person? When did I ever say I wasn't normal? Li Lan conveyed with his eyes. Then how did you? Lu Xiaoqi grasped his meaning and glanced at Li Lan's wheelchair. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she abruptly turned to Su Xian beside her. Su Xian pretended to be unaware and hurriedly pushed Li Lan away. The officer said, Since the matter is resolved, we'll take our leave. All right, Duan Zitao replied, turning to Li Lan. Shall we go too? Li Lan nodded. The three walked together along the path back to the village. A group of people followed behind them. They were all reinforcements who had come with Duan Zitao earlier, though they weren't part of his team. So now they were following Li Lan back to the village as well. Many of them were now filled with surging emotions. They eagerly recounted everything they had witnessed moments ago, their faces radiating excitement. They kept peeking ahead at Li Lan from time to time. They looked every bit like devoted little fans. That lightning strike just now was so badass, I gave it a 666 right there. Yeah, I totally agree. And that epic moment when he blew up the octopus monster? So cool. For me, the coolest part was when Lazy God stood up and stretched. I swear I fell head over heels right then and there. I wanted to jump right at him. Pft. Shameless. So you'd get burned to ashes by the lazy god, huh? If the lazy god would have me, I'd burn for no one but him from this day forward. Ha run. That's hilarious. Back near the village. At that moment, Luna spotted several familiar figures. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Sure enough. Those people spotted her and approached with mocking expressions. They were her former teammates, 2 men and 1 woman, 3 in total. Hey, isn't this Luna? How come you're so down after just 1 day? You left our team just to join this cripple's squad? Hey Luna, you didn't fall for this cripple, did you? A pockmarked young man grinned wickedly. Wonder how big this cripple is. Too bad, even if he is big, you'd only be the automatic transmission. Before Luna could respond, Su Xian's expression darkened abruptly. Chapter 29, The Great Master Returns, Huang Zichao's Reinforcements. Huang Zichao, is your mouth stuffed with? It stinks. Luna said coldly. The pockmarked youth shrugged indifferently. Isn't that the truth? But the moment the words left his mouth, a towering figure appeared before him. Immediately afterward, he felt a searing pain in his groin. Looking down, he saw Su Xian's foot engulfed in flames as he slowly withdrew his leg from Huang Zichao's body. His lower body was already a mangled mess of flesh and blood. My young master isn't someone anyone can insult, Su Xian said, his face as cold as ice. In that instant, Huang Zichao even doubted that if he hadn't been in a military jurisdiction, he might have been dead already. Ah! Huang Zichao screamed, collapsing to his knees. Clutching his lower body in agony, his face contorted with pain. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Su Xian. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. I'll make sure my brother kills you. I'll kill you first. Luna closed the distance in an instant, her foot connecting squarely with Huang Zichao's face. Huang Zichao's head snapped to the side as he flew backward, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His face was bruised and swollen, blood streaming continuously from his nose. Zichao, are you okay? Huang Zichao, are you alright? The other 2 were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Once they recovered, they rushed over to help Huang Zichao up. But Huang Zichao's injuries were too severe, he couldn't stand on his own and had to be supported. He shouted in disbelief, Luna, how dare you hit me? He turned to the 2 beside him. What are you 2 standing around for? Grab them. The 2 men exchanged glances. They wanted to act, but they dared not. Not only were they no match for Su Xian and Luna, but the group of Jiangnan province psychics surrounding Su Xian clearly harbored ill will toward them. Who are these people, daring to insult the lazy god like this? Looks like those outsiders from another province. What a bunch of clueless jerks. Those 3 look like Huang Chang's team members. Huang Chang? That mid-stage psychic? Pfft, mid-stage? I thought he was something special. The lazy god is already late stage. Not only would his team members be nothing to him, but even Huang Chang himself wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of the lazy god. Exactly. They think the lazy god is a cripple? If he's a cripple, what does that make us? Little cuties. Forget his terrifying power for a moment. Just his status alone means he's not someone anyone can insult. Thank goodness Lazy God is lazy enough to ignore them. If he were any of the other 6, these 3 would be in big trouble today. Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the Lazy God's sleep. Come to think of it, with so many people in our Jiangnan province, hasn't anyone told these outsiders how formidable the Lazy God is? We have. But most don't believe us, thinking we're bragging. Some even say that even though the Lazy God won first place in his battle against Feng Hong crippled him. Crippled means he instantly killed 3 commander-level beasts. The Jiangnan province psychics murmured among themselves, eyeing the trio with pitying looks. Zichao, maybe we should leave first. They've got numbers on us, we can't win against them. Yeah, and that Li Lan doesn't seem like a pushover either. Hearing their words, Wang Zichao's rationality gradually returned. He snorted coldly and declared, "Let's go find my big brother." Luna looked at Li Lan guiltily, then turned to Su Xin. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's fine. This has nothing to do with you. Sis Luna, wait for me." Lu Xiaoqi hurried after them. She didn't forget to wave goodbye over her shoulder. "See you tomorrow." "Sure. Want me to bring you breakfast? Mine is delicious." "No, that's okay." After they left, Su Xian prepared to push Li Lan back to their lodgings. But just then, everyone suddenly noticed 7 figures flying toward them in the distant sky. One of them was being supported by 2 others, clearly suffering from severe injuries. "Look, everyone. There seem to be people in the sky. Looks like the general and the chief commander. Ouch, but one of them seems injured." All 7 who went deep into the core zone to clear the beasts were great masters, right? Even with such a lineup, someone got injured. What kind of monsters appeared in this beast tide? I recognize that injured one. He's the former chief of Jiangnan Province's Supernatural Bureau, a late-stage master of the Golden Elemental Great Power. Though aged and past his prime, he's still formidable. I never imagined he'd be injured. Even a great master got injured. Who knows how long this beast tide will last? Who's that guy on the far left in golden armor with dyed red hair? It might be rude to say, but he looks so ridiculously over the top. That's Golden Saint Li Qin. Lazy God is his younger brother. He was present during the preliminary selection matches earlier. Many eyes turned toward Li Lan. Unbeknownst to them, Li Lan had already opened his eyes. The 7 figures in the sky slowly descended. The injured great sage was escorted into the medical bay. "Everyone, please disperse. Don't gather here. Today, deep within the core zone, we successfully eliminated 4 king-tier beasts. I believe this wave of beasts will subside soon." The general addressed the crowd. The heavy atmosphere that had enveloped the great adept instantly gave way to excitement. 4 king-level beasts cleared. Looks like this beast tide will end soon. 4 royal-class beasts. Though it may sound disrespectful, compared to that, the old chief's injury doesn't seem so unbearable now. Indeed. The sacrifice of a great master in exchange for the fall of 4 royal-class beasts is a price worth paying. Li Qin's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Lan and walked toward him. Everyone instinctively made way. Meanwhile, at Huang Chang's residence, Huang Zichao said, "Bro, here's what happened. I tried to get Luna to come back to our team, saying she was too exhausted staying with that Li Lan's crew. But she didn't appreciate it at all. She even called people to beat me up. Bro, you have to avenge me. I've never been treated this unfairly in my life. What's wrong with me wanting her out of that cripple's team? How could she treat me like that?" Knowing his younger brother's temperament, Wang Cheng frowned and looked at the 2 men behind him. Is what he said true? The female teammate stammered, unsure how to respond. The male teammate quickly interjected, "Captain, it's almost certainly true. That little lackey of Li Lan's is despicable. He actually hit Zichao just to pursue Luna." Huang Cheng snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table. "I'll see who dares bully my brother like this. Zhang Biao, gather the men. We're moving out." Chapter 30, Divine Speed Talisman, Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Technique. Third brother, Li Lan smiled faintly. Hearing this, many froze in their tracks. What did he just call that powerful cultivator? Third brother? Didn't you know? Li Lan is the younger brother of Golden Saint Warrior Li Qin. They're both from the Li family. And Li Lan is a Thunder Fire Elementalist. He just won first place in our Jiangnan province qualifiers not long ago. But what about that rumor that Li Lan is a cripple? Of course it's fake. How could the lazy god possibly be lame? So he really is lazy, that's why he's always in a wheelchair? Yes. Good heavens, there really is someone this lazy in the world? I didn't believe it at first. Damn it. I was on Li Lan's team. If I'd known he was from the Li family, I wouldn't have hidden. A 6-foot-tall man pounded his chest in frustration, nearly in tears. With the Li family's endorsement, all the false rumors about Li Lan instantly fell apart. Don't call me third brother. Li Qin's face stiffened, his smile looking more like a grimace than a laugh. He said, "Little lazy, I've never treated you badly, have I? What kind of magic potion did you feed Grandpa that he'd actually ask me to hand over my most precious possession to you? My pride and joy. Those around them seemed to have heard some explosive news. All eyes turned toward them. Slowly, Li Lan pulled out 3 talismans and clutched them tightly in his hand. Grandpa told me to give these to you, he said, his face twisted in pain. Li Lan took the talismans and tucked them into his pocket. The crowd murmured in speculation. What was that? Looks like 3 talismans. That's obvious. We want to know what kind of talismans they are. I think I saw something like that online before. Those are divine speed charms. What? Divine travel charms? The ones reputed to be worth a top-tier treasure each? Yes, the appearance and size are exactly the same as what I saw online before. Holy crap, I never imagined it would be a divine travel talisman. No wonder the Gold Saints are so heartbroken. The Li family sure treats Li Lan well. Yeah, even top-tier supernatural practitioners covet this divine travel talisman. Who'd have thought the Li family would give one to an ordinary practitioner like Li Lan? He's a divine power user, period. Why add ordinary? Sorry. I was just emphasizing the contrast. Lazy God deserves it. At the mention of the divine travel talisman, many eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they murmured enviously. After all, this divine travel talisman was no ordinary item. Dubbed the ultimate escape tool. In the blink of an eye, it could teleport you 3,000 li away. In moments of peril, a single divine travel talisman was worth a life. Its preciousness was evident. Moreover, these divine travel charms are mostly brought back from 5-star secret realms by top-tier masters who have exhausted their energy. Except for a few rare exceptions, most never circulate on the open market. Even those that do circulate are worth a fortune. Most often, they are priceless and unavailable. Just as they marveled at this, a shrill voice pierced the air from outside. Bro, that kid is Li Lan. It was his little sidekick who beat me up. You gotta avenge me. The crowd looked outside to see Huang Chang approaching with a dozen or so fierce-looking psychics. Huang Zichao trailed behind, head held high with an air of arrogance. What's going on? That looks like Huang Chang, the runner-up in the Jiangdong province selection tournament. But why is he looking for Li Lan? Judging by their expressions, they're not here for anything good. Li Lan's the one who's trouble. Just a moment ago, Li Lan's little tutor beat up Huang Chang's younger brother, Huang Zichao. So? Huang Chang is here to avenge his brother? Holy, is he out of his mind? Noticing the peculiar expressions around him. As a mid-stage divine power user, Huang Chang quickly sensed something was off. When Li Lan approached, alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. Bro, that guy the cripple in the wheelchair, that's Li Lan. But Huang Zichao seemed oblivious to the situation, pointing angrily at Li Lan and shouting. Huang Chang swiftly picked up the stick from the ground and lashed out at him. Ah! Huang Zichao's agonized scream pierced the air. He looked at Huang Chang with a pouty expression and said, Bro, I called you over to teach someone a lesson. Why are you hitting me? What's wrong? Li Lan asked, frowning. Huang Chang declared with righteous indignation. Esteemed senior, my disobedient younger brother inadvertently offended Captain Li Lan earlier. I called him here to apologize, but he still spoke insolently once he arrived. I couldn't help but slap him in the heat of the moment. Brother, didn't you just? Huang Zichao was still processing the situation. Not only him, but even the group of underlings behind him were momentarily stunned. This wasn't the script we discussed earlier, was it? Before anyone could speak, Huang Chang swung his stick again. What did I just say? I want you to apologize. Did you hear me? Brother, stop hitting me. Huang Zichao's agonized screams echoed again. I'm sorry. I'll apologize right now. Hurry up. How could our strict Huang family rules produce a good-for-nothing like you? Huang Chang cursed. Huang Zichao scrambled on all fours toward Li Lan and Su Xian. He bowed repeatedly, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry. Everything before was my fault. I'm truly sorry. I was the one who spoke out of turn. Please, both of you, be magnanimous and forgive me. Seeing this, Huang Chang's face broke into a smile. Senior, it's all right now. Li Lan frowned and said, your approach to discipline is unacceptable. When dealing with juniors, you must be gentle. Yes, Huang Chang hurriedly agreed. Next time I discipline him, I'll definitely be gentler. The younger members exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment of stunned silence, they suddenly understood. No wonder he's the boss. And why they were the underlings. The gap was evident right here. Oh, right, Shaolan, Grandpa asked me to give you this. Strange. This dragon tiger body tempering technique clearly requires mastery of great supernatural powers before cultivation. Why is he giving it to you now? You think he's gone senile or something? Third brother, I recorded it. Damn it, I'm never going back to the Li family again. That night. As Li Lan slept, dragon roars and tiger howls echoed within his body. Fire Element declares it wants to be the coolest kid on the block and begins training diligently. Fire Element energy plus 40. Thunder Element refused to cultivate, but after getting beaten up by Fire Element, reluctantly started training. Thunder Element energy plus 30. The Wood Element cried out, "Stop fighting. Please stop fighting," while beginning its cultivation. Wood Element energy plus 40? Psychic energy trembled nervously nearby, cautiously starting cultivation. Psychic energy plus 20. Dragon Tiger body tempering technique sighed, lamenting the chaos within this circle, and began cultivation. Host's physique plus 20. Chapter 31, Awakening of Abilities, King-class monsters. Due to the abnormal beast tide, all tasks to eliminate the beasts were temporarily suspended. It was unclear when they would resume. However, until then, everyone was free to do as they pleased, whether leaving the village or staying put. Early the next morning, a soldier arrived at the dwelling shared by Li Lan and Su Xin. He delivered a small box, exchanged a few brief words with Su Xin, and then departed. After the soldier departed, Su Xin opened the box and found 3 low-grade fire attribute beast treasures inside. This was likely the military's compensation for their recent operational duties. However, since the mission was considered semi-voluntary, the reward wasn't substantial. It was merely a token gesture. Inside the room, Li Lan awoke from his slumber. He waved his hand, and the kettle on the nearby table automatically poured a cup of water. The cup flew to Li Lan's lips. After he finished drinking, it automatically returned to its original spot. It felt like an invisible maid was attending to him. Having psychokinetic abilities sure is convenient, Li Lan mused. His entire body floated upward, clothes automatically dressing him. Then he drifted toward the bathroom. Towels, toothbrushes, combs, everything began moving on its own. A few minutes later, she was done with her morning routine. Everything returned to its place. Li Lan flew above the wheelchair and slowly descended, settling into a comfortable position. Returning to the room, Su Xin saw that everything was already prepared for Li Lan. He felt utterly astonished. He had only been gone for a moment, yet his young master had single-handedly handled all these daily tasks. Was this really Li Lan? Su Xin scrutinized him from head to toe. Only when he spotted the mole behind Li Lan's earlobe did he finally relax. He was certain it was his young master. "What are you looking at?" Li Lan inquired with his eyes. "Nothing. Just felt like the sun was rising in the west," Su Xin chuckled. Li Lan shot him a look that screamed, "How dare you look down on me," before drifting back to sleep. An aged voice called from outside, "Little Su, little Li, dinner's ready." "Yes, Grandma." Su Xin called back loudly. He quickly nudged Li Lan in his wheelchair. "Young master, wake up. It's time to eat." The family they stayed with was headed by an elderly woman surnamed Yu. Her husband had passed away a few years prior, and her children all worked in the city. Fortunately, she was still in fairly good health. Now she lived at home with her young grandson, just the two of them. Li Lan and Su Xin's arrival had brought new vitality to the household, mostly thanks to Su Xin, so she treated both of them with great warmth. Su Xin pushed Li Lan to the dining table. Grandma Yu smiled at them and said, "Today I made braised fish. I wonder if you'll like it." "We love it. Anything you cook, Grandma, we love." Su Xin praised. "After eating Grandma's cooking, I feel like everything I ate before was wasted." He picked up a piece of fish and devoured it with relish. "You silly boy, always saying such nonsense," Grandma Yu scolded playfully. But her face was beaming with joy. She turned to Li Lan, "Little Li, you eat too. See how Grandma's cooking tastes." "Young master, let me feed you," Su Xin said, setting down his chopsticks. "No need. I'll manage myself." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the chopsticks on the table moved of their own accord, picking up a piece of fish and placing it into Li Lan's mouth. Li Lan smiled, "Delicious." All three of them looked utterly shocked. "Young master, you. Don't make such a fuss. I just awakened a few days ago." Su Xin wore an expression that said, "No wonder you were so eager this morning." "Grandma Yu, don't be afraid. It's psychokinesis, a type of ability distinct from elemental and physical powers." Granny Yu suddenly understood. "I know about that. Back when I was young, someone at school awakened it. I was jealous for days." After finishing their meal, Su Xin volunteered to wash the dishes. Upon returning, he heard the child's cries. "I told you I can't do it. Grandma, I don't want to learn psychic abilities anymore." It was Grandma Yu's grandson, Zhu Xiaohu. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Grandma Yu sighed and said, "It's all because of this little rascal. I've been teaching him to communicate with the elemental energy inside his body, but he just can't get it. It's driving me crazy. He'll be in 3rd grade next year. What if he still hasn't awakened his abilities by then? Are you certain his ability is elemental?" Su Xin pushed Li Lan forward as he approached. "If it's not elemental, there wouldn't be any elemental energy within him." "Of course it's elemental magic," Grandma Yu declared. "Last time my son came back, he took him for testing, turned out to be the most powerful lightning elemental magic." By the end of her sentence, her face beamed with pride. But her expression quickly fell. "By the way, Xiaosu, how did you awaken your ability back then?" Su Xian didn't know how to begin. His abilities had awakened when he was just a few years old. But his family feared he might accidentally harm himself with his powers, so they didn't formally begin his cultivation training until he was 7 or 8. Why don't you have Xiaohu try communicating with elemental energy in front of me? I'll see if there's anything wrong. Yes. Grandma Yu hurriedly agreed, turning to her crying grandson beside her. Xiaohu, did you hear that? Quick, try it. Let Uncle Su teach you. Grandma, I'm only 18. Though reluctant, Zhu Xiaohu sat cross-legged. Following the awakening method taught at school, he began to connect with the elemental energy within his body. Moments later, he opened his eyes in disappointment and looked at his grandmother. Grandma, I still can't sense any elemental energy. Detected host attempting ability awakening in presence of others. 3 errors identified and automatically corrected by system. Error 1, this awakening candidate has a congenital heart displacement. Recommendation. Error 2. Error 3. This shouldn't be happening, Grandma Yu sighed. Su Xian also frowned deeply. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Why did the awakening fail? Just then, Li Lan suddenly spoke up. Granny, isn't Xiaohu born with a misaligned heart? Little Li, how did you know that? Grandma Yu looked at him in surprise. Li Lan explained simply, awakening abilities primarily involves the heart communicating with elemental energy. If the heart is displaced, the standard awakening method naturally won't work. As he spoke, a chopstick automatically flew toward him. It tapped Zhu Xiaohu several times before returning to its place. Have Xiaohu try reconnecting at these points again. Grandma Yu turned to Su Xian. Su Xian nodded. That's exactly right. Zhu Xiaohu sat cross-legged once more. Moments later, he looked at his grandmother with wild excitement. Grandma, I connected. I can see elemental energy. Really? Grandma Yu beamed with joy. She said gratefully, thank you so much, truly thank you. Without you, my Xiaohu probably. Grandma Yu, there's no need for that. It's what we should do. We've stayed with you for so long, we're the ones who should be thanking you. 2 peaceful days passed like this. 2 days later, orders from the military arrived once more. All previous groupings were dissolved. Everyone was to proceed together to the core zone to clear the alien beasts. Early the next morning, Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the lakeside. Everyone entered the water, beginning to clear the lake of its beasts. Along the way, Li Lan spotted several familiar figures. Among them were the hunter Shou Zitao, whom he had met a few days prior, as well as Wu Tianxi, Su Wanyue, and others. Many murmured upon seeing Li Lan. Li Lan's here, Li Lan's here. So that's Li Lan. Doesn't look like much. What do you mean, nothing special? He's just keeping a low profile. I heard he instantly killed 3 commander-level beasts the other day. Whoa, 3? Holy crap, that's terrifying. Commander-level beasts are roughly equivalent to Divine Power Realm cultivators, but beasts are way stronger than cultivators. Yeah, our squad leader teamed up with another squad before and it took them forever to take down just 1 commander-level beast. He killed 3 straight off? Is he even human? Could he be bragging? Try bragging yourself. If 10 people believe you, I'll be impressed. Plus, Li Lan is from the Li family. Just days ago, Golden Saint Li Qin gave him several divine speed charms. Whoa, divine speed charms? The Li family is so loaded. I can only see what they look like online. Huang Zichao shot Li Lan a look of disgust from his wheelchair. Huang Cheng slapped him across the face. What kind of nonsense are you scheming now? Let me tell you, there are some people in this world you absolutely cannot provoke. Li Lan's strength may be questionable, but the fact he's Li Qin's younger brother is set in stone. If he wants to take you down, even father stepping in won't save you. Brother, I understand. What's up? Did your brother get into trouble again? A young man approached, speaking in a teasing tone. He was also a psychic, named Baiyu, and got along well with Huang Cheng. They were from the same province and had attended the same school. Nothing new. It's still about that old business. The same old stuff? Huang Cheng nodded. He had some issues with Su Xian and Lu Na from Li Lan's team earlier. Lu Na? Isn't she on your team? She was at first, but later she followed her friend Lu Xiaoqi and joined Li Lan's team. That's what caused the conflict with Su Xian. Apparently, the insults were pretty harsh. Your brother's got some nerve, huh? Baiyu exclaimed in surprise. I heard Li Lan instantly killed 3 commander-level beasts just a few days ago. His strength is probably already late-stage divine power user level. If he had acted back then. Hearing this, Huang Cheng felt a surge of inexplicable anger rise within him, and he beat Huang Zichao up again. Bro, why are you beating me up again? You deserved it. Su Xian ignited a fiery vortex within the water. Steam hissed and rose as a high-tier beast was instantly scorched, leaving a gaping hole in its body. Luna stared in astonishment for a few moments before saying, Su Xian, haven't seen you in a few days, but your strength seems to have increased significantly. All thanks to the young master's guidance, Su Xian replied. Over the past 2 days, Li Lan had imparted much wisdom, greatly enhancing his abilities. He believed that in another half-month, he would be able to enter the realm of a divine power user. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi's face lit up with envy. Does the captain need any more tutors? Luna quickly pulled her away, saying, do you want to be hunted down by the Li family? Why would the Li family hunt me down? Su Xian, you cook for Li Lan often, right? Su Xian nodded. Luna gave her a look that said, see? I told you so. Lu Xiaoqi protested, I think my cooking tastes pretty good. To avoid gossip, Li Lan jumped straight into the water behind them, floating on the surface as he drifted off to sleep. Occasionally, he'd slay a few beasts, leaving onlookers gawking in astonishment. Suddenly, chaos erupted ahead. Hordes of people began swimming toward the shore. What's going on? What happened? Someone urgently asked. No one answered, but when they spotted a ferocious crocodile in the distance, blood dripping from its neck as it swam toward them, terror gripped the group. Oh no! It's a wounded king-level beast. How did it get here? This looks like the one that escaped from the core zone over 10 days ago. I never imagined it was hiding in a cave beneath the lakeshore. Everyone, run! Who's that on the water? He's actually floating there asleep. That looks like Li Lan. Oh no, it's already here. Lazy God is in danger. Everyone, don't worry. Li Lan will be fine. After everyone fled to the lake's surface, they stared intently at Li Lan in the water. Suddenly, a colossal crocodile leapt skyward, sending towering waves crashing down, and in one gulp, swallowed Li Lan whole. Su Xian's face drained of color. His head spun, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoqi and Luna caught him in time. Chapter 32, instantly slaying a king-class beast, awakening control powers, demon soul threads. Watching Li Lan vanish into the beast's belly, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Lazy God, eaten by a beast? Impossible. The lazy god is invincible. How could he be devoured by a beast? This can't be real, I must be seeing things. What's impossible about it? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Though the lazy god is powerful, that was a king-class beast after all, a king-class beast renowned for its great supernatural prowess. You can't walk along the riverbank forever without getting your shoes wet. The lazy god has finally. Su Xian sat on the ground, muttering to himself, this can't be. This can't be. How could the young master possibly? Lu Xiaoqi and Luna stared in utter disbelief. Su Xian, compose yourself. After all, it was a king-level beast. Su Xian, we should hurry and find the captain's third brother now. There's still a chance we might find the body. Su Xian seemed deaf to their pleas, frozen like a statue on the ground. No matter how loudly they called out, he showed no response. Wu Liqiu, Duan Zitao, and the others couldn't help but wear expressions of shared sorrow. Duan Zitao murmured to himself, indeed, even a genius like Li Lan can die. Wu Liqiu sighed, clutching his sword, his eyes darkening. What a pity. We never got the chance to fight. Only Fang Han looked utterly stunned. Li Lan, really dead? He knew far more than the others, including the fact that Li Lan had already attained mastery of the wood element. Huang Zichao felt a tinge of schadenfreude. But immediately afterward, he was beaten senseless by his older brother. Bro, why are you hitting me again? Figure it out yourself, Wang Cheng snapped, nearly driven mad by his younger brother's antics. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. They were the Army Chief of Staff, Golden Saint Li Qin, and the Director of the Jiangnan Special Division. 3 powerhouses at the Great Enlightenment Realm. A crowd quickly gathered around them. Where's the giant crocodile? Li Qin demanded. It's gone. No casualties, the Commander-in-Chief inquired. Though the giant crocodile was a king-level beast, it had been beaten to the brink of death earlier. Its internal organs were already shattered, severely limiting its mobility. Furthermore, the core zone was quite a distance from the outer perimeter. If its arrival had been detected in time, everyone should have been able to escape. At this news, everyone fell silent. A sense of foreboding rose in the 3 of them, and they hesitated to speak. The commander quickly asked, what is it? All eyes turned to Golden Saint Li Qin. What is it? Speak up. Well, Mr. Li Qin. Li Lan, he was eaten by a giant crocodile. What? Li Qin's face darkened instantly. How could that be? His power was already approaching that of a great sage. He was floating on the water, sleeping, when he was eaten. The man answered, his voice trembling. Hearing this, the other 2 exchanged awkward glances. They were about to offer some words of comfort. But Li Qin had already soared into the sky, flying toward the lake. Seems Li Lan's death hit him hard. Sigh, the Li family's blood ties are the deepest among all the great clans. Prepare yourselves, Jiangnan province may not receive any assistance from the Lis for years to come. But first, we should find Li Lan's body. Though his death was strange, he sacrificed himself for Jiangnan province. The 2 also soared into the sky. Just as they were about to search for the giant crocodile together, a massive explosion suddenly echoed across the lake. Boom! Immediately afterward, a giant crocodile shot out of the water, arcing toward the shore like a projectile. Seeing this scene, the three in the air froze. Then, they looked down in disbelief. For where the crocodile had launched itself, they glimpsed a tiny human figure. Seriously, can't even get a peaceful nap around here. Li Lan rubbed his eyes and flew toward the shore. It's Li Lan, the two exclaimed in disbelief. Li Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Li Lan return, many felt as if they'd been dreaming. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. It's Li Lan. He's not dead? Thank goodness, the lazy god isn't dead? Good heavens, that giant crocodile was the king-level beast. Lazy god, he actually killed a king-level beast. Whoa. I told you the lazy god couldn't die, but you guys didn't believe me back then. Not only did he survive, he turned the tables and killed a king-level beast. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe it. Many gasped in awe at the giant crocodile's corpse. Only Li Lan furrowed his brow, as if he had discovered something within the giant crocodile's corpse. His mind stirred. A thin thread flew from the giant crocodile's head into his hand. A thread? Li Lan touched the thread, sensing something profoundly peculiar about it. Though minuscule, its texture was remarkably rigid, impervious to both water and fire. Had he not been swallowed whole by the giant crocodile and caught by it, he might never have discovered it. Just then, Li Lan saw Su Xian charging toward him. Standing before him, Su Xian pinched his cheek in disbelief. Only after confirming he was real did he breathe a sigh of relief. What the hell? Young master, I'm so relieved you're safe. Li Lan tucked the thin thread into his pocket, patted Su Xian's shoulder, and gave him a knowing look. Su Xian understood. He hoisted Li Lan back into his wheelchair. Seeing his exhausted state, Li Lan couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I'll be more careful next time." What's there to be sure about? Whether you live or die is none of my damn business. Just then, the director, Li Qin, and the special division chief returned. They glanced at the giant crocodile's corpse on the ground, then turned to stare at Li Lan as if he were a monster. After all, this giant crocodile, though gravely wounded, was still a king-level beast. And this sovereign-level beast had actually fallen at the hands of a mere young cultivator. Who would believe such a thing? Director Zhang Nan scrutinized Li Lan from head to toe. After a moment of silence, he said, "Kid, you're a freak, aren't you?" Section Chief Jiang of the Special Division whistled in amazement. Unbelievable, unbelievable. You're even more terrifying than your brother. Li Qin looked at the monster, then at Li Lan. His earlier gloom vanished completely. He couldn't stop grinning. He looked at the director of Jiangnan and the chief of the special branch. As if anticipating his request, they sighed helplessly. We know. Let Li Lan take it. Just as partners? More like bandits. That thing was badly injured back then. It took me a lot of effort to deal with it. As if I didn't lift a finger back then. Li Qin stepped before the giant crocodile and punched straight through its heart. He extracted a sapphire blue crystal core from its chest and tossed it into Li Lan's hands. Little lazy, catch this. Seeing the crystal core, many faces twisted with envy and jealousy. Good heavens, it's the core of a king-level beast. If you took this out to sell, it'd fetch at least tens of millions. And it's an extremely valuable cultivation resource. After processing, the energy within the beast core can be utilized by psychic users. Whoa, the energy of a king-level beast? Wouldn't absorbing that send you straight to heaven? Unbelievable. Lazy God is unbeatable. Li Lan's got some serious luck. You call this luck? Try getting swallowed by that king-level beast yourself. Opportunity favors the prepared. Without the strength, you couldn't seize it anyway. But seriously, Li Lan is terrifying. Getting bitten by a king-tier beast would kill most people instantly. He didn't even flinch. The beast's corpse was hauled away by the military. Cleanup operations continued as usual. However, to prevent any further accidents, the military deliberately stationed two powerful practitioners on the outskirts of the core zone to assist with the cleanup alongside everyone else. Gazing at the giant beast's corpse being hauled away, everyone now gained a clearer understanding of Li Lan. That is, invincible. Gazing at Li Lan now sound asleep on the shore, many who had previously suspected him of slacking off silently closed their mouths. After all, he had just slain a king-tier beast. Wasn't that enough? If you think he was slacking off, why don't you go kill one yourself? Forget a wounded one, even a dead one could crush a person to death. That evening, after dinner. After Su Xian fell asleep, Li Lan once again took the thin thread in her hands to examine it. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Host detected acquisition of top-tier control-type artifact, Demon Soul Thread. Automatically consuming. Congratulations on successfully awakening control-type abilities. Hearing this, Li Lan's heart skipped a beat. A control-type artifact. This thread is a control-type artifact? Before he could feel joy, a terrifying thought suddenly arose in Li Lan's mind. That this beast tide was artificially orchestrated. Someone had taken control of these king-level beasts and used them to unleash the beast tide. Otherwise, how could the demon soul thread be explained? It couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. No. For the safety of Jiangnan province, I must verify my suspicion. Li Lan's expression grew grave. He channeled his psychic abilities, propelling himself deeper into the core zone. Approximately 4 hours later, the surface of the water deep within the core zone was covered with countless vines and the blood of strange beasts. 2 early-stage king-tier beasts had fallen at Li Lan's hands. This was largely thanks to his innate wood elemental ability, which naturally countered these water attribute beasts. Otherwise, he would never have been able to handle them in such a short time. Li Lan extracted the beast cores from their bodies. Sure enough, within them, he discovered magic soul threads identical to the ones he had found before. Control type ability happily devouring demon soul threads. Control energy plus 100. Control type ability happily devouring demon soul threads, control energy plus 100. Only 100 points? It seems these demon soul threads aren't complete. But who exactly is controlling these beasts? And what's the reason behind using them to unleash this beast tide? Regardless, the mastermind behind this must be a ruthless individual or even an organization? No sane person would commit such atrocities. If it weren't for Jiangnan province's ample military strength and formidable power, who knows how many lives would have been lost in such a beast tide? Dawn was approaching. Li Lan hunted down another beast, took a sample of its demonic soul thread, and returned to his lodgings. After dawn broke, before Li Lan had even opened his eyes, Su Xian had already finished washing him. The first thing Li Lan did upon opening his eyes was look at Su Xian. Take me to see the general. What? Su Xian froze, certain he'd misheard. Why on earth would he need to see the general? Yet he sensed something off in his young master's tone. A rare seriousness. Chapter 33, Dark Moon Circus, Puppeteer. Early morning. Deep within the core region of the Yunmeng Great Lake, a bizarre puppet floated on the water's surface. It was the size of a baby's arm, dressed in a neat black formal gown, with a black cloth covering its eyes. Its expression was rigid, its features twisted and eerie. Upon contact with a king-level beast, it suddenly swelled rapidly, growing to the size of an adult. It thrust its hand into the beast's skull, felt around twice, then revealed an expression of astonishment and eeriness. It approached the corpses of 2 other king-level beasts and repeated the same actions. Its expression remained equally startled and eerie. After standing frozen for a moment, its mouth opened slightly, emitting several chilling laughs. Oh no, ha ha ha, I've been discovered. Oh no, ha ha ha, we've been discovered. The captain's plan is going to fail. Oh no, ha ha ha. After laughing, its form rapidly shrank, reverting to a small doll that drifted downstream. As it passed an island in the middle of a lake, it was picked up by a man dressed in a clown costume, his face adorned with an exaggerated grin and a bright red nose. Gone? No need to worry. The plan is already half complete. The doll let out that unsettling laugh once more. Ha ha, Captain, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Puppeteer, you know I prefer being called clown. Ha ha ha, Joker, Joker. Go. Go retrieve everything that's been lost. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing at your mother. The Joker tossed the puppet aside like trash. Due to the limited housing in the village, not everyone could be assigned a room. Thus, aside from the superpowered individuals sent for reinforcement, all soldiers were stationed at the camp outside the village. General Xiang, as the supreme commander of the army, was no exception. Li Lan had barely approached the camp when he was stopped by a group of soldiers. Halt! This is a restricted military zone. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. We're here to see General Xiang, Su Xian explained. Do you have credentials? The soldier hesitated before asking. Su Xian shook his head. No. Do you have an appointment? The soldier inquired again. Su Xian shook his head again. The soldier's expressions turned stern. Then I'm afraid not. This is a restricted military zone. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Young master, Su Xian looked helplessly at Li Lan in the wheelchair. Li Lan opened his eyes and said, what if we're here to see the Golden Saint, Li Qin? Looking for Mr. Li Qin? One soldier asked in confusion, what do you need him for? He's my brother. I need to discuss something important with him. The younger brother of the Gold Saint Li Qin? Hearing this, the soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and suspicion as they looked at Li Lan. Since the beast tide began, they had been stationed here, guarding the camp without leaving their posts. Military discipline was strict. Different units rarely spoke to each other during peacetime, and even when they did, it was never idle chatter or irrelevant talk. So it was perfectly normal that they didn't recognize Li Lan. Are you truly Mr. Li Qin's younger brother? The soldier's commander asked skeptically. He scrutinized Li Lan from head to toe. He sought to find any shared physical traits between the two men. He continued, Mr. Li Qin has red hair. His older brother, Li Qingyang, also has red hair. Why don't you? Li Qingyang had recently visited the Jiangnan military district. Therefore, this officer had met Li Qingyang in person not long ago. In Manhwa, those born with red hair, especially those possessing great supernatural abilities, were few and far between. Therefore, both Li Qin and Li Qingyang had left a profound impression on him. But after staring at him for a long time, beyond sensing a faint resemblance between Li Lan's face and Li Qin's along with their shared gender, the two bore little similarity. Red hair. Li Lan winced at the mention, silently closing his eyes. Su Xian beside him explained, "My young master's name is Li Lan. He's the youngest son of the Li family patriarch, Li Qin's younger brother, and also the great-grandson of the Yan emperor. You can verify this. As for the red hair, you might not believe this, but every single person in the Li family dyes their hair red, including the Yan emperor himself. All died." The officer's lips twitched. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm sorry, but we currently lack the means to verify your identities and cannot grant you entry. However, if you have any matters to discuss, you may speak with me. Once the general and the others return, I will relay your message." Return? Li Lan furrowed his brow. "Are you saying the general and my brother aren't currently at the barracks?" The officer remained silent. Li Lan understood his meaning. Nodding, she said, "Su Xian, let's head back." After watching them leave, a soldier suddenly spoke up. "I heard a few days ago about a youth named Li Lan who single-handedly took down 3 commander-level beasts in one go. Could it be him?" "What? 3 commander-level beasts? How is that possible? Could it be a tall tale?" "Absolutely true. Come to think of it, while I was eating earlier, I heard that the king-level beast carcass carried away not long ago was also killed by a young man named Li Lan." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That must be fake. Even if he's incredibly skilled, he's just a divine power user. How could he possibly kill a king-level beast?" "It's true. That king-level beast was severely wounded by the general and his men before escaping, only to be finished off by Li Lan later." "Whoa, that's terrifying. Are all the Li family members freaks? Even though that king-level beast was badly injured, it's still a king-level beast." The soldiers murmured among themselves. Instantly slaying 3 commander-level beasts. Killed a severely wounded king-level beast. Hearing their conversation, the officer's heart skipped a beat. Snapping out of it, he glared at them. "What's all this noise? Don't you know about discipline? None of you will be eating lunch today. After your shift, you'll all do 50,000 squats." After finishing their meals, the cleaning duties resumed. After yesterday's incident, many now harbored fear toward Li Lan. Even Huang Zichao dared not whisper about it anymore. Seeing Li Lan's squad turn and walk away, he didn't dare show the slightest hint of a frown. Thanks to Li Lan's influence, Su Xian and the others had a much easier time for the rest of the day. Whatever they needed done, someone was always at their beck and call. A cheerful atmosphere prevailed. Except for one person. Hiding behind a large tree, Xiong Jianxian watched Li Lan pound his chest in frustration. "Damn it, I was here first." Evening. Li Lan checked around, but Li Qin and the general still hadn't returned. Seeing his master slack off yet again, the fire elemental grew furious. After beating up the lightning elemental, he began training diligently, fire elemental energy plus 45. The lightning elemental, in the midst of training, was unjustly beaten by the fire elemental. Crying while continuing to practice, lightning elemental energy plus 35. The wood element stood up for the lightning element, beat up the fire element, and happily began training. Wood element energy plus 40? The psychic element gleefully watched the fire element before getting beaten up itself. It then began training, psychic energy plus 15. Dragon tiger body tempering technique hiding to avoid getting beaten up, it began cultivation. Host's physique plus 25. The control ability, seeing everyone else so energetic, began cultivating while trembling in a corner. Control energy plus 10. Your control ability sorcerer cultivation has advanced to early middle tier. That night, Li Lan was asleep. Suddenly, a sharp sound came from outside the window. He opened his eyes to find the window glass shattered across the floor. A bizarre little doll sat perched on the windowsill, watching him. The doll gave Li Lan a faint smile. Then Li Lan felt as if something had grabbed hold of his body, pulling him out the window. The doll followed him out the window. Li Lan used his psychic powers to steady himself and stand upright. The doll, however, landed in the hands of an even larger puppet. It was a large wooden puppet, the size of an adult. It stood with its back to Li Lan, dressed in a neat black suit, wearing a black top hat, and its eyes covered by a black cloth band. "What is this strange thing?" Li Lan eyed it warily. Its head suddenly swiveled 180 degrees, revealing an eerie grin directed at Li Lan. "Ah, hello there, friend. I'm the puppeteer. Did you take something from me?" "What thing?" Li Lan pulled out the magic soul thread. The puppet continued laughing. "That's right, it's that. Friend, give it back to me, and I'll leave immediately. It's truly important to me. Could this thing be the very culprit controlling the beast tide? What if I don't?" "What?" the puppet asked, still laughing. "Ah, then die." Boom! Before the words faded, countless trees erupted from the ground. The puppet leapt into the air, shooting dozens of thin threads from its hands. Each thin wire, upon touching a tree, These great trees would automatically transform into giant puppets, lunging toward Li Lan to attack. A master of both wood and control magic? Li Lan's mind stirred. Blazing inferno. Intense fire elemental energy surged. Boom! An explosion erupted, instantly engulfing the giant trees in a sea of flames. The puppets in the air continued manipulating the fine strings in their hands. The trees sprang back into motion, lunging toward Li Lan. Even with their limbs and heads scorched away, they still moved, like undead warriors. It seemed only by destroying the puppet could these tree men be stopped. Li Lan stared at the puppet as wood elemental energy rapidly coalesced around his body. Wooden banishment. Countless vines shot out like mad, lunging toward the puppet in the air. The puppet's mouth opened slightly, revealing a look of surprise. With a tug of the fine thread in its hand, all the treants were instantly pulled before it, forming a massive defensive shield that blocked Li Lan's attack. It descended slowly from the air, gazing at Li Lan with astonishment as it spoke. Ha ha ha, unfamiliar wood elemental master, who are you? You don't seem to be from Jiangnan province? He can't see me? Li Lan stared at the puppet with its eyes covered in black cloth, paused for a moment, and blurted out, "My name is Mu Quebec." Esteemed Mr. Muke, thank you for telling me your name. We shall meet again. The puppet rapidly shrank and flew off into the distance, vanishing into the darkness. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Puppeteer, from the Dark Moon Circus. Chapter 34, The Mysterious Wood Elemental Master, Cold River's Secret Realm. Dark Moon Circus? One of the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Association? Isn't there already a black coffin here? How did they end up here? What purpose could they have in controlling these king-tier beasts to unleash a beast tide? Li Lan furrowed his brow. Logically speaking, if an evil force already exists locally, other evil forces wouldn't rashly intervene. Besides, they all had the same big daddy behind them, the Psionic Society, a mad organization entangled with alien races. As lights flickered on around him and distant military units rushed to the scene, Li Lan used a psychic flip to return to his bed and began snoring loudly. Downstream of Yunming Lake. Lake Dream Resort, Lake Heart Island. A renowned exclusive sanctuary. Before the beast tide, it saw massive crowds and a constant stream of visitors. After the beast tide struck, it emptied out. Its popularity plummeted. Only the lights of a single circus tent remained lit. After leaving the village, the puppeteer flew into the circus tent. Inside the circus, the atmosphere was lively. The animal trainer was amusing his great lion, the magician was juggling his cards, the tightrope walker was balancing on the wire. Meanwhile, the clown, who served as the circus director, was entertaining his peculiar guest. A child. A boy of about 6 or 7, wearing a skull necklace around his neck. His eyes were clear as he clutched a book titled The 120 Tortures of the Gulong Kingdom, reading it with rapt attention. He looked just like the perfect neighbor kid, the bookish, well-behaved younger brother everyone envied. Little monster, have you made up your mind? Now that you've broken ties with the Spirit Energy Association, only my Dark Moon Circus can help you. If you help me accomplish this task, I'll give you the Black Coffin, 1 holy relic, and 2 semi-holy relics. The clown spoke in a seductive tone. The boy seemed oblivious, continuing to stare at his book. What's so interesting about a worthless book? Illiterate. That's just how it is. The boy looked up at him, his expression one of utter disdain. Are you going to help me or not? I may be a bad kid, but I'm a bad kid with principles. To be honest, clown, I don't really like you, and I don't really like the Psychic Society either. The boy closed the book and said, You spend all day hanging out with those monsters. Watch out, one day, you might turn into one yourself. Impossible. That can't happen. Why not? You just haven't noticed yet. You've already lost your principles, haven't you? As if you have any, the clown sneered. The boy smiled. Of course I do. I never kill good kids. That's a nice way of putting it, the clown said. You're just a little monster who enjoys tormenting children. Say whatever you want. Are you helping or not? 1 holy relic, 3.5 semi-holy relics, one of which must be dark element. Deal. The Joker waved his hand, and a pitch-black ring appeared in the boy's palm. The ring was densely covered in blood-red mystical runes, appearing strange and eerie. If one listened closely, they could even hear sharp, mournful wails emanating from the ring at intervals. This is the Blood Dark Ghost Ring. I believe it will greatly aid in healing your wounds. Thanks. The boy slipped the ring onto his finger, instantly perking up. Leave finding the Cold River secret realm to me. But this is the last time I'll help you. I really can't stand hanging around with you Spirit Energy Society pests. But I hear you're out there doing all sorts of shady business under the guild's name every day. Who doesn't enjoy smearing others with mud? The boy chuckled, the eyes on his skull necklace glowing crimson. Just then, the puppeteer approached the clown. With an eerie, tearful laugh, he whispered a few words. The clown frowned slightly. Failed? A wood elemental master? Didn't I send all those guys away? Where's this wood elemental master? Ha, he says his name is Muke, Captain. Call me clown. The clown snapped irritably, Muke? I didn't expect that old bastard to still be here. Hearing this, the little boy couldn't help but snort derisively. What's wrong? The Joker turned to him. The boy replied, nothing. I just couldn't help myself. He's not Muke, the clown questioned suspiciously. Do you know who he is? When did Jiangnan province produce a new great mystic? I'm under no obligation to tell you that. But I can tell you this, I hold a great secret. If I were to reveal it, the alien races backing you might be overjoyed. What secret? The clown asked curiously. I won't tell you, the little boy chuckled. Brushing dust from his clothes, he rose and left the circus. Watching his retreating figure, everyone in the circus halted their movements. Jester, why didn't we kill that traitor? He's just a severely weakened earth spirit. Killing him would surely please the masters. The animal trainer couldn't help but say. A greedy expression spread across his face. He might be right. The clown turned to look at the beast tamer, a hint of sorrow flickering across his face. I remember you didn't join the circus to please anyone. The rapid growth in power has made you and even me forget who we truly are. But soon he laughed again. Still, I believe it won't be long before we break free from those guys' control. The next day, Li Lan woke up early and heard the murmurs outside. So terrifying. Who on earth are these two great elemental masters? No idea, but judging by the commotion, they must be two powerful elementalists specializing in wood. But I saw flames last night. Then one of them must also possess fire elemental abilities. This is terrifying. Feel that vine. It's so hard and thick. If it stabbed you hard, it could kill you, right? Yeah, I doubt even the most powerful mystics could withstand a single strike from that vine. Now feel the remains of that branch. It's actually poisonous. Oh no. Zhou Cun fainted after touching that branch. It really is poisonous? I was just joking. Didn't the village's great mystic leave yesterday? Who exactly is this wood elemental master? I suspect it's that sweeper. He's always so mysterious, clearly some reclusive master. I bet it's the village chief. He visits Widow Lu at the village entrance daily. That widow must be a villain. The chief has sacrificed so much for the village. Ha! What grudge do you have against the village chief? You'd be better off guessing the lazy god than the village chief. Li Lan lives so close to where the battle happened. No way it's the lazy god, he's only 17. Are you crazy? Sigh, if only the lazy god were a woman. Stop dreaming. Even if she were a girl, she wouldn't give you the time of day. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Su Xian pushed Li Lan along as they strolled down the street. Young master, today we should continue searching for General Xiang. Li Lan massaged his temples. After last night's fight, he hadn't slept well at all. Mentally, not physically. Young master, let me give you a massage. Su Xian activated the massage mode on the wheelchair and pushed Li Lan toward the military district headquarters. Since General Xiang and his men were all at the barracks today, the soldiers let them through after a brief announcement. The generals are in the conference room. You may proceed directly inside. Alright, thank you. As soon as Li Lan reached the conference room door, he heard the clamorous murmurs coming from inside. I can confirm it, there must be at least one powerful wood elementalist hiding in the village. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've been stationed in this area for 30 years and have never encountered a single unfamiliar, wood elemental great magician. Then how do you explain last night's battle? Also, deep within the core zone, we discovered 3 corpses of royal beasts. They all died at the hands of a wood elemental master cultivator. One person single-handedly fought 3 royal beasts. That individual is at least a mid-stage great master and likely quite old. You've only been here for 30 short years, it's perfectly normal that you wouldn't recognize them. Why must it be a wood elemental grandmaster? Couldn't it be another type? What if he just had a wood attributed artifact? Regardless, he must be an exceptionally kind-hearted elder. Without his help last night, this place would have been littered with corpses by now. Who exactly was the one who ambushed the village last night? What was his purpose? At that moment, everyone fell silent upon seeing Su Xian and Li Lan standing at the doorway. Little lazy, is it? General Xiang said kindly. Come in. Su Xian pushed Li Lan into the meeting room. Li Lan scanned the room but didn't see her third brother. Shalan, what brings you here? General, I have something I wish to hand over to you. What is it? Li Lan took the magic soul thread from his pocket and placed it into General Xiang's hand. I found this on the corpse of that king-level beast a few days ago. The room fell silent at the sight of the demon soul thread. Director Jiangnan slammed his fist on the table and roared, "The Dark Moon Circus! Puppeteers! Those bastards! Damn bastards! These scum dare to toy with the lives of hundreds of millions across the 3 Jiang provinces. They're nothing but a bunch of bastards." What is this? A military officer asked, bewildered. General Xiang explained, this is a demon soul thread, one of the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Society. It's a weapon used by the puppeteers of the Dark Moon Circus. It's a control-type holy relic. Once implanted into the brain, the puppeteer can use it to temporarily control the bodies of humans or beasts. General Xiang, are you suggesting the Dark Moon Circus used this to unleash the beast tide? Asked Section Chief Jiang of the Special Division. General Xiang nodded, then shook his head. It likely wasn't solely this artifact. Royal tier beasts aren't so easily controlled. Another officer inquired, but isn't the Dark Moon Circus based in the north? How did they suddenly end up here? I may know why they came, said the former director of the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau. He stood up and gave Li Lan a firm pat on the shoulder. Young man, I thank you on behalf of hundreds of millions of citizens across the 3 Jiang provinces. You've done us an immense favor. For what? Even General Xiang turned to look at the old director with curiosity. The old director paused thoughtfully before uttering 4 words with solemn gravity. Cold. Cold. Secret. Boundary. Chapter 35, The Terrifying High Priest, Crisis Approaches. Hanjiang's Secret Realm? What kind of secret realm is this? How come I've never heard of it? Me neither. Never heard of it. Is there even a secret realm like this in our Jiangnan province? What makes this secret realm so special? Everyone murmured in discussion, turning their curious gazes toward the old bureau chief. This matter was originally classified, but given the current situation, I suppose it's no longer a secret. The old bureau chief sighed and said, the Cold River Secret Realm is a hidden realm discovered in Jiangnan province over 500 years ago, concealed deep within Yunming Lake. According to the speculation of a powerful cultivator at the land immortal realm back then, this hidden realm might hold a colossal secret. A colossal secret. The crowd gasped in unison. After all, the old director was a renowned master of great supernatural powers. Anything he described as an earth-shattering secret was bound to be extraordinary. What secret? Section Chief Jiang inquired. The old director shook his head. I don't know either. My master told me this when he passed away. He also said that if one mastered this secret, even an ordinary person could become a powerful being at the land immortal realm within 3 years. Whoa! Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Their minds went blank. To elevate an ordinary person to the realm of a terrestrial immortal within 3 years. What did that even mean? Consider that across the entire human race, there are only a few dozen beings at the land immortal realm. And most of them were ancient relics. Ancient relics who'd lived for untold ages. Take the Qing clan's patriarch, the Wood Emperor, for example, a legendary master who rose to prominence over 300 years ago. 3 years of his cultivation equals 300 years of theirs. No one dared even entertain such thoughts. But director, if such a terrifying secret realm truly existed, wouldn't it have been discovered long ago? General Xiang asked. Exactly. If something this valuable existed, it would have been excavated the moment it was discovered. How could it still be available for the Dark Moon Circus to covet now? That's where your knowledge falls short. According to my teacher, the secret realm is actually in a sealed state. Breaking the seal would require immense energy expenditure. Even if it requires immense energy, how could it still remain sealed until now? The chief couldn't help but ask. I haven't finished yet. The old director continued, beyond being sealed, it also exists in a state of random movement and constant fluctuation. It periodically shifts its location. My teacher learned this from his own teacher, so the details aren't entirely clear. However, I can roughly speculate that the first group who discovered the Cold River Secret Realm actually intended to open it. But before they could do so, the secret realm vanished on its own. As everyone knows, Yunming Lake connects to the sea, and at its deepest depths dwell 2 imperial great beasts. For safety's sake, that group chose to seal off the secret realm's existence, intending to leave it for future generations to explore. But this sealing lasted for centuries. After hearing the old director's words, everyone's expressions grew solemn. If such a terrifying secret realm fell into the hands of the Spirit Energy Society, the consequences would be unimaginable. Director Jiangnan's voice was solemn as he said, a month ago, I received intelligence that an elder of the Spirit Energy Society had acquired a blood-attributed sacred relic from an alien race. It can absorb blood to gain immense power. It now appears they intend to use this artifact to unlock the Cold River Secret Realm. But isn't the secret realm's location ever shifting? How could they possibly locate the Cold River Secret Realm? General Xiang inquired. The words had barely left his mouth when every great adept present except for Li Lan couldn't help but think of one name. Black Coffin the High Priest. It seems the Dark Moon Circus intends to ally with the Black Coffin. But hasn't the Black Coffin already been branded a traitor by the Psionics Council? Even as a traitor, the High Priest's master was a member of the Psionics Council. If the Council is willing to pay a price, the High Priest might well cooperate with them. And don't forget, the High Priest is currently gravely wounded and desperately needs supplies to recover. The High Priest is the only one who can aid the Psionics Council. Everyone knows how formidable the Holy Blood Puppets are. The old director sighed. Our immediate priority is halting the purge of the beasts. We absolutely cannot let the Psionic Council's scheme succeed. Holy Blood Puppets? Hearing those 4 words, Li Lan's heart tightened. He couldn't help but ask, what exactly is a holy blood puppet? The powerful practitioners exchanged glances. Finally, the old director spoke, this isn't a secret. I can tell you. As you should know, the sacred relic of the Psionic Society, the Blood Moon Holy Grail, consists of a Mother Grail and 10 Daughter Grails. The Daughter Grails can contain holy blood, while the Mother Grail can both contain and release it. Li Lan nodded. His brother had told him this before. He had also heard rumors about it himself. Each of the 5 branches of the Psychic Society is led by an immensely powerful figure, possessing at least the strength of a late-stage great mystic. The reason the Psionic Society allows them freedom and fears no rebellion. Because these 5 leaders, beyond being faction heads and possessors of the Dark Moon's Daughter Cups, have themselves been imbued with sacred blood by the Dark Moon's Mother Cup. They are controlled by the Dark Moon Holy Grail. At this point, the old director paused. Li Lan remained silent, knowing the old director would continue. The old director looked at Li Lan. He waited for Li Lan to ask, why would the High Priest betray the Spirit Energy Society if he was already controlled? But after waiting for a long while, he heard no question from Li Lan. With no choice, he continued on his own. As for why the High Priest later betrayed the Spirit Energy Society, it was because he broke free from the control of the sacred blood, gained complete mastery over the Dark Moon Cup, and even broke through to the Land Immortal realm. The High Priest was a Land Immortal realm powerhouse. Hearing this, Li Lan felt a jolt in his heart. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. He had clashed with the High Priest before. The man showed no signs whatsoever of being a Land Immortal. The old director continued, later, to prevent the High Priest from committing further evils, 3 Earth Immortal level powerhouses pursued and hunted him down, inflicting severe injuries. It was during that time that everyone learned of the existence of the sacred blood puppet. After the Dark Moon Cup fell under the High Priest's control, it underwent a mutation, transforming into an entirely new Dark Moon Holy Grail. Not only could it control the bearer of the holy blood, but it could also possess the bearer, granting them power while sharing their senses. The High Priest was actually killed back then. His revival afterward was solely due to the Holy Grail. But judging by his current state, the limitations must be severe. If he were killed again, he likely wouldn't be able to possess someone else to revive. This holy blood should be like the others as long as it stays suppressed, it shouldn't cause any trouble, right? Li Lan couldn't help but ask. Suxian still possessed the holy blood within him. If the High Priest were to possess him one day, it would be disastrous. The old director nodded. Theoretically, that should be the case. That's good. Li Lan exhaled in relief. But why are you asking about this? Given your usual attitude, you'd normally be too lazy to care about such things, right? The old director asked with a smile, looking like a kind-hearted grandfather. Even lazy people have their moments of curiosity. The old director nodded in agreement, glancing at the assembled masters of supernatural arts and high-ranking military officers beside him. Then let us begin our operation immediately. We absolutely cannot allow the Psychic Society scheme to succeed. General Xiang, Director Jiangnan, Section Chief Jiang of the Special Division, and others all nodded in agreement. They exited the conference room. Suxian pushed Li Lan, who followed behind them without prompting. Along the way, numerous officers expressed their gratitude to Li Lan, who merely nodded briefly in response. They arrived at the lakeside. Everyone stared in astonishment at the crowd of officers and powerful mystics surrounding Li Lan. What's going on? Did something big happen? Why are there so many people here? Holy crap, how did the lazy god end up over there? True to his lazy nature, he even infiltrated the command group for the sake of laziness. He's reached the pinnacle of laziness, that's for sure. But why are there so many powerful mystics here? Could something really serious have happened? I think something big might be happening too. Why do you say that? Tell me, did you see it on the faces of those powerful beings? They're usually so stern and rigid. Look at Li Lan. He's not sleeping, he's actually keeping his eyes open. Can't you see that? Normally, the lazy god would be hiding somewhere asleep right now. But he's been sitting here all day, and Suxian has been feeding him and giving him water. General Xiang scanned the scene and announced loudly. All personnel, effective immediately, cease all beast clearing operations. From now on, the cleanup mission is changed to a defense mission. Your mission is to block the beasts at the waterway without killing them, if possible. If killing is necessary, after dispatching the beast, haul its carcass onto the shore, do not leave it in the water. Remember, the key point is to avoid discarding the beast's corpses in the water. Remember, the crucial point is to not discard the beast's corpses in the water. Though spoken calmly, the voice boomed like thunder, reaching nearly everyone present. The words sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. Looks like something serious has happened. Why can't we dump the beast carcasses in the water? No idea, but if the higher-ups say so, there must be a reason. We'll just follow the rules. True. But this means the lazy god can't intervene. If his fire elemental explodes in the water, the beasts will all shatter into pieces, nothing left to salvage. Did you all hear that clearly? General Xiang bellowed. We heard you loud and clear, everyone answered in unison. Good. Since some of you weren't present, please relay what I just said to those who weren't here. Yes. At that moment, a wind elemental adept hurriedly flew across the lake from afar. His expression was one of terror. What's wrong? It's bad, General Xiang. 5 king-level beasts are charging from deep within the core zone. Chapter 36, The Great Divine Power User's Identity is Exposed. What? How is that possible? How could they get here so fast? I just checked the monster detection equipment. It clearly showed no monsters near the riverbank. Isn't the Golden Saint in the core zone? With him there, how could beasts possibly get in? There were originally 6. He held one off, so there are still 5. Panic spread across the crowd as they scrambled toward the shore. Suddenly, a monstrous fish with wings, stretching dozens of meters long, burst through the water and lunged toward the shore. Its tail lashed out, churning up towering waves that crashed ashore like a tidal wave. Everyone, stay away from the lake. Retreat. You go block the beasts in the tributary. The ones by the lake are ours. General Xiang shouted. Soaring into the air, he kicked the fish squarely in the body. Boom! The monstrous fish flew backward, crashing heavily into the water. Thud! Immediately after, another enormous beast burst from the water. It was a colossal crocodile. Its face was hideously grotesque, eyes as large as an adult's head, fangs bared, and a tail that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds each, swing leaving a massive crater in the ground. Old Xiang, don't kick this crocodile back into the water. Let's take it down together. Section Chief Jiang shouted with a laugh. All right. General Xiang nodded. The 2 men charged forward. The remaining 4 king-level beasts scrambled ashore, and the 5 great masters engaged them in fierce combat. Suddenly, the old bureau chief remembered something and hurriedly said to General Xiang. General, leave this to us. You must hurry and inform Li Qin. Under no circumstances must the corpse of that king-level beast be left in the water. Understood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, General Xiang nodded. Just as he prepared to fly toward Yunmeng Lake, a young man clad in golden armor and sporting vibrant red hair descended slowly before them. The expressions on everyone's faces changed. Li Qin remarked curiously, what's with the looks? Don't you welcome the return of this champion of justice? The giant crocodile lunged at him. Boom! Fierce flames erupted from his body as he hammered the giant crocodile into the water with a single punch. The crowd's expressions changed once more. Li Qin? General Xiang couldn't hold back any longer and quickly explained the matter of the Hanjiang secret realm to him. Damn it, why didn't you tell me sooner? Li Qin plunged into the water without hesitation. Ignoring the giant crocodile, he raced toward the king-level beast he had slain earlier. But it was too late. By the time he reached the spot where he had slain the king-level beast, it had vanished without a trace. Damn vermin! Li Qin couldn't help but curse. By the time he returned to shore, all 5 king-level beasts had been slain. Battles on land differed from those in water. Water was the natural domain of water attribute beasts. The vast water elements and their innate racial advantages allowed water attribute beasts to unleash supreme destructive power within the water. But once on land, their advantages were greatly diminished, their strength reduced by at least 30%. Thus, they were no match for General Xiang and his men. All eyes turned to Li Qin. Li Qin shook his head grimly. The bodies are gone. Gone is gone. Just make sure these 5 corpses are properly secured, General Xiang said. What's done is done. No amount of discussion now would change anything. The only thing left was to focus on what could be done now. Ha ha ha. At that moment, an eerie laugh echoed through the air. I fear you won't even be able to keep these 5 corpses safe. Who's there? Everyone looked toward the lake. There, on a small wooden boat, sat a puppet. Its eyes were covered with black cloth. It was the size of an adult, and it held a fishing rod in its hands, as if fishing. A puppeteer. The name echoed simultaneously in everyone's minds. Watch out. The Dark Moon Circus is here, the old chief warned in a deep voice. With a gentle flick of the puppeteer's rod, the corpse of a strange beast began to stir. Its eyes nearly dragged into the water. General Xiang quickly pulled it back. General Xiang, it's been a long time. An eerie laugh echoed through the air. Everyone looked ahead to see 6 figures in strange attire who had appeared on the lake's surface at some unknown moment. Their aura was eerie and powerful, each possessing the strength of a great supernatural being. Each wore bizarre, elaborate makeup. They resembled not a group of great mystics, but rather a troupe of circus performers. Magicians, animal trainers, tightrope walkers. Clowns. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Witnessing this scene, the puppeteer wore an eerie grin. With a flick of his fishing rod, a dozen thin threads shot toward the supernatural beings on the shore. At that moment, Li Lan was dozing in his wheelchair while wrestling with his conscience. He thought back on his recent actions and sighed. Had he been too diligent these past days? I wasn't like this back home. Damn it, if Li Lan became diligent, would he still be Li Lan? Might as well call him Li Diligent. No, I must become even lazier from now on. He knew danger was approaching. But he couldn't be bothered to move. Just then, the system alert sounded in his mind. The fire elemental is furious at the master's laziness and has taken independent action. The wood element, seeing the master so lazy, is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. The lightning element, seeing the master's laziness, is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. Telekinesis, seeing the master's laziness, is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. The control ability, seeing the master so lazy, is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. The lightning element, seeing the master's laziness, is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. Telekinesis, seeing the master's laziness, is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. The control ability, seeing the master so lazy, is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. In an instant, fire element surged, igniting raging flames. Explosions echoed from all directions. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder brewing within. Several bolts of lightning, each as thick as a baby's arm, struck down as if consuming boundless energy. Countless vines shot up from the ground, blocking the steel cables advancing toward them. Blazing inferno. Thunderbolt. Wooden barrier. The three divine abilities activated on their own. The tide turned instantly. After repelling those threads, the three elements surged toward the Dark Moon Circus members. Witnessing this scene, not only the Dark Moon Circus, but even Li Lan's third elder brother Li Qin, General Xiang, and others all looked at Li Lan with expressions of sheer terror. As for Su Xian, standing beside Li Lan, he had even forgotten to breathe, his mind going completely blank. Impossible. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? How could the young master be a great magician? The other psychics stood with their mouths gaping wide open, as if they could fit a large egg inside. The puppeteers aboard the ship, seeing their fine strings blocked, forgot to retract them. They stared fixedly at Li Lan. After a moment's thought, a sinister grin spread across his face as he bellowed, "Ha ha ha, Muke, we meet again." He turned to the clown. "Captain, he's the wood elemental master we encountered a few days ago." Everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts, including Li Lan himself. Chapter 37, The Secret Realm Stone Gate, the Lake Bottom Colossus. By the time Li Lan tried to recall all these divine powers, it was already too late. Fire and wood elements raged wildly. The lightning element struck everywhere as if it were starved for energy. The lightning striking the fire element was several times more intense than anywhere else. "General Xiang, I never expected you to be hiding so deep. A 17-year-old master of divine powers? Interesting. Very interesting." The clown roared with laughter. His eyes sharpened to a piercing glint, his tone abruptly turning icy. "But you don't seriously think a mere brat could thwart the grand plans of the Dark Moon Circus, do you? Puppeteer." "Ah, heard you loud and clear, master." The puppeteer leapt to his feet, snatching the hat from his head to reveal a thick mane of black hair. Immediately, the dark locks began to grow wildly. It surged toward the shore. We knew exactly what was happening. General Xiang and the others exchanged a glance with Li Lan. Without a moment to spare, various energies erupted from their bodies. The aura of great supernatural power was unmistakable. Yet the black hair did not attack them. Instead, a portion surged toward the corpses of the 5 strange beasts lying on the ground. As the black hair touched the beasts seemed to come back to life, stirring once more. Some of them lunged toward the divine power users. General Xiang and his men had no time to think. They immediately channeled their divine powers to fend off the black strands. But upon contact, they realized these weren't strands of hair at all, they were a mass of black filaments. Each strand was incredibly hard, impervious to both water and fire. When Li Lan's fire elemental realized it couldn't burn away these strands, it didn't retreat back into his body. Instead, it turned and clashed with the thunder element in the sky. Flashes of fire and bolts of lightning exchanged blows in a furious exchange. Feeling the energy within him rapidly draining away, Li Lan lazily closed his eyes. "Forget it. I'm tired." But immediately afterward, he felt his body move on its own. It was actually the control ability and psychokinesis. Li Lan initially considered resisting. But then he thought it seemed unnecessary. He let it be. After the wood element and General Xiang joined forces to shield the group of psychics, they swiftly retreated. The Black Coffin group intended to press their advantage, but immediately heard the clown's voice. "The secret realm is about to open." They exchanged glances, their energies erupting. Boom! After clashing with General Xiang and his men, they swiftly retreated. The strange beast on the ground had vanished without a trace. General Xiang and his men immediately gave chase. Li Lan followed closely behind, still asleep. The fire elemental and lightning elemental were still locked in combat. However, the lightning elemental, lacking sufficient power, was clearly no match for the fire elemental and was slightly at a disadvantage. Upon realizing Li Lan was gone, they paused in surprise before giving chase. The lightning elemental lashed out at the fire elemental with a strike, venting its pent-up frustration. The fire elemental formed a flaming fist, striking the thunder elemental's dark cloud and sending it flying backward. The two elements exchanged blows, then followed closely behind Li Lan. Li Lan had already drifted off into a deep sleep. Li Qin glanced back at his younger brother from time to time, feeling something was off. He kept thinking Li Lan seemed to be asleep. He chuckled to himself in self-mockery. How could that be? How could one fly while asleep? At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. His younger brother had been hiding his abilities incredibly well. Besides the wood elemental power of a great mystic, he'd actually awakened psychokinetic abilities too. No wonder grandfather had instructed me to give him the divine speed talisman earlier. It was only natural that such talent would be valued by the clan. Gazing at the empty wheelchair, Su Xian sighed with concern. Lu Xiaoqi, seeing Su Xian's dejected expression, couldn't help but say, Su Xian, don't worry about the captain. He's so capable, he'll definitely be fine. Who's worried about him? Su Xian replied flatly, I'm more relieved than anything that he's gone. Finally, no more babysitting. Then why were you staring at the wheelchair just now? Why aren't you talking? Are you hungry? I made some steamed buns. The group reached the center of the Great Lake. A child stood on the water's surface, gazing into the lake's depths. Deep crimson light flickered in their eyes. Noticing the group's arrival, the child blinked once. You finally arrived. Did you find the entrance to the secret realm? The clown asked, then turned to look at the puppeteer. The puppeteer touched his head, and the 5 strange beasts plunged into the water with a thunderous splash, submerged by the lake's depths. A crimson glow then rose from the lake, swiftly transforming the 5 beasts' corpses into desiccated husks. A faint smile touched the clown's lips. The energy is replenished. Lead the way, little monster. The child nodded, its lively eyes darting toward Li Lan, who was flying toward them. Little friend, it said, we meet again. But Li Lan was already asleep, completely oblivious to his words. How rude, the child chuckled, then leapt back into the water. The Dark Moon Fair troop followed close behind. Should we follow? Section Chief Jian looked at General Xiang and the others. The secret realm may have already opened, we can't let them get the advantage. General Xiang snorted coldly and leaped in as well. Next came Director Jiangnan, the old chief, and the others. Li Qin reined in the fire elements surging around him, then crushed an odd-looking bead in his palm. A transparent protective barrier materialized around him as he shot a worried glance at Li Lan. Recalling that he was a master of wood elemental abilities, naturally countering water attribute powers, he too leapt inside. Li Lan followed closely behind him. Gazing at the bottomless lake, the fire element shivered violently before hastily retreating back into Li Lan's body. The lightning element flexed its power with a few flashes before following into the water. The instant it entered the water, Li Lan was jolted awake. Opening his eyes, he found himself submerged in the unfathomable depths. The surrounding water was held back by his control ability. Li Lan stared blankly. Who am I? Where am I? But upon seeing Li Qin before him, Li Lan instantly relaxed. Then he got zapped again. He shot a glare at the lightning element, which scurried back into his body in fright. Li Lan yawned and went back to sleep. Then, the system's voice sounded. The fire element saw the lightning element suddenly return and gave it a good beating. This time, the lightning element refused to back down and struck back in anger. The fire element beat the lightning element even harder. The lightning element was utterly defeated. Dragon Tiger body tempering technique glanced at the two, shifted position to continue cultivation. Your physique plus 20. The group kept moving through the water. They finally halted before a massive stone gate. The stone gate stood dozens of meters tall, crafted from an unusual material, its surface engraved with ancient and peculiar runes. They resembled script from another realm. The runes flickered with blue light, radiating a terrifying chill. With each flash, the group felt as though they'd fallen into a frozen abyss, their very blood beginning to freeze. Is this the entrance to the Cold River's secret realm? The Joker exclaimed ecstatically. Rumble. Suddenly, the mountain beside them seemed to shift. A colossal pressure swept over them. Every heart sank in unison. For this was no mountain at all, it was a terrifying, colossal beast. An imperial-grade beast. Their minds went blank. The clown urgently channeled the power within his body. A blood-red orb instantly hurtled toward the stone door. Crack! A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. Under this immense force, the stone door which had seemed impenetrable was forced open, revealing a narrow crack. Chapter 38, Entering the Secret Realm, First Trial, Meditation. It opened. But not fully. Only a crack. Oh no! Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the imperial-grade beast, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The Joker struck the stone door with a palm strike. Water rippled and surged, yet the stone door remained unmoved, merely trembling slightly. But that single tremor gave him hope. Turning to General Xiang and his men behind him, he declared, General Xiang, you don't want our entire force to be wiped out at the bottom of this lake, do you? General Xiang and the others exchanged glances and nodded. The Jiangnan commander snorted coldly, I'll spare your life for now. As if you could kill us, the Beastmaster sneered. Enough. Survival comes first now, the Joker addressed the group. Let's strike together. As the words fell, colossal energy surged forth in an instant. Their combined power erupted, as if tearing space itself apart, sending the lake water surging skyward. This only served to fully awaken the imperial-grade beast nearby. It opened its enormous eyes, glaring at the group with fury. Its jaws opened slightly, unleashing a colossal suction force. A gaping maw, like the abyss itself, appeared before them. Their faces paled. Just as they thought death was imminent. Li Lan was still asleep. Damn it! When did this kid fall asleep? Doesn't he value his life? The tightrope walker from the Dark Moon Circus couldn't help but curse angrily. Forget him. Pull harder. The gate's about to open, the clown shouted. Director Jiangnan wanted to curse too, but seeing Li Qin beside him, he held his tongue. At a time like this, there was no point in cursing. He couldn't hear it anyway. As the suction grew stronger, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Their bodies were being pulled backward with increasing force, seemingly about to be sucked into the giant beast's gaping maw. In that split second, boom! The door suddenly swung open. Thank goodness, the door's open. No! That imperial-grade beast has started moving. Everyone, get inside quickly. What kind of beast is this? I can't even see its entire form. It looks like an ancient turtle that's lived in this lake for thousands of years. Thousands of years, this. The group exclaimed in delight, straining every muscle to squeeze inside. The terrifying aura of the beast made them forget the enemy lurking right beside them. Li Qin slapped Li Lan across the face, grabbed his hand, and pulled him along. You good-for-nothing brat. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? Li Lan jolted awake at the slap, his eyelids fluttering slightly at the sight of the beast behind them. His wood elemental ability activated instantly. A massive vine wrapped around both of them, pulling them out of the secret realm. Just as the secret realm's gate was about to close, the puppeteer walked over to the clown and kicked him out with a single blow. The members of the Dark Moon Circus watched this unfold without batting an eye, as if they had known he would do this all along. The clown froze in shock. The puppeteer watched him with a sinister grin. Master Director, the pinnacle of control lies in manipulating the human heart. You! Before the clown could speak, he was swallowed whole by the giant turtle. The door slowly closed. The high priest observed the scene with some surprise, though not entirely unexpected. He chuckled to himself, murmuring, I warned him. Spend too much time with monsters, and you risk becoming one yourself. The high priest glanced at the members of the Dark Moon Circus gathered at the entrance to the secret realm and declared, clearly, you've all become monsters. Ha 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 ha. To be called monsters by you is our greatest honor. The puppeteer laughed stiffly and eerily, but be careful. You might die in the secret realm. He glanced at General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others. You too. Especially you, young Mu Quebec. The puppeteer gave Li Lan one last look. When did you become Mu K? Li Qin looked at Li Lan in confusion. He discovered the guy had fallen asleep again, who knew when? He felt a tingling urge to act. But just then, a high priest approached and placed a small blood pill into Li Lan's hand. What are you doing? Li Qin and the others looked at him warily. Don't misunderstand, this is the antidote? An antidote? General Xiang and the others looked utterly bewildered. What antidote? Li Qin spoke with a hint of deeper meaning. Didn't young Su Xian get hit with the sacred blood? This is obviously the antidote for sacred blood. Since when did you become so kind? I've always been this kind-hearted. An innocent smile spread across the high priest's youthful face. Everyone, we'll see you later. Li Qin sniffed it and found no issues, then slipped the antidote into Li Lan's pocket. They were now in a tunnel of frozen ice. The chill was bone deep within the cavern. Ahead lay a dozen branching tunnels. Each tunnel represented one person. Once someone entered, the tunnel would automatically seal shut. After a brief discussion, General Xiang and the others each chose a tunnel to enter. Li Qin looked at Li Lan, intending to pull him into the same tunnel. But as he attempted to enter, an invisible air wall halted him. Simultaneously, an ethereal voice echoed within both their minds. Gentlemen, welcome to the Water God's Palace. Each tunnel may only be traversed by one trial participant. Hearing this, Li Qin's hand itched again. He was about to slap Li Lan awake as he had done before. Li Lan opened his eyes on his own. Bro, I'll take that one. You go through this one. Then be careful. You too. Watching Li Qin enter the tunnel, Li Lan rubbed his eyes, sat down on the ground, and drifted back to sleep. Seeing your laziness, the fire element grew furious and began training diligently. Fire element energy plus 50. Thunder element, seeing fire element get beaten, burst into laughter and began earnest cultivation. Thunder element energy plus 50. The wood element saw the fire element only capable of impotent rage, beat the fire element soundly, and began cultivating with peace of mind. Wood element energy plus 50? Seeing your laziness, telekinesis and control abilities made the choice for you. Immediately, Li Lan's body moved on its own, drifting toward the remaining tunnel. The tunnel closed automatically. Li Lan drifted forward until he encountered a small ice hut, where he finally came to a stop. Telekinesis pushed open the door, revealing an empty interior. Except for a small meditation cushion placed on the floor. As soon as Li Lan sat upon the cushion, that ethereal voice sounded once more. Wind is movement, water is stillness. Welcome, all trial participants, to the first gate of the water god's palace, entering stillness. Sit in stillness upon the cushion. Each day for the next 30 days, you shall receive generous rewards. Time flows differently within this gate than outside, so you need not worry about time passing too quickly. Due to the water god palace's unique properties, you will experience no physical discomfort during meditation. You need only endure prolonged solitude. No physical movement is permitted during meditation. Any movement will disqualify you from re-entering the meditation state. Ending meditation before the 30 days conclude will be deemed a failure. Failure consequence, obliteration. Chapter 39, The Water Spirit's Wrath Claims Two Great Masters. Hearing the voice of the secret realm spirit, the group's hearts leapt with joy. Generous rewards? Just sit for a while and receive generous rewards? This trip was definitely worth it. Though the sitting period was rather lengthy, it certainly couldn't hurt to give it a try. Now, whether it was the Dark Moon Fair troop or General Xiang and his men, everyone began rubbing their hands together in anticipation. But when they heard the final words, a chill ran down their spines. Annihilation. Are you kidding me? Annihilation? Are you out of your minds? It's just a meditation session. Is such a brutal punishment really necessary? Inside the ice chamber, the beast tamer's brow furrowed slightly. But he said nothing more. After all, these were the rules of the secret realm, not something he could change simply by disagreeing. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As a beast tamer, patience was an essential skill. Otherwise, he would never have been able to tame those wild, untamed, and ferocious beasts. With my patience, enduring 30 days of quiet meditation should pose no problem. The other members of the Dark Knight Circus shared his mindset. As circus performers, each possessing unique skills, their patience was nothing short of formidable. The military personnel felt the same way. The only ones feeling a bit anxious were the former chief of the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau and several other non-military superpowered individuals. Li Qin wasn't particularly worried. After all, as a member of the Li family, being locked in a darkroom as a child to hone his patience was nothing new. Sometimes he'd be locked up for months at a time, handling all his needs inside. In the entire Li family, the only one who hadn't undergone rigorous training was probably that eccentric Li Lan. As a child, to evade training, he once hid inside a coffin in the ancestral hall. He'd shared a bed with the ancestral spirits. Fortunately, Emperor Yan was there to spare him, otherwise, he would have been expelled from the family long ago. Meditation. Interesting. The high priest touched the skull necklace around his neck. His body instantly stiffened, his eyes hollowed out, all vitality drained, as if he had become a corpse. He sat perfectly upright on the meditation cushion. The puppeteer, much like him, gave an eerie smile. He became a true puppet, devoid of spirit, bowing his head and sitting cross-legged on the cushion. Dear trial participants, the final challenge is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves immediately. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The trial has commenced. It will automatically close once all participants have finished their meditation. To all trial participants, the spirit of the water god wishes you good fortune. We shall meet again in 30 days. The ethereal sound faded, and all returned to stillness. Water God's Palace. The spirit of the water god. Taking the divine as its emblem. This secret realm seems far from ordinary. This thought arose in everyone's minds, except for Li Lan, who was fast asleep. The fire element is battling the lightning element in a tournament to prove who reigns supreme in the realm of elemental abilities. The wood element cheered from the sidelines while cultivating wood element energy plus 60. The telekinesis elemental sipped an energy drink produced by its master while watching the match, pretending to cultivate. Telekinesis energy plus 1. Control abilities looked down on psychic abilities behavior, snatching away its energy drink. The two abilities started brawling. The psychic accidentally struck the dragon tiger body tempering technique, which was in the midst of cultivation. The technique immediately slapped the psychic across the face. The telekinesis ability began wailing loudly and hid beside the wood element ability. The dragon tiger body tempering technique snorted coldly, finding a quiet spot to resume cultivation. Host's physique plus 10. The fire elemental thoroughly beat the lightning elemental, emerging victorious. The lightning element shouted, "Damn it, I'll be back." It hid away and began silent cultivation, lightning element energy plus 50. The fire element lamented the loneliness of invincibility and began training. Fire element energy plus 40. 5 days later. Control ability cultivation has advanced to early mid-tier. Another day passed. The tightrope walker of the Dark Moon Circus sat for so long that his scalp began to itch inexplicably. He reached up to scratch it involuntarily. The moment his hand touched it, he froze, a chill running down his spine. Then, his entire body exploded from the inside out. Flesh and blood splattered across the floor, vanishing into the walls and ground of the ice hut. As if no one had ever been here. Test subject 3 has perished. Friendly reminder, 24 days remain until the deadline. Keep up the good work, everyone. Upon successful completion, the Water God's Palace will bestow generous rewards upon you all. Good luck, and may you all live to claim them. The water spirit's voice remained ethereal and detached. Yet it sent a chill down everyone's spine. A master of great powers has fallen like this. This Water God Palace secret realm is no ordinary place. I didn't expect someone to die so quickly. Number 3, who was that again? Wire Man? I didn't expect him to die so quickly. Wire Man is dead. Looks like Director Li's words might be true that within 3 years, one could become a powerful being at the land immortal realm. The crowd sat in silence, their minds racing. Li Lan remained asleep. No one disturbed him. He felt exceptionally comfortable. Never in his life had he felt this good. One day later. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element. The lightning element suffered a complete defeat. 5 days later. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element. Another 5 days passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element. 10 days remained until the 30-day cycle was complete. Control ability cultivation has advanced to late middle tier. Li Lan was still fast asleep, but many others could no longer endure. General Xiang and the others were covered in beads of sweat. Li Qin's brow was deeply furrowed. The High Priestess's divine power had worn off. She sat cross-legged on the ground, her little face scrunched up as if she were about to cry. The puppeteer's wooden body regained its former sentience, its rigid face now twisted into an eerie grin. Only 5 days remained until the 30-day trial concluded. Test subject number 10 has perished. Friendly reminder, 5 days remain until the deadline. Keep up the good work, everyone. Sigh, another one bites the dust. Your patience is truly lacking. You're easily the worst batch of trial participants I've ever seen. Another one dead? Who this time? Seems like it wasn't one of us Black Coffin guys. What a shame. Old Qin guarded Jiangnan his entire life, only to die in the secret realm in the end. Wonder if they'll be able to bring his body back. That last line, why does it sound so familiar? Everyone sat motionless on their meditation cushions, their expressions eerily still. Another day passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element. Thunder element was soundly beaten by fire element. Thunder element suffered a crushing defeat. Only 1 day remained until the 30-day period concluded. Chapter 40, the lightning element rises. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The 30-day cycle was successfully completed. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, straightening their stiffened bodies and beginning to stretch. Finally over. These 30 days were no walk in the park, Section Chief Jiang said, cracking his neck. General Xiang leaned expressionlessly against the wall beside him, letting it support his body. The others did likewise. The only few still sitting quietly were Li Qin, Li Lan, the puppeteer, and the High Priest of the Black Coffin. The ethereal voice of the water spirit echoed. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully passed the first trial. Currently, there are 4 trial participants still enduring the test. Once all 4 have passed their trials, you may proceed together to the second stage. Rewards will now be distributed. After the voice faded, the 9 who had completed the trial felt their ice huts begin to move. A faint blue energy slowly condensed and flowed into their bodies. Immediately afterward, they felt the supernatural energy within them surge rapidly. Boom! A colossal surge of supernatural energy erupted, even causing some to advance a minor realm. Such pure supernatural energy. What exactly is this Water God Palace? I wonder if this Water God Palace is a single-type secret realm or a repeatable one. If it's repeatable, we're in for a fortune. Hope it's a single type. Something this valuable absolutely can't fall into the hands of the authorities. Heh, this leveling up feeling is truly delightful. If the first stage is this tough, what lies ahead? Reward, source of purity, successfully distributed. 9 testers who have passed the trial, you will now enter spectator mode. A translucent blue screen, formed from condensed spiritual energy, appeared before everyone's eyes. Li Qin, Li Lan, the puppeteer, and the High Priest suddenly materialized within the screen. Li Qin, the High Priest, and the puppeteer held no surprises for them. After all, they had always been formidable. Veterans like the High Priest and puppeteer even concealed considerable strength. But upon seeing Li Lan, their eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could this kid possess such incredible endurance? Could it be that the High Priest was referring to him earlier? Such extraordinary talent, the elders would be delighted if they knew. A 17-year-old great magician with such extraordinary willpower and a youthful physique, truly remarkable. The members of the Dark Moon Circus's eyes lit up. General Xiang and his men were overjoyed. The young grandson of the Flame Emperor, he's been hiding his true potential all this time. but their expressions quickly turned grave. With such formidable talent, once exposed, those alien races will surely hunt him down. Then, General Xiang's expression hardened as he clenched his fists. It's been a long time since I last felt the urge to fight with everything I've got. That kid seems to be asleep? The old director leaned closer to the screen, peering intently with his large eyes. He doubted his own eyes. After staring for a long while, he confirmed he hadn't. Could this kid have spent the entire month just sleeping? He chuckled to himself. How could that be possible? Who could sleep for an entire month? But then he recalled Li Lan's drowsy, sleepwalking state when he first entered the secret realm. It seemed entirely possible. What kind of divine being has the Li family produced? One day later. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. Thunder element was soundly beaten by fire element. Thunder element suffered a crushing defeat. 2 days later. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element unleashed its signature move, the Millennium Kill, on the fire element. Immediately afterward, it was soundly beaten by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The lightning element vowed to train diligently, determined to thoroughly beat the fire element in the future. Lightning element energy plus 50. After training for 3 minutes, the lightning element felt utterly drained and began slacking off. Lightning element energy plus 10. The fire element clutched its butt and wailed, bursting into tears before beginning earnest training. Fire element energy plus 100. 5 days later. Li Qin opened his eyes as a strand of pure essence flowed into his body. Countless flames instantly erupted across his body, his eyes blazing with golden light. His golden armor radiated a fiery crimson glow. Paired with his resolute features, he resembled a fiery war god. This guy, he's gotten stronger again. A major threat. Damn it, he should have died 10 years ago. Truly the grandson of the Flame Emperor. Heaven blesses our dragon nation, heaven blesses our human race. Compared to Li Qingyang, this Li Qin seems to be closing the gap. Looks like he obtained far more pure source than I did. Damn it, I should have held on longer back then. Suddenly, they seemed to remember something and turned to look at Li Lan, their expressions turning grave. He's still holding on. Unbelievable. His willpower surpasses even that of his third elder brother, Li Qin. I can already sense the master's satisfaction. Young flesh grows ever more intriguing. Too bad the clown is dead, he'd have been delighted. I wonder if he'll end up dead or become one of us. This kid is a true prodigy, more gifted than any of those old men in the psionic society were in their youth. Sadly, geniuses are the easiest to manipulate, for they're often arrogant and conceited. Li Qin stared in astonishment at Li Lan on the screen. But upon seeing him asleep, he relaxed. This kid has maxed out his talent for sleeping. 10 days later. The high priest concluded the trial. He glanced at the puppeteer, then turned his gaze toward Li Lan. A look of deep meaning crossed his face. Another 5 days passed. The puppeteer awoke. After absorbing the essence of the pure source, his wooden puppet body began to sprout and grow wildly. It transformed into a towering giant tree. Then it returned to its original form. He gazed at Li Lan on the screen with an eerie smile. Ah, Muke, you're becoming more and more interesting. I'd love to control you, turn you into an artwork that belongs solely to me. Fire element challenges lightning element. Fire element soundly defeated lightning element. Half a month later. Li Lan still hadn't woken up. Another half month passed. Li Lan still hadn't woken up. Another 10 days passed. Li Lan still hadn't woken up. The animal trainer, magician, and others were nearly driven mad. Just how long is this kid going to sleep for? Were they really going to be stuck in this godforsaken ice hut forever? General Xiang and the others were anxious too, but they managed to keep their composure. Thunder element diligently and joyfully cultivates, thunder element energy plus 100. Thunder element's cultivation has advanced to late-stage divine power user. Thunder element challenges fire element. Thunder element soundly defeated fire element. Thunder element, the thunder element, have finally risen. Chapter 41, What element is divine water? Another day passed, and Li Lan still lay there. Not a single movement. Just how long is this child going to sleep? The high priest frowned silently as he watched him. The puppeteer kept laughing uncontrollably, his puppet's body trembling incessantly, an utterly eerie sight. The other members of the Dark Moon Circus paced back and forth in place. Occasionally, they would pound their fists against the walls. Being confined in a cramped, oppressive space for so long had made them irritable and quick to anger. General Xiang and the Jiangnan commissioner sat quietly, seemingly bored, meditating and cultivating. What kind of freak has the Li family produced? He can sleep like that. If he doesn't wake up soon, I'll be an old man who dies of old age right here. The old bureau chief sighed gloomily, rolling back and forth on the ground. Golden Saint Li Qin pulled out a volume of Saint Seiya manga from his pocket and read it with rapt attention. 2 months had passed since the 30-day deadline for clearing the game. Li Lan still lay there. Motionless. As if he were dead. After finishing Li Qin's comic book, he pulled out another volume of Doraemon from his pocket and began reading. Beyond that, he showed little reaction. The members of the Dark Knight Circus had already begun banging their heads against the wall. General Xiang and the others wished they could dive right into the screen and slap Li Lan awake. The lightning element challenges the fire element. Thunder element soundly defeated fire element. Another day passed. Thunder element challenges fire element. Thunder elemental utterly defeated fire elemental. Half a month later. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element thoroughly defeated the fire element. Psychic abilities are being diligently cultivated. Psychic energy plus 50. Psychic ability cultivation has advanced to late high tier. Control ability is being diligently cultivated. Control energy plus 45. Control ability cultivation has advanced to mid-high tier. 3 months had passed since the 30-day deadline for clearing the stage. Everyone was on the verge of losing their minds. The old director was on the verge of tears, staring pitifully at Li Lan on the screen. Please, wake up already. This old man can't take this torment anymore. Deep within the core of the Water God Palace, the Water God spirit frowned slightly. Observing the dwindling reserves of the pure source, it sighed helplessly. Immediately, the entire Water God Palace began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone was startled at first. Then, seeing Li Lan trembling violently on the screen, they all burst into laughter. He's finally moving. He's finally moving. Heaven rewards those who persevere. This ordeal is finally over. What a struggle. Is this Li Lan even human? Sitting there for 4 whole months without moving a muscle. Li Lan was roused by the commotion, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He stretched lazily and stood up. Ah, that feels good. Immediately afterward, the voice of the water spirit echoed in his ears. Congratulations, trialist. You have successfully passed the first trial of the Water God's Palace. Reward obtained, high purity source of purity, Water God's essence. Li Lan looked utterly bewildered. What trial? What trial? I don't know anything about this. An extremely pure energy surged into his body, causing his internal energy to surge dramatically. Fire element absorbed an extremely pure energy. Fire element energy plus 2000. Thunder element absorbed an extremely pure energy. Thunder element energy plus 1000. Wood element absorbed an extremely pure energy. Wood element energy plus 800. Psychic ability absorbed an extremely pure energy. Psychic energy plus 600. Control ability absorbed an extremely pure energy. Control energy plus 600. Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique absorbed an extremely pure energy. Host's Physique plus 500. Fire element cultivation level has been elevated to early great enlightened being. Telekinesis cultivation level has been elevated to early stage divine master. Detected sacred relic Water God's essence. Consuming. Absorption successful. Congratulations, host, on awakening the divine water elemental ability. Divine water element has grasped the embryonic form of the divine ability, boundless ocean. Current level of divine water element, low tier, early stage. The lightning element, seeing the fire element absorb most of the energy, flew into a rage and challenged the fire element. The fire element pinned the lightning element to the ground and beat it soundly 10 times over. The lightning element suffered a crushing defeat. The lightning element looked at the fire element with a pout, then burst into tears. What's going on here? What element is the divine water element? Can someone tell me? Li Lan stood there in a daze. The next second, he was automatically teleported onto a vast expanse of ice. The Dark Moon Circus members glared at Li Lan with bloodshot eyes, their murderous intent palpable. You little brat, are you a pig? Sleeping this long, the animal trainer roared angrily. A lion's phantom appeared behind him, roaring as it lunged toward Li Lan. Li Lan was about to fight back. But before he could act, the fire element within him erupted on its own. A blazing inferno formed into a colossal palm, slapping the lion away. A massive ball of fire hovered beside Li Lan, radiating the power to scorch the heavens. Feeling this scorching elemental energy, the members of the Dark Moon Circus paled. This is the fire element of a great divine power. This kid, he's broken through. Good heavens, a 17-year-old dual element master. Unheard of in a century, no, a millennium. Is this kid a prodigy? The beast master sucked in a sharp breath, his expression darkening. Just as he prepared to strike again, the puppeteer suddenly pulled him back. The beast tamer looked puzzled, while the puppeteer smiled enigmatically, not yet. General Xiang and the others' faces lit up with delight. They stared at Li Lan with excitement, the previous torment completely forgotten. Well done, Li Qin praised with a smile. Truly the brother of my righteous son. General Xiang was about to speak as well. Just then, a blue apparition materialized before them. She wore a crown, held a blue gold scepter, and had flowing golden hair. She was dressed in a blue gown studded with jewels. Her large eyes shone with brilliance, seeming to hold boundless wisdom and mystery. Beneath her high, straight nose, her lips curved in a faint smile. Her entire demeanor radiates the aura of a legendary queen from a realm of ice and snow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second stage. An ethereal voice echoed through the air. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. That familiar voice. Could she be the water spirit of the water palace? May I ask, beautiful lady, what does the second stage entail? The magician in the suit inquired with a smile. He removed his top hat. A large bouquet of roses materialized from within. The second challenge is. Chapter 42, Entering the second gate. Is Li Lan in danger? Welcome, all trial participants, to the second stage of the Water God Palace, Enlightenment. Sit in meditation upon the ice and contemplate the translucent runes suspended in the air. During this contemplation, test takers must not disturb one another. The meditation period lasts 30 days. Those who complete the trial within this time frame shall receive generous rewards. Time flows differently within this stage than outside, so you need not worry about excessive time passing. Due to the Water God Palace's unique properties, you will experience no discomfort during your contemplation, only the need for sufficient patience. The more runes you comprehend within 30 days, the richer your rewards upon completion. I shall now impart a cultivation technique to you, named Water Bearing All Things. Employ this technique to comprehend the transparent runes in the air, thereby accelerating your comprehension speed. Within 30 days, you must comprehend the essence contained within 10 runes. Failure to do so will be deemed a failure to clear the trial. Failure consequence, obliteration. The water spirits smiled faintly. Many were dazzled by the sight. But upon hearing the final words, annihilation, they snapped back to reality. A chill ran down their spines. Annihilation again. This secret realm truly tests one's heart. They hoped the process of understanding wouldn't be too difficult. They looked up into the sky. Translucent runes flickered faintly. The next second, a cultivation technique materialized within each person's mind. Water sustains all things. A cultivation technique that enhances energy storage capacity. After cultivation, it allows the human body to store more energy. Though its name contains the word water, this cultivation technique is not exclusive to water elementalists. It can be practiced by all elementalists. It perfectly embodies the phrase water sustains all things. After obtaining the technique, smiles spread across everyone's faces to varying degrees. This cultivation technique is excellent. Even if no other rewards were gained in this stage, obtaining this technique alone made it worthwhile. On the battlefield, when facing opponents of equal rank, most engagements become protracted battles of endurance. Whoever endures longer wins. But what sustains endurance? Energy. This is where this cultivation technique truly shines. Just as a single element adept cannot defeat a dual element adept, a practitioner with less energy cannot defeat one with more energy. Good luck to you all. The water spirit chuckled. Very well, very well. Several members of the Dark Moon Circus grinned lecherously. But the water spirit didn't look at them. Instead, it approached Li Lan. Continuing to smile, it said, I hope you'll deliver a performance as spectacular as the last one in this round. The animal trainers and others stared at Li Lan with envy and resentment. What gives this kid? But Li Lan didn't even glance at the water spirit. It was as if he hadn't heard her words at all. He merely rubbed his eyes, found a comfortable position, and lay down on the ground to sleep. Water spirit? This kid? Having guarded the Water God's palace for hundreds of thousands of years, she'd never encountered such an eccentric trial candidate before. Li Qin's lips twitched slightly as he hurried forward to explain, please forgive him, senior. He's been like this since childhood. It's fine, the water spirit replied. Genius comes with quirks. It's normal. The trial now officially begins. The water spirit vanished. The group was scattered apart, each person now separated by an invisible wall of air. This was likely to prevent malicious competition. With solemn expressions, they all sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating the water-bearing all technique to begin deciphering the runes in the air. Only Li Lan was asleep. One day later, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from the high priest and a rune instantly sank into his body. Witnessing this, the others grew even more focused. Next, a rune entered the puppeteer's body. Then it was Li Qin's turn. 3 days later, members of the Dark Moon Circus and General Xiang's group successively attained enlightenment. Li Lan remained asleep. Watching him, Li Qin felt a surge of anxiety, but could only sigh helplessly. Deep within the Water God's palace, the water spirit gazed thoughtfully at Li Lan. The only one who grasped the divine water element, a promising prospect, indeed. But if you fail this trial, I won't show you any mercy. Fire Elemental beat up Lightning Elemental while training, Fire Elemental Energy plus 60. The Lightning Element cried while being beaten and cultivated, Lightning Element Energy plus 20. The Wood Element watched the Thunder Element get beaten up and began cultivating with Schadenfreude. Wood Element Energy plus 40? The Divine Water Elemental, though confused, begins training in awe. Divine Water Elemental Energy plus 5. Telekinesis sipped a small drink while training, Telekinesis Energy plus 20. Control Ability pondered snatching the drink while training, Control Energy plus 20. Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Art nudged the new member Water bearing all things fair cheek and began cultivation. Host's physique plus 10. Water-bearing all bowed her head, shyly beginning cultivation. Energy capacity plus 5. 6 days passed. The high priest comprehended 4 runes, the puppeteer comprehended 4 runes, Li Qin comprehended 3 runes, and the others successively grasped their second rune. Li Lan remained asleep. His rune count remained at 0. Many watched him with anxious expressions, while the Dark Moon Circus members gloated. Has that kid Li Lan lost his mind? He's still sleeping in this situation. Does he think he's still in the first stage? This won't do. At this rate, Li Lan will never comprehend 10 runes within 30 days. General Xiang and Director Zhang Nan rose one after another, shouting Li Lan's name. But Li Lan remained motionless, sprawled on the ground as if he hadn't heard a thing. He was fast asleep. General Xiang and Director Zhang Nan sighed helplessly. The animal trainer sneered, "Xing, don't waste your breath. He's as good as dead." The aerialist and circus doctor chimed in from the sidelines. General Xiang and his men could do nothing but exchange worried glances at Li Lan before returning to their rune studies. The second stage had been underway for half a month. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. Another 5 days passed. 10 days remain until the stage concludes. Li Lan was still asleep. This time, even Li Qin couldn't help but stand up and call out to Li Lan loudly. But Li Lan remained motionless. From then on, every single day, General Xiang and Li Qin would wake Li Lan 3 times at the appointed hour. But it all proved futile. Li Lan remained utterly motionless. Only 5 days remained until the checkpoint closed. General Xiang and the others wore bitter expressions. Damn it, why won't that kid Li Lan wake up? Does he really intend to die here? It's over. Finished. Done for. With only 5 days left, even a genius like Li Lan couldn't possibly grasp 10 runes in that time. Has that kid lost his mind? Li Qin even slammed his fist against the air wall, but Li Lan still showed no sign of waking. Chapter 43, Water nurtures all, absorbing 100 runes. Don't waste your effort. That kid's as good as dead. With only 5 days left, even a deity couldn't comprehend 10 runes in that time. Stop this futile struggle. He truly is a genius, but unfortunately, his mind isn't up to the task. What a pity. I'd hope to see him at the Spirit Energy Association someday. Looks like he'll just rot away here now. The Dark Moon Circus members chuckled. The puppeteer sighed as well, feeling the loss of a promising talent. The Spirit Energy Society recruited talent in 2 ways. They also scouted out geniuses, kidnapped them, and lured them into corruption by making them swallow holy blood, turning them into slaves of the Blood Moon Holy Grail. He had intended to report this immediately upon returning to the higher-ups of the Spirit Energy Association. To have them abduct Mu Ke. But now it seemed unnecessary. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element. The lightning element suffered a complete defeat. 4 days remain until the trial concludes. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The lightning element burst into tears, then threw itself into training with utter despair. Lightning element energy plus 10. 3 days remain until the trial concludes. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Art sat diligently nearby, cultivating. Host's physique plus 10. Water nurtures all blushed as it nestled close to Dragon Tiger Body Tempering technique for cultivation, increasing its energy capacity by 20. Psychic Power gazed enviously at Dragon Tiger Body Tempering technique as it began cultivation, psychic energy plus 20. Control ability sat beside psychic ability, only to be kicked aside by it. Feeling wronged, it found a corner to cultivate, increasing control energy by plus 20. 2 days remained until the trial's conclusion. It's over, it's all over. General Xiang and the others looked ashen. Li Qin's face drained of color. Li Lan remained asleep. The lightning element challenged the fire element. Thunder element was soundly beaten by fire element. Thunder elements suffered a complete defeat. Water nurtures all snuggled close to Dragon Tiger Body Tempering technique during cultivation, increasing energy capacity by 20. Divine Water Element cultivated diligently, Divine Water Energy plus 10. Water bearing all has cultivated to minor achievement. Divine Water Element's cultivation has advanced to mid-beginner stage. 1 day remained until the trial's conclusion. Everyone except Li Lan had comprehended 10 runes. Li Qin had grasped 15. The high priest and puppeteer had grasped as many as 17. Water bearing all encountered a cultivation bottleneck, automatically emerging from its host's body to begin comprehending runes. Control and psychic abilities automatically emerged from the host's body, preparing to assist water bearing all in comprehending runes. The water elemental automatically exited the host's body, preparing to assist water bearing all in comprehending the runes. By now, General Xiang and the others had given up trying to wake Li Lan. Only Li Qin remained, relentlessly pounding the wall, his face etched with anxiety. The Dark Moon Circus members watched the spectacle with amusement. They waited silently for nightfall, waiting for Li Lan's death. Hey, Li Qin, don't waste your breath. That kid Li Lan is as good as dead. It's the final day, does he think he's a god or something? The animal trainer remarked with schadenfreude. The aerialist nodded. You'd be better off spending that time studying the runes. Maybe you'll get more rewards after today's over. Why are you all so talkative? Are you all about to die? Li Qin shot them a cold glance. He was about to resume hammering the wall. But just then, the ice beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Countless pale blue particles rose into the air, surging toward Li Lan's direction. Li Lan had risen to a sitting position without anyone noticing. The others looked astonished. Strange, what's going on? What are these blue particles? Such pure elemental energy. These blue particles seem to be water elemental energy. No! This can't be water elemental energy. Water elemental energy can't be this pure. This seems to be a higher grade form of water elemental energy than ordinary water elemental energy. Strange, this water elemental energy seems to be activating the transparent runes in the sky. What's the point? Even if it can activate the runes, I refuse to believe that Li Lan could comprehend 10 runes in a single day. Exactly. Don't get too excited just yet. The higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. This might just be a last gasp before the end. Seeing General Xiang and the others regain hope, the members of the Dark Knight Circus couldn't help but sneer again. Their faces were filled with contempt. After all, it had taken them 30 days of grueling effort to barely grasp 10 runes. Li Lan wanted to surpass their 30 days in just one? That's practically a pipe dream. But the moment the words left their mouths, their expressions darkened. For as they spoke, a full 10 runes, drawn by the mysterious water element, automatically burrowed into Li Lan's body. Then another 10 followed. 20 dishes. 30 beams. Celestial water elemental energy surged, transforming the entire space into a sea of blue particles. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd felt their minds go completely blank. What on earth is happening? Am I seeing things? Is this mysterious water element also Li Lan's ability? Why have I never seen it before? Am I dreaming? I'm reporting this. Water spirit, that brat Li Lan is cheating, the flying man shouted loudly. The beast tamer was in the midst of comprehending a rune, on the verge of mastering it. But suddenly, a cluster of blue particles appeared before his eyes, snatching the rune away. The beast tamer's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this even possible? He was so furious he nearly spat blood. He hurriedly found another rune that no one had noticed and began to comprehend it again. But the moment he touched it, the rune was snatched away again. The Beastmaster watched helplessly as it sank into Li Lan's body. Damn it! General Xiang and the others gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Then came a wave of wild elation, and they couldn't help but dance around. Li Qin watched the Beastmaster with schadenfreude, infuriating the Dark Moon Circus crew so much their faces turned dark. 40. 50. 60. More and more runes sank into Li Lan's body. The once densely packed transparent runes in the air instantly became sparse. Water bearing all is frantically devouring energy, successfully breaking through its constraints to reach great mastery. The divine water element successfully absorbed the divine water energy contained within the runes, elevating cultivation to late foundation stage. After absorbing 100 runes, Li Lan stretched lazily. Everything came to an abrupt halt. Is it finally over? The crowd couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 44, End of the Second Gate, Severe Punishment for Cheaters? Li Lan rolled over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this ordeal was truly over. The beast tamer was about to attempt to comprehend the runes once more. This one went surprisingly smoothly. In mere seconds, the pace of comprehension surpassed that of the previous several hours. Looks like I can grasp one more rune before the trial ends, the Beastmaster thought to himself with quiet delight. But the next second, his face darkened. Those terrifying blue particles began surging once more, forcibly snatching back the rune he had just grasped. He exerted every ounce of strength to wrest the rune back. But he was no match for those blue particles. The particles even taunted him, coalescing into a giant hand that slapped him across the face. They even flicked his little dick. The beast tamer could only watch helplessly as his runes were devoured by Li Lan. Fury reddened his eyes, but he could only rage helplessly. Damn it! That damn brat! The Dark Knight Circus members witnessed this scene. Though they felt sorry for the beast tamer's plight, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sorry, I really didn't mean to. Sorry, animal trainer. I don't usually laugh, unless I really can't help myself. Too funny, ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter around him, the animal trainer wished he could find a wall to smash his head against. He, a mighty great enlightened one, had been toyed with by a bunch of mere energies. With the Beastmaster's example set, neither the Dark Moon Circus Troupe nor General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others attempted to decipher the runes anymore. Instead, all eyes turned to Li Lan. As more and more runes burrowed into Li Lan's body, their sense of dread only deepened. 150. 200. 250. It's nearly 300 now. How on earth is he doing this? Could this secret realm be glitching? It's possible. Otherwise, why are we only getting a dozen or so while he's getting hundreds? Because he's good looking? Holy moly, 300 runes. That's got to be a ton of rewards. With that many runes, I'm actually curious what his first reward will be. Who isn't? Isn't Li Lan from the Yen Emperor Li clan? Being a wood attribute cultivator is one thing, but why does he carry such a strong water element? Li Qin, are you sure Li Lan is your brother? Could they have switched the babies at the hospital? Don't we look alike? We do look alike, but this just doesn't make sense. They murmured among themselves. Not only were they stunned, but even the water spirit deep within the core of the secret realm was equally shocked. He is indeed asleep. Then how is this even possible? What's going on here? This has never happened before. Why is he able to automatically comprehend these runes while asleep? And why can he spontaneously command the divine water elements within the secret realm? This defies all logic. She frantically searched her mind for relevant information, but after a long while, she found nothing. This is bad. The Water God Palace's core is currently offline and can't draw energy from the outside. If he keeps this up, the Water God Palace won't have any rewards left for the trial participants when it reopens next time. The water spirit's delicate brows furrowed tightly as the entire secret realm trembled once more. Simultaneously, the floating runes vanished entirely, and the air walls dissolved. Within the space of the second trial. Witnessing this scene, puzzled expressions spread across everyone's faces. What's going on? Why did the air walls and runes suddenly vanish? Did we clear it? But there's still half a day left. Why did it end now? Could it be that the water spirit detected Li Lan cheating and terminated the trial early? You know, that actually sounds plausible. How many runes did Li Lan absorb just now? I think it was 1050. What? You said 1050? I can't even match his last digit. Whoa, over 1,000 runes. Even if it was cheating, that's insane. The crowd exchanged stunned glances. General Xiang and the others wanted to speak up for Li Lan. But after pondering for a long while, they found themselves at a loss for words. After all, the sheer number of runes Li Lan had mastered was truly staggering. They couldn't help but suspect Li Lan might have used some underhanded method. After all, this amounted to a staggering 1050 runes. The runes they grasped were nowhere near as profound as Li Lan's. Li Qin hurried over to Li Lan and yanked him straight up from the ground. What time is it now, and you're still sleeping? Who is it? Li Lan grumbled discontentedly, opening his eyes to meet his third brother's furious gaze. Third brother? What's the matter? How did you manage that just now? Li Qin asked, frowning. Li Lan looked utterly bewildered, his face filled with confusion. What did I do? What had he done? Hadn't he been sleeping the whole time? Just then, he was stunned to discover that the energy within his body was surging to an unprecedented level. His strength had more than doubled compared to before. What on earth happened while I was asleep? Li Lan was even more puzzled now. Speak up. Third brother. Would you believe me if I said I just took a quick nap? Like hell I do. The animal trainer shot him a murderous glare. He couldn't forget the humiliating embarrassment he'd endured before. The others looked just as skeptical. Do you think I'd believe you? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. As Li Lan finished speaking, the spirit of the water god reappeared before everyone. The beast tamer shot Li Lan a look that screamed, "You're done for," standing aside ready to enjoy the spectacle. Congratulations, all trial participants, on successfully passing the second trial of the water god's palace. I shall now distribute your rewards. The water spirit waved its hand lightly. Except for Li Lan, a sparkling blue gem appeared in the hands of every other participant. The high priest and puppeteer received the largest gems, followed by Li Qin, while the rest were of a lower grade than Li Qin's. These gems contained potent water elemental energy. With just a single breath, everyone felt their spirits soar. These are semi-divine relics. The almighty elemental gem. With this, I can break through to the earth immortal realm within half a year. The energy within this gem is so pure it's the most refined elemental gem I've ever seen. Even a land immortal realm powerhouse would struggle to obtain something like this, wouldn't they? I once encountered a land immortal in a 5-star secret realm. He risked his life in perilous terrain to obtain a thunder element gemstone, but its purity was nowhere near half that of this one. The crowd buzzed with excitement and delight. At that moment, the beast tamer stepped forward respectfully and said, "Senior, now that the rewards have been distributed, shouldn't we punish the cheaters?" At these words, Li Qin, General Xiang, and the others instantly darkened in expression. Chapter 45, The Holy Sun's Trial, God's Scramble for the Treasure. Elder, there must be some misunderstanding here. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. Li Lan merely slept through it all and has no idea what transpired. Li Qin and General Xiang hurriedly interjected. The beast tamer sneered dismissively, "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Try sleeping and comprehending 1,000 runes yourself." "There is no misunderstanding," declared the water spirit. Hearing this, the beast tamer's face broke into a smile. But upon hearing the water spirit's next words, his expression abruptly changed. Li Lan's score is genuine. There's no misunderstanding. Since his reward differs from yours, I didn't give him one earlier. Impossible. How could he possibly comprehend 1,000 runes? The beast tamer protested indignantly. The water spirit showed no anger at his offense. With a faint smile, it replied, "The world of geniuses is beyond your comprehension." Hearing this, General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others smiled. The beast tamer's expression flickered between anger and frustration as he retreated back into the crowd. The Dark Moon Circus troupe sighed in disappointment, but quickly regained their composure. Their minds grew restless. They pondered how they could capture Li Lan and turn him into a puppet of the holy blood. "All right, Li Lan, it's time for your reward." The water spirit gazed at the listless youth before her. But the youth seemed oblivious to her words, standing in place, drowsy and half asleep. At these words, everyone's eyes lit up. Li Qin and General Xiang wore expressions of eager anticipation. Li Qin, being Li Lan's older brother, naturally felt happy for him. General Xiang, however, shared a deep bond with Li Qin. In his eyes, Li Lan was, in a way, his own junior. I wonder what reward Li Lan will receive. 1,000 runes? How on earth did he manage that? 10 runes earn an elemental gemstone. 1,000 runes. Whoa, that's beyond imagination. We're all human, yet why such a vast gap? Could this kid actually become a terrestrial immortal? Probably not. Advancing too quickly can weaken one's foundation. But I have a feeling this kid will become a terrestrial immortal within a year. 1 year. If we give him the sacred blood, wouldn't our spirit energy gain another earth immortal? We'll discuss that later. But it's not our concern anyway. We just need to report his progress to the elders. The Li family isn't to be trifled with. If Li Lan joins the Spirit Energy Society, have the leader request to transfer him to our circus. That kid's got potential. But didn't the clown die? Who's the clown? Isn't our leader a puppeteer? Then who will replace the clown? A circus can't function without a clown, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Just request a new one from above. Have the puppeteer find the clown's corpse and turn it into a puppet instead. The clown's corpse is probably already turned to waste by now. Enough. The water spirit is about to reward that boy. The water spirit asked with a smile, "What do you desire?" "Whatever you ask for, I can grant." The tone was utterly tempting. "Even if you wish to become a star realm sorcerer. Wait, by your planet's standards, that would make you a land immortal. Become a terrestrial immortal outright?" Hearing this, everyone present grew wildly enthusiastic. Even the puppeteer, who had remained composed throughout, and the high priest were no exception. If he becomes a land immortal outright, the chances of the spirit energy capturing him would be minuscule, the puppeteer murmured to himself. What would he choose? Become a terrestrial immortal outright? Or would he choose something else? Their gazes remained fixed on Li Lan, filled with anticipation, greed, envy, and jealousy. The water spirit also looked at Li Lan expectantly. But Li Lan merely flicked his eyelids, not a word spoken. Everyone looked utterly bewildered. "Speak up, man. You're killing me here." "Li Lan, what do you desire?" the water spirit asked again. Li Lan's eyelid fluttered once more. Seeing this, General Xiang was moved to tears. "Hey, watch your language. The water spirit isn't Su Xin, she can't read your mind to know what you're about to say." The group fell silent for a moment. Just as the water spirit was about to speak again, Li Lan spoke up. "I want to get out of this secret realm fast and go home to sleep." Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. "That's it? Bro, have you been sleeping too much?" The members of the Dark Knight Circus were overjoyed. "Wonderful. Shaolan." Li Qin couldn't help but scold him. But the water spirit's delicate hand swept across his mouth, silencing him. "Are you sure?" Li Lan nodded. "But according to the Water God Palace's rules, you can't leave until you've cleared all 10 stages." General Xiang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Li Lan stared at her expressionlessly. What happened to fulfilling all requests? As if sensing Li Lan's thoughts, the water spirit continued, "However, I know a way to let you leave the secret realm early." "What method?" Li Lan remained silent, quietly waiting for her to continue. The water spirit gazed at Li Lan, waiting for her to respond. But after waiting for a long while, Li Lan didn't ask her anything. Instead, he stared at her expressionlessly, as if saying, "I can't be bothered to ask." "You tell me." "So lazy." The water spirit sighed and said, "If you can pass the Holy Sun's trial and become the Holy Son of the Water God Palace, you will be able to leave the secret realm early. Moreover, you'll gain partial authority over the Water God Palace, becoming its co-ruler." "Half-master of the Water God Palace?" Hearing this, everyone's breathing quickened. This Water God Palace clearly wasn't ordinary. To become its half-master would be an incredible stroke of luck. This was far more tempting than becoming a powerful immortal on the mainland. After all, the Water God Palace could effortlessly produce treasures coveted by even immortal realm cultivators. If one became its half-master, wouldn't such treasures be theirs for the taking? With such treasures at hand, wouldn't ascending to the rank of a land-dwelling immortal be a foregone conclusion? However, most among them believed Li Lan had no chance of passing that so-called Holy Sun trial. After all, even the preliminary trials were so difficult. Wouldn't the trial to become a Holy Sun be even more arduous, as difficult as ascending to heaven? Are you willing to take the Holy Sun trial? The water spirit gazed at Li Lan, awaiting his answer. Li Lan couldn't be bothered to nod. He merely flicked his eyelid, signaling his consent. The water spirit couldn't decipher his meaning and wore a puzzled expression. Seeing this, the psychic ability took control and made Li Lan's head nod twice. If you fail the trial, the consequence is annihilation. Do you still consent? What? Annihilation? I may be lazy, but I sure as hell don't want to die here. Li Lan's expression changed, and he was about to refuse. But just then, the psychic ability took control again, making his head nod twice. Li Lan's heart sank, his face turning ashen. Psychic powers, damn you! Not bad. You have courage. I admire that, the water spirit chuckled. With a gentle wave of her hand, she and Li Lan vanished from the crowd sight. Test terminated. Please remain in place for a moment. No fighting, okay? Otherwise, if you get wiped out by the water god's palace later, don't blame me for being ruthless. The ethereal voice of the water spirit echoed in the others' ears. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Li Qin, your little brother sure is overestimating himself. The aerialist looked at Li Qin and chuckled, the Holy Sun's trial? Just make sure you don't meet him next time as a corpse. Li Qin snorted coldly, ignoring them as he sat down in a corner with General Xiang and the others. He knew they were trying to provoke him. Li Qin, are you truly certain this is wise? General Xiang asked. Li Qin sighed. There's no turning back now. Besides, I don't think Xiao Lan will die even if he fails the trial. Why? His demand is to leave the secret realm. As long as he hasn't left, his demand hasn't been fulfilled. Li Qin spoke slowly. When the time comes, if he fails the trial, he can simply make a request that ensures his survival. Hearing this, General Xiang and the others suddenly understood. No wonder Li Lan dared to agree to the water spirit's terms. He had this backup plan all along. Who knew it could be done this way? Brilliant! Why didn't I think of that? Truly the grandson of the Flame Emperor, every one of them is sharp as a tack. Brilliant! Once Li Lan completes the trial, he'll become the sacred son of the Water God Palace, rising to the heavens in one step. Even if he fails, it won't matter, he'll survive safely either way. With his talent, even if he loses the reward for this stage, he'll easily make up for it in the later stages. It's simply brilliant. A surefire win. This kid has a bright future. Young minds are so agile. I thought he was done for. Ah, I'm getting old. The crowd buzzed with admiration, utterly impressed by Li Lan's ingenuity. Li Lan was pulled by the water spirit into a vast blue hall. It resembled an underwater temple, like the legendary Atlantis. Ancient, mysterious runes carved into the stone pillars emitted a blue glow, illuminating the entire temple. Dozens of divine statues, large and small, stood along both sides of the hall. Each statue seemed to embody a living deity. Even those with partially shattered forms still radiated an awe-inspiring majesty. Rich water elemental energy permeated every corner of the temple. It was clear this must be the very heart of the entire water god's palace. The water spirit's hand swept lightly through the air. Instantly, the water elemental energy within the hall surged like a storm, crashing toward the statues like a tidal wave. As the statues absorbed this water elemental energy, their gray outer shells began to peel away, revealing a terrifying divine radiance. A colossal pressure bore down upon Li Lan, instantly dispelling his weariness. He exclaimed in disbelief, "They're alive?" Not exactly. Rarely seeing Li Lan display such an expression, the water god spirit felt a surge of delight and explained. These 36 divine statues represent the 36 deities worshipped by my water god palace. Should you gain control of even one of these statues, you shall become one of the 36 holy sons of my water god palace. Li Lan nodded. Begin. I shall grant you half a year. With that, the water spirit vanished. Li Lan casually chose a statue and sat down. After meditating for half a day, he gained nothing. So he switched to another statue and meditated for another half day. Still nothing. Am I really going to die here? Li Lan muttered, his face darkening. Over the next 10 days, he tried every statue in the temple. Still nothing. Damn it! Li Lan cursed, too lazy to try any further. He gave up, flopping onto the ground to sleep. The fire element has been exhausted from fighting these past days and refuses to cultivate. The lightning element is diligently striving to improve, beginning earnest cultivation. Lightning element energy plus 50. The wood element sighed at the lack of excitement today, half-heartedly starting cultivation. Wood element energy plus 10? Telekinesis and control abilities are best buds, practicing hand in hand together. Telekinesis energy plus 20, control energy plus 20. Dragon tiger body tempering art and water nurtures all practice in close embrace, enhancing the host's physique by plus 5 and energy capacity by plus 5. The divine water element is diligently cultivating, increasing its energy by +20. The divine water element senses the primal power of the divine water and automatically emerges from the host's body. Deep within the core of the water god palace, the water spirit sighed in disappointment, gazing at Li Lan sleeping on the ground. It was inevitable, after all. Sigh. After finally encountering a prodigy, if he cannot become the Holy Sun, then who else could possibly become the Holy Sun? Must my water god palace remain buried beneath these waters for tens of thousands of years more? The core energy is nearly depleted. In 1,000 years, the water god palace may never open again. But at that very moment, the entire water god palace began to shake violently. What's happening? The water spirit hurriedly scanned the palace's condition. The cause of the tremors was traced back to the temple where Li Lan resided. All the divine statues blazed with dazzling divine light, vying for the attention of the sleeping Li Lan. Their power was overwhelming. Though only a minuscule fraction of their divine power resided within the statues, it was more than enough to send the already dilapidated water god's palace reeling on the brink of collapse. That youth possesses such pure divine water energy, this deity claims him. Get out of the way. This boy is mine. You ants, make way for me. This youth carries the seed of boundless oceans clearly suited for my lineage. Boundless ocean? Oomph. Merely a support divine skill. Trash. Hand this boy over to me. I shall cultivate a new war god for my water god lineage. So-called war gods are nothing but fighting savages. This boy belongs to my deep sea lineage. You tentacle-covered deep sea abomination, don't mess with him. He's human, he doesn't want to become a monster. You trash know nothing. Tentacles, they symbolize power. Legend says those ancient water deities were covered in tentacles and eyes. Witnessing this scene, the water spirit felt her mind go completely blank. Were these truly the same exalted deities from before? Just how pure was Li Lan's divine water element to awaken them all? Chapter 46, The Spear of the Sea God, ruling the water god's palace. Which deity will Li Lan ultimately choose? The water spirit stared intently at Li Lan, awaiting his decision. She knew. No matter which deity Li Lan chose, he was destined to become the holy son of the water god palace. The sole holy son of the water god palace. The one who would hold the fate of the water god palace in his hands. After all, the water god palace was currently sealed off, drawing solely on its remaining reserves. But no matter how vast those reserves might be, they would eventually be depleted. The only way to replenish it is to absorb energy from the outside world. Yet now, aside from her, the spirit of the secret realm, the water god palace stands utterly empty. As the secret realm spirit, she could only oversee matters within the water god palace. She lacked the authority to activate the core of the secret realm and draw energy from the outside world. Only 3 types of individuals within the water god palace possess this authority: the Holy Sun, the Divine Sun, and the Palace Master. Yet now, the water god palace was utterly deserted. Not only was the Palace Master absent, but aside from the few remaining trial participants, not a single soul remained within its halls. Thus, Li Lan, who was about to become the Holy Sun, naturally became her sole hope. Wait a moment, isn't he still asleep? The water spirit faltered. If that's the case, how did he communicate with those deities? No, wait, the divine water element within him seemed to be communicating with those deities on its own. How is that possible? Staring at Li Lan's divine water element, the water spirit's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments later, it suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder Li Lan could provoke such a scramble among so many deities. Divine water has a spirit, divine water has a spirit. This is the symbol of a divine child. But why would such an anomaly appear in a mortal who has never encountered the divine? Could it be? Could he be the reincarnation of some water deity? At this thought, the water spirit's breathing grew rapid. The gaze it cast upon Li Lan grew reverent. Because deities must never be offended. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Li Lan was merely a reincarnation of a deity. Not a true deity. Divine beings, even the weakest demigods, possess innate divine might. This is the divine authority, the very symbol of a deity's power. Even if a deity disdains those who offend them, divine might will automatically slay every last one of them. Mortals cannot look upon a god. That is precisely why. If Li Lan were a true deity, then when she locked eyes with Li Lan in the secret realm earlier, she might have already met her demise. The debate among the gods in the temple raged on. The thought of Li Lan soon becoming the sacred son of the water god palace filled her with pride. But at that very moment, the entire water god palace suddenly shook violently. The spirit of water turned pale. This is bad. The divine power leaking from these deities is too immense. The water god palace, long neglected and decaying, cannot withstand this force and is gradually collapsing. This won't do. I must stabilize everything immediately, or everyone will be buried here. She swiftly waved her delicate hand, activating the secret core of the water god palace to resist the force. Meanwhile, within the space of the second gate, sensing this terrifying energy, fear spread across everyone's faces. What's happening? Such intense energy fluctuations, what on earth is this? I feel my soul trembling. What kind of energy is this? It's terrifying. Ah! I can't breathe. This energy, it originates from the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being. This is the energy of the Supreme Being. A deity exists within this secret realm. I once felt this energy in a 5-star secret realm. It originates from the ancient gods of legend, the ancient Supreme Being. I would never mistake it. What? A god actually exists within this secret realm? It must be the power left behind by the gods. If it were the gods themselves, we'd be dead already. Could this be another one of Li Lan's tricks? Are you dreaming? How could that kid possibly have such power? Who cares who did it? All I know is what we need to do now. I feel like I'm dying. The power of the gods is brutal and overwhelming. I can feel it eating away at my body. Do any of you have a solution? If this keeps up, we won't even wait for the secret realm to collapse. The divine power will shatter our wills, turning us into living puppets. Li Qin, are you okay? Mr. Li Qin, are you alright? Li Qin, hold on. Your brother isn't out yet, you can't collapse here first. Quick! Bring out the elemental gems we collected earlier and infuse them into Li Qin's body. Li Qin suddenly collapsed, causing General Xiang and the others to turn pale. They hastily retrieved the elemental gem granted by the water spirit and channeled its energy into Li Qin's body. Li Qin was a master of fire elemental magic, yet this divine energy was clearly water-based. Water and fire are natural enemies. The shock Li Qin endured would be several times greater than what the others felt. Watching the official figures unhesitatingly extract the most precious elemental gems and infuse them into Li Qin's body, the members of the Dark Moon Circus were all somewhat astonished. Ah, General Xiang, you're quite generous, the puppeteer chuckled eerily. General Xiang shot him a cold glance and replied, humph. Those who carry firewood for the people must not be left to freeze to death in the snow. Li Qin has sacrificed far too much for Jiangnan province. How could a monster like you, devoid of any sense of duty to country and home, possibly understand? Patriotism, the beast tamer sneered dismissively. What good is that? The old director, expressionless, slipped his own elemental gem into Li Qin's vicinity. If the heart has no place to rest, wherever you go is wandering. No matter how powerful you become, you're still just a bunch of drifters. No one cares. You're just tools for those above you. When you die, no one will remember you. You might even be killed by your own comrades at any moment. No, you have no comrades. Just like that clown before. It's a tragedy. Not just within the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, turmoil was brewing. With the uprising at the Water God Palace, the waters of the Yunmeng Great Lake began to surge violently, and the strange beasts within the lake also rose in rebellion. Witnessing this scene, the troops stationed along the shores of Yunmeng Lake immediately sprang into action. Hurry up, hurry up! Evacuate the civilians! Evacuate the civilians! Captain, the water is rising far too fast. I fear we won't make it in time. If it weren't for the situation, I'd beat you senseless. It's fast? Then you move faster. Yes, sir. Commander. Notify the provincial government immediately. Have them prepare flood control supplies at once. Dispatch troops with abilities above the divine power level to assist us. What about those civilian psychics? Many of them possess divine abilities. If we bring them in alongside us, it could ease our burden considerably. Order them to retreat too. They're still young, and we haven't fallen yet. Captain, it's bad. Several king-level beasts have surfaced at River Mouth 1. All personnel from Teams 3 and 4, grab your weapons immediately and follow me to fight at Estuary 1. But Captain, we're no match for those beasts. Remember what your drill sergeant told you when you enlisted? Yes, Captain. Enlist in the army, defend the nation's supreme duty. Brothers, follow me into battle. Hordes of troops began mobilizing. Within a mere half hour, all residents along the riverbank had evacuated. Simultaneously, the river waters submerged their former encampment. Hordes of soldiers plunged into the water, vying to be the first to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the monstrous beasts. The lake's surface ran red with blood, strewn with corpses. But this blood belonged to the beasts. These corpses, too, were those of the beasts. All civilian psychics, board the vehicles immediately. This area will be fully secured by military forces. You will be transported to a safe location shortly. The officer shouted to the crowd gathered on the open ground. At his command, everyone began boarding the vehicles. Only a delicate-featured youth remained, pushing a wheelchair beneath a large tree as he gazed toward the lakeshore. Su Xian, aren't you leaving? Lu Shaoqi couldn't help but step forward and ask. No. Why? Are you waiting for the captain? But the captain is a great sorcerer, nothing will happen to him. Who's waiting for him? Su Xian pushed the wheelchair toward Lu Shaoqi. Hold on to it for me. I'm going to help the army fight the beasts. Wait. Lu Shaoqi called out to him. She was startled to sense an entirely different aura emanating from Su Xian. You've broken through to become a divine power user? Su Xian nodded. By the time Lu Xiaoqi regained her composure, Su Xian had already vanished without a trace. What about the young man who was with you earlier? Back in the vehicle, the officer asked Lu Xiaoqi, who was pushing the wheelchair. He said he was going to help the army hunt down the beasts. Nonsense! The officer couldn't help but exclaim. He's a high-tier mage and a fire mage at that. Isn't that like walking into certain death? He's already reached the level of a divine power user. What? Hearing this, the officer visibly relaxed, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. But he still said aloud, still, orders are orders. Hold your positions here. I'll go fetch him back right now. Captain Lu, bad news. Just as the officer stepped out of the vehicle, a sharp crack echoed from inside. What happened? What happened? He hurried back to the vehicle to investigate, only to find a large hole torn through the window. A high-level psychic pointed at the window and said, Feng Heng and Duan Zitao have escaped. The officer looked out the window and saw Feng Heng and Duan Zitao leading a group of psychics rushing toward the battlefield where the army was fighting the beasts. His eyes instantly filled with tears. Captain Lu, what's wrong? You little brat, are you looking for a beating? The lightning element has challenged the fire element. Thunder element was soundly beaten by fire element. Thunder element suffered a crushing defeat. Thunder element challenged fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element. Within the water god palace, Li Lan remained in a deep slumber. The lightning element and fire element battled relentlessly within his body. Outside his body, the water deities argued incessantly, even resorting to violence. Get your filthy hands off him. He's mine. Why should he be yours? He's mine. Because I'm stronger. This human boy belongs to me. I am the mightiest. All of you, step aside. What good is strength? Even gods require wisdom. Only the wise can guide him toward the right path, and I am that wise one. You call yourself wise? You're the biggest fool here. How dare you? Take this. Is that all you've got? Poof. After tens of thousands of years of inactivity, it's time to stretch my limbs, declared a deity with a human head and fish body, resembling a mermaid. With a flick of its mind, a colossal torrent erupted from the earth. Witnessing this, the water spirit deep within the core turned ashen-faced. It's over. But at that very moment, a towering, shadowy figure materialized within the temple. He held a trident in his hand, wore a crown upon his head, and bore a stern countenance. His pair of blue eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the ocean within them. Enough. What kind of spectacle is this? He spoke in a deep, resonant voice. In a language never before heard on Blue Star. But all the gods could hear the meaning in his words. At his sight, all the deities fell silent of their own accord. Hail His Majesty the God King, one deity exclaimed hastily. The other deities echoed in unison. Hail His Majesty the God King. He nodded with satisfaction, turning to Li Lan and declaring, I claim him. Hearing this, the other deities, though reluctant, nodded in resignation. They exchanged reproachful glances. In their eyes, if it weren't for the other deities meddling, they might have claimed Li Lan long ago. Seeing Li Lan asleep, the God King did not grow angry. Instead, he gently tapped Li Lan's eyebrow star before vanishing without a trace. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Whenever I see you lot, nothing good ever comes of it. The gods murmured in unison as their consciousnesses retreated back into their statues, restoring calm to the temple. But Li Lan was anything but calm. The instant the God King touched his brow star, a violent storm erupted within him. Simultaneously, an exceptionally pure divine power manifested within his spiritual sea. Divine water element is frantically absorbing unknown energy. Water god energy plus 1000. Water bearing all things is frantically devouring unknown energy. Energy capacity plus 200. Divine water element is frantically consuming unknown energy. Water god energy plus 1000. Water bearing all is frantically devouring unknown energy. Energy capacity plus 200. Divine water element is frantically absorbing unknown energy. Water god energy plus 1000. Water bearing all is frantically devouring unknown energy. Energy capacity plus 200. Your water god element cultivation has advanced to early divine power user. Your divine water element has successfully mastered the divine ability, Spear of the Sea God. Hearing the system's voice, Li Lan sat up dazedly from the ground. What's going on? What just happened? How did I become so much stronger just from sleeping? Just then, he saw the space before him ripple as the spirit of the water god reappeared before him. Just as he was about to ask what had transpired, the water spirit knelt on one knee before him and spoke with reverence. Greetings, Palace Master. Li Lan? His mind went blank in an instant. Chapter 47, The Dread of the Sea God. Princess? What princess? Aren't I a guy? What if I were a prince too? Did I just time travel again? Li Lan reached down to check, then sighed in relief when he confirmed the creature was still there. Noticing his bewilderment, the water spirit rose and briefly recounted the events that had transpired. It included the god's scramble for the throne and the eventual descent of the sea god. So the palace master wasn't a princess after all. Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief. He never imagined that upon waking, he'd inexplicably become the ruler of this water god palace. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. May I ask, Palace Master, what are your plans moving forward? The water spirit inquired, feeling quite nervous. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. And Li Lan was still a young man. Youth is often the most impetuous. Suddenly granted such immense power, she feared Li Lan might use the water god palace to do something reckless. And she couldn't stop him. After all, she was merely the guardian spirit of the water god palace. Strictly speaking, she was Li Lan's personal possession. Whatever Li Lan commanded, he had no choice but to obey. Can I do anything? Li Lan suddenly asked. Just as expected. The water spirit's expression grew solemn as she nodded. Anything at all. After all, you are the master of the water god palace. Li Lan's rosy lips parted slightly. Just as everyone expected her to utter something earth-shattering, Li Lan simply said, "Alright, then starting today, you shall be the ruler of the water god palace. Palace master, please let me out. I need to go home and sleep." Hearing this, the water spirit froze, utterly bewildered. "Huh? You, what did you say?" Li Lan furrowed his brow slightly. Was this water spirit deaf? As a proper slacker, he didn't like repeating himself. "I'm sorry, Palace Master, but that won't work." The water spirit hesitated before saying, "The successor to the Palace Master's position can only be chosen from among the Holy Sons and Divine Sons." "What about the Holy Sun and the Water God's Son?" Li Lan stared at her, saying nothing. As if sensing Li Lan's thoughts, the water spirit continued, "At present, you are the only one in the entire Water God Palace. So I'm just a commander without any troops, huh?" After a moment of silence, Li Lan declared, "Then starting today, you shall serve as the acting Palace Master. You hold full authority over all matters within the Water God Palace. Is that acceptable?" The water spirit nodded, a peculiar look on its face. This new Palace Master doesn't play by the rules. If anyone else had become the Water God Palace Master, they'd be overjoyed. But here he was, looking utterly disdainful, as if burdened by some colossal problem. "Alright then, since that's the case, let me out. I need to go home." "I'm afraid that won't be possible." "What do you mean?" Li Lan glared at her in displeasure. "Didn't you say that becoming the Water God Palace's Holy Son would let me leave the secret realm early? Had he already become the Palace Master? Isn't that even more powerful than being the Holy Son?" "Palace Master, you have earned the recognition of the great Divine King. You are now the ruler of the Water God Palace. Your fate is intertwined with the palace we rise and fall together. Therefore, I implore you to stand with the Water God Palace through this crisis and restore its former glory." The water spirit, seemingly afraid Li Lan would refuse, continued. "The process isn't overly taxing. You need only activate a few permissions. Everything else can be left entirely to me. That's simple? If that's all it takes, then this princess, no, Palace Master, well, why not?" Li Lan looked at her. She nodded solemnly twice. "What permissions?" Upon hearing Li Lan's consent, the water spirit's face lit up with a smile. She gently reached out into the air. Ripples rippled through the space. Her hand reached into the void, pulling out a thumb-sized blue crystal. Crystal clear and translucent, it seemed to contain boundless energy within. Li Lan merely touched it lightly, yet felt himself plunged into the depths of the ocean, as if being swallowed by the sea. Yet he felt no fear, only a familiar warmth and comfort emanating from within. Just as he was born of the sea, raised by the sea, a child of the ocean and water. Is this the reason for that Divine King's mark in the sea of consciousness? How I yearn for the sea. Li Lan quickly suppressed the thought. After all, his grandfather detested water above all else. If his grandfather ever found out about this longing, he'd surely be subjected to a severe beating or a scathing lecture. Among the top-tier powerhouses of Dragon Nation, there was a formidable figure named Water Lily, a master of water elemental abilities. Whenever his grandfather encountered her, the two would inevitably come to blows. Permission for the Water God Palace to draw energy from the outside world. The water spirit handed the crystal to Li Lan and said, "This is the core of the Water God Palace. With it, everything within the Water God Palace will be under your control. Why didn't you come yourself?" Li Lan flicked his eyelids, silently inquiring. To fully master the core of this secret realm, one must gain the recognition of the deities within the temple. I am merely a guardian spirit and lack that qualification. The water spirit explained, "You may use the divine mark within your body to communicate with the core and claim it as your own." Li Lan complied. In an instant, the core vanished, transforming into a swirling mass of particles that surged into his body. The entire layout of the water god's palace crystallized clearly within his mind. To his astonishment, he discovered that the area he had previously traversed accounted for merely 1/5 of 1% of the Water God Palace's total area. Beyond the first and second trials lay countless more. Beyond these, there were cultivation chambers, beast enclosures, medicinal gardens, residential quarters, and a series of other structures. However, most of these were sealed, requiring sufficient energy to unlock them. Currently, the Water God Palace's energy reserves were insufficient. It could only manage the palace gates and sustain the first 10 trial stages. As for replenishing energy, it was straightforward. The Water God Palace possessed a unique energy circulation system that could automatically draw power from the outside world once activated. Li Lan's mind stirred, and the Water God Palace's gates instantly swung open. Countless streams of water elemental energy surged into the Water God Palace from the outside world, instantly bringing it to life. However, replenishing the energy was a painstakingly slow process. Li Lan estimated that even sucking away energy for 1,000 years might not be enough to fully restore the core's reserves. That's way too slow. As if sensing Li Lan's disappointment, the water spirit stepped forward and said, "Palace Master, this is already quite remarkable. Leave the rest to me." Li Lan nodded. Suddenly, he noticed that his third elder brother and the others had vanished from the space of the second gate. Strange. Where had they gone? Oh no. At that moment, the water spirit's expression abruptly changed. What's wrong? Li Lan looked at her in confusion. Palace Master, when you communicated with the deities in the temple earlier, the disturbance you caused was simply too great. The Water God's palace couldn't withstand the pressure from the deities and shook for quite some time. Those trial participants might have fallen out of the Water God's palace during the tremors. The water spirit spoke with remorse. "I'm sorry, Palace Master. This is all my fault. Outside the Water God Palace is Lake Yunmeng." Having resided in the lake for millennia, the water spirit still knew the name of the vast Yunmeng Lake. Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief. It was just the vast Yunmeng Lake. What was so terrible about that? His third elder brother and General Xiang were both masters of great supernatural powers. If they were in the vast Yunmeng Lake, they shouldn't encounter any danger. So it's just Lake Yunmeng after all. But Palace Master, the water spirit interjected, in the depths of the Yunmeng Lake dwell 3 imperial grade beasts. What? Li Lan was startled, his laziness vanishing instantly. 3 imperial grade beasts. That's equivalent to 3 terrestrial immortals. And in the water? Even 3 terrestrial immortals might not stand a chance against a single imperial grade beast. How long have they been down there? The water spirit pondered for a moment before replying, "By your time, it's been about a few minutes." Only a few minutes? Li Lan visibly relaxed. He pressed on, "Can we retrieve them?" The water spirit shook its head and explained. The Water God's palace currently lacks sufficient energy to influence the outside world. However, Palace Master, those 3 ascended to imperial grade beasts by absorbing the overflowing power of the Water God Palace. They are, in a sense, the palace's semi-guardian beasts. If you were to intervene, perhaps you could subdue them. Me? Li Lan froze. Are you kidding me? He was merely an ordinary great enlightened being, not even a terrestrial immortal. Suppress imperial grade beasts? Give me a break. The water spirit nodded and explained. The energy emanating from the Water God's palace contains the supreme power of the deities. Such divine power is lethal to ordinary beings. By absorbing this energy, the beasts have imprinted the fear and reverence for the gods deep within their souls. As the ruler of the Water God Palace, chosen by the God King, you naturally possess the power bestowed upon you by the God King to suppress them. I never imagined this was possible. Li Lan grasped her meaning and resolved to take the gamble. After all, there was no other way. He couldn't just stand by and watch his brother be devoured by those beasts. Release me. The water spirit nodded, and a spatial wormhole formed from blue particles appeared before them. Palace Master, the other side of this passage leads deep into Yunmeng Lake, the very place where those trial participants fell. I deeply regret that, as the guardian spirit of the Water God Palace, I cannot accompany you beyond these walls. At that moment, beneath Lake Yunmeng, the waters churned violently. Surrounded by the lake's waters, General Xiang, his men, and the Dark Moon circus troupe stood utterly bewildered. What's going on? Where are we? We seem to be underwater. This is the bottom of Yunmeng Lake? Did we come out? Weren't we just inside the Water God's palace? How did we get out? No idea. After that terrifying force appeared, the Water God's palace started shaking violently, and then everything went haywire. Is Li Qin okay? He's fine. He's awake. That's a relief. But someone tell me how we got out. The crowd murmured in confusion. The childlike high priestess stirred, sealing off the lake water around her. He spoke slowly. During the few minutes that terrifying force appeared, you all lost consciousness. As for what happened afterward, at that moment, the puppeteer chuckled and explained, the space shattered. We all fell into a spatial fissure. That's how we ended up back at the lake bottom. Hearing this, the group suddenly understood. Puppeteer, what should we do now? Should we go back? Asked the beast tamer. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the lake bottom plunged into complete darkness. Everyone immediately activated their mental perception to assess their surroundings. After entering the great enlightened state, psychic abilities surged dramatically. By this point, even without using their eyes, they could sense what was happening around them. They were astonished to discover the animal trainer who had been speaking moments ago had vanished without a trace. What had happened? Everyone held their breath, staring intently as they scanned their surroundings. Above their heads, a colossal octopus stared down at them. This octopus was 100 times larger than a normal one, its entire body pitch black. Countless tentacles swayed chaotically across its form. Beneath it, a steady stream of black ink gushed forth. It was precisely this that had temporarily obscured their vision. Now they could see clearly. The tamer was bound and restrained by several tentacles, being slowly stuffed into the octopus's terrifying maw. Blood spurted forth like bursting juice, though it quickly turned black. An imperial-grade beast. Witnessing this scene sent chills down everyone's spines. Their bodies stiffened, their minds going blank. What should they do? General Xiang hastily enveloped Li Qin's body in fire elemental energy. He feared provoking this colossal deep-sea beast. This octopus must have come from the ocean after all. Yunmeng Lake doesn't produce such creatures. But why had it traveled thousands of miles from the ocean to Yunmeng Lake? The others didn't want to know, nor did they have time to find out. They only wanted to flee for their lives and escape this cursed place. Don't make a sound, this creature is highly sensitive to noise. The high priest conveyed telepathically. In this moment, friend or foe made no difference, everyone nodded in agreement. Which way should we go? Section Chief Jian looked toward General Xiang. General Xiang scanned the group and noticed Li Qin slowly swimming toward the left. To the left. Seeing this, the others followed behind him. Seconds later, the puppeteer halted his movement. Immediately after, Li Qin and the high priest also halted their movements. The others looked at the three of them in confusion. Why did you stop? Puppeteer, did you spot something? Li Qin pointed ahead, where a massive, pitch-black fish stared at them menacingly. Its gaping maw stretched wide, its body covered in green moss and algae, blending perfectly into the surroundings. Without careful observation, it might have gone unnoticed. Another imperial-grade beast. The group's spirits plummeted. Damn it! How could our group possibly stand a chance against two imperial-grade beasts? We're done for, finished. The Dark Moon circus troupe scattered in panic. General Xiang and his men huddled together, exchanging glances. Everyone, if you get a chance to escape, run for your lives immediately. Don't worry about us. Yes, General. Two imperial-grade beasts slowly advanced, their terrifying presence bearing down on everyone like a tidal wave. It sent shivers down their spines, making their bodies tremble. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, the two imperial-grade beasts suddenly began to cry out. The cries were filled with profound sorrow, as if begging for mercy. What's happening? What's wrong with them? A powerful mage asked in confusion. They seem to be afraid, General Xiang gasped, his expression turning grave. The others' eyes widened in disbelief. Fear? What could possibly terrify imperial-grade beasts to such an extent? Could it be an even more powerful imperial-grade beast? Just as despair began to settle over the group, a frail figure appeared before them. This seemed to be the very source of the two imperial-grade beasts' terror. Upon seeing this shadow, the two imperial-grade beasts began trembling violently, as if confronting a great terror. Chapter 48, The Beast Tide subsides, preparing to head to Dragon Capital. Judging by the silhouette, it seemed to be a person? But what kind of person could possess such immense power to instill fear in two imperial-grade beasts? Could it be a god? Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the figure appearing before them, not daring to move an inch. Gradually, the figure grew clearer. As his features came into view, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Li Lan? General Xiang exclaimed in disbelief. Is it you? Li Lan, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes and waved at General Xiang. Then he walked over to Li Qin. Seeing his third brother looking so weak, Li Lan couldn't help but ask with concern, "Third brother, are you okay? Little lazy, how did you get out too?" Li Qin shook his head. He found it hard to believe that Li Lan was the one who had scared off those two imperial-grade beasts. I completed that trial thing, so I came out. Did you pass? Li Qin asked, his voice filled with surprise and delight. This Water God Palace secret realm clearly wasn't ordinary. Now that Li Lan had become the Water God Palace's holy son, wouldn't he just take off? I suppose so, Li Lan nodded, leaving the details unsaid. After all, the affairs of the Water God Palace defied common sense. He feared speaking openly might invite unnecessary trouble. Just then, the massive black fish let out a low growl, and an overwhelming pressure instantly engulfed everyone. Li Qin instinctively shielded Li Lan behind him. Li Lan activated the sea god's mark within his sea of consciousness and glared at it. The imperial-grade beast immediately fled in terror. Seeing this, the octopus dared not linger either, fleeing toward the open sea. Witnessing this scene, the group felt their minds go blank. Li Qin, who had been about to speak, momentarily forgot what to say. This. Section Chief Zhang stammered. Seeing the shock on the elders' faces, Li Lan could only offer a helpless explanation. It's all thanks to the Water God Palace. The group suddenly understood. They had assumed Li Lan had driven away the imperial-grade beast by harnessing the might of the water god spirit. Then will you be returning to the water god palace later? Li Qin asked. Li Lan shook his head. The remaining matters could be handled by the water spirit's essence. He wasn't needed. Moreover, he now possessed the core of the water god palace, allowing him to connect with the water god spirit at any time. Even if the water god spirit needed to activate any permissions within the water god palace, he could control it remotely. But can we still enter the water god palace? The old bureau chief asked doubtfully. Li Lan shook his head again. The previous earthquake had damaged many of the palace's barriers, and repairs would take time. Seeing this, everyone sighed regretfully. After all, the water god palace contained many treasures, though the journey was perilous. But in the face of such rich rewards, what did a little danger matter? Among these mighty beings, who hadn't forged their path through mountains of blades and seas of blood? General Xiang, it seems the Dark Moon Circus members and the High Priest have fled. One of the divine power users reported to General Xiang. General Xiang nodded. Let them escape. We couldn't have caught them anyway. But? He looked at Li Lan with concern and said, lazy boy, you might be in danger from now on. The High Priest might spare you, but the Dark Moon Circus. If they dare come, I'll make sure they never return alive. Li Qin interjected coldly from the side, little lazy, aren't you heading to Qinglong Academy in a few days? I'll escort you there. I'll see if these rats from the sewers dare touch you. Third brother, no need to trouble yourself. Haven't you forgotten I still have my divine speed talisman? What a joke. If his brother tagged along, he'd be tortured to death. All his little secrets would be laid bare. With Su Xian, maybe just playing nice would get him through it. Li Qin thought it over and nodded lightly. The ripples at the water god palace subsided, and the lake water gradually receded. The beasts that had fled Yunmeng Lake in terror began returning to the water. The crowd gathered along the lakeshore watched the scene unfold in collective disbelief. Strange. Why is the water receding? Thank goodness. The beasts are retreating too. But this is way too fast. The supplies from the provincial capital haven't even arrived yet. Isn't this a good thing? Go tell them to cancel the supplies. Does anyone know the casualty count? Reporting to the captain, thanks to the young hero's assistance, none of our soldiers suffered any casualties. The crowd buzzed with excitement, filled with joy. Su Xian and Duan Zitao bumped fists in celebration. Then they looked worriedly toward the lake. Earlier, when Duan Zitao was battling the beast, he had nearly been swallowed whole. Fortunately, Su Xian had rushed in to save his life, and that act had forged their friendship. What are you looking at? Waiting for Li Lan to return? Duan Zitao sat down beside Su Xian and asked, gazing at the lake. Su Xian nodded slightly, pulled a vial from his pocket, and swallowed its contents. Don't worry, Li Lan will be fine. He's a great magician, and he's with General Xiang and the others. His third brother is there too. With so many powerful cultivators, unless they encounter an imperial-grade beast, they should be fine. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew over the lake. Seeing this, Duan Zitao hurriedly said, look, they're back already. Su Xian glanced up at the sky and gave a faint smile. But it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Duan Zitao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That emotionless guy actually smiled? Must be my imagination. As General Xiang and the others returned, more and more people began gathering along the shore. Whispers filled the air, and many eyes turned toward Li Lan. Look, everyone! General Xiang and the others are back. Looks like one person is missing. It's Captain Qin. Captain Qin sacrificed himself? How could that be? He was a great mystic. Why not? Rumor has it there's an imperial-grade beast lurking beneath Yunming Lake. How could a great magician possibly stand a chance against such a creature? And we still have to guard against the Dark Moon Circus's treachery. Those damned bastards. If it weren't for them, Captain Qin wouldn't have died. Look, Li Lan is back too. Lazy god. Lazy god. Lazy god. My god. Wonderful. Lazy god is back. Is the lazy god unharmed? He looks rather listless. Hasn't he always been like this? A 17-year-old with such immense power. Li Lan is absolutely terrifying. I absolutely must thank Li Lan properly later. If not for him, I might have died already. Me too. Who knew Li Lan was hiding his true strength so deeply? If Li Lan is this powerful, why didn't he just step in and win the championship during the selection tournament? I just can't wrap my head around it. What's so hard to understand? Don't you also start by wearing down your opponents before unleashing your ultimate move when gaming? But this isn't a video game. For the lazy god, the qualifiers probably felt just like a game. As soon as Li Lan descended from the sky, a crowd gathered around him. In fact, a few bold girls even tried to force a kiss on him. Startled, Li Lan's drowsiness vanished instantly. He swiftly used his psychic ability to float away. But halfway through his ascent, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Xian stood outside the crowd, gazing at him. And the aura emanating from him had also reached the realm of divine power. Seeing this, Li Lan immediately rushed over. Su Xian wore a look of disgust, yet he skillfully hoisted Li Lan onto his back. I thought you were dead. Did you want me dead that badly? I nearly died in that cursed lake. You know what? There were 3 imperial-grade beasts lurking at the bottom. Li Lan said casually. Hearing this, Su Xian's heart tightened. He hurriedly asked, You're not hurt, are you? Why aren't you following the script? Shouldn't you be asking how we escaped those 3 imperial-grade beasts right now? Li Lan continued along his line of questioning. My third brother said I only have a week left to live. What? Li Lan felt Su Xian abruptly halt his steps, his body tensing. He slowly turned his head to look back, asking, Really? You're not lying to me? Seeing his extreme reaction, Li Lan realized he'd gone too far and quickly added, Just kidding. Why don't you just go die already? Su Xian flung him off his back and strode forward without looking back. Wait, Su Xian, don't be angry. Li Lan hurriedly used his psychic ability to float after him. I was wrong. I really am sorry. A few minutes later, Su Xian sighed in resignation and hoisted Li Lan back onto his back. I owe you big time. Once I pay off my debt, I'll go fight at the border. Let's never see each other again for the rest of our lives. Li Lan said, You promised me you'd work for me for free for 30 years. For those 30 years, I can boss you around serving tea and fetching water every single day. Suddenly, he remembered the small blood pill the high priest had given him back in the secret realm. He quickly pulled it out and held it to Su Xian's lips. Without hesitation, Su Xian swallowed it. Li Lan. What is this? Shouldn't you have asked before eating it? Li Lan remained silent. Seconds later, Su Xian felt a wave of warmth surge through his body. The next instant, the sacred blood within him vanished without a trace. Su Xian turned back in disbelief to look at Li Lan, only to find that Li Lan had fallen asleep at some point. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. Thunder element was soundly beaten by fire element. Thunder elements suffered a complete defeat. What element is diligently training? What element energy plus 100? Psychic and control abilities, good friends, hand in hand, training together. Psychic energy plus 20, control energy plus 20. Psychic and control abilities have grasped the fusion technique, mental control prototype. Divine water element diligently practices the water-bearing all things technique while also cultivating its own power, divine water energy plus 80. Dragon tiger body tempering art gazes at water nurtures all with a pang of regret, beginning cultivation absent-mindedly. Host's physique plus 5. Water-bearing all things is diligently cultivating, increasing energy capacity by 50. When Li Lan awoke, he found himself seated in a wheelchair. Su Xian was reading a book nearby, something called Cage Clan. His third brother was also reading nearby, though he was engrossed in a comic book, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Li Lan couldn't help but look at him with utter disgust. Having brothers like this was utterly embarrassing. The interior of the vehicle was spacious yet noisy. The presence of 2 powerful mystics did little to alter the usual atmosphere. However, Li Lan could clearly sense that the principal and several teachers now regarded him with significantly more respect. Watch this sword. Watch this sword. Watch this sword. Chui Mingho, you fight well, but I'm even better. Watch this move, I'm going for your left side. Ha ha ha. Didn't see that coming, did you? I actually hit the right side. Huang Xiaotian's swordsmanship had improved considerably, using a water bottle to completely overwhelm Chui Mingho. Lu Yuya admired herself in the mirror, pinning a medal to the most prominent spot on her chest. This honor was awarded by the military to all civilian psychics who excelled during the recent beast wave cleanup. As her teacher beside her mentioned, though Lu Yuya was usually pretentious and even wore a suit during combat, she showed no hesitation when clearing the beasts. She had saved the lives of several children. In the process, she even ripped her favorite suit. For most people, tearing clothes might not be a big deal. But Li Lan knew it was a genuine big deal for Lu Yuya. Sometimes he'd rather get hurt himself than let his suit suffer even the slightest damage. Handsome guy, you're awake. Wang Shishir was overjoyed to see Li Lan awake. She quickly pulled a bottle of Coke from her backpack and placed it before him. Handsome guy, here's your Coke. Thanks, Li Lan nodded in acknowledgement. He had intended to refuse, but the temptation of the fizzy drink proved too strong to resist, so he accepted it. Using his psychic ability, he opened the cap and gulped it down. When only a little over half remained, he tossed the bottle into Su Xian's hands. Su Xian didn't hesitate, downing it in one gulp. What about mine? Li Qin put down his comic book and shot Li Lan a resentful look. Got a girlfriend and forgot about your big bro, huh? Go screw yourself. Li Lan shot him a withering look and went back to sleep. In his sleep, Li Lan sighed. If only I really had a girlfriend. His standards weren't high, just fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs, and a face that could bring down a kingdom. Not too big, though too big would be hard to handle. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted a girlfriend. After pondering for a while, Li Lan sighed again. Forget it, I don't want to look anymore. It's too exhausting. The mere thought of having to accompany a girlfriend shopping, going on dates, and chatting made his head ache slightly. Dating is no match for a good night's sleep. Right? To all you single folks out there. After staying at school for a few days, Li Lan received a notice from the Provincial Education Department. The National Martial Arts Tournament would be held in Longjing in 1 month, and participants must arrive in Longjing within 10 days. Upon arrival, they would be met by designated personnel. Meanwhile, instructors from the 5 major academies would also be in Longjing to handle enrollment procedures for newly admitted students. Chapter 49, Frontline Victory, Private Jet, 3 small wooden boxes. Su Xian pushed Li Lan toward the airport. Li Qin, resplendent in golden armor, followed closely behind them, drawing considerable attention. Third brother, I told you didn't need to see me off. Noticing the stares from passers-by, Li Lan tugged at his tousled hair and sighed helplessly. But Li Qin wore a delighted expression, tilting her head back slightly. She seemed to relish the attention. Little lazy, you should feel honored to be personally escorted by the Golden Saint. This honor is not something I wish to enjoy. Li Lan sighed and closed his eyes to sleep. Li Qin enthusiastically greeted everyone around them. The airport was crowded. Combined with the fact that both of them were practically minor celebrities, it didn't take long before more and more people noticed them. Look! Isn't that Golden Saint Li Qin? That armor is so cool. He's my golden warrior idol. It really is him. He's a hero of our Jiangnan province. Too bad he's not my type though. I prefer the aloof kind. The guy in the wheelchair next to him looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. That's Li Lan, the lazy god. The god of war from the qualifiers. My brother-in-law serves in the military district, and according to him, Li Lan's performance during the Beast Tide was nothing short of a god descending from heaven. But seriously? That exaggerated? Of course. Don't you know who he is? A 17-year-old master of divine powers. Sigh, even after all this time, the lazy god is still as lazy as ever. Ah, I wish I could be the lazy god's girlfriend. A high mountain flower like lazy god is meant to be admired from afar, not dated. You wouldn't want him sleeping while you're doing that thing at night, would you? Ugh, I don't get what you're saying. The guy next to him must be Su Xian, right? So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. He's totally my type. Mr. Li Qin, hello. May I ask for your autograph? Me too. Me too. The crowd swarmed forward. Li Qin graciously accepted all the adoration. Of course. One at a time, please. Halfway through signing, he spotted a group of girls running toward him, youthful, radiant, and bursting with energy. Has my charm grown so strong that even young girls go this crazy over me? A proud smile spread across Li Qin's face as he said, little sisters, one at a time. Crowding is unfair. But the smile froze on his face the moment he finished speaking. Instead of stopping before him, the girls made a sharp turn and dashed toward Li Lan. Lazy god, may we take a photo with you? A sweet little girl politely asked Li Lan. Li Lan opened his eyes to find a group of young girls looking at him expectantly. Without a second thought, he nodded. Yay! The girls immediately jumped up in excitement. Seeing this, Li Qin glanced back at the group of burly men before him and felt his entire day's good mood vanish. Mr. Li Qin, what's wrong? Nothing, just feeling a bit under the weather. Li Qin continued signing, his heart aching with envy. A burly man over 2 meters tall, with dark skin and bulging muscles, quickly supported him. Mr. Li Qin, are you alright? If you're not feeling well, you don't have to sign. Yes, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Just then, laughter and cheerful chatter drifted over from Li Lan's side. Brother Li Lan, thank you. Brother Su Xian, thank you too. Lazy god, thank you. Love you to bits. Ouch. Even more pain. Li Qin shook his head. It's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. I'll catch up on some sleep later. After signing his name, Li Qin sighed heavily all the way. Li Lan woke up, stretched lazily, glanced at Su Xian, and blinked. I don't know. Brother Qin's been like this since before, Su Xian said. Li Lan nodded, feeling quite content as he took in the scenery along the way. Jiangnan Province-based city, one of the nation's 18 base cities, boasted an airport built with considerable grandeur. It radiated a futuristic vibe, with a massive screen suspended directly above the terminal lobby, broadcasting hot news stories from across the country. Below it, countless smaller screens displayed all flights for the day. Li Lan, Su Xian, you're here too? A crisp voice rang out from nearby. The three looked toward the source of the voice and saw a group of teenagers approaching. It was Duan Zitao, Wu Tianxi, Wu Liqiu, Fang Heng, and the others. Besides them, there were also Huang Chang and a few others from other provinces. Clearly, they were also headed to Longjing. Some were participating in the national martial arts competition, while others were attending the recruitment events for the 5 great academies. Hello, Li Lan waved at them. Greetings, lazy god. Lazy god, I never expected to see you at the airport too. Lazy god, I never thought we'd meet again. Hello, Mr. Li Qin. Hello, everyone. Li Lan, long time no see, said Wu Liqiu. He was still dressed all in black, holding a sword, looking cool and emotionless like an assassin. "Long time no see," Li Lan nodded. "Are you guys waiting for the flight too?" Duan Zito asked Su Xian, holding a cup of unlucky coffee. Su Xian nodded. "Great. That means we might all be on the same flight." The others beamed with delight. As the leading figure among the younger generation in Jiangnan province, indeed, the entire Dragon Nation Li Lan's presence naturally filled them with excitement. "Unless something unexpected happens, we probably won't be on the same flight," Su Xian suddenly remarked. "Why? Aren't you heading to Longjing too?" the others asked, puzzled. Su Xian sighed helplessly. "For the young master's safety, a private jet will be taking us to Longjing. As his tutor, I'll be accompanying him." "Oh, I see. Ah, what a pity." The group looked thoroughly disappointed. Still, they understood. After all, Li Lan had been exposed to the Dark Moon Circus and was highly likely to face assassination attempts from the Psionic Society. If Li Lan were to fall, it wouldn't just be a loss for the Li family. It would be a loss for Longwa, and indeed for the entire human alliance. Just as they were chatting idly, the large screen at the front of the airport lobby suddenly changed, replaced by the striking figure of a news anchor. "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Fan Jia, host of Border News Channel. We now interrupt our regular programming with some exciting news. Let us congratulate the 7th Border Legion on successfully annihilating 3 elite enemy forces from alien races and slaying a demigod from the barbarian spirit tribe. Now, let's go live to our correspondent on the scene." The scene shifted, revealing a border landscape of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and swirling yellow sand. A man with fiery red hair tied in a short ponytail, clad in military fatigues, hovered mid-air. His body was covered in wounds, his uniform torn and tattered. A giant bird, born of flames, circled around him, its piercing screech echoing across the sky. Both man and bird possessed eyes as sharp as hawks, glaring intently at a towering figure not far ahead, a giant over 4 meters tall, with muscles bulging like coiled steel. The term demigod referred to the terrestrial immortals of the alien races. Witnessing this scene, Li Qin and Li Lan felt their hearts leap into their throats. For this red-haired man was none other than their eldest brother, Li Qingyang. It's the young emperor Li Qingyang. He's suffered such severe injuries. What? A demigod? Have the barbarian spirits lost all sense of honor? How dare a demigod lay hands on a junior? Damn it! Everyone, don't worry. Didn't the news say they killed a demigod from the barbarian spirit tribe? I think this must be the one. The crowd buzzed with discussion, then fell suddenly silent as a heavy atmosphere settled over the hall. The footage appeared to be captured by a drone from a distance, so the image quality wasn't very clear. Yet everyone could clearly see the arrogant expression on the barbarian spirit clan demigod's face. Li Qingyang, you're quite impressive. In my centuries of life, I've never seen a foreigner as exceptional as you. Now I offer you a chance, join my manling tribe, and then, receive promotion. Refuse, and die. His eyes were as large as a baby's head, his mouth filled with fangs, saliva flying as he spoke, his massive face twisted into a hideous, terrifying grimace. You're not worthy, Li Qingyang said coldly. Though gravely wounded, he still looked down upon him with the air of an earthly emperor. In his hand, he gripped a blade over 2 meters long. Now, that blade began to glow with a blazing, fiery light. Very well, the demigod of the barbarian spirit tribe declared in a deep voice. With a light push off the ground, he soared into the air and charged toward Li Qingyang. His massive frame resembled a mountain peak, carrying a destructive force that seemed capable of shattering everything in its path. You refuse? Then die. Make me die? Li Qingyang's expression remained cold as he looked down on him with utter disdain. You're not worthy. Just as everyone wondered what he would do next, a horrifying scene unfolded. Li Qingyang raised his hand and thrust the sword into his own heart. Has he gone mad? The crowd was struck dumb. But in the next instant, Li Qingyang let out a piercing scream. His entire body burst into flames. The flames grew ever larger, eventually coalescing into a towering, 10-meter-tall flaming giant. Crowned with a regal diadem and wielding a colossal flaming sword, it resembled a legendary fire deity. As he drew the blade, the blood upon it ignited with fierce flames. The sword's appearance now was identical to the one held by the flaming giant. Only Li Qingyang's was significantly smaller. As the charging demigod of the barbarian spirit tribe approached, Li Qingyang raised the flaming divine sword and swung it fiercely forward. The flame giant mirrored this action. In an instant, a searing blade of energy erupted, bathing the entire world in fiery crimson. With a crackling sound, even the surrounding space couldn't withstand the searing, razor-sharp sword energy, shattering like glass. The scene shifted once more. The giant of the barbarian spirit tribe lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body cleaved clean in two. Li Qingyang slowly approached, crushing the giant's skull underfoot. The brain matter exploded like bursting fruit pulp, yet not a single speck stained his clothes. Li Qingyang remained expressionless. He sheathed his sword and walked away calmly, as if he had just done something utterly insignificant. The scene ended there, and the airport terminal's large screen returned to normal. A moment of silence fell over the crowd. Then, wave after wave of cheers and screams erupted. This same scene was playing out simultaneously across the nation. He won. He actually won. Li Qingyang single-handedly took down a demigod of the alien race. Truly worthy of the young Emperor Qingyang, this is nothing short of godlike. So freaking cool. Especially that little smirk at the end, like he was saying, "Is that all you've got, demigod?" The other Manling clan demigods must be furious seeing this. What kind of monster has the Li family produced? Truly the grandson of the Flame Emperor. A single sword that scorches the heavens, he's cutting down these damned alien races. I'll see if they dare invade our human territories again. Does anyone know who that demigod was? He looks familiar to me. I remember it. 7 years ago, it appeared on the border battlefield of the White Bear Federation. In that battle, the White Bear Federation lost several great masters. In the end, it took 2 Earth Immortals to drive it back. Whoa, 2. If young Emperor Qingyang becomes a land immortal, that would be incredible. Seeing Li Qingyang win, brothers Li Qin and Li Lan both breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother actually won. Li Qin's face flushed crimson with excitement. So cool. Li Lan glanced at Su Xian, Duan Zitao, and the others nearby. They were equally thrilled. Big brother's injuries shouldn't be too serious, right? Li Lan furrowed his brow slightly, pulled out his phone, and sent a few messages to his older brother. Only after confirming that while his injuries were severe, they would fully heal without leaving any lingering issues did he finally relax. Is big brother okay? Li Qin looked at Li Lan. Li Lan nodded with a smile. That's good to hear, Li Qin replied, his own smile spreading. At that moment, over a dozen identical small aircraft touched down on the airport's open field. Why so many planes? Li Lan looked at his third brother in confusion. To confuse the Spirit Energy Association. We won't be landing directly in Longjing. Li Lan nodded. Everyone watched them walk toward the private aircraft with envious expressions. Li Lan had considered having them take other planes to Longjing, but the thought of potential attacks from the Dark Moon Circus along the way made him abandon the idea. While the odds of danger in the air were low, what if something happened? He couldn't bear the responsibility for dozens of lives lost. Sir, where shall we be flying to? The pilot asked Li Qin. Ozhuang Airport in Base City, Beha Province. In the sky, everything remained stable. Li Lan squinted his eyes, enjoying the massage robot service. Su Xian and his third brother were both reading books. Li Lan lowered his head and noticed his third brother was reading Sailor Moon. He immediately wore a look of disgust. Turning to Su Xian, he saw that he was reading a literary work titled Love in the Time of Cholera. Li Lan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Su Xian to be such a literary guy. He had heard of the author something like Marquez, a literary master from thousands of years ago who was quite renowned in his time. Oh, here, take these. Li Qin suddenly stood up and produced 3 small wooden boxes. Strange runes were carved on the boxes, and an odd energy kept seeping out from within. Chapter 50, Sky High Bounty, Second Sister Li Qingya. Underground Black Market Official Website, Mysterious Jianghu Section. A post's popularity was skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Within just 1 hour of its posting, it had successfully dominated the forum, climbing to 3rd place on the monthly popularity rankings. Part 1, Another Spirit Energy Society? The Black Church publicly declares allegiance to the Dark Demon Clan. 2, A Second Flame Emperor? Young Emperor Li Qingyang slaughters demigods of a foreign race. 3. The young master of the Li family commits an act that infuriates heaven and earth, prompting the female high-ranking member of the Psionic Society to offer a sky-high reward. 4. New 5-star secret realm discovered in Jiangnan Province. Numerous great sages and land immortals are heading there. 9. The Psychic Society's lifelong adversary, the High Priest of the Black Coffin, has recovered from his injuries. He claims to have seized control over half of the Psychic Society's personnel. 10. Insider report, the Dark Moon Circus's great adept, the clown, has fallen. The underground black market was established a century ago by a group of wild terrestrial immortals as an anonymous trading platform. User expansion relies on a referral system. Only those recommended by existing members gain access. Initially, it offered only basic trading functions. But after a century of development, it has long become a melting pot of all kinds of strange individuals. It is filled with countless official psychics, independent practitioners, and evil psychics. Over time, it evolved into the fastest information-gathering platform among China's most powerful supernatural beings. Yes, specifically among the great supernatural beings. This is because the site's earliest users were friends or descendants of the terrestrial immortals who founded it. Friends of celestial beings on Earth were naturally celestial beings themselves, or at the very least, powerful supernatural beings. Thus, over the years, while the user base had broadened somewhat, it remained consistently at a high level. Of course, there was another crucial reason behind this. 50 years ago, the site's administrators announced that only those with great supernatural powers could access the site. The verification method was simple: inject supernatural energy into their phones. After all, most modern phones are equipped with highly advanced energy sensing systems. It's been 3,000 years since the revival of spiritual energy. Surely no one still uses traditional phones? The moment they saw this post, a hint of curiosity stirred in everyone's hearts. The young master of the Li family? Heaven's wrath and human resentment? A female executive? Ha ha ha. At first, everyone assumed it was some scandalous gossip, but upon clicking in, they discovered the content was surprisingly serious. Original poster, Snowy Milk. A leak from the Dark Moon Circus, a branch of the Spiritual Energy Association, reveals that Li Lan, the great-grandson of the Yen Emperor and a member of the Li family, has attained the realm of a would-attribute great mystic. Upon learning this, Ta Yao, a top-tier divine power user and high-ranking member of the Spirit Energy Association, announced a bounty on Li Lan. Capture reward, 1 sacred relic. Death reward, 1 semi-sacred relic. Reward claimed upon presentation of the head. Countless comments flooded the thread below. Salted egg steamed bunopi, you know how to post like a pro. Big Brother North Vietnam, are you trolling? A 17-year-old master? Impossible. And a Li family master who's also a wood elementalist? If this is true, I'll eat my phone. Username 66, this news is way too fake. Yao Bao, I'd believe it if you said Li Qingyang's third brother, but his fourth brother, forget it. Ant Fong of Jin Yang, I don't buy it either. Squid soup lover, me neither. Banana yogurt smoothie lover Junling, +1. I'm really not from Nantong, +10086. At first, everyone was just unlucky. But by the time the thread hit over 30 replies, the tide started turning. At the same time, the thread's popularity skyrocketed. Fox, everyone, hurry and check the black market bounty. The original poster is telling the truth. Wanderer and Dream, holy crap, I saw it too. Qingli at Foundation Establishment stage, the Li family has produced another prodigy. A 17-year-old master of great supernatural powers, utterly terrifying. Meal, he, I'll take this bounty. Annihilated by thunder, the Li family hid this talent so well, deceiving the entire world. Daegu, kill Li Lan, claim the bounty. Nuayu, kill Li Lan, claim the bounty. Li Hui, lover of Wulong potstick or rice. With so many powerful cultivators from evil factions converging on Longjing, it seems chaos is brewing in the capital. Would Emperor dare to come to Longjing? Prepare to never return. Mimi Emperor, greetings, Grandpa Wood Emperor. Puppeteer, ha, Grandpa Mu, long time no see. Looks like Mu K is as good as dead this time. Too bad I won't be the one to finish him off. Puppeteer, hey admin, are you there? I need to report the guy above, he doesn't have the power of a great master. He snuck in. I am truly Mu K, what does this have to do with me? Emperor Mimi, why is this thread trending so fast? Did the Spiritual Energy Association pay to buy hot searches? User, Meme Emperor has been permanently banned by the site admin. After landing at number 3 on the trending list, the post's popularity kept climbing. Before long, it reached the second spot. But just as it was about to reach the top spot, the post vanished abruptly. For a long time after its disappearance, the phones of the Li family's core members at Li Family Manor were ringing off the hook. But most people looked utterly bewildered by the whole thing. Especially Li Lan's father, Li Kaitian, the current head of the Li family. My youngest son is a great mystic? How come I never knew? Longjing Supernatural Bureau. Frowning at the suddenly vanished post, Director Li Fei frowned. Xiao Lu. Director. Transmit my orders to all major security departments in Longjing. Enhance security measures throughout Longjing and its surrounding areas. Yes, sir. Shenlong Military District. An elderly man with snow-white hair and a youthful complexion stamped a document with a red seal. Instantly, the entire military district sprang into action. All units received orders to patrol various locations throughout Longjing. Upon discovering any members of the evil forces, no need to report, execute them on the spot. Longjing 5-star Hotel, Hengyi Hotel, Presidential Suite. Before a vanity mirror sat a woman with fiery red waves cascading over her shoulders. Her lips were sensual, her figure curvaceous and well-defined. Dressed in an evening gown, she rivaled a supermodel in elegance. She applied a facial mask, her mouth slightly agape as she stared at her phone. Sparks danced in her eyes, revealing a hint of astonishment. Miss Qingya, what's wrong? Her assistant asked softly from beside her. Nothing much, just stumbled upon something rather surprising, Li Qingya replied with a faint smile. Oh? What might that be? Something about my brother. Upon hearing this, the assistant refrained from asking further. She knew such matters weren't meant for her ears. After all, the woman before her wasn't just a top-tier actress in Longwa, she also held another identity, the second young miss of the Li family. Xiao Wei. Miss Qingya, what is it? Cancel tomorrow's fashion show. Contact the company's staff at the Beha base, I'll be heading to Oyu village for a few days. But Miss Qingya, this fashion show was scheduled long ago. We secured sponsorships from numerous companies, it might be impossible to cancel. The assistant looked troubled. If it can't be cancelled, then postpone it. Alright, I'll inform the company. On the plane. Qin, what's this? Su Xian asked curiously. Li Qin smiled and said, good stuff. He opened the 3 boxes one by one, pulling out 3 masks from each. What are these? Transformation masks. Li Qin slipped one over his face and explained, transformation tools. Once worn, they alter your appearance according to your will. Even someone from the psionic society standing right before you wouldn't recognize you. With a flick of his mind, his appearance shifted rapidly. Beyond his physique, even his demeanor shifted. His previous adolescent air transformed into that of a steady adult. You two put them on too. All right. Su Xin helped Li Lan put hers on before putting his own. He transformed into an ordinary-looking young man. Li Lan, meanwhile, had transformed into the likeness of Mu Ke, the admissions officer from Qinglong Academy. Li Qin. Su Xin. That face looks kinda familiar. Li Qin frowned. Su Xin asked, young master, isn't teacher Mu's appearance a bit too old for you? Old? I think this looks just fine. You look out of place with us like this. I think you should change it. Li Lan's face changed again, transforming into that of a boy around 14 years old. Why did you turn into my childhood self? Su Xin instantly recognized the face. It was exactly how he looked at 14. However, due to his recent growth spurt, it differed significantly from his current appearance. Li Lan remained silent. Su Xin sighed and let it go. Just then, a news bulletin appeared on the in-flight TV. Breaking news, popular actress Li Qingya is scheduled to attend a fashion show in OU Village tomorrow. How did second sister end up in Beha? Li Lan flicked her eyelids. Li Qin chuckled, little lazy, second sister came here just for you. Aren't you touched? I dare not move. Another round of second sisters nagging awaits, Li Lan sighed. She fell asleep quietly. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. Thunder element suffered a crushing defeat and was thoroughly beaten by fire element. Thunder element confessed to fire element, who froze in shock. Then the lightning element launched an attack on the fire element, only to be flung away by a single swipe from the fire element. The wood element exchanged insights with the divine water element while diligently cultivating, increasing its wood element energy by plus 100. Telekinesis and control abilities are jointly researching divine powers, telekinesis energy plus 20, control energy plus 20. The divine water element diligently cultivated, increasing divine water energy by plus 20. Dragon Tiger body forging technique is intimately practicing beside water nurtures all things, increasing the host's physique by plus 20 and energy capacity by plus 50. After disembarking the plane. Since the trio used the VIP, no one noticed them. They casually picked a hotel and checked in. I have some business to attend to these next couple of days. Once that's taken care of, I'll take you to Dragon Capital, Li Qin said, glancing at his phone. To conceal his identity, he had removed his golden armor long ago. Now dressed in a suit, he resembled a high-end businessman. That evening, after Li Lan finished his meal using his psychic abilities, he heard a knock at the door. Young master, it's me. Su Xin pushed open the door. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. Young master, would you like to go downstairs for a massage? Brother Qin has arranged it for us. Before Li Lan could respond, Su Xin hoisted him onto his shoulders and carried him out of the room. Li Lan. Is it really okay to act first and ask questions later like this? Li Lan sighed and let himself be carried. It must be said, luxury hotels were quite the experience, fully equipped with every amenity imaginable. Of course, everything came at a price. Young master, I'll go scrub you down first. Upon reaching the massage area, Su Xin spotted a bathhouse and suddenly spoke up. Li Lan nodded. It must be said, Su Xian's scrubbing technique was top-notch, though his touch was a bit too gentle, as if afraid of hurting him. Let me scrub you too, Li Lan offered. All right. Several minutes later, Su Xian emerged from the bathhouse covered in wounds, his back streaked with blood. Young master. Never mind, it's nothing. Su Xian sighed. After a proper massage, the two lay in the relaxation room practicing their cultivation. Just then, 2 girls approached them, holding their phones and shyly looking down. What can I do for you? Su Xian asked. Can we get the WeChat of the guy next to you? Asked one girl in a school uniform, glancing at Li Lan beside him. My name is Yunshui, and this is my best friend, Ding Miao. They both looked to be around 17 or 18, the innocent type. Hearing this, Li Lan instantly felt a pang of jealousy. Even though they were asking for his WeChat. But he was currently sporting Su Xian's face. Damn it. Absolutely infuriating. Still, Li Lan exchanged WeChat contacts with them. Watching them walk away, Su Xian sighed helplessly. Young master, could you please stop using my face for weird stuff? I won't do it again. Li Lan glanced at the 2 girls moments and discovered they were still preparatory students at Qinglong Academy. Preparatory students were a designation for pupils at Qinglong Academy's affiliated schools. Their school was directly established and managed by Qinglong Academy. Passing the assessment would grant them direct admission to Qinglong Academy. The entrance requirements were considerably easier than those for regular admission to Qinglong Academy. Back in his room, Leilan received a call from his second sister. Little Lan, I have a fashion show tomorrow at Stone Manor. Make sure you come. I haven't seen you in ages. I'll have to see for myself if you're really my own brother. You've become a master cultivator in such a short time? You're something else. Her booming voice echoed through the line. Li Lan gave a brief reply before hanging up. His second sister had it all: great figure, stunning looks, but she just couldn't keep her mouth shut. Even her fans affectionately called her mute wife. The show was scheduled for the evening. Beforehand, Li Qingya had specially delivered several VIP tickets to Li Lan. Chapter 51, I have a friend named Li Lan. The following evening, the Tianhai Hall in OU Village was packed to the rafters. Li Lan and Su Xian hadn't even approached the hall yet. From a distance, they could already hear the fans' frenzied shouts. Goddess! 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 I finally made it! I came all the way from Jiangnan just for this. Hey, fellow villager! I'm from Jiangnan too. But I went to Longjing first. When I heard Qingya was coming to Beha, I rushed over here. Same here, my wife is just too spoiled. Who are you calling wife? She's mine. As long as she doesn't speak up, she's everyone's wife. Does anyone know why the goddess Qingya suddenly came to Beha? I'd already bought tickets for Longjing, but then it got postponed. Who hasn't? What's the program lineup for tonight? They said it's a fashion show, it can't just be a simple runway walk, right? The official site mentions several segments: a runway show, dancing, and singing. Singing? Seriously? What were the producers thinking, making Qingya sing? Holy crap. Ha, apparently she requested it herself. Said it'd be a surprise for her fans. Surprise? More like a shock. Don't you guys like our goddess singing? I actually enjoy it. Me too, it'll be pure entertainment value. Hurry up and buy tickets. If you wait too long, they'll sell out and you'll only be able to watch the livestream. My sister's actually going to sing. Inside a supermarket next to the park, Li Lan overheard the voices outside and couldn't help but gasp. Su Xian took the items from his hands, quickly paid, and said, "Young master, stop standing there like a fool. Let's go." Oh. Li Lan snapped out of his daze. The moment they stepped out of the supermarket entrance, his phone rang in his pocket. He pulled out his phone to see it was his sister calling. Hello, second sister. Where are you guys? Outside the auditorium. Alright, it's a bit crowded here. I'll have someone come pick you up. You've disguised yourselves, right? Take a photo and send it to me. Oh, and is your third brother there? Li Qingya rattled off a string of questions in one breath. Sure, I'll send it to you in a minute, Li Lan replied one by one. Third brother left right after getting off the plane. He said he'd take me to Longjing after he finishes his business. That little bastard, avoiding me again, huh? Just wait till I see him, I'll make him pay. The voice on the other end snapped angrily, we'll see each other soon then. The call ended. Li Lan smiled and beckoned to Su Xian, who looked over with confusion. Li Lan hooked her arm around his shoulder. Come on, Xiao Xinzi, let's take a picture. Seconds later, a clear photo appeared on the phone with a click. The boy holding the phone had bright eyes and a dazzling smile, a lollipop dangling from his mouth. His hair was tousled, his whole body radiating laziness, yet his lips and eyes were filled with laughter, like the warm sun of early spring. The boy he'd roped in wore a cool, composed expression. Though his features were ordinary in the flat image, his eyes were bright and deep, his lips perfectly full, and his high nose bridge gave him an air of refined handsomeness. Why won't you smile at all? Li Lan muttered to himself as he looked at the photo. Satisfied it was fine, he sent it to his second sister. Only to look up and see Su Xian's wildly exaggerated grin. What are you doing? You scared me. Smiling for you. What's wrong with you? Li Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Today, he seemed unusually lively, probably because the wheelchair wasn't around. The two walked side by side to the entrance of the auditorium. Li Lan glanced at the serpentine queue at the entrance and sighed helplessly, maybe we should just go back? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a familiar voice rang out from the nearby ticket booth. Yinshui, Ding Miao, trust me, I really have a way to get you in. How are we supposed to get in? It's all your fault. If you hadn't dawdled so much, we wouldn't have missed out on tickets. Trust me, I have connections inside. Not only can I get you in, but I can get you seats in the inner circle. Inner circle? Are you serious? Of course. Li Lan turned to look and saw it was indeed the two girls who had asked for his WeChat yesterday. They were standing with a group of people who appeared to be classmates based on their age. The two girls seemed to notice Li Lan too, waving and smiling as they greeted him. Hello, we meet again. Li Lan nodded. The two girls approached. Are you here to buy tickets too? Before Li Lan could answer, they answered their own question, but tickets are sold out now. The ticket office is closed. Oh, what a pity. Qingya finally made it to Beha. Yunshui, Ding Miao, who are they? A boy approached, asking cautiously. Yunshui replied, we met yesterday in the lounge at Hengyi Hotel. My dad is a shareholder there, so I go often. Hearing they'd only met yesterday, the boy visibly relaxed. I thought they were your boyfriends. No way, Yunshui flushed instantly. Seeing this, the classmates began to tease them. The boy frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Just then, Ding Miao spoke up. Wu Sihan, didn't you say you had connections inside? Could you get them a pass too? Just as Li Lan was about to refuse, the boy spoke again. I'm afraid not. Inner circle seats are scarce. My friend only got a few because she's related to the goddess Qingya. Getting more would be difficult. Upon hearing his words, his classmates murmured among themselves, utterly stunned. What? Your friend is related to the goddess Qingya? Goddess Qingya is from the Li family. Wu Sihan, you're something else. You actually know someone from the Li family? You really keep your cards close to your chest. Way to go, Wu Sihan. With connections to the Li family, you're practically guaranteed admission to Qinglong Academy this year, right? Which relative of the goddess Qingya? Did she pull strings for you? To them, the Li family was an immense, towering colossus. The boy lifted his head slightly, glanced at Li Lan, then lowered his gaze and whispered, my friend holds a fairly high position within the Li family, though you probably haven't heard of them. Who? Ding Mao asked curiously. Li Lan was also intrigued. He recalled his second sister didn't seem to care much for family connections, especially when it came to her career. The young master of the Li family, Li Lan. Li Lan? Hearing this, Li Lan looked utterly perplexed. He had only just arrived in Beha a few days ago, having been in Jiangnan before that. When had he made this friend? As for the tickets, he rarely ever meddled in his second sister's affairs, let alone helped others secure tickets. Li Lan? The little brother of the elegant goddess? Are you serious? You're not pulling our leg, right? Exactly. Isn't Li Lan always with the Li family? How could you possibly have access to him? The others weren't convinced either. Su Xian shot Li Lan a puzzled look. Li Lan smiled back at him, gesturing for him to calm down. Of course it's true, the boy declared firmly, pulling out his phone. I'll show you the chat history. He opened WeChat, scrolled through his contacts, and tapped the profile picture labeled Li Lan. A dense stream of chat history appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, the others gasped in astonishment once more, looking at the boy with envy. Wu Sihan, you're something else. No wonder you got tickets, turns out you know Li Lan. If you knew someone else from the Li family, I wouldn't believe you, but him. What's so special about this Li Lan? What makes him stand out? You don't even know? The Li family dotes on Li Lan. The boy lifted his head slightly once more, basking in the spotlight of everyone's attention. Just then, Yunshui spoke up. Wu Sihan, you know Li Lan? Can't you really get a couple more tickets? Even scalped ones would be fine. It's really not possible, the boy replied helplessly. Even if it were, he couldn't possibly get tickets for an outsider. What did they take him for? No need to go through all that trouble, Li Lan interrupted. We have tickets. You have tickets? Yunshui looked stunned. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Li Lan nodded, sighing, you didn't give me a chance to speak. Yunshui realized he was right and looked embarrassed. By the way, I still don't know your name. Li Lan thought for a moment before replying, my name is Mu Quebec. Mu K. Yunshui nodded and muttered under her breath, what a strange name. Just then, two staff members dressed in black suits emerged from the hall's exit. Spotting Li Lan and the other person, they quickly made their way over. Yunshui's classmates spotted the two staff members and looked thrilled. Wu Sihan, they're coming this way, aren't they here for you? No way, staff members personally greeting someone. Wait, they really seem to be coming this way. Wu Sihan, you're amazing. Seeing the two staff members, Wu Sihan visibly panicked, her face blank with confusion. Still, she forced a smile. He quickly pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and asked, what's going on with this scalper? How come staff are actually here to greet us? The reply came back instantly. What staff personally greeting you? Bro, you just bought an inner ring ticket, you're dreaming if you think staff will personally greet you. Even VIPs don't get that privilege. So it wasn't the scalpers? Then what was going on? Wu Sihan looked utterly confused. When the staff member spotted them, he didn't approach Wu Sihan but instead looked toward Li Lan and Su Xian standing before them. Excuse me, gentlemen. One of the staff members pulled out their phone to verify something, then smiled and said, gentlemen, this way please. Young master, let's go. Li Lan nodded. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, they followed the staff member through the employee entrance into the auditorium. What's going on? Yunshui, what exactly are these two friends of yours? I thought they were here to find Wu Sihan. Wu Sihan, isn't Li Lan your friend? Who are these two? Ding Miao, do you know what's going on? Yunshui and Ding Miao shook their heads blankly. Then, along with the other students, they turned their questioning gazes toward Wu Sihan. After a long pause, Wu Sihan timidly lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, I lied to you all. I don't know any Li Lan. I bought the tickets from scalpers. As the words left his mouth, he braced himself for ridicule. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no harsh laughter reached his ears. Instead, he heard his classmates murmuring among themselves. That scared me. I actually thought you knew someone from the Li family. Me too. Wu Sihan, you're still such a braggart. Good thing we didn't run into Li Lan herself, I would have laughed myself silly. Honestly, when I saw how nervous you looked around those two staff members earlier, I knew something was off. Wu Sihan's face flushed red. Aren't any of you going to blame me? Why blame you? You didn't do anything wrong. Exactly. You got us tickets. We're grateful enough. Just then, Wu Sihan's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and exclaimed with delight, the tickets are here. Let's go in. Li Lan and the others followed the staff into the temporary backstage area set up in the auditorium. Besides the staff, the area was filled with actors and models. Most possessed striking features and slender figures, all were handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, one couldn't be an actor or model without such looks. Upon seeing Li Lan and the other person, their faces all showed expressions of surprise. Xiaowang, where did you find these two handsome young men? They both look great, one is delicate and handsome, the other has bright, piercing eyes. They're perfect prospects for acting. They both have an extraordinary aura, clearly gifted with supernatural abilities. Don't let them down. How could that be wasting their potential? Look at Sister Qingya, she's both a top-tier actress and a master of supernatural abilities. There's no conflict there at all. Sis Qingya is a genius, an exception. How can you compare her to others? Overhearing the staff's murmurs, the coordinator sighed helplessly. Don't even think about targeting those two. They're Sister Qingya's people. Hearing this, their expressions grew even more astonished than before. The staff member led Li Lan and the other person to a private room and gently closed the door. Gentlemen, we've arrived. The room was neither large nor small, yet its furnishings were luxurious. A large mirror stood inside, before which a woman in a red gown sat applying makeup. The mirror reflected her image. She radiated an air of regal elegance, like a queen enthroned on a high throne, her beauty truly breathtaking. Yet this captivating beauty spoke with surprising crudeness. She stood up and looked at the two men, saying, "You lazy brat finally showed up. Come here, let your sister see if you've gotten any fatter." Li Lan took a step back and gently pushed Su Xian with his psychic ability. "Young master, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Excuse me for a moment." With that, he turned and walked out the door. Su Xian was left completely dumbfounded. Su Xian? After stepping outside, Li Lan was immediately swarmed by a group of older sisters extending enthusiastic invitations. "Little brother, want some coke? I've got some right here. Little brother, what's your relationship with Sister Qingya?" Chapter 52, Mimi Martial Arts Hall, Thunder Elemental rises again, eyes that could kill. Shing. Sister Qingya. Su Xian froze in place, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Xian, it's been a long time. Sis Qingya, you know it's me? Of course I do, Li Qingya chuckled softly. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Your gaze is completely different from that kid's. It wasn't hard to tell who was who. Should I call the young master back? No need. I'll deal with him after I finish my business. Li Qingya smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothes and left the room. Rest here for a while. Help yourself to anything on the table. I might be gone for quite some time. Alright, thank you, Sister Qingya. Rarely alone, Su Xian grew bored and picked up his phone to browse the news. Mysterious disappearance of newly discovered 5-star secret realm in Jiangnan province? Numerous great masters look perplexed. Veteran director of Jiangnan province's supernatural bureau states everything is as expected. Coastal areas see riots as numerous king-class monsters emerge from the sea, suggesting an imminent beast tide. Military forces dispatched for investigation. Experts suggest low-level psychics venture into high-risk 5-star secret realms to seize opportunities for advancement. The next day, his body was discovered in his mansion. 5-star secret realm. Wasn't that the same one the young master entered before? Su Xian muttered to himself before scrolling further. Li Lan declined invitations from several older women, using his psychokinesis to float himself to an empty rooftop. He swept away the dust from the ground. He stretched lazily, then lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. A gentle breeze caressed his body, lifting a few strands of hair from his forehead. This feels so good. Bored out of his mind, Li Lan glanced at his phone and saw someone had sent him a message. It was Li Nini. Li Lan tapped to open it and found she'd sent a long voice message followed by several pictures. The pictures showed a building called Mimi Martial Arts Academy, decorated in an intimidatingly luxurious style. Li Lan even spotted his own photo enshrined inside the martial arts hall. Beside the photo were 7 large characters, founder of Mime Martial Arts Hall. The characters were written with a brush, the strokes sharp and powerful, exuding the aura of a grandmaster. It was clearly commissioned by Li Nini. Numerous incense sticks, candles, and fruit offerings were arranged before the photograph. Thankfully, the photo was in color and not black and white. Otherwise, someone unaware might have thought he was dead. Li Lan's mouth twitched as he tapped the voice message. Li Nini's cheerful voice came through. Bro, are you happy? Surprised? Our Mimi Martial Arts Academy is finally built. Starting today, you're the founding master and #1 boss of my Mimi Martial Arts Academy, while I'm the #2 boss. Brother, I will make sure to bring glory to the Nini Martial Arts Academy. Not only will I display your photo in every martial arts academy across the nation, I'll also erect your statue in enemy territory so they can worship you day and night. Li Lan remained silent for a long while before finally tapping the 3 dots in the upper right corner and pressing delete. As Li Nini's profile picture vanished, the world grew noticeably quieter. He wore a satisfied expression before settling into a quiet position, lying down and slowly closing his eyes. Thunder Element has challenged Fire Element. Thunder Element unleashes Millennium Kill on Fire Element. Thunder Element was bound by Fire Element to a vine tree grown by Wood Element and whipped with a small leather whip. Thunder Element suffered a complete defeat. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, at the core district of Longjing, Nini Martial Arts Academy, Li Nini sat cross-legged on the dojo master's throne, her legs crossed in her white stockings, happily sipping an ice-cold Coke. Surrounding her stood over a dozen people, all her newly recruited disciples. As for why the dojo had over a dozen disciples on its opening day, it was because other martial arts schools charged fees for enrollment while she paid them. Originally, over 100 people had signed up. But after several rounds of rigorous selection, only these 13 remained. You ask where she got the money? Because she had declared to her family that this martial arts academy was Li Lan's business. So the family waved their hand generously and handed her tens of millions in startup capital. Technically, she wasn't wrong. Li Lan held the majority stake in the academy. He just didn't know it himself. I wonder if my brother saw the message I sent, she muttered to herself as she pulled out her phone. She sent a cute emoji. But all that showed up was a pitiful red exclamation mark. The recipient is not your friend. Please add them before sending messages. Li Nini. Curator, what's wrong? A 2-meter-tall man leaned in. Nothing. Li Nini quickly stuffed her phone into her pocket. After all, as the future head of Dragon Nation's premier martial arts academy, she couldn't let her staff witness such an embarrassing moment. Master, here's the list of martial arts academy disciples. The man handed a stack of documents to Li Nini. Li Nini counted them 13 sheets, neither too many nor too few, and gave a slight nod. She scrutinized the disciples' profiles, but upon reaching the last one, she froze in shock. Name, Duan Yuan Kai. Gender, male. Age, 14. Talent, physical ability, strength enhancement, talent level, S. Her gaze swept over the crowd of muscular men and women, landing on a blonde-haired youth. After careful comparison, she slowly spoke. Duan Yuan Kai, you're an S-rank strength enhancement ability user? At this, all eyes in the room turned to Duan Yuan Kai, some filled with shock, others with surprise, and still others with confusion. Did I hear that correctly? S-rank? What's an S-rank genius doing here? Someone that talented shouldn't be short on money, they'd have sponsors lining up. This must be a lie, right? I don't think it's made up. Otherwise, how did he pass all those previous assessments to enter the martial arts academy? But just then, Duan Yuan Kai suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Those around him rushed to help him up, only to discover he hadn't fainted, he was asleep. I remember now. The burly man beside Li Nini suddenly spoke up. At the beginning of the year, an S-level strength enhancement genius appeared at Longjing First High School. He performed exceptionally well in every aspect, but in the end, he wasn't admitted. In fact, no other school would take him either. Is this person Duan Yuan Kai? Li Nini asked in confusion. Why did no one want him? The burly man sighed. Because he suffers from a strange sleeping disorder. There's no pattern to when it strikes. In other words, as long as Duan Yuan Kai is alive, he could fall asleep at any moment. Director, should I expel him? No need, Li Nini replied with a faint smile. My brother and he might have a lot in common. Fire Element is diligently cultivating. Fire Element energy plus 100. Thunder Element diligently cultivating, Thunder Element energy plus 120. Thunder Element diligently cultivating, Thunder Element energy plus 130. Your Lightning Element cultivation has advanced to Early Great Magician. Your Lightning Elemental ability, Thunderbolt, has evolved into Thunderous Might. Divine Water Element is cultivating alongside Wood Element, embodying the principle of mutual generation between water and wood. Divine Water Energy plus 200, Wood Element Energy plus 200. Psychic Energy gazes enviously at the cultivation of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique, Psychic Energy plus 80. Psychic Ability successfully comprehends Divine Power, Spiritual Perception. Control Ability gazes enviously at the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique as it cultivates. Control Energy plus 80. Water bearing all things nestles within the embrace of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique. The two arts practice shyly together. Energy Capacity plus 50, Hosts Physique plus 50. The Lightning Element challenges the Fire Element. The Lightning Element thoroughly defeated the Fire Element. Thunder Element, ahahaha. I've finally risen again. After an unknown period of time, Li Lan awoke from his slumber. To his astonishment, he discovered he had gained 2 entirely new divine abilities. These 2 little guys are actually pretty promising. Telekinesis and control both belong to the mental ability category. Cultivating them would also strengthen his mental power. Therefore, he wasn't particularly surprised that his telekinesis had manifested the divine ability of mental perception. If he had to compare the two abilities, Li Lan felt the lightning element held the edge. The fact that the lightning element's divine ability could evolve was beyond his expectations. Perhaps this was what it meant to turn grief into motivation. All of this was thanks to the fire element. Fire element, you're amazing. The lightning element was so upset it cried, hiding in a corner and weeping quietly. Using his telekinesis, Li Lan leapt down to the ground floor in a single bound. Many eyes turned to him, but Li Lan didn't pay them much mind at first. But just as he was about to return to the assembly hall, several figures caught his attention. Such a familiar aura. Li Lan suddenly recalled encountering the Dark Moon Circus troupe during his time in the Water God Palace's secret realm. His perception hadn't been very clear back then. But now that he had awakened his divine perception, the possibility of error was virtually non-existent. Even if they weren't members of the Dark Moon Circus, they shared the same origins. Could they be assassins sent by the Psionics Society? Upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea. After all, his identity hadn't been exposed yet. If that were the case, only two possibilities remained. First, the Psychic Council ordered his assassination. They saw his second sister here and assumed he might be nearby, so they came to investigate. Second, they weren't after me, but someone else. Li Lan pondered carefully and concluded the former was more likely. After all, his second sister suddenly arriving in Beha from Longjing was indeed rather suspicious. However, at this moment, it was impossible to confirm whether they were indeed members of the Psionic Society, nor could he gauge their strength. Therefore, rash action was unwise. Still, Li Lan guessed their strength might not be too formidable. At best, they were low-level scouts sent to gather intelligence, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily detected. Just as he pondered how to uncover their identities, the group spoke up. Bro, there's some kid over there watching us. Did we blow our cover? Exposed my ass. We're psychics. Unless we run into a master psychic, we won't be exposed that easily. Wang Fugue, you're overreacting. That kid looks barely a teenager. He probably doesn't even know what spiritual energy is, let alone expose us. Then why are they staring at us? Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Or maybe it's because you're too ugly. But it's creepy having him stare at us like that. Then go chase him away. But don't kill him. If you alert the Public Security Bureau, I won't forgive you. Patrols have been intensifying in Longjing lately, and they've ramped up in Beha too. If we get into trouble, we won't be able to wriggle out of it. But isn't the chief here? The Lord? Don't forget we're near Longjing. If we get tangled up with the Supernatural Bureau, the Lord himself might not be able to save himself, let alone help us. That kid's still watching us. His gaze seems kinda weird. What's so strange about a kid's gaze? As he spoke, the leader also looked at Li Lan, locking eyes with him. But in that instant, both this big brother and the one who had looked at Li Lan earlier froze in shock. Big brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong with you two? Brother. Wang Fugue. People nearby nudged the two men. The two turned around, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they relaxed, Big Brother and Wang Fugue suddenly sprang into action simultaneously, drawing daggers concealed on their persons and lunging toward those nearby. The others were startled and scrambled backward. Bystanders scattered, some calling the police. Some reckless souls pulled out their phones to post on social media. Big Brother, Wang Fugue, what's gotten into you? Something's wrong, they seem possessed. Only then did they notice that Big Brother and Wang Fugue's faces were now expressionless, their eyes vacant. They bore no trace of their former vitality. What should we do now? It must be that kid. Come on, let's go kill him. The men glared viciously at Li Lan. Just as they were about to charge at Li Lan, their leader suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. They tried to resist, but they were clearly no match for this leader. The leader and Wang Fugue teamed up, effortlessly slaughtering every last one of them. Then they took their own lives one after another. It's over. Li Lan yawned. Overwhelmed by sleepiness, he used his ticket to return to the auditorium, intending to find a spot to rest. Say more sweet nothings, give me one more glance. Show me a little more, so I can truly see you. But this was precisely the moment his second sister took the stage, her voice piercing his ears like a curse. The drowsiness that had just begun to settle was instantly washed away. Security officers swiftly arrived outside the auditorium. The security captain was horrified by the bodies littering the ground. This was a serious violent homicide. He immediately ordered the scene to be cordoned off. Then he shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Where is the killer? Did anyone see which way he ran?" Chapter 53, The Unknown Great Master, Water God Palace enters the sea. What a disgrace to have such a brother. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, all staring at the bodies on the ground. Finally, a security guard ran up and whispered something into the captain's ear. The captain's expression shifted slightly as he crouched down. Scanning the scene, he discovered a dagger in each of the older brothers and Wang Fugue's hands. He examined the wounds on the bodies, then compared them to the injuries on the older brother and Wang Fuguei. Muttering to himself, he exclaimed. They really did kill themselves. But why would they kill someone and then kill themselves? Blood feud? Killing out of guilt, then taking their own lives? He stood up and placed the 2 daggers into the evidence bag, then turned to a young security guard standing nearby and asked, any surveillance footage? The security guard was clearly a recent academy graduate, his face already drained of color with fear. After a long moment, he finally managed to reply, Captain, this happens to be a blind spot in the surveillance. If this happens again, you're out, the security captain said, giving him a sharp look. He glanced at the nearby surveillance camera, then turned his gaze back to the body on the ground, his brow slightly furrowed. Blind spot? Coincidence? Or deliberate? Captain, the data's in, another security officer approached, holding a laptop. The captain took the laptop and his pupils dilated as he scanned the information on the screen. Name, Yang Fu. Gender, male. Age, 48. Profile, born in XXXXX, metal type psychic, exact strength unknown. Peripheral member of the Spiritual Energy Association. Name, Wang Fuguei. Gender, male. Age, 36. Profile, born in XXXXX, a physical type psychic with unknown abilities and strength. Peripheral member of the Spiritual Energy Association. All the dead here are peripheral members of the Spirit Energy Association. The security squad sucked in a sharp breath. Notify the Supernatural Bureau immediately. This is beyond our jurisdiction. Yes, sir. Hearing the name Spiritual Energy Association, the surrounding security officers knew this matter was no simple affair and nodded urgently. Just as they were about to dial the Supernatural Bureau, 2 figures pushed past the cordon and stormed in. 1 man, 1 woman, both appearing to be around 30. The man bore a scar across his face, his expression world-weary yet brimming with lethal intent. The woman was no pushover either. Her eyes were sharp as knives, a cigarette dangling from her lips, and her right arm bore a tattoo of a massive flower python, the look of an underground queen pin. You two, this isn't where you should be. Leave immediately. The security captain warned loudly, his hand on his waist, ready to draw his gun at any moment. For he sensed an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from them. This kind of aura he had only seen before in his own bureau chief, who had retired from the battlefield, and in some military personnel. As the words fell, the woman flicked a small notebook from her hand. It landed steadily in the security captain's palm. Special Abilities Bureau Beha Headquarters Special Operations Investigator. They were from the Supernatural Bureau. The security chief waved his hand, signaling those around him to lower their guard. Ladies, what might we do for you? Just cooperate. The tattooed woman crouched down and examined the body on the ground. The scarred man asked, Rose, anything? Yes. The tattooed woman examined the corpse's eyes and announced in a clear voice. These 2 members of the Psionic Society were likely mentally controlled before they died. The motive is obvious, they didn't want to get their hands dirty, or perhaps didn't want to expose their identities. After all, someone capable of effortlessly controlling 2 psychics must be a powerful psychic themselves. And for a powerful psychic to kill 2 psychics? That would be child's play. The security captain couldn't help but ask, can't psychics control other psychics? Rose glanced at him and replied simply, they can, but not for long. Control-type psychic abilities consume immense energy. Controlling 2 psychics simultaneously, then forcing them to kill someone and commit suicide afterward, that's extremely difficult for an ordinary psychic. Unless his energy sea is exceptionally vast, or he possesses a top-tier artifact that replenishes energy. But both scenarios are highly improbable. The security captain nodded. He still found the theory of a great psychic power user more plausible. But the fact that a powerful psychic type master was secretly hiding in Beha Province's base city, the thought alone made him feel uneasy. After all, no one wanted their body to slip beyond their control. They had no way of knowing whether this entity was friend or foe. Friend or foe? The scarred man nodded. Anything else? One more thing, Rose said. Looking into their eyes, they all showed intense disbelief before dying. Clearly, they knew who the killer was when they died. If the mastermind is a muscular adult, it's unlikely they would have reacted this way. Therefore, I venture to suggest that the mastermind's appearance must be someone who inspires no sense of threat. Like a child, an elderly person, a disabled individual, or a frail woman. Hearing this, everyone immediately grew alert. They nervously scanned the children, elderly, women, and disabled individuals around them. CC Captain, what should we do now? A powerful psychic? This is beyond our capabilities, stammered one security officer. The security captain glanced at the 2 agents from the Supernatural Bureau. The scar-faced man murmured, we don't know yet if he's a powerful psychic. Even if it isn't, this isn't something we can handle. We'll send the body to the Supernatural Bureau later. We're heading back now. He turned to the tattooed woman. Rose, let's head back. Yes. After the 2 left, a security officer turned to the captain and asked, Captain, what should we do now? What else can we do? We follow their orders, collect all the bodies, send them to the Supernatural Bureau, and then pretend this never happened. Upon hearing this, all the security officers present sprang into action, shaking with tension. Having lived this long, they knew all too well the terrifying power of a great master. A powerful psychic who wasn't on their side felt like a nightmare to them. And this particular great magician? He specialized in the most unsettling of all psychic abilities. Li Lan settled into a lounge chair and sipped an ice-cold Coke offered by a kind older sister nearby. Just as he was about to doze off, when he heard a message from the water god spirit within the core of the water god palace. Palace Master, I have guided the water god palace into the deep sea. I have now tamed 3 king-class beasts and 1 emperor-class beast to serve as guards for the water god palace. Once the water god palace's energy reserves reach a sufficient level to open the water god palace's gates and recruit disciples from the outside world, using the concept of a secret realm. What do you think? An imperial-grade beast has been tamed? Li Lan was slightly startled, then simply replied telepathically, proceed as you see fit. Understood. I shall await your return, Palace Master, in the ocean. When that time comes, I promise to present you with a surprise. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. The older sister seated beside Li Lan hurriedly asked her friend who had just entered from outside, what's going on? Why is it so noisy out there? The person addressed patted her chest, still shaken. Thank goodness you didn't go out just now. It was terrifying out there. Some powerful sorcerer killed over a dozen people. And I heard the killer is most likely a child, an elderly person, or someone with disabilities. What? A powerful sorcerer, the older sister gasped, smearing her lipstick in shock. Someone nearby chuckled, with Sister Qingya here, why are you all so scared? Sister Qingya is a powerful mystic too. She glanced at Li Lan sitting nearby and teased, besides, that killer might just be this little brother sitting next to you. He just came back from outside. Stop talking nonsense, you'll scare him, the older sister laughed. Li Lan smiled faintly, saying nothing more. However, he didn't quite agree with the rumors circulating outside about so-called great supernatural beings. After all, his psychic abilities were merely at the level of a psychic. His mastery of these abilities was only at the high-tier stage. His ability to manipulate those two psychics into turning on each other? Purely through the terrifying suppression of his mental power and the immense energy sea within his body. The technique water-bearing all things could expand the energy density within his energy sea. The divine power infinite ocean is an auxiliary type divine power that can restore energy to the energy sea. Spirit, cultivation techniques, and auxiliary divine abilities. To control those two psychic masters, these 3 elements are indispensable. By the time Li Lan returned to the lounge, Su Xian had grown so bored he'd fallen asleep on the recliner. The room's air conditioning was set to a low temperature. This was the preferred temperature for fire attribute great psychics. Fire attribute psychics possess body temperatures many times higher than other psychics, especially those with great psychic powers. But Su Xian was merely a practitioner, and such a temperature was clearly too cold for him. Worried he might catch a cold, Li Lan found a small blanket and covered him with it. Ah, so comfortable. Feeling the cool air wash over him, Li Lan stretched lazily, about to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, the door to the rest area swung open. His second sister entered, wielding a stick, and proceeded to smack him with it. You lazy good-for-nothing. Trying to fool your second sister, huh? I'll beat the living daylights out of you. The blows weren't very hard. In fact, they were quite light, but Li Lan had to put on a pained expression. He let out a theatrical yelp and whined, second sis, you're going to beat me to death. Li Qingya was amused by his expression and said, now you're acting too. Didn't you fake it before too? A great mystic, who would have thought? Just then, the door swung open again. The 3 watched as Li Qin removed his mask and stepped inside. Second sister. Little lazy, I've finished my business. Tomorrow I can take you to Longjing. No sooner had he spoken than Li Qingya's staff cracked down hard on his body. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. So you're running away, huh? You run off the moment I show up. How impressive. You didn't even bother to come see me when I came to Longjing. Li Qin, being a powerful cultivator, wasn't harmed by this attack. He feigned pain, sat down, and pouted, second sister, I really had something urgent to do. The 2 brothers exchanged glances as they stared at their fierce-looking second sister. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance. Silence reigned over Kanqiao that night. After that, the 3 talked at length. Throughout the conversation, Li Qingya asked Li Lan numerous questions, but he only gave vague, evasive answers. When she asked why he had become a great adept so quickly, Li Lan answered without hesitation, that's all thanks to my hard work, of course. Fire element, I'm gonna puke, master. Wood element, I'm gonna puke, master. Thunder element, I'm puking, master. Other techniques abilities, I'm sick of this, master. Li Lan? What the hell are you guys doing? What I said, isn't that the truth? Li Lan had fallen asleep at some point. When he woke up, his second sister had already left. Li Qin looked at Li Lan and said, let's go back to the hotel. We'll head to Qinglong Academy tomorrow. Leilan nodded, about to call out to Su Xin, only to find him still fast asleep. And he was sleeping like a log. Thinking of how Su Xin had been burning the midnight oil practicing cultivation every day lately, Leilan sighed helplessly. She didn't wake him. Instead, he picked him up horizontally. The moment he lifted him, Leilan suddenly remembered his psychic ability. Then Su Xin flew into the air. Let's go, third brother. Li Qin glanced at Su Xin, floating peacefully asleep in midair, and gave a slight twitch of his lips. He nodded. Later, Leilan felt too exhausted and began floating upward herself. Watching the two drifting through the sky, Li Qin's lips twitched again. He thought. Having such a brother was truly embarrassing. But deep down, he felt a hint of envy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, a golden saint, a champion of justice, the nemesis of evil, the pride of the Li family. How could I possibly harbor such depraved thoughts? Third brother, wanna give it a try? Li Qin nodded decisively. The three hailed a taxi back to the hotel. Just as they were about to rest, Li Qin suddenly said, "Oh, Leilan, here's a website. Sign up for it." Third brother, I never visit those messy websites, Leilan declared with righteous indignation. Li Qin rolled his eyes and opened his phone to send it over. Leilan opened his phone and saw it was just an ordinary website. What the heck? He entered the site. The words underground black market appeared before his eyes. This is a website for powerful practitioners to exchange information. You can browse it when you have free time. Of course, you can also buy things there. But most of the items have unclear origins. The family has set up a group on this site. I'll add you to it shortly. Leilan completed the tedious registration process and was immediately added as a friend upon entering. The profile picture was a pig wearing cartoon underwear with a big snot hanging from its nose. The nickname read, "The most handsome champion of justice in the entire universe." No need to guess. This was clearly his third brother. Such a childish avatar. Such a cheesy name. At that moment, Leilan felt. Having a third brother like this is so embarrassing. Chapter 54, A Loving Family. How could you slander someone out of thin air? Arriving in Longjing. Staring at the name field, Leilan felt troubled. What name should he choose? After much deliberation, he finally typed 4 characters into the box, Master Miyuk. What kind of crappy name is that? Li Qin sneered upon seeing Leilan's choice. I've added you to the family group. You have been added to the group chat A Loving Family by user, the universe's most handsome champion of justice. Welcome Mr. Miyuk to the chat group. Click to join the welcome message. As soon as Leilan joined the group chat, several messages popped up. Yang Lumi, welcome, Lord Mu K. First Gundam Warrior, welcome, Lord Mook. Primordial Lord, welcome, Lord Mu K. Primordial Lord at Little Sheep, Little Me, wasn't your account banned? How come you're back again? Yang Lumi, what's wrong with having multiple accounts? Administrator Kaitian Beast at Universe's hottest justice champion, didn't I tell you not to bring in outsiders? Did you ignore me again? The most handsome champion of justice in the universe. The most handsome justice seeker in the universe, he's Li Lazy. Administrator Kaitian Beast at Master Miyuk, what kind of ridiculous name is that? Also, most people in this group are your elders. Don't you know to greet them when you join? Kaitian Beast? Who's that? With a name like that, you have the nerve to criticize me? Li Lan frowned. Long, strong fingers with clearly defined knuckles flashed rapidly across the screen. Master Mu K, who are you? Administrator Kaitian Beast, I'm your dad. Master Mu K, hold on, how dare you insult me? That's terribly rude. The universe's most handsome champion of justice. The universe's most handsome champion of justice, he really is your dad. Master Miyuk, Dad, I've missed you so much. Smiling like a chrysanthemum.jpg. Master Miyuk, hello uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I'm Li Lan. Love you all.jpg. Yang Lumi, ha 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 ha. First Gundam Warrior, ha 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 ha. Call me Queen, welcome, Little Lazy. Welcome, welcome. Blazing Sun Xingyan, welcome, Little Lazy. Mumu at Master Miyuk, bro, why'd you delete me on WeChat? So upset.jpg. Li Lan silently closed the group chat and turned to her third brother. Li Qin smirked, you didn't ask me either. Oh, and be careful lately. There are quite a few people putting bounties on you in the black market. Bounties? Yeah, from the Psionic Society. You can check the black market bounties yourself. Li Lan opened the black market bounty board, typed his name, and a golden post appeared before his eyes. Target Li Lan, young master of the Yen Emperor Li clan. Target strength, wood elemental master. Target description, extremely lazy, not just lazy, but the kind who might even have someone carry him to the bathroom. Exact combat strength unknown. Bounty reward, capture alive, 1 sacred relic, 2 semi-sacred relics. Death reward, 2 semi-sacred relics. Reward claimed upon presentation of the head. 2 sacred relics? Is he really worth that much? So-called sacred relics are treasures that might not even drop in 5-star dungeons. Only the mightiest land-dwelling immortals could possibly possess such items. Li Lan was taken aback. He glanced at his target's profile. A twitch involuntarily crossed his lips. What the hell? He needs someone to carry him to pee? Thanks, but he wasn't that lazy. His limbs were perfectly fine. How infuriating. How dare this psychic slander someone's reputation? Li Lan didn't hesitate, he tapped the report button cleanly and decisively. Moments later. Report failed. Please submit supporting evidence, videos, photos, recordings, etc. Li Lan? Does this even need proof? He was utterly speechless at this website's demands. He glanced at other posts. Li Lan discovered that, in fact, everyone in the Li family had their own bounty posted. Including Li Mimi. Target, Li Mimi, member of the Yen Emperor Li clan. Target strength, unknown. Target description, violent woman. Reward, 5 yuan. Comments appeared beneath the bounty notice. Empress Mimi, how dare you? How dare you put a 5 yuan bounty on me? Mimi the Great, who put up this bounty? Step out here. I'll call my crew and beat you to death. Mimi the Great, damn it, damn it, damn it. But her name was different from the others, it was grayed out. Li Lan clicked in only to find she'd been permanently banned from the site. If I'm not mistaken, this person is likely Li Nini herself. Oh, right, Xiaolan. Li Qin suddenly spoke up. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. He pulled a fiery red crystal from his pocket. This is for you. After becoming a great enlightened being, the energy consumption is enormous. Advancing further isn't an easy feat. So you can put the matter of advancing the wood element on hold for now. Your immediate priority now is to advance your fire element to the Great Magician realm. If you can reach the Great Enlightened state before year's end, you might gain access to the family's secret realm during the annual gathering. Of course, alongside advancing your realm, you mustn't neglect refining your divine abilities. I've noticed that although your wood element has advanced to the Great Divine Power realm, you possess only one divine power. This is your weakness. If you don't address it, you'll be at a significant disadvantage in future battles. Li Lan nodded, accepting the fist-sized crimson crystal. He recognized it as a top-tier fire elemental artifact. It's incredibly valuable. Could third brother have been gone all these days just to procure this? Li Lan shot him a grateful glance. Thank you, third brother. It was obvious he'd paid a hefty price for this. After all, top-tier rare treasures were coveted even by those with great supernatural powers. Hang in there, Li Qin patted Li Lan's shoulder. What lies within the family's secret realm? Li Lan had heard of the family's secret realm since childhood, a place only great masters could enter. Back then, he never imagined he could become one himself, so he paid it little mind. Little did he know that one day, he would actually become a great cultivator. And he'd been practically pushed into it, a whirlwind of sparks and lightning landing there by sheer force of circumstance. There are treasures within. Li Qin gave a mysterious smile and said, Grandfather's rise to become one of the peak powerhouses among the human race today is inextricably linked to this secret realm. That powerful? Li Qin continued, even trading 5 sacred relics for this secret realm would be a huge loss for the Li family. Hearing this, Li Lan was stunned. 5 sacred relics, what did that even mean? Sacred relics are the most powerful artifacts known to exist today. Each one possessed power that could be described as transcendent. The Blood Moon Holy Grail, the very foundation of the Spirit Energy Society, is one such sacred relic. Back at the Water God's Palace, the elemental gems everyone obtained were merely half-step divine relics. Yet Li Lan could confidently assert that within half a year, those individuals would all ascend to become terrestrial immortals. Of course, this hinged on one crucial condition: the artifact in question must be an elemental gem. Moreover, the user must be a top-tier master of divine arts. After all, elemental gems are specifically designed for cultivation. Other treasures simply don't possess this effect. Enough of that. Changing the subject, Li Qin said, if you're having trouble comprehending divine powers, you can take a look at the divine power model. The divine power models, also known as divine power operation models or divine power visualization diagrams. Each divine power possesses its own unique trajectory. The divine power model records these trajectories. Observing these models can accelerate the comprehension of divine abilities. But there's one drawback: no matter how powerful the model is, the divine power it depicts isn't truly yours. Unless you're exceptionally fortunate, don't expect to unleash its full power. I understand. Alright, I'm going to take a shower. As soon as Li Qin finished speaking, he stripped off every last piece of clothing. Li Lan stared in utter shock. There he was, a grown man, wearing nothing but a pair of dynamic Superman boxers. Dynamic Superman, go go go. Pervert. So embarrassing. He wouldn't be ashamed to tell anyone. But this guy didn't see it as shameful, he was actually proud of it. He's all show off, smugly declaring. Pretty cool, huh? Limited edition custom model. I fought tooth and nail to snag it, I practically wore out my phone tapping. Get lost. Li Lan returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. Don't get the wrong idea, they'd booked 3 rooms total, and Su Xian was sleeping next door. Ding! Detected host acquiring fire attribute artifact, extreme flame crystal. Automatically consuming. Fire element is consuming top tier fire attribute artifact, extreme flame crystal. Fire element energy plus 500. Fire element devouring top tier fire attribute artifact, extreme flame crystal. Fire element energy plus 500. Fire elemental divine ability, scorching inferno explosion, evolving. Evolution successful. Fire element has mastered divine ability, Inferno C. The fire element's fire energy has reached critical mass, breaking through its constraints. Breakthrough failed, attempting again. Breakthrough failed, attempting again. Breakthrough failed. The fire element puffs out its cheeks, clenches its lips, and attempts the breakthrough once more. Breaking through. Fire elemental breakthrough successful. Cultivation level now elevated to mid-stage Great Magician. Li Lan rolled over. His hair was too long, tickling his ears. Whatever. Couldn't be bothered. Back to sleep. The lightning element challenged the fire element. Thunder element gets thoroughly beaten by fire element. Thunder element suffers a crushing defeat. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly beaten by the fire element. The lightning element wailed loudly, then began training diligently, determined to rise again as soon as possible. Lightning element energy plus 50. The wood element watched the lightning element and couldn't help but laugh. Telekinesis ability is guiding control ability while training, telekinesis energy plus 10. Control energy diligently trains, increasing its power by plus 100. Divine water element assisted water nurtures all while cultivating. Divine water energy plus 10. Dragon tiger body tempering technique practiced absent-mindedly, hosts physique plus 0.1. Water bearing all things is diligently cultivating, energy capacity plus 20. Control ability cultivation successfully advanced to late high tier. When Li Lan awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Li Lan lazily floated up from the bed. With the aid of his psychokinesis ability, he dressed and finished his morning routine. Just then, Su Xian entered carrying a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee and a cup of soy milk. Young master, breakfast is ready. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. Su Xian replied, I've already eaten. Liar. Li Lan shot him a glance, then flung both the soy milk and congee into the air, stuffing them into his mouth. Startled, Su Xian hurriedly fetched another identical breakfast. As he ate the new breakfast, Li Lan asked casually, didn't you already eat? Su Xian drank his soy milk without blushing or flinching, replying, I have a big appetite. I can eat 2 portions. Hey, you too. Eating breakfast without calling me, huh? Li Qin ruffled his bedhead hair as he stumbled in, eyes still heavy with sleep. It's in my room. I'll get it for you. No need. I'll get it myself. Li Qin rubbed his face. Xiao Xinzi, you're practically my little brother. Why so distant? Can't do this again next time. MHM. Su Xian smiled. Young master, are you still hungry? If so, I can get you something else. Stop calling me young master. Right now, I feel like some greedy old miser squeezing the life out of his servants. Li Lan sprawled on the sofa like a dried fish, porridge and soy milk scattered around him. Li Lan, calling you young master is part of my job and also a task assigned by the family. Assignment? Yeah, there's a reward. What kind of reward? Can I get half? Fine, but I don't know what the reward is either. You'd actually give me half? I don't need it. Your young master here has plenty of money. By the way, when does this task end? Next year, I guess. No exact date yet. From now on, just call me boss. 30 years as a working stiff. 30 years? What are you talking about? Li Qin, who had just walked in with breakfast, looked utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Su Xian said he'll work for me for free for 30 years from now on. For free? As a righteous gold saint, how could I have a greedy little brother like you? Li Qin declared sternly, Su Xian, come work for me. I'll give you a 10 million yuan annual salary. I'll even let you be your own boss. After finishing breakfast, the trio boarded the psychic bullet train heading northeast. After an unknown period of time, finally arrived in Longjing. As the heart of the Dragon Nation, Longjing was its most secure location. Upon arriving in Longjing, the 3 of them shed their disguises entirely. They hailed a cab and headed toward the martial arts center. Although he had passed the qualifying rounds and secured his spot in the martial arts tournament, this qualification needed to be activated. If he did not proactively go to the martial arts center to activate it, it would be considered a forfeiture. The Dragon Capital Martial Arts Center was now teeming with people. It was packed with young faces. These individuals hailed from all corners of the land. Some were martial arts tournament competitors, while others had come for training. After all, beyond being the tournament registration site, the Martial Arts Center was also Longjing's largest and most comprehensively equipped paranormal training facility. Gravity training rooms, elemental sensing chambers, spiritual meditation suites, everything is available. Numerous martial arts academies, schools, corporations, and factions spend substantial sums annually to rent space here for training. Just as Li Lan was about to head to the registration desk, a familiar voice caught his ear. Disciples of the Mimi Martial Arts Academy, our motto is. This was followed by a thunderous roar. Invincible! 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 Conquer the nation, unify the world, tear apart foreign tribes, strive for supremacy. Invincible! 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 Chapter 55, Li Lan's Terror, Fear from the Soul, Paying Homage to the Ancestral Master. Ah, what a cheesy slogan. That's hilarious. Where did these clowns come from? Were they sent by monkeys? Aren't they embarrassed? If I were them, I'd be digging my toenails until I had a 3-bedroom apartment. This slogan is hilarious. Total middle school syndrome. Gak 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 gak. Caw 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 caw. Meow meow Martial Arts Academy? What kind of place is that? Never heard of it. Me neither. This martial arts school seems pretty wealthy. Check out the fabric of their uniforms, each outfit must cost at least 10 grand. Excuse me, are they comedians or something? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Li Lan couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Glancing over, he spotted a girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails. She had a lollipop in her mouth and a cold Coke in her hand, standing tall and boasting to a group of burly men in front of her. Alright, one more time. Disciples of Mimi Martial Arts Academy, our motto is. Hearing her words, the men closed their eyes, flushed faces, and bellowed once more. Invincible! 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 Conquer the nation, unite the world, tear apart foreign foes, strive for supremacy. Invincible! 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 From their unnatural expressions, Li Lan could easily tell they were being forced. How could I be so unlucky? I've barely arrived in Longjing and already run into her. No, she absolutely mustn't find out. The thought of that group publicly shouting his ancestral master's name made Li Lan feel a wave of social death wash over him. Young master, what's wrong? Noticing Li Lan's unsettled expression, Su Xian turned to him with a puzzled look. Li Lan stared at him, his eyes unblinking. If you're okay, let's go. Su Xian understood his meaning. Li Lan nodded. The three of them walked together toward the martial arts tournament registration desk. Only after Li Nini's figure vanished from sight did Li Lan finally relax. But just then, Li Qin abruptly stopped and glanced to the side. Isn't that Li Nini? What's she doing here? Before Li Lan could stop him, Li Qin waved and called out loudly, Li Nini. Sheepy. What are you doing over there? Li Lan's expression shifted slightly as he prepared to leap forward. Only to discover he couldn't fly. Shalan, what are you doing? The Martial Arts Center is equipped with ability blocking devices everywhere. They can block all abilities below the level of a great divine power user. Li Qin looked over. Li Qin didn't respond. Watching a pink figure sprinting like a rabbit in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Trailing behind the pink rabbit was a group of burly men and women. Each was tall and broad-shouldered, their muscles bulging. But one of them seemed to be carrying someone on his back. That person appeared to be asleep. Seeing this scene, Li Lazy felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Upon reaching Li Qin, Li Nini halted and grinned broadly. Hey, Qin Ji, what are you doing here? I came to accompany Shaolan to register. What's going on here? I recently opened a martial arts academy. These guys are here for training. Li Nini turned to the martial arts disciples behind her and called out loudly, Everyone, this is Brother Qin. Quickly greet him. Hello, Brother Qin, the martial arts students shouted in unison, eyeing Li Qin curiously. People around them turned to look. But Li Qin seemed long accustomed to such attention. He smiled and waved, Hello, everyone. Oh, Qin-gu, where's my brother? Little Lazy? Isn't he right over there? Li Qin glanced to the side, only to find that Li Lazy had vanished without a trace. Along with him, Su Xian had vanished too. Weird. Where'd they go? Li Nini frowned. She took a big gulp of ice-cold cola, snapped her fingers, and a dozen burly men instantly assembled before her, standing at attention. What are your orders, madam? You should remember the appearance of your founding master, right? Our founding master? The one we burn incense to every day? Of course they remembered. The crowd nodded hastily. You have 10 minutes to bring your founder before us. Yes. Young master, the registration desk for the martial arts tournament is over there. I know. Then shall we proceed? Of course. Then let's go. But I'm tired. Su Xian sighed helplessly, crouching down as Li Lan climbed onto his back. Noticing the stares from those around them, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Having a young master like this was truly embarrassing. But Li Lan was already fast asleep, completely unaware of his thoughts. Of course, even if he were awake, he wouldn't know. Thunder Element challenges Fire Element. Thunder Element gets thoroughly beaten by Fire Element. Thunder Element suffers a crushing defeat. The Fire Element punished the Lightning Element by making it wash its socks. The Lightning Element clenched its little fists in anger, glaring at the Fire Element. The fire element glared at the lightning element, who cowered and lowered its little head in fear. Thunder element wiped away tears while washing fire element's socks, vowing to become the strongest. Fire element sighed at how lonely invincibility could be, then began earnest training. Fire element energy plus 50. Seeing fire element training, lightning element sneaked away. What element trained while listening to lightning element's complaints, shrugged helplessly, admitting even it couldn't defeat fire element now. What element energy plus 50? Telekinesis and control abilities gathered together, exchanging insights while diligently training. Telekinesis energy plus 50, control energy plus 50. The divine water elemental was guiding its disciple, water-bearing all things, in cultivation. After apprenticing under the water elemental, water-bearing all things began secluded cultivation. Energy capacity increased by 50. The dragon tiger body tempering technique lay sprawled on the ground, face up to the sky, utterly disinterested in cultivation. The martial arts tournament participants hailed from 18 base cities across the nation. Each base city selected the top 5, resulting in a total of 90 participants. The number of people wasn't particularly large. Yet the registration area was packed at that moment. Apart from a handful of registrants and competitors, most were there for the spectacle. Others were recruiting for martial arts academies, and some had even come hoping to find romantic partners. After all, those who made it into the top 5 in the province were, to varying degrees, young prodigies and teenage geniuses. Su Xian entered the registration area carrying Li Lan on his back, quickly drawing the attention of some people. Another one's here. Why are there 2 of them? Which one is the contestant? Probably the one carrying the other. The one being carried looks like he'd be easy to bully. Wonder how strong they are. They're both so handsome. If only one of them could be my boyfriend. Don't even dare to dream that big. If it were me, I'd take them both. They murmured among themselves, curiously eyeing Li Lan and Su Xian. Feeling their gazes, Su Xian frowned slightly. They approached the staff at the registration desk. Hello, we're here to register. The staff member was a young woman in her 20s, roughly the same age as most contestants. Dressed in a business suit, her features were sharp and defined. She might be a water elementalist, as her overall demeanor seemed somewhat gentle. Certainly. Please present your ID so I can activate your contestant status, the young woman said. Young master, did you bring your ID? Su Xian gave Li Lan a gentle shake on his back. But Li Lan was fast asleep and paid him no mind. Seeing this, the staff member looked surprised. Aren't you a contestant? Su Xian shook his head helplessly and gave him 2 more shakes. Li Lan still didn't stir. Just as he was about to set Li Lan down and search his pockets for an ID, the ID card flew out of his pocket on its own and landed in Su Xian's hand. A telekinetic? The female staff member glanced at Li Lan in surprise. Psychic abilities had always been relatively rare and difficult to cultivate. This youth appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old. To rank among the top 5 in the province at such a young age, relying solely on psychokinesis, truly marked him as a prodigy. Unfortunately, the National Martial Arts Tournament was a gathering of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. She estimated. Given his young age and the fact that his ability was psychic telekinesis, he'd likely finish near the bottom in this National Martial Arts Tournament. If he were to participate again next time, he might achieve a respectable result. Su Xian handed Li Lan's ID card to her. She nodded and inserted the ID into what appeared to be a scanner. Seconds later, the scanner emitted a green glow. Activation successful. Su Xian retrieved the ID card just as he thought everything was finished. The registration desk's PA system suddenly blared. Let us welcome the top student from Jiangnan Province, Li Lan. His power level, early stage Wood Elemental Master. Let us welcome the top student from Jiangnan Province, Li Lan. His strength is Wood Elemental Early Stage Great Magician. Let us welcome the top student from Jiangnan Province, Li Lan. His power level, Early Stage Wood Elemental Master. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Li Lan. Her mouth hung slightly open, wide enough to fit a pigeon egg. He's actually a great master. Hearing the announcement, the crowd gathered at the registration desk collectively gasped in shock. This kid is a great master of divine powers. Such a young master of great supernatural powers, is he some kind of prodigy? Could the announcement be wrong? Impossible. It's never been wrong before. Just look it up online. The top scorers from each provincial qualifying round are always posted online. I found it. Li Lan, first place in the Jiangnan Province qualifiers. Master of Wood Element, Lightning Element, and Fire Element. Holy crap, a triple element master? Is he some kind of monster? Damn it. I've lived 30 years and only reached master level. How old is he? Already 1 master level ability, 2 master level abilities. Is he really only 17? Not some ageless old monster? A triple elemental talent. I wonder which academy he joined. Online rumors suggest it's the Azure Dragon Academy. Does he have a girlfriend? No. Doesn't have a boyfriend either? No. Great. Starting today, I'm going to study hard to get into Qinglong Academy and become his girlfriend. It's daytime, little sister. No, he's not a triple elementalist. He's a quadruple elementalist. When he pulled out his ID just now, he used telekinesis. Then wasn't that the person carrying his stuff? That's definitely Li Lan's. I just sensed psychic energy fluctuations emanating from him. Trust me, I'm a psychic too. Damn it. Now I'm even more jealous. Enough with the talk. Don't be fooled by how lazy he seems getting carried everywhere. Behind the scenes, he might work harder than all of you combined. I'm useless and lazy. Li Lan was roused by the broadcast in murmurs. Just as Su Xian was about to carry Li Lan away, the staff members suddenly called out to them. Hold on. What else is there? You can't leave yet. I need to verify Mr. Li Lan's identity. How do you verify it? Just infuse elemental energy into the stone. The staff member produced a jet black stone. Leave it to me. Li Lan jumped down from Su Xian's back. The stone automatically fell into his hand. Li Lan channeled energy into it. Suddenly, all the elements surged out in a frenzy. His expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly flung them all back inside. Only the wood element remained. The black stone instantly glowed with a green light. The female technician suddenly felt a pang in her heart. A suffocating sensation, as if implanted into her soul, rose up before vanishing just as quickly. What was happening? Why did the water element within me tremble just now? Was it afraid? Impossible. It's just an ability, how could it possibly be afraid? Is it just my imagination? Ready? Li Lan's voice snapped her back to reality. She glanced at the stone. After confirming that this was indeed the light only a master of wood elemental magic could emit, she nodded quickly. She retrieved a document from the drawer and handed it to Li Lan. All set. Take care, both of you. The moment they stepped out of the registration office, they were surrounded by a crowd. Hello, Li Lan. Would you consider joining our White Dragon Martial Arts Academy as an instructor? Our academy's headmaster is a teacher at the Azure Dragon Academy. If you're interested, we can offer you excellent benefits and compensation. Mr. Li Lan, join our Ice Point Martial Arts Academy. Our academy is backed by a department head from White Tiger Academy. If you join us, we can arrange for him to be your instructor. Student, join my Extreme Martial Arts Academy. If you're willing, I can petition the headmaster to appoint you as our youngest deputy headmaster. Extreme Martial Arts Academy? One of the top 5 martial arts academies in Dragon Nation? Captain Luo, has your Extreme Martial Arts Academy lost its mind? And do you even have the authority for that? Ha ha, Li Lan is worth it. I certainly don't have that authority, but I'm confident the headmaster would agree. They buzzed with discussion, crowding the exit so tightly no one could pass. Just as Li Lan was pondering how to escape, a crisp, resonant voice rang out. I have only one thing to say. All of you, get out of my way. Immediately, a group of burly men pushed their way in. They rushed to Li Lan's side, bowed with hands clasped, and shouted loudly. Greetings, Grandmaster. Louder. Didn't you eat today? Pay homage to the patriarch. The burly men strained every muscle, bellowing at the top of their lungs. The entire crowd fell silent. Chapter 56, a single gesture wipes out all life, a blink brings dead silence. Seeing these burly men, many were too frightened to speak. After a few seconds, many snapped out of it. Wait, why should we be afraid? They may look imposing, but we're stronger than them. These burly men, though each looked extremely intimidating, were no more than high-tier sorcerers in cultivation. Among them, quite a few were even divine power users. Just then, a girl skipped over to Li Lan and giggled. Hey, big bro, how about it? Shouldn't you thank me for saving your butt? Like hell I'll thank you. Hey, Xing, Li Mimi flashed what she thought was a cool hand gesture at Su Xian. What are you doing here? Li Lan asked, expressionless. I'm here to train the students. Li Mimi glanced at the group of burly men beside her and added, Bro, you're the big boss of this martial arts academy. They're your students too. Oh, and bro. I found someone who looks exactly like you. Check this out. Li Nini pulled a teenager from the crowd. This is him, Duan Yuan Kai. He's just like you, can fall asleep anytime, anywhere. Pretty impressive, huh? Gee, Grandmaster. Duan Yuan Kai's face flushed crimson as he murmured with his head bowed. There's no need to call me Grandmaster. My name is Li Lan. Hello, brother Lazy. Duan Yuan Kai lifted his head, flashing a shy smile. But the very next second, he passed out. He collapsed onto Li Lan's body. Li Lan helped him up and looked at Li Mimi with confusion. Li Mimi hurriedly had the burly man beside him hoist Duan Yuan Kai onto his shoulders, explaining apologetically, Bro, Duan Yuan Kai has this strange sleeping disorder. He just suddenly passes out. I have no idea what's causing it. Can't it be cured? Su Xian asked. Li Mimi shook his head. I went to Duan Yuan Kai's house to ask. It can't be cured. He visited many major hospitals as a child, but nothing worked. That's why no school would accept him. Otherwise, a genius like him, with S-level talent, wouldn't have ended up at our martial arts school. A hint of regret flickered across her brow as she spoke. At that moment, Li suddenly asked, "Brother, weren't you like this before? Is there any way to cure it? If we could cure his condition, our martial arts school would gain a real ace up our sleeve. I sleep because I'm lazy, not because I'm sick." Li Lan looked at Su Xin. Su Xin understood immediately, crouching down halfway. He hoisted Li Lan onto his back. "Brother, don't go." Li Nini hurried after them. But Li Lan was stopped in his tracks. "Li Lan, are you sure you don't want to reconsider joining our martial arts academy?" It was a middle-aged man in a black jacket, his face marked by a large scar, clearly a formidable figure. Before Li Lan could answer, Su Xin interjected with a refusal. "Sorry, sir, but my young master won't be joining your martial arts academy. I think we can discuss this further. Rest assured, my White Dragon Martial Arts Academy won't shortchange your young master. Neither would our Ice Point Martial Arts Academy. Neither would we." "Hey, old man, what's there to talk about?" Li Nini stepped forward, glaring at the middle-aged man with hostility. "My brother, Li Lan. He's part of my Nini Martial Arts Academy. He'd never join your so-called White Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Besides, your dojo's master is just some teacher at Qinglong Academy. What's so great about that? Do you know who my grandfather is?" Li Nini declared proudly. "You know the Yen Emperor, right? He's my grandpa." "Youngster, don't interrupt. Your brother and I are discussing serious matters." The White Dragon Martial Arts School representative frowned. He wasn't about to take a kid's word for it. Besides, this so-called Nini Martial Arts School? He'd lived in Longjing for over a decade and had never even heard of it. "Who's causing trouble?" "I'm telling the truth." Li Nini stuck out her neck defiantly, glaring at him. "Shaolan, Nini, it's just registration. Why are you still here?" Li Qin's voice called from outside. Everyone looked outside. The others showed no reaction. But the manager of Extreme Martial Arts Academy paused in surprise before rushing forward. "Mr. Li Qin, what brings you here? And you are?" Li Qin looked at him questioningly. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy manager quickly explained. "We met at the border 2 years ago." "Oh, right, my codename back then was Blade." "Oh, it's you," Li Qin recalled immediately. "I'm here to enroll my brother." "What brings you here?" "Just here for the excitement." Blade scratched his head. "Li Qin? The Golden Saint from the Li family?" Many present were seasoned individuals. Seeing how respectful the head of Extreme Martial Arts Academy was, they immediately caught on. They stared at Li Nini in utter shock. She had actually been telling the truth. If that was the case, then wasn't this Li Lan also the grandson of the Flame Emperor? No wonder. Only a great clan like the Li family could cultivate such a prodigy. The head of the White Dragon Martial Arts Academy looked embarrassed and awkwardly addressed Li Lan. "Mr. Li Lan, I'm terribly sorry for the disturbance. It was true that their martial arts academy's master was a teacher at Qinglong Academy. But the Li family has numerous members holding key positions at Qinglong Academy. Their Yen Emperor even serves as the academy's honorary president. Compared to that, their own headmaster seemed rather insignificant. No, not somewhat insignificant. He was utterly insignificant." "It's nothing," Li Lan murmured softly. Once their identities were revealed, those blocking their path quickly stepped aside, no longer daring to obstruct their way. The group departed unimpeded. At that moment, Duan Yuan Kai also regained consciousness. Li Lan was perched on Su Xian's back, who in turn was perched on the back of a burly man. The two stared at each other, their eyes meeting. "Hey, lazy brother." Li Lan nodded. Just as he closed his eyes to sleep, the divine water element within him suddenly surged to escape. Li Lan hurriedly forced it back inside. "What are you doing?" The divine water element struggled briefly, realizing it couldn't escape, and reluctantly gave up. After leaving the martial arts center, Li Qin had business to attend to and departed first. Su Xian, meanwhile, bought Li Lan a new wheelchair. When they arrived at the wheelchair shop, the owner had already planned to close for the day. Thanks to Li Nini and the group of burly men behind her, the owner was thoroughly intimidated. The shopkeeper reluctantly reopened the doors. Though she hadn't done anything. She remained quiet throughout, playing a little game called Sheep Got Sheep. But things didn't look good. She'd already crushed several phones. After lunch, Li Nini paid the bill under the shopkeeper's nervous gaze and led her people away. She said they were returning to the clan to seek treatment from the clan doctor, a master of wood and water elemental arts, to examine Duan Yuan Kai. It must be said, though Li Nini was a bit violent, she had a kind heart. "Young master, where are we headed next?" "Qinglong Academy." Qinglong Academy lay in the outskirts beyond Longjing City. Spanning over 40,000 acres, it contained mountains, lakes, small rivers, and even several minor secret realms. It was vast, equivalent to a small city. At first, Su Xian had worried about potential dangers on the way to Qinglong Academy. But the thought that they were in Longjing, coupled with Li Lan's formidable strength, eased his concerns. The two chose to take the bus to Qinglong Academy. It must be said that the quality of bus services these days was quite high. They even had dedicated accessible ramps for people with disabilities. The bus wasn't crowded, mostly filled with Qinglong Academy students. They chatted and laughed, discussing everyday matters, while a few others talked about the upcoming National Martial Arts Tournament. Who do you think will win the National Martial Arts Tournament this time? No idea, but I think this year's champion will come from one of the 5 great academies. Haha, you say that every single time. If I had to pick, I'd go with Senior Yuan. Senior Yuan's mastery of the Thunder Elemental Divine ability is truly divine, and his Insight Divine ability is already at the late stage. His chances of winning are indeed quite high. There are 90 competitors in this tournament. 6 of them are Grand Masters. Senior Yuan will have a tough time winning. Whoever wins is fine, but 6th place might be a bit awkward. Feng Xinghuan will probably finish last. Even though he studied under a terrestrial immortal, his foundation just can't compare to the depth of the 5 great academies. Hard to say. Feng Xinghuan wields dual wind and fire elements, plus gravity manipulation. After entering a secret realm 2 years ago, he emerged as a dark horse, defeating several great supernaturalists. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. Speaking of which base city do you think will finish last this time? Hard to say. Jiangnan, Xizang, Jiangbei, and Jiangdong could all be contenders. Southern regions have suffered talent drain lately. Their schools have basically given up, funneling any promising students straight into sections. They rarely participate in martial arts competitions anymore. Speaking of Jiangnan province, I heard in the news that a new 5-star secret realm appeared there, even drawing in members of the Spiritual Energy Association. Heard about that too. But that secret realm seems kinda weird. A group went in, then the whole thing mysteriously vanished. Enough about that. Let's talk about what we're having for dinner tonight. Overhearing the surrounding chatter, Su Xian chimed in. Young master, for this martial arts competition, you'll first enter a secret realm. This realm was jointly created by the 5 great academies, official departments, and the Independent Cultivators Alliance. The competition uses a points system. The top 60 contestants based on points will be eliminated, leaving 30 to compete in the arena. Making it into the top 30 guarantees a reward. Of course, those who don't make the top 30 will still receive consolation prizes. If you make it into the top 5, you'll receive a grand prize. Young master, with your strength, I believe reaching the top 5 is well within your grasp. Su Xian spoke with brimming confidence, his excitement evident in his animated gestures, eyebrows arched, ears twitching. Xian, but your young master just wants to coast through. Li Lan sighed. Not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, he nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, Li Lan suddenly opened his eyes. What is it? Get out. Though he didn't know why. Su Xian complied, informing the driver, and they disembarked at the next stop. Several other passengers got off with them. Young master, where should we go next? Head toward Qinglong Academy. Understood. Su Xian pushed Li Lan toward Qinglong Academy. At that moment, Su Xian also noticed a middle-aged man who had been following them the entire time. Higashikawa Sakasaka, a wild great divine power user. After his homeland, the Divine Island, was sunk by several Imperial-class beasts over a decade ago, he had been making a living in the Dragon Nation. However, as an outsider, he was never particularly well regarded. Even accessing certain secret realms came with numerous restrictions for him. Later, he joined a large merchant guild. With his formidable supernatural abilities, he initially lived quite comfortably within the guild. But he was eventually fired for frequently harassing female employees. To make matters worse, the guild's leader was a powerful figure. After his dismissal, no one dared to hire him. Many factions even went out of their way to avoid him. From that point on, he became a pariah, hunted like a rat in the streets. Without the backing of any faction, he found himself penniless, resource-deprived, and isolated. His cultivation stagnated completely. He had assumed this state would persist for a long time. But today, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope to break free from his predicament. Walking down the street, he unexpectedly spotted Li Lan. In the underground black market, she was the coveted, tempting fruit desired by countless others. Higashikawa Okasaka licked his lips greedily, his eyes fixed on Li Lan as he murmured to himself. Li Lan, little buddy, big hello. Capture him alive. Mine. Swift breakthrough. Both of them, looking pretty good. From now on, they're all mine. Ha 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 ha. Young master, it seems we're being followed. What should we do? Su Xian asked anxiously, his strength seems formidable, at least a great enlightened one. Should I call the family? Li Lan shook his head. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. Fire Elemental confirmed no danger outside and emerged from the host's body. The lightning element strode out of the host with utter disregard for others, bellowing, "Ants of another world, your king has arrived." The wood element declared, "To fight for our master it is my duty." In an instant, the air stirred with turbulent winds. Fire, thunder, and wood elements danced restlessly through the air. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, churning with stormy energy. Countless purple bolts of lightning brewed within the storm, rumbling with deafening roars. A colossal flame coalesced into a war god, standing mid-air, wielding a crimson blazing axe as he surveyed all creation. Countless vines shot from the ground, weaving themselves into a colossal cage. A few seconds later, Li Lan closed her eyes once more and gently lowered her hand. The three elements erupted together. All fell silent, and the sky cleared once more. But the man had vanished. As if he had never existed. With a raised hand, he extinguished all life with closed eyes, all fell silent. Not even a single bone remained. Witnessing this scene, Su Xian looked at Li Lan with terror etched on his face. Young master, what just happened? Seeing his astonished expression, Li Lan felt a surge of amusement. Little Xian, you mustn't tell anyone about what just happened. Then can you win first place in the martial arts tournament? After a moment of silence, Su Xian suddenly asked. Li Lan. Was this really the time to ask such a question? Shouldn't you be? Wow, young master, you're so awesome. Wow, young master, I swear I won't tell a soul. Wow, young master, I admire you so much. Right? Chapter 57, The Fox Dean, the Disciplinary Teacher, and the Restless Elements. As one of the 5 largest academies in Dragon Nation, Xinglong Academy not only boasts a formidable faculty, but also boasts top-tier defensive capabilities. The moment Li Lan and Su Xian stepped off the bus and approached the academy gates, they felt several pairs of eyes fixed on them. These gazes belonged to the patrol squad. Dressed in dark green uniforms with insignia pinned to their chests, they carried an air of distinction. Each patrol member possessed at least the strength of a high-tier sorcerer. The squad leader was a red-haired beauty with fair skin, striking features, and piercing eyes like a female general on the battlefield. Her divine power was not concealed but radiated unmistakably. Su Xian glanced at the closed academy gates. Young master, I'll go ask them how to get in. Li Lan gave a slight nod. Su Xian jogged over. Just as he was about to speak, a young patrolman pointed toward the nearby registration window and said, Student, the registration desk is over there. We're not here to register, Su Xian replied politely. I just wanted to ask how to enter the school gates. Do you have a registration? The young patrolman paused, then replied, Xinglong Academy prohibits unauthorized entry. Without a prior appointment or registration, you can only enter accompanied by an academy instructor or with a student pass. Su Xian shook his head, maintaining his politeness. I have neither a token nor an appointment. Still, thank you. Just as he turned to leave, the female squad leader suddenly called out to him. Hold on. Everyone looked at him in confusion. The female captain asked, Excuse me, are you Su Xian? Yes. Su Xian looked at her in confusion. And you are? Hello, my name is Li Zixia. He didn't recognize the name. Su Xian tentatively asked, From the Li family? There were many people with the surname Li, but only the family of the Yin Emperor had the standing to call themselves members of the Li family. Hearing this, every patrol team member turned to Su Xian with astonished expressions. To make such a statement, it was obvious without saying that Su Xian also came from the Li family. The female captain hummed in acknowledgement, then turned to Li Lan and asked, Is that young master Li Lan? Su Xian nodded in response. A flicker of astonishment passed through the female captain's eyes before she turned to the young man from earlier. Wang Zhao, escort them inside. Yes, sir. Wang Zhao nodded hastily. Who would have thought they were from the Li family? No way, no way. Oh, and once you're inside, don't wander around the academy grounds, the female captain reminded them. Letting the two of them in was already breaking the rules. If someone with ulterior motives reported her, she would face disciplinary action. Don't worry about that, Su Xian said, giving her a grateful look. He'd been with Li Lan the entire time wherever she went, he followed. But Li Lan? He probably wouldn't even bother walking, let alone wander off. Follow me, Wang Zhao instructed. Swiping his student card, the gates of Xinglong Academy flashed with azure light and swung open automatically. Su Xian pushed Li Lan into the academy grounds. At that moment, quite a few people were inside Xinglong Academy. Seeing Li Lan and Su Xian walk into the campus, many were drawn to them. Look, more freshmen have arrived. Wonder if they're first or second year students. So handsome. Both of them are gorgeous. Swoon, swoon, swoon. My husband, both of them are mine. Dude, keep your mouth shut. Sigh, sigh. The disabled handsome young master and the cool, aloof hottie, they're perfectly tailored to my taste. You girls are too crazy. Unlike me, I only care if they're strong. Exactly. A bunch of losers. I only crave worthy opponents. Losers are losers. The world needs losers anyway, so why can't it be me? I didn't expect Xinglong Academy students to be so enthusiastic, Su Xian remarked involuntarily. Li Lan gave a slight nod. Noticing that none of the group was looking at him, Wang Zhao felt like he'd swallowed a sour pickle. He muttered flatly. Really? 3 figures in the crowd stared at Li Lan in astonishment. Who'd have thought the lazy goddess would come to Xinglong Academy too? If Su Xian had seen them, he would have recognized them instantly. These three were none other than Huang Chang, Wang Zichao, and Baiyu, the very trio who had joined them in clearing the beast hide back in Jiangnan province. The mere thought of his younger brother provoking Li Lan back in Jiangnan province made Huang Chang's hand itch. He swatted Huang Zichao across the face. Huang Zichao let out a wail and protested, "Bro, why are you hitting me again? You just look like you're asking for it." "But Mom and Dad said we look alike," Huang Zichao retorted stubbornly. Another slap met his protest. This time, Huang Zichao dared not say another word. Baiyu couldn't help but chuckle from the side. "Zichao, you really should work on that temper of yours. Lucky it was Li Lan who caught you back then. If it had been one of those petty big family disciples, your body would be nowhere to be found by now." "I know," Huang Zichao said weakly. "Oh, I still don't know where you guys are headed," Wang Jiao suddenly asked. Su Xian looked at Li Lan, but he didn't know either. The two waited for quite some time, but Li Lan only opened his eyes without speaking. Su Xian was used to it, but Wang Jiao was getting impatient. Just as he was beginning to think Li Lan might be mute, she spoke. "To find teacher Mu Quebec. So you can talk after all, old man." Listening to Li Lan's slow, deliberate tone, as if each word required immense effort, Wang Jiao felt too exasperated to even complain. He pulled out his phone and checked the academy map. Then he led the way ahead, saying, "Teacher Mukei's residence is over this way." Su Xian pushed Li Lan along behind him. After a few minutes, the three stopped before a massive treehouse. The tree stood over 10 meters tall, with a wooden cabin suspended high above. "Li Lan, you finally arrived." An old man sat leisurely sipping tea above, accompanied by a fox seated beside him. The fox, seemingly disguised as a human, held a porcelain cup, savoring the tea ceremony with meticulous care. Every so often, it would take a delicate sip. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jiao silently stepped back. He gave Li Lan a long, meaningful look. Just as he was wondering if Li Lan had come to seek Mu Kei's help for his leg, a terrifying sight unfolded before him. Li Lan suddenly left his wheelchair, stretched lazily, and stood up straight. With a light leap, he carried Su Xian onto the wooden hut. "So you're not mute or crippled after all, old man, you're perfectly normal." Wang Jiao's face darkened. In all his years, he'd never encountered such an eccentric individual. Still, his mood lifted slightly. What good is being so handsome? He's so lazy, his strength must be weak. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock. A surge of psychic energy erupted from Li Lan's body. Psychic. Senior Mu. Teacher Qi. The two greeted him. "Li Lan, you've been keeping a pretty low profile, haven't you?" Mu Kei looked at Li Lan in surprise, taking a light sip of tea. A rare psychic ability, and at the divine power realm? Impressive indeed. Using his wood elemental ability, he conjured a chair behind Su Xian. Just as he was about to conjure a second one, Li Lan picked up the fox beside him and sat down, rubbing its head with his hand. Mu Kei's heart skipped a beat. "Teacher Qi, your fox is adorable," Li Lan said lazily. "By the way, Teacher Qi, how did you know I was coming?" Mu Kei didn't even have the energy to agonize over his surname anymore. He stared nervously at the fox in Li Lan's arms and said, "The Vice Dean told me." "The Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy? One of the few land immortal realm powerhouses in Dragon Nation?" Su Xian's face grew solemn with respect. "Is he here?" Li Lan shed his usual lazy demeanor, fixing Mu Kei with a pair of clear, piercing eyes. Before Mu Kei could speak, the fox in Li Lan's arms suddenly spoke up. "Youngster, is my touch still good?" It turned its head, its dark, piercing eyes fixed on Li Lan. Li Lan glanced at the fox, his heart racing with shock. He quickly turned his gaze to Mu Kei. Mu Kei shot him a look that said, "You're on your own." He gave a slight nod. Li Lan quickly released the fox. Its fur was as smooth as silk. With a gentle shift, it slipped from Li Lan's embrace. A chair materialized beside the table, and it sat down lightly upon it. "Senior, I'm sorry," Li Lan hurriedly stood up to apologize. But the fox dean seemed utterly unconcerned by his earlier offense, merely waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing." He then narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, "Wood Elemental Master, Lightning Elemental Master, Fire Elemental Master, Psychic Master, Control Sorcerer, quite interesting." The voice was loud, its gender and age indistinguishable. Yet Li Lan could distinctly sense that only he could hear it. At that moment, Li Lan felt as if he had been completely seen through, all his secrets laid bare before this fox-like dean. What immense power! Was it a psychic ability to see into one's mind? But why hadn't it detected the divine water element? Could it be because it was too unique? Li Lan's expression grew solemn. Yet seconds later, inexplicably, his body relaxed on its own. He felt as though he were bathing in a sea of trees, basking in the spring breeze. His mood was more serene than ever before. "Don't be nervous, kid. I'm not going to eat you. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone about this." The fox dean murmured softly, a cup of tea appearing in his hand as if by magic. "What's going on?" Mu Kei and Su Xian looked utterly bewildered. "By the way, Vice Dean, where do you plan to assign Li Lan?" Mu Kei suddenly asked. Idle, yet not exhausting, such positions are few and far between, the Fox Dean muttered. Then you'll be assigned to the enforcement court. Speaking of which, the Grand Elder of the enforcement court is still from your Li family. Judicial court instructor. Equivalent to the disciplinary committee of the student council. But the enforcement court instructor doesn't just oversee students, he oversees teachers too. They even have authority over some of the subordinate schools of Qinglong Academy. In a major academy like Qinglong, that's a position wielding real power. Yet now they want to appoint a child to this position. Mu Ke couldn't help but speak up. Vice Principal, isn't this against the rules? Setting aside the requirement to have served at the academy for at least 10 years to become an enforcement court instructor. And the minimum requirement for an enforcement court instructor is mid-stage great magician. Li Lan doesn't meet the standard. But I believe a mere mid-stage great enlightened being is no match for Li Lan. Fox Dean narrowed his eyes and took a sip of tea. A mere mid-stage great enlightened being is no match for Li Lan? Does the Vice Dean hold Li Lan in such high regard? Mu Ke sucked in a sharp breath. Understood. I'll go activate Li Lan's teacher status with the Dean immediately. Li Lan, head over to the Divine Powers Hall in the library shortly. It'll help fill the gaps in your divine power knowledge. Fox Dean pondered for a moment before saying, your physical cultivation is quite impressive. It seems you've been putting in genuine effort. Li Lan nodded. Understood, Vice Dean. Self-improvement is what I've always strived for. The fire element widened its eyes and said, Master, have you no shame? The lightning element roared with laughter, Master, you're cracking me up. The lightning element accidentally struck the fire element's face while laughing. The fire element slapped the thunder element right across the face. The smile vanished from the lightning element's face. The wood element said, Master, you're amazing. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. The divine water element remained silent, rolling its eyes at you. Other abilities and techniques. Wood Deficiency and Su Xin beside them were speechless. Kid young master, where did you get the confidence to spout such motivational nonsense? Leaving Elder Mu Ke's small wooden hut, Su Xin pushed Li Lan through the academy grounds, searching for the library mentioned by the Vice Dean. But after searching for quite a while, he still couldn't find it. What are you doing? Li Lan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Xin. Looking for the library. Aren't you heading to the Divine Power Pavilion, young master? Did you find it? Su Xin shook his head. Just then, the phone in Li Lan's pocket flew out on its own and landed in his hand. Simultaneously, a voice rang out from the device. Unscrupulous maps continues to guide you. The library's route appeared clearly before Su Xin's eyes. Su Xin's face flushed crimson, wishing he could crawl into a groundhog hole. So that's how it worked. He'd assumed a top-tier academy like Qinglong wouldn't have its maps leaked on these sites. Qinglong Academy truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 5 great academies of the Dragon Nation. The library was built with truly magnificent grandeur. Its footprints surpassed even the entire campus of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, where Li Lan had previously studied. Stepping inside felt like entering a colossal fortress built entirely of books. Beyond books related to supernatural abilities, genres like literature, web novels, and comic books each occupied substantial sections of their own. Seeing the stacks of books in the literature section, Su Xin's eyes widened in awe. But the thought that he wasn't a student of Qinglong Academy and couldn't borrow books. He could only sigh helplessly. Just then, Li Lan spoke up. Just borrow whatever you want. Charge it to me. Su Xin hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a excitedly nudging Li Lan toward the shelves. But a few minutes later, Li Lan, who had been sleeping, suddenly felt the elements within her body stir restlessly. Something within the library seemed to be drawing them, making them eager to break free. Chapter 58, The Hall of Divine Powers, The Dog Dean, and Farewell, Clown. What the hell is going on in broad daylight? Li Lan frowned, sent a mental command, and punched them. The fire element paused, then promptly punched the lightning element back. Thunder element, this is hilarious, Thunder God. Doesn't hurt a bit. Young master, what's wrong? Su Xin noticed his young master's emotional fluctuation, put down the book he was holding, and asked in confusion. Li Lan shook his head. Nothing. He observed that even after punching these elements, they remained intensely restless. It seemed something within the library was drawing them in. Even the usually aloof divine water element was no exception. What could be drawing the divine water element? What secrets did this library hold? Li Lan pondered for a moment, initially too lazy to care. But just as he closed his eyes to fall asleep, his psychic ability took control, propelling his body upward automatically. He soared toward the library's 2nd floor. Then toward the 3rd floor. Finally, the 4th floor. It came to a halt at the end of the 4th floor corridor, before a door. The door was pushed open by psychic force. Li Lan saw that beyond this door lay yet another door. It was a massive ancient bronze door carved with all manner of bizarre and grotesque beasts. The most striking among them was a divine dragon, its body swirling with thunder, claws extended, and a majestic countenance. Li Lan recognized the divine beast at a glance. It was none other than the totem of Qinglong Academy, the Azure Dragon. What secrets lay hidden behind this door? On impulse, Li Lan reached out to push the door open. But suddenly, everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, a Shiba Inu appeared beside him. A dog? Li Lan was taken aback, crouching down to pet it a couple of times. The Shiba Inu suddenly spoke. "Young man, what brings you here? Don't you know this is forbidden territory of the academy? Trespassers face punishment at best, expulsion at worst, and memory erasure." The Shiba Inu's voice was weathered and hoarse, yet radiated profound authority, like that of an elder who had long occupied a position of power. Staring at it, Li Lan froze, his hand stiff in midair. No way. Another big shot? What's wrong with these seniors at Qinglong Academy? It's either a fox or a dog. Elder, I'm sorry. I didn't know this rule. Are you a freshman? Li Lan nodded, then shook his head. The Shiba Inu furrowed his brow. Li Lan hurriedly retrieved his master's token from his spatial ring. After all, he was already wanted. Exposing it now wouldn't change anything. Upon seeing the token, Chidan paused, his gaze turning suspicious as he looked at Li Lan. Is this from your elders? No, it's mine. Dean Fox gave it to me. Fox? The Shiba Inu's eyes flashed golden as it studied Li Lan intently, then suddenly burst into laughter. A great sorcerer, interesting. Young man, care to abandon darkness for light and become my student? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chai Shang, one of the vice deans of Qinglong Academy. Shiba Shang, the king of beasts? Li Lan froze, staring at the Shiba Inu in disbelief. He never imagined his identity would be so terrifying. This terrestrial immortal was only a notch below his own grandfather, possessing the supernatural ability to tame and cultivate beasts. Under his command lay a vast horde of tamed beasts, each rivaling the might of a great supernatural being, true king-level creatures. No sooner had he finished speaking than a fox leapt out from somewhere, landing steadily on Li Lan's shoulder. Old dog, after all these years, you still try to poach my territory? When we were kids, you stole my underwear and my soda. As adults, you snatched my first love and my teacher. Now that we're old, you're trying to take my disciple. And now you want to steal him too, huh? Too bad this kid isn't mine. He's that old geezer Yen Di's grandson. Holy crap, is this for real? Is it really appropriate to discuss this in front of me, your junior? Too bad I never liked gossip. So, bring it on. Li Lan stared intently at the fox and the dog. The Flame Emperor? Damn it, how come all the descendants of that old geezer are geniuses? It's infuriating. The Shiba Inu shot Li Lan a glare. Li Lan felt darkness engulf his vision once more. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in the outer corridor. That door just vanished too. What kind of ability is this? As Li Lan pondered, the supernatural abilities also quieted down, unable to sense the source that had excited them moments before. Forget it. I'll just go to sleep. Using his psychic powers, Li Lan cleared a clean patch on the ground. He lay down and soon drifted off to sleep. Soft snores drifted through the air. His arched eyebrows twitched slightly. The surroundings were utterly silent. After Li Lan vanished, Su Xian had been searching relentlessly. He searched the entire second floor, but found nothing. He searched the third and fourth floors, but still found nothing. Just as he was wondering where the young master had gone, he spotted a group of girls gathered in a corner, seemingly watching something. Curiosity drawing him closer, their murmurs reached his ears. Who is this? Why is he sleeping here? No idea, but I swear I've seen him somewhere before. Isn't he the handsome guy in the wheelchair downstairs earlier? How did he end up here? Where are his companions? Could this be some drama about a wealthy family's inheritance? He's the eldest son, and that one is the second son. The second son chose to kill the disabled eldest son to claim the entire fortune for himself. A sense of foreboding rose within Su Xian. Stepping closer, he saw that the person lying on the ground, the subject of everyone's discussion, was indeed Li Lan. Su Xian walked over expressionlessly, hoisted Li Lan onto his back, and carried him away under the curious stares of the crowd. Ever since following the young master, he felt like he'd been nothing but an embarrassment. Damn it! When Li Lan awoke, he found himself standing at the entrance of the Divine Power Pavilion. As the place where Qinglong Academy housed its Divine Power models, the Divine Power Pavilion was heavily guarded, with personnel on duty around the clock. Even entering required identity verification and registration. Young master, are you sure you'll be alright on your own? What kind of question is that? I'm not a 3-year-old child. Li Lan looked at him strangely. Then I'll wait for you at the entrance. No need. Wait for me in the reading area on the first floor. I don't know how long I'll be. When you come out, you're not allowed to sleep on the floor again. All right. Su Xian eyed him skeptically, but since he couldn't go inside, he had no choice but to accept it. Hello, student. Please present your credentials. Li Lan had barely stepped into the Divine Power's compound when he was stopped by an old man with snow-white hair and a youthful face. Li Lan presented his teacher's token. The old man paused slightly. He took the token and scanned it on the device. Enforcement Court Instructor. He gave Li Lan a long, appraising look before waving him through casually. Go on in. Though located on the third floor of the library, the Divine Ability Pavilion was divided into several distinct levels. The first floor housed more common, easier to master foundational divine abilities. These were categorized into elemental, mental, physical, and other types. Li Lan scanned the area but found no particularly valuable divine abilities. He had intended to release his elements to let them observe on their own, but upon seeing the lightning element hadn't even emerged yet, he wore a look of utter disgust. What can I say? All the divine abilities here are trash. This thunder god never bothers with such lowly stuff. His tone was so arrogant that the fire elemental gave him a thorough beating. Then, all alone, the element hid in a corner, whimpering softly. It was truly heartbreaking to witness, tear-jerking to hear. The water elemental, wood elemental, and others stood nearby, laughing heartily. Li Lan ascended to the second floor. The second floor contains several small compartments, each displaying different types of supernatural abilities. Unlike the first floor, browsing and practicing the divine abilities in these second floor compartments required payment. There are 13 compartments on the second floor. What each one contains is described on the door. Each entry costs 150,000 credits. If you enter and choose no supernatural abilities, the fee is non-refundable. So please choose carefully. The gatekeeper overseeing the second floor regarded Li Lan intently. Without hesitation, Li Lan swiped his bank card and entered one of the compartments. 15,000? Careful choice? Who do you think you're looking down on? Pocket change, really? The attendant's face darkened. This young man. Because payment was required, the spacious compartment stood completely empty. This was a compartment housing fire elemental divine abilities. Every type of fire elemental technique imaginable was stored here. Offensive, defensive, supportive. The moment Li Lan stepped inside, the fire element eagerly swarmed out. It gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity, its tiny hands fidgeting restlessly as it picked out its favorite spells. Just as its little hand reached for a spell model, Li Lan's expression changed abruptly. He quickly pulled it back, fearing it might set the model ablaze. The fire element was a tiny flame. Now, as it looked at Li Lan, its little eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. Thunder element burst into laughter. Too funny. This has me cracking up. The fire element returned to its host's body and slapped the thunder element. The thunder element's smile vanished. Li Lan pondered for a moment, then unleashed his psychic ability as well. With psychokinesis in play, everything became much easier. The fire element handled observation, while the telekinesis ability handled retrieval. As for Li Lan himself, he was in charge of sleeping. The fire element is learning the divine technique, Fiery Serpent's Frenzy. Learning successful. Fire element is learning divine technique, Fire Shield. Learning successful. Fire element is learning the divine technique, Extreme Blaze. Learning successful. Fire element is attempting to fuse the divine technique. Fusion failed. Fire element attempting second fusion. Fusion failed. When Li Lan awoke, dusk had already fallen over the sky. He was awakened by the chamber guard. After waking up, he intended to check the other compartments as well. But the moment he stepped out, he was met with Su Xian's deeply resentful expression. Young master, I thought you'd died in there. Li Lan clutched his head and collapsed back to sleep. Watching Su Xian carry Li Lan away, the guards murmured in astonishment. This young man. How could he be so lazy? The next few days passed in idle boredom. Li Lan was either sleeping or on his way to sleep. After days of effort, the fire elemental finally succeeded in fusing its divine abilities. Fusing 5 or 6 divine abilities at once was no small challenge for it. After the successful fusion, it collapsed to the ground and fell asleep. The lightning element, unusually, did not disturb it. Fire element attempting to merge divine powers. Fusion failed. Fire element attempting to merge divine powers. Fusion failed. Fire element attempting to integrate divine power. Fusion successful. The fire element has mastered the divine ability, Lava Heaven's semi-domain divine ability. It's actually a semi-domain divine ability. Li Lan was slightly surprised. After advancing to the rank of Earth Immortal, a great divine power user would unlock their own domain. But before that, they must first condense a semi-domain divine power. Semi-domain divine powers are typically mastered only by late-stage or peak-level power users. Yet unexpectedly, the fire elemental had grasped it as early as the mid-stage of a great master of divine powers. Fire elemental is truly remarkable. Hearing Li Lan's praise, the lightning elemental stared intently at the sleeping fire elemental, yearning to take its place. 2 days remained until the martial artist tournament. Early that morning, Li Lan received notice that the tournament would be held in a newly opened secret realm on the outskirts of Longjing. The secret realm was named Isle of Mists. According to the description, it was a vast island shrouded in mist, home to numerous exotic beasts. These beasts had all been deliberately introduced. It contained 12 king-level beasts, 500 commander-level beasts, and countless ordinary beasts. The secret realm was vast, roughly equivalent to the size of 6 or 7 cities. Points are earned by slaying beasts, and competition rankings are determined by point totals. All participants ranked below 60th in points are eliminated. Those who qualify for the National Martial Arts Tournament are the elite from each base province. This single round eliminated the majority, revealing just how brutal the competition format truly was. "Young master, would you like some milk?" Having skipped breakfast, Su Xian approached carrying 2 bottles of milk. Li Lan nodded. Su Xian held the milk to his lips. After finishing the milk, bored out of his mind, Li Lan opened the underground black market website. He discovered his bounty had increased again. Glancing at the trending list, the top 3 spots were all occupied by one person. And this person was someone Li Lan knew somewhat: the puppeteer. 1. Breaking news: Dark Moon Circus puppeteer turns new leader into puppet. 2. Update: Ghost Knight Blade Demon to replace puppeteer as interim leader, becoming new director of Dark Moon Fair. 3. The Dark Moon Fair is about to defect. Let's examine the puppeteer's recent maneuvers. What a madman! Li Lan shut off his phone, intending to step outside for some fresh air and the morning breeze. But as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a puppet lying by the door. The puppet's appearance seemed vaguely familiar. After a moment of confusion, Li Lan quickly remembered. The puppet's appearance was identical to the former ringmaster clown of the Dark Moon Circus. "Li Lan, it's been a while." A voice identical to the clown's emerged from the puppet's mouth. Chapter 59, One Body, Two Souls. The tournament begins. The Dark Moon Circus director, the clown? Li Lan's brow furrowed slightly. Fire, lightning, and wood elements swirled around him, emanating a fiercely volatile aura. This fury did not originate from Li Lan himself, but from the 3 elements themselves. They tightly enveloped Li Lan, glaring menacingly at the clown puppet. As if the moment it showed the slightest hint of threat, they would strike without hesitation, tearing it to shreds. "Aren't you dead? Or are you the puppeteer?" The clown shifted his wooden frame and spoke slowly. "The leader is dead, but the clown lives on." "What do you mean?" "I mean I'm no longer part of the Spirit Energy Society." The clown chuckled. "You needn't harbor such hostility toward me. I pose no threat to you now." Li Lan studied him closely and found it to be true. He was now a puppet, nothing more than a puppet. Beyond the ability to speak, the puppet itself possessed no real power. "Why did you come find me?" "I need your help. I need you to look after me for a while. That's all." "Are you dreaming?" Li Lan looked down at it and said, "The head of the Dark Moon Circus, the leader of one of the 5 major branches of the Psionic Society, a man who has committed countless evils. Why would I help you?" "And why do you think I would?" The fact that the Dark Moon Circus could casually unleash a beast tide across Jiangnan province showed they were rotten to the core. If not for his curiosity about what it was scheming, Li Lan would have killed it long ago to satisfy his urge. "Who is the Dark Moon Circus director?" "I'm not familiar." The clown puppet replied, "I told you, my name is Clown. I only answered to Clown. As for the Dark Moon Circus's leader, it's dead. Completely devoured by an imperial-grade beast, not a trace left behind. You saw it with your own eyes. Everyone saw it. Isn't that right? If you don't clarify this immediately, I'll take action." Li Lan stared at him meaningfully. Hearing this, could it be that the Dark Moon Circus's director, the clown, was someone else entirely? At the threat in Li Lan's voice, the lightning element responded with a thunderous roar. It even glanced over at the fire element beside it with a show of bravado. The fire element promptly slapped the thunder element across the face. Was this clash of elements meant as a show of force? The clown dared not continue his nonsense. Instead, he turned to Li Lan and asked earnestly, "Do you know about dual souls in one body? One body, 2 souls?" The clown nodded. "You don't mean to say?" "That's right. I am one body, 2 souls." The clown explained simply, "In my youth, I came into possession of a strange artifact called the soul-splitting pearl. It can divide a person's soul into 2. His explanation was lengthy, but the gist was as follows. When absorbing human souls, psychic energy uses the Blood Moon Holy Grail to control a person's soul and even their body. With the soul-splitting pearl's aid, the young Joker narrowly escaped this fate, with only half his soul controlled by the Blood Moon Holy Grail. However, due to the soul-splitting pearl side effects, his soul suffered severe damage, causing him to fall into slumber periodically. During these periods, the other half of the clown's soul, trained by the Spirit Energy Society, became murderous and cruel. When he awoke, he attempted to correct this, but it was already too late. He no longer obeyed the young Joker, having transformed into a completely new, dark personality. The young clown himself was now imprisoned within his own body. The clown had been a prodigy in his youth, and as such, he refused to show weakness. Over the years, he persistently attempted to reunite the souls, achieving initial progress. However, due to the stark differences in personality between the clown and the young clown, the other members of the Dark Moon Circus soon sensed something was amiss. To avoid exposure, the young clown had no choice but to halt the fusion process. He allowed the clown to retain control of the body. Meanwhile, the young clown remained hidden behind the scenes, plotting his escape from the control of the Spirit Energy Society. Later, without alerting the clown, the young clown befriended a puppeteer. The puppeteer also sought to leave the Spirit Energy Society, and the two found common ground. Then came the scene Li Lan witnessed in Jiangnan province alongside the others. The clown, along with his physical body, perished beneath the monstrous beast's jaws. The young clown, however, found rebirth through a soul-nurturing puppet crafted by the puppeteer. The puppeteer helped the clown escape the Spirit Energy Society. In exchange, once the young clown regained some strength, he must return to the secret realm where he had obtained the soul-shattering pearl and retrieve another one to give to the puppeteer. The puppeteer would then use the same method to leave the Spirit Energy Society. These words seemed reasonable, and Li Lan found them somewhat credible. Yet as he listened, Li Lan detected a flaw. He looked at the clown puppet and asked, "The puppeteer also wants to leave the Spirit Energy Society?" The clown puppet nodded. "He did tell me that, and he followed the plan. The Dark Moon Holy Grail controls a person's body and even their soul. Since the puppeteer is already controlled, whether his soul splits into 2, 3, or any number of fragments, those souls will remain under control. If that's the case, why does he need the soul-splitting bead?" At this, the clown puppet fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again. "What you just said crossed my mind too, but I don't know why he did it either. However, I can assure you everything I said earlier is true. Why should I believe you?" The clown fell silent again. A scroll appeared in his hand as he spoke earnestly. "I can swear an oath." "An oath scroll?" Li Lan recognized it instantly, a relic produced in a 5-star secret realm of the Lighthouse Nation. Though a top-tier exotic treasure, its price was only half that of a high-grade exotic treasure. There were 2 reasons for this. First, its quantity was simply too abundant, appearing in batches of tens of thousands each time. Second, it served only one purpose: to bind oaths. Should the oath-taker speak falsehoods, the scroll would instantly incinerate. However, its restrictions were severe. To activate the scroll, both a Party A and a Party B were required. Suppose Li Lan is Party A and the Joker is Party B. For Party B to swear an oath, Party A's strength must overwhelmingly surpass Party B's, otherwise, the oath cannot be established. In most cases, when one party vastly outmatches the other, there's no need for oaths at all. Fists speak louder than words. Li Lan examined his scroll and nodded. Moments later, the scroll remained intact in Li Lan's hand, the oath established. This signified that everything the Joker had just said was the absolute truth. Could it be that puppeteers possessed some method to purify souls? Li Lan pondered thoughtfully. The clown puppet said, "Li Lan, do you believe my words now?" Li Lan nodded. "Then would you be willing to help me for a while? I need time to rebuild my strength." "No. Why should I help you?" Li Lan stared at him. "And what reason do I have to believe you won't stab me in the back once you've regained your strength?" "I'm willing to pay a certain price." The Joker had anticipated this response and smiled faintly. "As for regaining strength and stabbing you in the back, you needn't worry. In a moment, I'll hand over the core of the soul puppet. Should I make any untoward moves, you can crush it instantly. While it won't kill me, it will leave me gravely wounded and near death. Isn't that precisely your current state?" Li Lan retorted, glaring at him. "Can you speak properly?" The clown maintained his smile. "It would be far worse than my current state. After all, the puppet core holds the bulk of my soul. If it were damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable." The clown tossed the puppet core to Li Lan. Li Lan held it in his hand, examining it closely. Despite its fragile appearance, the Joker showed no sign of panic. Truly a seasoned powerhouse. Li Lan stowed the core away and said, "I agree. What can you offer me?" "A half-saint relic. Do you think so little of me? How about 2? I still feel you underestimate me. 3? Are you kidding me? That one relic, no more than that. In that case, I'll see you out." Just as Li Lan was about to toss the core back, the Joker hurriedly reached out to stop him. "That one holy relic, plus 2.5 semi-holy relics," the Joker gritted out. "This is absolutely everything I own. No deal, but no hard feelings, friend." Li Lan wore a smile. "Then, 2. I really can't go any higher. Any more and I'm walking out." The Joker stared at Li Lan. After several minutes of silence, he finally held up 2 fingers with obvious reluctance. "Clown, starting today, you're my best friend." Li Lan stepped forward and enthusiastically lifted the puppet. "Clown. By the way, why did you come looking for me?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Li Lan looked at him strangely. "Are you crazy? Spending 2 sacred relics just to stay by my side? Have I become that irresistible?" The clown nodded. "The High Priest sent me to find you." "The High Priest?" The puppeteer gave a self-deprecating chuckle. He said this was the result of a prophecy using a semi-divine relic. That staying by your side is better than staying by his. But I feel like he's pulling my leg? 2 sacred relics. I'm such a sucker. If I don't gain anything from you, I'll definitely settle the score with him later. The High Priest? Why is it always this little monster? Truly impossible to fathom what he's really after. You really are a sucker. Li Lan looked at him and said, when do you plan to give it to me? Ha? You don't intend to honor your word? Li Lan made a move as if to toss him aside. I'll give you 1 piece as a deposit. When I leave, I'll pay the rest. Otherwise, go ahead and throw it away, the clown hurriedly said. Li Lan thought it over. Fine. He nodded in agreement. The next second, a green glass sphere appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to ask what it was, the clown puppet transformed into a true automaton, losing all its previous vitality. It seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Li Lan stared at the orb in his hand and sent his divine sense into it. He immediately grasped its full function. The healing orb, a wood element auxiliary type sacred relic. When fully charged, the healing orb could instantly restore the injuries of 3 powerful beings. And these injuries were critical ones. Of course. Special conditions like curses or soul damage are excluded. Nice stuff. Just as Li Lan was about to slip it into his pocket, he noticed a slender vine brushing against his face. Wood element. You want it? The wood element nodded shyly. You weren't this shy when you were fighting the fire element. Li Lan chuckled, tossing it over without a second thought. Upon receiving the healing orb, the wood element swiftly devoured it. Ding! Wood element is consuming the wood attribute sacred relic, healing orb. Wood element energy plus 800. Ding! Wood elemental is consuming the wood attribute sacred relic, healing orb. Wood elemental energy plus 800. Ding! Wood element is consuming wood attribute relic, healing orb. Wood element energy plus 800. Wood element energy has reached critical threshold, breaking through constraints. Breakthrough failed, attempting again. Breakthrough failed, attempting again. Breakthrough failed. Wood element grits its teeth, attempting the breakthrough once more? Breakthrough successful. The wood element's cultivation has advanced to mid-stage great enlightened being. Wood element gains divine power, healing forest. Another new divine power, a healing type, not bad. Li Lan learned from the information provided by the wood element that when this divine power was cast, it could grow a small grove of trees in place. All living beings within this grove would receive healing blessings. Of course, if Li Lan chose not to heal a specific target, he could cancel the effect at any time. Hearing your praise, the wood element danced with delight, saying, this is all thanks to you, master. Little suck up. Li Lan teased it playfully before gathering all the elements and carrying the puppet back to his residence. Their residence, called Yin Village, was one of the Li family's properties in Longjing. It served 2 purposes: first, to entertain guests. Second, it provided a place for the Li family's kin to stay in Longjing. Although the Li family's main residence was also in Longjing, it was situated deep within the mountains outside the city walls, quite a distance from the heart of Longjing. Young master, what is that in your hand? After returning, Suexian looked at the puppet in Li Lan's hand. A good thing. It's ugly. Yes. You're the most handsome. Li Lan chuckled. Oh, and don't go losing it. Got it, boss. 2 days later, the weather was clear. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Early in the morning, Suexian dragged Li Lan out of bed and hurried him through his morning routine. Then he pushed him along to the martial arts tournament grounds. The venue was already packed with people, standing shoulder to shoulder everywhere. Li Lan even spotted several familiar faces among the crowd. Some were from Jiangnan province, others from the Li family. Chapter 60, the tournament begins, entering the secret realm, dangerous king-class monsters? The competition grounds were a massive white circular fortress. Its center was hollow, resembling a massive, irregular white donut. A massive secret realm portal stood at its center, continuously emitting gray particles from within its circular opening. Deep and mysterious. As far as Li Lan knew, this secret realm had been obtained 100 years ago by a group of powerful land-dwelling immortals during their own secret realm expedition. They had seized its core, which they restored, refined, and modified to create the current competition realm. Major tournaments were always held within it. During peacetime, it was also borrowed by the military for combat drills. The scenes within the realm could be freely changed, though each alteration required a significant expenditure of resources. Only contestants could enter the circular fortress, so crowds gathered outside. They buzzed with chatter, brimming with curiosity about this national martial arts tournament. How much longer until the competition starts? I've been standing here for ages. Why'd you come so early? You're no different, and you've got the nerve to say that to me? It should start this afternoon. Some competitors haven't arrived yet. Who do you think will make it into the top 5 this time? What's the question? It's definitely those 5 contestants from the 5 great academies. Not so sure about that. Don't forget Feng Xinghuan. He's been making waves lately, taking down quite a few established masters. He's a strong contender for the top 5. His master is a wind demon, that ancient monster who's lived for who knows how many years. An ancient monster? How old? Older than the Flame Emperor, I'd say. Whoa! Enough chatter. Chu Tianjiao from Suzaku Academy is here. A middle-aged man pointed to a private jet soaring through the sky. The jet bore a massive vermilion phoenix emblem, the unmistakable symbol of Suzaku Academy. The aircraft descended slowly, and a flat-chested yet fiercely imposing young woman stepped out. Her eyes blazed fiery red as she shouldered a 2-meter-long, spike mace. Several Suzaku Academy students followed behind her. All were contestants in this tournament, recruited by Suzaku Academy after triumphing in their respective home provinces. Noticing the intense stares from those around her, Chu Tianjiao frowned slightly. She lowered the mace from her shoulder and slammed it onto the ground. Thud! The ground instantly caved in, forming a large hole. The onlookers, startled, quickly averted their gaze. Holy crap, that's terrifying. Chu Tianjiao's still as violent as ever. You bet. As a master of fire magic, her fiery temper is off the charts. The Chu family is the second most prominent fire element clan in our dragon nation. It's only natural they're fiery. The Li family is fire element too, but I've never seen them act this violent. The Lis aren't violent? Once, a classmate of mine flirted with a girl from the Li family. The next day, his clothes were burned to shreds, and he was hung naked from a traffic light. Oh my gosh, that's absolutely terrifying. She got what she deserved. Who told her classmate to flirt with her? Wait a minute, isn't that girl named Li Mimi? How'd you know that? She used to go to my school too. Because of her, the traffic lights outside our school were always packed with people every day. Chu Tianjiao is actually pretty cute, huh? Stop staring. If she catches you, she'll gouge your eyes out. Young master, it's Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao? So she's a girl. I always thought she was a guy. This Chu Tianjiao is notorious for being ruthless, like an upgraded version of Li Mimi. You're not afraid she'll hear you talking about her like that? Su Xin chuckled. Why should I fear her? Leilan looked at Su Xin and patted his chest. Seemed like he really didn't need to. Su Xin recalled the scene outside Qinglong Academy not long ago. Let me push you in. Second uncle might already be inside. Leilan nodded lightly. The second uncle Su Xin referred to was another earth immortal of the Li family. However, his power paled in comparison to the Flame Emperor, being on par with the average terrestrial immortal. Su Xin pushed Li Lan into the arena. As someone in a wheelchair, he stood out immediately. The moment they crossed the threshold, countless eyes turned their way. Just as onlookers assumed Li Lan couldn't enter, they were stunned by what followed. After verifying his identity, Li Lan not only gained entry but was personally escorted by several staff members who were powerful cultivators. One of the Li family's powerful practitioners was particularly enthusiastic. Wait, who's that disabled person? Isn't the arena off limits to non-competitors? Don't recognize him. Probably some family's descendant or an elder's offspring. No need to guess. He's a competitor in this tournament too. His entry follows the rules. The one pushing him is the one breaking protocol, but given their family background, it's no big deal. Who are these two? You make them sound so formidable. Let me ask you, how many super-powered individuals are in this tournament? 6, isn't that common knowledge? Wrong. It's 7. How could that be? If there are 7, how come we haven't heard a single whisper about it? So you mean that guy in the wheelchair earlier? Exactly. He's the 7th one, the top contender from Jiangnan province, representing the Li family. The reason you haven't heard about him is purely because Jiangnan province was hit by a beast tide earlier, and the list of participants wasn't submitted in time. That's why you didn't see it. I looked it up. His name is Li Lan, the young master of the Li family. Li Lan? Isn't he a useless good-for-nothing? Oh my god. Li Lan, a quadruple elementalist. Master of wood element, fire element, and lightning element. Psychic abilities unknown. Age, 17. What? A 17-year-old master of divine abilities? Is he some kind of monster? Terrifying. What's going on over there? Chu Tianjiao, wielding her wolf tooth club, couldn't help but ask as she watched the noisy crowd at the entrance. Upon hearing the name Li Lan, a youth with a sinister expression in her group suddenly realized. Senior sister, it must be Li Lan causing this. Who is Li Lan? He's the top-ranked student in Jiangnan province and also a member of the Li family, the youth explained briefly. If either Li Lan or Su Xin were outside, they would recognize him instantly. This man was one of the figures they knew well in Jiangnan province, Wu Tianxi, the poison wolf who later joined Vermilion Bird Academy. The Li family? Poof. My Chu family has never been inferior to the Li family. At this martial arts tournament, watch me crush him. Let's go. Chu Tianjiao didn't bother asking for details about Li Lan. Shouldering her wolf tooth club, she strode into the tournament arena. Inside the venue, a middle-aged man sat down beside Li Lan. He rattled off a long string of words, eager to see how Li Lan would respond, only to hear the faint sound of his snoring. 6th uncle, the young master has fallen asleep. 6th uncle. So lazy, yet somehow he attained great supernatural powers. He sighed, intending to wake Li Lan. But seeing Su Xin's expression, which clearly said, just give the slightest nudge and I'll push the young master away immediately, he could only give up helplessly. Young people these days are getting lazier and lazier. It's all spoiling. He slapped his thigh and stood up to leave. It was unclear whether his words were directed at Su Xian or at Li Lan's older siblings. Or perhaps his own eldest brother. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Before long, everyone was present. Li Lan opened her eyes. With a flicker of her mind, a bottle of mineral water materialized at her lips. Then it slowly returned to its original place. Witnessing this, several contestants beside him couldn't help but roll their eyes. Is this how you're supposed to use telekinesis? Young master, Chu Tianjiu has arrived, Su Xian announced from the side. Li Lan turned his gaze to the side, where a woman with an imposing aura was striding toward them. Chu Tianjiu? What does she want? Why is she coming over here? Did any of you provoke her? Who dare provoke her? Are they suicidal? Time to grab popcorn and watch the show. He's walking over to that disabled guy. Disabled my ass, he's perfectly normal. How do you know that? Duh, my superpowers, of course. If my dad hadn't forced me into the martial arts tournament, I'd be a doctor by now. That disabled person, wait, no. Who's that guy in the wheelchair? How did he cross Chu Tianjiu? That man is Li Lan, from the Li family. The Chu and Li families have always clashed over the title of top Fire Element clan. Why she came for Li Lan, you know the deal. As Chu Tianjiu approached Li Lan, Su Xian immediately stepped in front of her. What do you think you're doing? And who are you? Not bad for a fire elementalist, Chu Tianjiu chuckled. Don't be so scared. I'm not going to eat Li Lan. Xiao Xinzi, step aside, Li Lan said. She won't dare do anything here. He rose from his wheelchair and extended a hand. Li family, Li Lan. Li Lan wasn't entirely sure if she dared to attack. He asked Su Xian to step aside mainly to protect him from getting hurt. After all, Su Xian was only a cultivator and no match for a powerful cultivator. Chu family, Chu Tianjiu. Chu Tianjiu grasped Li Lan's hand. Be careful in the competition. Don't run into me. You too. You're the only one in your age group who dares talk to me like that. You too. You're quite good, but compared to me, you still fall short. You too. Why only one sentence? Because I'm lazy. After a brief handshake, Chu Tianjiu departed. Though no altercation broke out between the two, they still drew quite a crowd. Who is that guy? How dare he talk to Chu Tianjiu like that? Li Lan, from the Li family. A master of wood elemental powers, a fire elemental master. But judging by the fiery aura around him, he seems to be more than just a master of elemental powers. A member of the Li family. No wonder. Two oddballs meeting, wonder who'll come out on top. In a corner of the venue. Brother Yuan, he seems to be from your Qinglong Academy. Shouldn't we go check him out? A carefree youth said to the cool-headed young man beside him. The cool-headed youth waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the portal at the center of the room. No need. If fate permits, perhaps we'll meet shortly. If it's not meant to be, meeting now would be pointless, just a waste of each other's time. You're still so mystical, the young man shook his head and smiled. A few minutes later, the announcement came over the loudspeaker. Alright, since all participants are present, the competition is about to begin. I'll keep this brief. A rough male voice announced. The secret realm you're about to enter is the mist realm, a vast island shrouded in fog, inhabited by all manner of strange beasts. Once inside, you have only one objective, to earn points. The competition lasts 1 month. After 1 month, the top 30 contestants and points will advance to the finals. Besides earning points by hunting beasts, you may also increase your tally by seizing points from others. Participants with 0 points will not be immediately eliminated. Finally, and most crucially, all beasts within the secret realm are genuine. Should you encounter danger, you may shatter your jade pendant. Once the jade pendant shatters, you may leave the secret realm immediately. However, leaving early signifies elimination. As for the jade pendants, they will be distributed to you by staff upon entering the secret realm shortly. Alright, the competition officially begins now. Good luck to all of you. All contestants, please enter the secret realm in an orderly fashion. After the broadcast faded, the crowd began streaming toward the central portal. Young master, be careful, Su Xian couldn't help but say. Li Lan nodded and smiled, don't worry. After collecting their jade pendants, the crowd stepped through the portal. Once all contestants had entered the secret realm, the large external screen in the venue suddenly lit up. A dozen images appeared before their eyes. The National Martial Arts Tournament was of such great importance that it was being recorded live. At this very moment, not only could those in the venue watch, but also the entire populace of the Dragon Nation. Many eagerly turned on their televisions to watch the competition unfold. Su Xian hurriedly searched for Li Lan's location. When he saw that Li Lan was positioned in the middle of a large lake, his expression darkened. A large lake that was the domain of aquatic beasts. With only a handful of lakes on Mist Island, it was obvious that every single one teemed with beasts. Time for a long nap. After scanning the surrounding waters, Li Lan wove a small boat from wood elemental energy and settled quietly inside. But no sooner had he settled in than he spotted a massive creature in the water, staring at him motionless. A king-tier beast. Sensing its presence, Li Lan grew wary. He was about to strike. But he quickly realized that no aggression emanated from this giant creature. Li Lan dipped his head underwater and discovered it was a giant sea otter. It gazed at Li Lan, making soft, whimpering sounds, its large, dark eyes fixed on him. Like a puppy seeing its owner. Strange? What was going on? Why was it looking at me like I was its mother? Outside, many eyes were drawn to Li Lan. Watching Li Lan, their hearts were in their throats. Who could have imagined that Li Lan, this unlucky soul, would encounter a king-level beast right from the start? Could he survive this? If it were just one, the young master should be able to handle it. Su Xin frowned as he pondered. Chapter 61, The Clingy Sea Otter King, the Sinister Great Mystic, and a Looming Crisis? Hello there, Li Lan waved at the giant sea otter. The sea otter tilted its head in confusion, then flashed a human-like smile and mimicked Li Lan's gesture. But since it was waving with both paws, it looked more like it was clapping. Just as Li Lan pondered whether to invite it aboard his small boat for a closer look. Dozens more otters surfaced from the water. They were equally massive, ranging in strength from commander level to high level and mid level. It seemed the largest one, the first to appear, was their leader. So many? Li Lan's eyes lit up. He beckoned with a flick of his hand, and the group of sea otters swam over in formation. As they drew near, Li Lan detected the aura of the sea god palace emanating from them. Only then did he understand why these beasts showed no aggression toward him. They were likely all exotic beasts tamed by the water god palace. But for some reason, they had suddenly been captured and brought into this secret realm. The footage was being broadcast live. Everything happening around Li Lan right now was appearing before the eyes of the entire nation watching the livestream. As they witnessed the massive wave of creatures surging toward Li Lan, viewers couldn't help but hold their breath in suspense. Of course, there were also those who took delight in his misfortune. At that moment, on the Shuweiyu platform, in the live stream of the National Martial Arts Tournament. This is brutal. He's facing a horde of beasts right off the bat. And one of them is even a king-tier beast, a creature that can be considered a master of divine powers. Yeah, water attribute king-level beasts in aquatic environments are far more terrifying than regular king-level beasts. Looks like we're about to see the first elimination. Is he insane? Why hasn't he crushed the jade pendant yet? He must not value his life. Does anyone know who this unlucky soul is? No clue. Never seen him before. +1. Just as everyone was writing Li Lan off, a flood of comments suddenly took over the screen. These comments were remarkably unified in tone, even crowning Li Lan with the title of God. Go lazy god. You're the best. We, the people of Jiangnan province, stand behind you. Lazy god is the coolest. Lazy god, take them down swiftly. Go lazy god. Oh, and bro upstairs, you misspelled that. Who are these people above? Paid commenters? And who is this lazy god anyway? Just as everyone was wondering who Li Lan was, Li Lan's identity was exposed, along with his past exploits in Jiangnan province. Guys, this guy's name is Li Lan. Who is Li Lan? Is he some big shot? Just search him on Baidu, he's the top result. Damn it, looks like we can't eliminate him after all. Plus, we've got another strong contender in the top 5 now. Who's this guy? He's so awesome. Can't be bothered to look it up. Anyone care to copy-paste the info? Li Lan, 17 years old, 4th son of the Yin Emperor Li family head, 1st place in the Jiangnan province qualifiers, a powerhouse with god-tier abilities, and an outstanding hero in the Jiangnan province beast tide. Holy crap, he's that good? What kind of monster is this? Has the world gone mad? A divine master in his teens? That's a once-in-a-century occurrence. Fun fact, there was another teenage divine power user before, also from the Li family, but he went soft later. Hey, if anyone from the Li family heard you say that, you'd be in for a beating. Even a great enlightened one would struggle to handle so many beasts at once, right? Who said he defeated them? Couldn't he have just fled? Su Xin, watching from the venue, couldn't help but sweat bullets for Li Lan. Everyone assumed Li Lan would flee immediately. But then, a scene unfolded that made everyone's eyes widen. After approaching Li Lan, the beasts did not attack, and Li Lan did not flee. Instead, both sides coexisted in an unusually harmonious manner. Li Lan even stroked the head of the king-level beast, which responded with an expression of pure enjoyment and contentment. What was going on? Was this truly a king-level beast? Are all king-level beasts this easygoing nowadays? Bro, you may look cute, but you're a king-level beast. Where's your royal beast dignity? Is your several-meter height just for show? Shouldn't you be slaughtering everyone and battling Li Lan for 300 rounds to show off your king-beast ferocity? Everyone stared at the giant sea otter in disbelief. Su Xin was also deeply puzzled. Another secret about the young master he didn't know had surfaced. The sea otter approached Li Lan, its large eyes wide open. It lowered its head and rubbed against Li Lan's body. Good day, palace master. As if trying to be cute. But its strength was so immense it rocked Li Lan's boat violently, splashing water inside. Li Lan was surprised to find he could roughly understand what the sea otter was trying to say. But the lower-level sea otters couldn't understand it. Ee-ya. Hug me. The giant sea otter held out its furry, massive paws. Li Lan glanced up at the several-meter-tall creature and gave a wry smile. You must weigh 7 or 8 tons, right? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to crush me? Seeing that Li Lan didn't want to hold him, the sea otter pouted, crossing its arms over its chest. Seemed like it was sulking. Just as Li Lan thought it had given up, the giant otter suddenly spread its arms and lunged forward. Li Lan's expression changed slightly as he leaped back, watching helplessly as his little boat was crushed beneath the otter's weight. As the boat shattered beneath it, the otter panicked, frantically searching the water for Li Lan's figure. Only when it spotted Li Lan behind it did it finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then it crossed its arms over its chest, adopting a look that screamed, "I'm angry again." Li Lan. With no other choice, he hopped onto the sea otter and gave it a hug. Witnessing this scene, many onlookers outside stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, my worldview just shattered. Is this really a king-tier beast? This thing is more obedient than my dog. So cute. It even gets angry. I'd love to have one, but at that size, it must cost a fortune, right? Are you crazy, upstairs? This isn't about money. You can find sea otter-type king-class beasts near the coast. Go look for one if you dare. Just hope it doesn't swat you to death. Is Li Lan cheating? How could a royal-class beast be this affectionate toward him? Cheating? Show me how you'd pull off the same trick. Could he have awakened a natural affinity ability? Even if he did, it can't be this absurd. This is a king-tier beast on par with a great enlightened being. Our hero is mighty. Our hero is truly amazing. Inside a massive conference room at the venue, a group of people sat solemnly. Their expressions were solemn as they watched the footage of Li Lan interacting with the sea otter on the screen, their brows slightly furrowed. The faint aura emanating from them made it clear that even the weakest among them were top-tier great enlightened ones. The 4 seated at the head table were all terrestrial immortals. Shall we hear an explanation? An elder in the main seat inquired, taking a sip of hot tea from his cup. The others before him remained silent. Finally, a man in military uniform spoke up. Senior Chiao, I have no idea what's going on either. We didn't capture these beasts. Hearing this, the elder turned to a middle-aged man in military uniform seated beside him. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before replying, Don't look at me. I have no idea what's going on either. When I captured these beasts, each one was more ferocious than the last. At that moment, a powerful cultivator in the meeting room whispered a suggestion. Why don't we enter the secret realm and see what's going on? The moment the words left his mouth, 2 figures seated at the head of the table spoke in unison. Impossible. One was an elderly man with crimson eyes, red hair, and a face etched with wrinkles. Leaning on a cane, he exuded an imposing presence, clearly someone long accustomed to high office. The other was not human at all, a fox with glossy fur, a fox that no one present dared to ignore. At their words, the powerful cultivator promptly fell silent. Very well. Since none of us can discern what's happening, let us continue observing. The first to speak, the cunning old man, suggested, if we truly can't discern it, we can always investigate after the competition concludes. He glanced at the man and the fox, needing no guesswork to understand their intentions. They were likely worried that Li Lan had used some disposable item to confuse the strange beast. If they rushed in, they might disrupt Li Lan's plan and affect his performance. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Seeing that none of the 4 in the main seats agreed with his plan, the powerful cultivator who had proposed entering the secret realm frowned. Damn it. Looks like I'll have to find another way into the secret realm. He glanced at Li Lan on the screen, his expression shifting to one of greed. And a hint of urgency. Within the secret realm, chaos had erupted. Many were locked in combat with monstrous beasts. Others clashed fiercely, vying to seize points from their opponents. Ultimate Gale. A young man soaring through the air conjured a blue orb in his hand, then flung it forward with force. Instantly, a colossal tornado erupted from the orb. It swept across a vast expanse of forest, engulfing numerous beasts that were torn to shreds by the whirlwind. Watching his points steadily rise, he wore a satisfied smile. Windstar Soul, 143 points, 3rd place. Suddenly, he recalled that a new master of divine abilities had emerged in this competition. What was his name again? Something like Li Lan? He hurriedly searched for Li Lan's name, but after flipping through the pages several times, he still couldn't find her. He knew he'd reached the end. Li Lan, 0 points, 90th place. He wasn't the only one puzzled, many others were utterly bewildered at that moment. The only ones who knew the truth were the other 4 who had come out of Jiangnan province with Li Lan. Within the White Tiger Academy camp, Duan Zitao let out a wry smile. Li Lan is still as lazy as ever. I wonder if I'll get to face him in this tournament. A great master of supernatural powers, sigh, I might never catch up to him in this lifetime. Duan Zitao, what's wrong? A girl from his team asked, looking at him. He shook his head with a smile. Nothing. Really? If nothing's wrong, why do you look so down? I saw you back when I went to Jiangnan province. You were radiant back then. Yes, before encountering Li Lan, he had been radiant. Even when they first met, he still shone brightly. But once Li Lan's true power was revealed, he realized his own pitiful talents were nothing compared to hers. He had no right to be proud. I said it's nothing. Glad to hear it. The girl couldn't press further and turned her gaze toward the captain leading the team. Captain, what's wrong? He was Xiao Dong from White Tiger Academy, one of the 7 great sages participating in this tournament. Nothing much. Just feeling a bit strange. Strange? Xiao Dong nodded. This Li Lan is quite interesting. He clearly possesses the strength of a great magician, yet his points are 0. A 17-year-old great magician. I really want to exchange a few moves with him. Exchange blows. I think I had that same thought back then. Duan Zitao suddenly recalled. On the lake where Li Lan had been. A massive vessel woven from vines now floated upon the water. If one looked closely, they could see numerous large fur balls scattered across the deck. These fluffy balls were huddled together asleep, and on top of one of the largest balls, a person was actually sleeping. It was none other than Li Lan. He was holding the Sea Otter King, fast asleep. The lake surface in the secret realm was bitterly cold. The Sea Otter King acted like a natural furnace, constantly radiating warmth from its body. To keep Li Lan dry, the Sea Otter King even used its energy to dry its fur while sleeping. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element was utterly crushed by the fire element without breaking a sweat. The lightning element suffered a complete defeat. The lightning element roared furiously at the fire element. What goes around comes around. Don't underestimate the young and poor. The wood element interjected. Don't mock the middle-aged poor. Don't mock the elderly in their twilight years. The dead are the greatest, the tears of grave robbers. Thunder element. Control energy and psychic energy stood by, snacking on watermelon while cultivating. Control energy plus 20, psychic energy plus 20. The divine water elemental was guiding the cultivation of water-bearing all things. After completing cultivation, water-bearing all things rose to return home. Energy capacity plus 10. The dragon tiger body forging technique, lonely in water-bearing all things home, shouted, "Little water, I miss you so much." Water-bearing all beings opens the door just in time to hear this, blushing fiercely and lowering her head. At the lakeside, a group of people were drinking water. The dense mist shrouding the lake prevented them from seeing the center clearly. Suddenly, the mist began to lift slightly. Brother, look. What is it? What's that? Holy crap, it's a ship. How could there be a ship on a perfectly normal lake? Could it be some kind of hidden dungeon? Bro, should we go check it out? Bro, let's go check it out too. These weren't powerful cultivators, but ordinary contestants. Having failed to locate their respective academy teams after entering the secret realm, they simply banded together. Huang Chang and Huang Zichao were among them. As a relatively powerful cultivator, Huang Chang held a fairly high standing among them. As Huang Chang's younger brother, Huang Zichao's standing naturally rose accordingly. Chapter 62, Zhu Tianjiao arrives. Is she here to face Li Lan? Huang Chang, what's your plan? A psychic of comparable strength to Huang Chang asked him. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Chang replied, how about we take a boat across? The psychic gazed at the tranquil lake surface, furrowing his brow slightly. No fish swim in this lake. Stillness is the most dangerous sign. Then what do you suggest? I suggest gathering wood and ice elementalists to build a bridge across. That would be safer. But wouldn't that take too long? And do we even have that many wood and ice elementalists here? Huang Chang scanned the assembled group, then glanced at the distance between the shore and the boat. The boat was over 100 meters from shore. Following his suggestion would likely waste a lot of time. This would severely delay his progress in earning points. Although this elimination round would cut 60 participants at once, those who stood out among them would still receive substantial rewards. Moreover, with his abilities, making it into the top 30 was well within his reach. He didn't want to squander his precious chance at a top 30 finish by exploring a dungeon whose contents were unknown. No, that's still too risky. How about this? We build a boat first, tie a weaker beast to it, and push it into the lake to test it out? That's a good idea, the psychic smiled. Alright, Wang Chang, you're in charge of building the boat. My brother and I will go capture the beast, Wang Chang said. Wang Chang nodded and glanced at the 4 subordinates beside him. The 4 men exchanged glances, then closed their eyes slightly. In an instant, a layer of luminous green light appeared on their hands. Immediately, a sapling began to sprout from the ground. The sapling grew into a small tree, then a large tree, gradually rising higher. 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters. Finally, at 7 meters, it slowly stopped growing. By now, the 4 of them were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Clearly, the tree's growth had drained a significant amount of their energy. Wang Chang studied the massive tree intently, then murmured thoughtfully before asking. It's too thin. Can it grow any sturdier? He produced 4 medicine bottles and said, these are energy-restoring potions. The 4 men took the bottles, nodded firmly, and said, "Brother Chang, leave it to us." They downed the potions in one gulp, their fatigue instantly vanishing. Within minutes, a tree twice as robust as before stood before him. Wang Chang nodded with satisfaction, his eyes sharpening as his entire aura grew increasingly fierce. A layer of fierce golden light appeared on his left hand. He raised his hand and brought it down with a powerful chop onto the tree. The tree's crown was instantly severed, leaving only a thick trunk. Then, flames ignited in his hand. A few minutes later, a small boat appeared before everyone's eyes. Just then, Wang Chang returned, holding a low-tier monkey in his hand. "Not bad at all," Wang Chang chuckled, tossing the monkey over. Wang Chang caught the monkey and secured it to the boat. Pushing the boat toward the lake's center, the small wooden vessel drifted slowly out into the water. Just 20 or 30 meters away, a massive crocodile, 4 or 5 meters long, suddenly surfaced from the water and snapped the wooden boat in half with one bite. The wooden boat shattered instantly, and the monkey became the crocodile's meal. A top-tier commander-level beast. Wang Chang and Huang Chang exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of gravity in the other's eyes. What do we do? If we're in the water, even teaming up, we can't take this thing down. Crocodiles are pack animals. There must be a crocodile pack in this lake. Are we just going to give up? As the two discussed, several more figures emerged from the woods. A woman with crimson eyes, wielding a wolf tooth club. Behind her followed several youths, all uniformly dressed in Suzaku Academy uniforms. Huang Chang and Wang Chang frowned slightly at the sight. Whispers rippled through their group. Who are they? That woman radiates such a powerful aura. They're from Suzaku Academy. The leader is Chu Tianjiao, one of the top contenders for this tournament. Chu Tianjiao, the one with the great supernatural abilities? That's right, it's her. Great. If she comes, does that mean we can easily get on that ship? Yeah, right. Who says she'll even take us aboard? If she's got the power of a great magician, why would she share the spoils with nobodies like us? Miss Chu, it's been a while. Wang Chang looked at Chu Tianjiao with solemn eyes. Chu Tianjiao flashed a mocking smile and replied. Brother Chang, haven't seen you in years, and you still look like this. Sorry for being blunt, hope you don't take it too hard. Her gaze shifted to the large ship in the center of the lake, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. What the hell is that thing? Wang Chang shook his head. No idea. We were planning to go check it out, but ran into some trouble. He gestured toward the crocodile currently devouring a monkey on the lake's surface. And that's what's stopping you? Chu Tianjia asked. She aimed at the crocodile and swung her wolf tooth club. Boom! Fierce flames erupted from the club, instantly smashing the crocodile's head to pieces. Blood spattered everywhere. The wolf's tooth club flew back into Chu Tianjiao's hand. Witnessing this scene, Huang Chang and Wang Chang's men all widened their eyes, gasping in shock. This power, it's utterly terrifying. Since you lack the ability to explore the great ship, I shall take everything aboard, Chu Tianjiao declared with a smile. She leapt up, stepping onto the lake's surface. Like a martial artist gliding across water, she leapt toward the large ship where Li Lan stood. As Chu Tianjiao neared the vessel, many outside the barrier wore expressions of anticipation. Who would prevail, Li Lan or Chu Tianjiao? Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted into chaos. Finally, Chu Tianjiao's making her move. Li Lan's done for. Let's see how lazy he can be now. TSK, my lazy god will annihilate this worthless Chu Tianjiao. Instantly defeated? That's the funniest campus beauty I've ever heard. Campus beauty? What campus beauty? What exactly has Li Lan given you all the confidence to spout such nonsense? Chu Tianjiao is the pride of Zhuke Academy. What is Li Lan compared to her? Who are you to talk about the lazy god? Whether it's family background or natural talent, he's way better than all of you losers. What is Li Lan? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Li Lan's older brother is Li Qingyang, Li Lan's grandfather is the Yan Emperor, Li Lan is a great cultivator, and Li Lan is only 17. What do you say now? Even if Li Lan is powerful, he's only 17. How could he possibly be a match for Chu Tianjiao? What a joke. The comments section is full of blindly overconfident fools. That's because you don't understand the true power of the lazy god. I bet our lazy god won't even need to lift a finger to take down this Chu Tianjiao. Why? Look at that giant sea otter beneath lazy god, hasn't it awakened? Whoa, Chu Tianjiao is a fire attribute master. Once she gets in the water, it'll be dangerous. Hiding behind someone else's back? That's no skill. Li Lan's just a coward. You bunch of wise guys, why don't you try taming a king-tier beast yourselves? If you can do it, I'll kneel before you. I'll say it plainly, if Li Lan and Chu Tianjiao fought one-on-one, Chu Tianjiao would take Li Lan down in under 10 moves. Seeing the online brawl escalate, the moderator quickly stepped in to mute the chat, restoring order to the network. Inside the venue, a group of staff members wore expressions of eager anticipation. But they were far smarter than those netizens. Even if they truly didn't think much of Li Lan, they kept their opinions to themselves. After all, Li Lan's status, standing, and talent far surpassed theirs. Loose lips sink ships. Su Xian narrowed his eyes, unfazed by this so-called Chu Tianzhou. In his view, if his young master so desired, burying her in this secret realm would be effortless. She wouldn't even have time to shatter the jade pendant. Young man, you seem to have followed this Li Lan here, right? Who do you think would come out on top if Chu Tianzhou faced off against Li Lan? Just then, a staff member sat down beside Su Xian and asked teasingly. Su Xian glanced at him and murmured softly. Li Lan could defeat Chu Tianzhou within 3 moves. The staff member paused, then chuckled. Youngsters are always so full of themselves. Su Xian didn't bother explaining further, his focus fixed intently on the large screen. Not just him, many others were watching intently. Li Qingyang, Li Qingya, the Yan Emperor, General Xiang, the old director, the high priest, the puppeteer. Inside a circus tent, a puppeteer sat atop a corpse with a broad, muscular frame, staring maniacally at his phone. He, Mu Ke, don't let me down. At that moment, Xinglong Academy. Teacher Mu Ke, in the middle of class, shuddered. Who's thinking of me? Li Lan rubbed his eyes. When he awoke, he discovered the large sea otter beneath him had vanished. Instead, there were 7 or 8 smaller sea otters. He squinted in confusion. Then he casually picked one up and drifted back to sleep. While Li Lan slept, the wood element escaped from his body. The lightning element wanted to escape too. But the fire element wouldn't let it out, so it had to stay put, glaring angrily. Dare to imprison this thunder god? Just wait until I... Outside the boat, several dozen meters away, Chu Tianzhou swung her wolf-tooth club several times, leaving a pile of mangled crocodile corpses floating on the lake's surface. Standing on the small wooden boat Wang Chang had previously carved out, she fixed her piercing gaze on the large vessel not far away. Strange. This wooden boat radiates such potent wood elemental energy. Could it be man-made? Never mind. Let's board it and see for ourselves. I hope to find something worthwhile. Just as she was about to abandon ship and jump into the water, a giant sea otter burst out of the water, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged at her. She kicked it away. Immediately after, a larger sea otter surfaced. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from it, Chu Tianzhou's heart sank. A king-tier beast. Such a massive beast was hiding here. The next second, her eyes burned with fervor. What treasures could possibly be aboard this ship? That it would be guarded by a king-level beast? Could it be a top-tier artifact? Or perhaps a relic of a half-saint? Whatever it is, it's mine. The sea otter king roared, its massive body charging toward Chu Tianzhou, sending waves crashing 10,000 feet high. Perfect timing. Watch me crush you. Chu Tianzhou swung her wolf-tooth club, smashing it into the charging sea otter king. Thud. A dull thud echoed. But the sea otter king's hide was far too thick, and countless water elements had piled up around it, forming a defensive barrier. Not only did she fail to injure the sea otter king, but it knocked her back several meters. Just as she prepared to charge forward and strike the sea otter king. Suddenly, at that very moment, countless vines erupted from the seabed. They tightly encircled her. Chu Tianzhou froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. A king-tier wood attribute beast? No, this is the power of wood elemental energy. Is there a powerful wood elementalist nearby? Impossible. There can be no one else here besides me. It must be some kind of artifact or something. Whatever it is, watch me crush it. As she snapped back to her senses, her gaze sharpened, and the shadowy form of a flaming berserker bear materialized around her. Boom! The flaming berserker bear swung its club, smashing it into the ground. She swung her wolf-tooth club down onto the ground. Instantly, countless streams of magma erupted from the water's surface, releasing a massive cloud of steam. The vines surrounding her ignited in a fierce blaze. Suddenly, the sea otter king appeared behind her and delivered a heavy blow to her body. Behind him surged a towering tidal wave, as fierce as a divine spear. A ring materialized in Chu Tianzhou's hand. It transformed into a solid silver shield, blocking the sea otter king's attack. Boom! The sea otter king roared in fury, slapping his hands together with all his might. Boom! A massive explosion echoed. Chu Tianzhou was sent flying by the blast. But she immediately charged back at the sea otter king, shield in hand, alongside the Wolfang gang. Her shoes seemed to be another special item. Upon touching the water's surface, they caused the lake to rapidly freeze over with several meters of ice, allowing her to walk upon it. Deprived of the water's support, the sea otter king could only rely on brute force to break through the thick ice. Fortunately, the vines provided considerable assistance. Their powerful entanglement shattered the ice within a minute, reducing it to shards. Man, otter, and vine clashed in a fierce battle lasting dozens of rounds. During the fight, Chu Tianzhou produced several more items. Finally, she swallowed a potion like treasure that amplified her strength. Only by exerting every ounce of her power did she manage to smash the sea otter king flying. Crack! The sea otter king slammed into the vine-made ship, punching a massive hole through its hull. Water flooded the hull as it slowly sank. The sea otter king let out a muffled groan. His face was a bloody mess, blood continuously seeping from his wounds. The sound jolted Li Lan awake. Feeling the vessel rapidly sinking beneath him, he furrowed his brow slightly. What was happening? As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the badly wounded Sea Otter King beside him. And not far away on the lake's surface, Chu Tianjiu was wiping down her wolf-tooth club. Upon seeing Li Lan, the Sea Otter King immediately began to cry. Woo woo woo. Wah wah wah. Clutching Li Lan tightly, he recounted the injuries he'd just suffered and the grievances weighing on his heart. Chapter 63, Crushing Chu Tianjiu, the Outside World Shock and the Mysterious Tunnel. The Sea Otter King's strength was simply too immense. Even with utmost caution, the force it had just exerted was enough to crush an ordinary cultivator to smithereens. Fortunately, the dragon-tiger body tempering technique had been cultivated relentlessly. Under this immense embrace, Li Lan remained utterly unfazed. Alright, I understand. Let me tend to your wounds first, Li Lan murmured softly. Hearing Li Lan's voice, the Sea Otter King's previously agitated growl instantly quieted. It nodded gently. Thank you, Palace Master. What are you doing here? Spotting Li Lan, Chu Tianjiu, who was not far from the sunken ship, wore an expression of surprise. Many among the group on shore also let out surprised gasps. Who's that? He looks pretty formidable. So handsome, no, so powerful. Strange. Why isn't that beast attacking him? It's actually acting all cuddly. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Where? He's Li Lan. That mysterious powerful cultivator who nearly clashed with Chu Tianjiu at the venue earlier. He's Li Lan? Looks like we're in for a show. Chu Tianjiu versus Li Lan, wonder who'll come out on top. Chu Tianjiu, I'd say. She's so much older after all. Hard to say. Chu Tianjiu just expended a ton of energy, while Li Lan's still full of steam. You guys, when Li Lan emerged from that ship earlier, does that mean everything inside was taken by him? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their expressions clearly anticipating a spectacle. Huang Zichao frowned and looked at his older brother. Bro, why do I keep running into that kid everywhere? It's so annoying. Huang Cheng quickly scanned the area, confirming no one was paying attention before letting out a forced sigh of relief. He then gave his brother a sharp smack on the head. What do you mean, that kid? You should call him Senior Li Lan. Bro, are you overreacting? I wouldn't dare do anything to Li Lan now. Can't I even vent a little? Huang Zichao retorted, sounding a bit resentful. If someone with ulterior motives overheard you just now, even if Li Lan himself didn't do anything to you, countless others would step in for him. Hey, brother Huang, you know Li Lan? Someone suddenly asked Huang Cheng. Huang Cheng quickly nodded and smiled. Yeah, I fought alongside Li Lan back in Jiangnan province. He's a pretty decent guy. Li Lan gave her a faint glance, too lazy to engage in conversation. A pair of hands rests upon the Sea Otter King. Heal the forest. In an instant, dozens of towering trees over 10 meters tall sprouted from the ice in the sunken ship. They clustered together, forming a vast barrier that emitted a soft green glow. With a thunderous roar, terrifying healing energy erupted. The wounds on the Sea Otter King and several other sea otters began to heal rapidly. Is this Sea Otter King your pet? Did you create this ship too? Witnessing this scene, Chu Tianjiu furrowed her brows slightly as she asked. Anyone who thought they'd discovered a treasure only to find it was all for nothing would feel a bit uneasy. Li Lan remained silent. An inexplicable rage surged within Chu Tianjiu. She leapt up, raising her wolf-tooth club, and smashed it fiercely into the barrier Li Lan had created. Sis, you're really noisy. Li Lan withdrew his hand, stood up, and stretched lazily. His gaze sharpened. In an instant, countless vines burst forth from the water, shooting skyward. Wooden barrier. Vines controlled by someone were faster and more resilient than those left to their own devices. Before Chu Tianjiu could even approach the barrier, she was already bound hand and foot. Outside the barrier, in the livestream chat, the audience buzzed with discussion. Who'd have thought Li Lan actually had some skills? He managed to trap Chu Tianjiu. Could it be that Chu Tianjiu isn't Li Lan's match? No way. Chu Tianjiu is a fire element master. This is nothing, yet she hasn't even shown her true power. Exactly. Chu Tianjiu has a natural advantage over Li Lan. How could Li Lan possibly win? Go lazy god. Chu Tianjiu hasn't shown her true strength yet, but Li Lan already has? Are you guys just brainless Li Lan fanboys? Look, everyone. Those vines are burning. Chu Tianjiu has this in the bag. The venue. Staff member looked at Su Xian and said, Kid, looks like the fight's about to end. Your young master still needs some polish. Su Xian chuckled softly, the battle is indeed coming to an end. I didn't expect you to have some skill after all. But it's a pity I'm a master of fire magic and fire naturally overpowers you. Chu Tianjiu's eyes flickered, her pupils turning crimson. The surrounding vines burst into flames. Li Lan smiled faintly, as if everything unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. The next second, countless water elements began to coalesce behind him, forming a colossal, shadowy figure. Gazing at this immense, unknown specter, Chu Tianjiao felt a deep sense of apprehension welling up within her. Strange. What was happening? What was that phantom? Clearly only at the divine power user realm. Why does it feel like it's subtly suppressing me? Forget it, whatever it is. I'm a supreme divine power user, watch me crush it. Boom! A layer of scorching purple flames enveloped Chu Tianjiao as she swung her wolf tooth club, smashing it toward Li Lan. Facing this fierce assault, Li Lan showed no sign of panic. Instead, he gently closed his eyes. Witnessing his actions, many onlookers paled visibly. Has he lost his mind? Closing his eyes to fight at such a critical moment. What gives him such confidence? Is it the talent that allowed him to advance at 17? Or sheer ignorance? Has he accepted his fate? Has he lost his mind? If this continues, even if he survives, he'll be gravely injured. What's that thing behind Li Lan? Who cares what it is? Could it possibly be stronger than a full power strike from a great master? What is the lazy god doing? This is killing me. Lazy god, snap out of it and fight back. Lazy god, don't be foolish now. Just dodge the strike, there'll be plenty of chances to turn the tables later. Why do I feel like Li Lan has the chance to turn the tables right now? What's with that smile on Li Lan's face? It gives me this super confident vibe. Lazy god? Your Li Lan is about to get crushed. 90 people, and the first one eliminated is a powerful cultivator? What a joke. Just as everyone had written Li Lan off. A terrifying scene unfolded. Behind Li Lan, a shadowy figure slowly opened its eyes. A divine spear, radiating brilliant blue light, materialized in its grasp. With a gentle flick of its wrist, the spear shot forth like lightning. The spear of the sea god. Chu Tianjiao's eyes narrowed as she sensed the surging, colossal water elemental divine power coursing through the spear. What terrifying water elemental energy! Why is it so terrifying when this water elemental power seems to be only at the level of a divine power user? With a flicker of her thoughts, the ring on her finger instantly transformed into a massive shield. It blocked her path. The spear of the sea god slammed into the shield. But she couldn't possibly withstand the spear's force. The shield was knocked away. She was sent flying backward along with the shield, crashing into the forest. Li Lan opened her eyes and looked toward the Sea Otter King beside her. Seeing this, the Sea Otter King leapt up and plunged into the forest. Moments later, it returned to Li Lan's side, carrying the gravely injured Chu Tianjiao in its jaws. Yeah. My lady, I'm back. What kind of technique did you just use? Chu Tianjiao gasped for breath, staring at Li Lan in disbelief. When struck by the spear of the sea god, she felt her very soul tremble. As a great adept, she had faced countless dangers. She had even ventured into several 5-star secret realms. She had sustained severe injuries time and again, and on several occasions, death had been but a breath away. Yet never before had she felt fear as intense as it was today. As she spoke, her expression suddenly twisted with horror. Wait, could this be the power of a deity? Before Li Lan could answer, she sighed dejectedly, as if already certain of the answer. All my points are yours. With that, she emptied her entire points balance, swallowed a vial of potion, and returned to the shore. Watching his points surge from 0 to over 130, propelling him to 4th place, Li Lan felt no change in his mood. He patted the Sea Otter King beside him and leaped onto its back. Take me somewhere quiet. Then he fell fast asleep. Seeing Chu Tianjiao's defeat left many utterly stunned. Huang Chang and the others sucked in a sharp breath, watching Li Lan walk away with looks of utter disbelief. Huang Chang froze for a few seconds before patting his younger brother on the shoulder. You know what to do from now on, right? Huang Zichao nodded emphatically. From now on, whenever I see Li Lan, I'll bow down to him. Huang Chang wore a look of satisfaction, as if he had a teachable moment. Outside, many people stared wide-eyed at their phones, watching the footage of Chu Tianjiao's defeat. Is this Li Lan some kind of monster? What technique did Li Lan use just now to take down Chu Tianjiao in an instant? That divine power was clearly water elemental. Could Li Lan be a master of water elemental arts? This is absurd. Even a master of water elemental magic couldn't take down Chu Tianjiao in a single move. Lazy god, I apologize. I underestimated you earlier. I actually thought the lazy god was going to lose just now. I don't deserve to be his fan. Who can argue with that? Taking down Chu Tianjiao in just 2 moves? Li Lan's current strength probably makes him the top master among the 7 great masters in the secret realm, right? Hard to say. Yuan Chang and the others aren't weak either. Plus, I don't think Chu Tianjiao even played her trump card just now. True. No one would reveal their trump card lightly unless it was a life or death battle. I can't wait to see what Li Lan does next. Inside the venue, Su Xian clenched his fists in excitement, his ears twitching. He knew Li Lan would win. But he hadn't expected Li Lan to win so decisively. A staff member wiped his eyes and muttered to himself. Damn, this kid. Are all young people this talented nowadays? Could he be cheating? Inside the conference room, Li Lan's great uncle wore a look of satisfaction. This truly surpasses my expectations. I just wonder how his mastery of fire elements has progressed. Fire element? A 17-year-old master of great power? You old codger should be satisfied, the Fox Dean teased. He suddenly asked, by the way, do you know what that water element technique he just used was? It felt pretty powerful. Hearing this, everyone present turned to look at the second great uncle. They were equally curious. He shook his head gently. The last time I saw Li Lan was back then. You shouldn't be asking me about this. Go ask my brother, he might know. Fox Dean hastily shook his head. Then forget it. My fur is quite valuable. The middle-aged man in military uniform seated at the head of the table carefully recalled Li Lan's use of the spear of the water god moments ago. He felt an uncanny familiarity with that power. As if he had seen it somewhere before. At that moment, within a cave dwelling at the White Mountain heavenly pool in the Dragon Kingdom, a seductively slender, masked woman lay on an icy white jade bed, her gaze fixed intently on the television mounted on the stone wall. A faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of her lips. Interesting. The divine water element has finally reappeared in the world. She turned to a maid beside her and asked, do you know his name? Reporting to Lady Narcissus, his name is Li Lan. Records indicate he comes from the Li family, the grandson of the Flame Emperor. The Li family, that old codger's clan, huh? Looks like I'll have to pay that old man another visit. Li Lan's explosive rise in points and Chu Tianjiao's dramatic plunge in ranking sent shockwaves through the secret realm. No one could have imagined that the renowned Chu Tianjiao would be defeated by an obscure new divine power user. This added a layer of pressure to the other 5 contestants. Upon a great tree in the marsh, 2 young men clad in Taoist robes sat together. Beneath their feet lay a colossal wood elemental formation. Any beast that entered would be swiftly torn apart by the immense wood element energy within the array. Reduced to blood and flesh, it would attract other beasts. Brother Yuan, do we really not need to meet this Li Lan? If we team up, we could secure at least 2 spots in the top 5 for our Qinglong Academy. The carefree youth inquired. Yuan Qing shook his head, closed his eyes, and formed a spell seal. Opening his eyes, he gazed toward the east. No need for all that trouble. Perhaps we'll meet again soon. That was precisely the direction Li Lan was heading. Li Lan was carried by the Sea Otter King into a massive cavern not far from the lakeshore. The cave floor was too damp. Li Lan wrapped himself in vines to make a sleeping bag, then hung himself from a stone pillar to sleep soundly. The Sea Otter King, seemingly afraid Li Lan might fall, summoned a group of his minions to sleep beneath Li Lan's sleeping bag. He slept like this for several days. 4 days later, Li Lan suddenly heard a tremendous rumbling sound. He jolted awake. Opening his eyes, he saw a dark, narrow underground tunnel appearing on the ground not far from the cave entrance. What was this? The same scene simultaneously unfolded in hundreds of other locations throughout the secret realm. Seeing this, old Xiao, seated at the main position in the hall, let out a faint smile. Now let's see how you can keep slacking off. Chapter 64, The Eerie Dungeon, instantly slaying king-tier monsters. A tremendous rumble echoed throughout the entire secret realm as countless tunnels appeared before the numerous contestants. Some contestants hadn't even reacted before tumbling into the tunnels, swallowed by endless darkness. Panic gripped the crowd. But upon checking their scores, they realized those individuals hadn't died or been eliminated, allowing them to relax slightly. What just happened? What is this? There was no notice before the competition started. Could there be some kind of accident in the secret realm? How could that be? The Mist Island is a secret realm created by numerous immortal realm experts from the mainland. It shouldn't have any problems. There's an incredibly potent unknown elemental energy in this tunnel. Should we go check it out? Better not. It looks dangerous in there. If you won't go, I will. My strength won't get me into the top 30 anyway. Worst case, I shatter the jade pendant and get eliminated. Countless voices murmured in debate, gazing at the dark subterranean tunnel with expressions of apprehension. After hesitating for several minutes, many ventured into the tunnel, some alone, others in groups. Outside, the sudden turn of events sparked heated debate. Live streams and major forums were flooded with frantic posts. Su Xin narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. The staff member seated beside him said, "Don't worry, incidents like this happen at every martial arts tournament. But this time, the commotion seems a bit larger than usual." Su Xin nodded. Inside the conference room, all the great masters turned their gaze toward Elder Xiao seated at the head of the table. With a flick of his mind, an ancient yellow scroll unfolded before them. Several paintings depicted dark creatures imprisoned within cages. Dungeons? Master Qiao nodded. Dean Fox remarked from the side. In recent years, though we've gained control over most of this secret realm, many of its functions remain unknown to us. But just last year, we discovered a new capability of this secret realm. It can consume energy to create peculiar shadow monsters. These creatures can manifest in various forms, possess different attributes, and exhibit varying levels of power. Therefore, we wish to use this opportunity to test this new capability. The red-haired second uncle took a sip of tea, his eyes fixed intently on Li Lan. A powerful cultivator voiced his concern. Could this be dangerous? Old Master Chao shook his head. No. The core of the secret realm is personally controlled by His Majesty the Wood Emperor. He can always monitor what happens within at any moment. But the energy required to create these shadow monsters? Another powerful cultivator voiced his concern. Opening a secret realm was an energy-intensive endeavor, and as a powerful cultivator from the Supernatural Resources Bureau, he was acutely sensitive to such matters. Rest assured. Once the monster is slain, the energy will return to the secret realm. There won't be any significant energy loss. At most, there might be a slight loss during the return process. The land immortal in military attire explained. Gazing at the tunnel, Li Lan wore a puzzled expression. His consciousness entered the tunnel, attempting to probe its depths with psychic perception. Yet he found himself seemingly blocked. No matter how he channeled his divine abilities, all he encountered was blankness or pitch-black darkness. Strange? What exactly was inside this tunnel? Never mind. Time for a nap. Li Lan closed his eyes once more. Many people watching the live stream outside had hoped Li Lan would at least go down to take a look. But seeing this scene, their eyes involuntarily twitched. You can't be too lazy like Li Lan. Has he always been this lazy? A martial arts tournament staff member asked Su Xian curiously. I must uphold the young master's reputation. Su Xian thought resolutely. He nodded. Yes. Inside the conference room, the military's land god frowned slightly at Li Lan. He shot an annoyed glance at the red-haired second uncle and demanded, What on earth is going on with your Li family? How did you turn a genius into such a lazy slacker? Once the competition ends, I think we must hand him over to the military for proper training. The second uncle shrugged indifferently. As long as you can catch him, he's yours to deal with. This brat had always been good at hiding in all sorts of places even before he gained his abilities. He even went so far as to sleep in the same bed as the old ancestor. Now that he has abilities and even a powerful supernatural being by his side, catching him is like searching for a needle at the bottom of a river. The middle-aged man in military uniform turned to look at the Fox Dean. Fox Dean nodded slightly in agreement. The lightning element was in a splendid mood today, dancing gleefully and singing aloud. I love you walking alone through dark alleys. I love your refusal to kneel. I love how you faced despair head-on, refusing to shed a single tear. The fire element, mid-training, snapped awake in anger. Rising, it delivered a kick to the lightning element's rear, boosting its fire element energy by +10. The lightning elemental clutched its little butt in hurt, too afraid to speak up. It silently cursed, Damn fire elemental, how dare you kick me? Once I get stronger, I'll make sure to. The fire element glared at the lightning element. The lightning element promptly exited the fire element's line of sight, manipulating psychic and telekinetic abilities while happily sipping an ice-cold Coke. Energy control +10, telekinesis energy +10. The divine water elemental meditated, increasing divine water energy by +52. Water nurtures all and dragon tiger body tempering technique are harmoniously cultivated together. Energy capacity +10, host physique +15. He didn't know how much time had passed. Li Lan slowly opened his eyes as a cool breeze swept in from outside the cave. He felt his spirits lift considerably. The tunnel entrance remained. Just as he was pondering whether to go in and take a look, he suddenly noticed a dark shadow watching him from the tunnel's edge. It was a face monkey-like features, wearing a smug grin. What the hell is that? Just as Li Lan was puzzling over it, the shadow leaped out. Its mouth, larger than its entire face, snapped toward Li Lan. Li Lan merely glanced at it. The shadow burst into flames and turned to ash. That's it? I thought it was supposed to be powerful. Another dark shadow emerged at that moment. This time, Li Lan didn't move. The shadow had barely approached Li Lan when the Sea Otter King rolled over. Then it vanished. More and more dark shapes began emerging from the tunnel. The Sea Otter King stood up on its own, plopping its massive body right onto the tunnel floor. Put! It let out a fart. The noise died down considerably. Li Lan lay back down. But just a few minutes later, he suddenly heard the Sea Otter King's cry. Li Lan opened his eyes to find the Sea Otter King staring at him with a look of grievance. Ee-ya, ee-ya, ee-ya. It stuck out its rear end, pointing toward the dark, long tunnel, then gestured toward its own rear. Its paws gestured frantically. Li Lan noticed a distinct set of teeth marks on its plump rear end. Even the fur had been bitten off. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Li Lan's laughter, the Sea Otter King froze for a moment before placing its hands on its hips and glaring angrily at Li Lan. It grumbled in a language Li Lan couldn't understand. Its expression made it easy to guess. It was probably saying something like, how could you be such a palace master? Li Lan chuckled again. The Sea Otter King grew even angrier, producing a fish larger than Li Lan herself from somewhere. Clutching it, it began to gnaw voraciously. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the tunnel. The Sea Otter King and Li Lan exchanged glances, both turning their attention to the tunnel. Moments later, a dark human figure emerged from within. Unlike the weak, shadowy figure before, this shadow possessed the strength of a commander-level being. The vines spread across the ground, instantly constricting the dark figure. It dissolved into a wisp of black mist that vanished into the air. Points +5. This tunnel feels off, Li Lan murmured as he stepped inside. With a flick of his mind, a flickering flame appeared ahead, illuminating the path forward. The Sea Otter King followed behind, but its body was simply too massive. No matter how it squeezed, only its head could fit through. Watching Li Lan grow increasingly distant, it let out an anxious cry. Just as Li Lan instructed it to stay put at the entrance, a small sea otter hopped onto his shoulder and nuzzled his face with its head. Master Palace Lord, I'm here. So you can shrink after all. Then why were you squeezing in just now? Li Lan glanced at it. His feet lifted off the ground as he drifted deeper into the tunnel. Before long, he spotted several damaged cages. Those shadowy figures must have crawled out from here. But why would such a place exist within the secret realm? Li Lan ventured deeper, and the space gradually opened up. It resembled an underground world. The terrain was complex, with numerous shadowy monsters spawning and darting about. People? Li Lan glanced toward a nearby tunnel as two figures slowly emerged from within. They moved slowly, advancing intermittently while scanning their surroundings. Old Shah, see those people up ahead? He's alone. Should we invite him to join our team? Are you crazy? Lone wolves like that are the scariest. Either they're strong enough to solo all the way here, or ruthless enough to kill off their entire team. But? No buts about it. We're bypassing him and heading the other way. The two headed in the opposite direction from Li Lan. But after taking just 2 or 3 steps, they halted abruptly. Because ahead of them, a terrifying black monster stared back. Over 3 meters tall, frog-like in appearance, its eyes were as large as a baby's head, and its tongue, like a tentacle, flickered and danced with agile movements. It was the aura of a king-class beast. It's over. A sinking feeling gripped both of them. Just as they prepared to crush the jade pendant, the frog suddenly exploded like a balloon. Staring at the dissipating black mist, they froze in place. Their minds went blank. After a few seconds of confusion, they suddenly snapped back to reality. Turning to look at Li Lan, he still stood in the same spot. The difference was this. A tiny flame now flickered at his fingertip. 30 points. Not bad. The two exchanged glances. Did he kill that monster just now? Probably. When it died, a powerful burst of fire elemental energy erupted from its body. Instantly taking down a king-tier beast? Who on earth is this badass? Should we go up and thank them? The one who had previously refused to team up with Li Lan hesitated for a moment before nodding firmly. The two approached Li Lan. Outside, chaos erupted. Many staff members stared wide-eyed, but Su Xian showed no reaction. A staff member addressed Su Xian, Li Lan, he still. Before he could finish, Su Xian gave a slight nod. The staff member sucked in a sharp breath. He's a true freak of nature. A master of wood elemental magic is one thing, but a master of fire elemental magic too? And he possesses that unfathomable water elemental energy. These newcomers are getting more and more insane. Wonder who'd come out on top in a matchup between him and Yuan Qing. Inside the meeting room, many eyes turned toward the red-haired second uncle. Old Master Qiao spoke first. Your Li family really isn't being fair, keeping everything hidden. It's one thing that Li Lan wasn't exposed, but after he was exposed for hiding his strength, you still didn't tell us. The middle-aged man in military uniform nodded in agreement. Second uncle felt he couldn't explain his predicament. Seeing his expression, old Master Qiao couldn't help but ask in surprise. You old codger, don't tell me you didn't know he's a fire elemental master too? How could I not know? The stubborn second uncle lifted his head slightly, feigning nonchalance. But I figured telling you wouldn't do any good. After all, you couldn't possibly produce such an outstanding descendant. So I kept quiet. The others? Teacher Qi, currently in the middle of class, felt his phone buzzing incessantly. As soon as he opened it, a barrage of angry messages flooded the screen. You shameless old bastard. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. Thief. You're nothing but a thief. You shameless scoundrel, despicable, despicable. Muke, I'm done with you. They were all admissions officers from various universities who had traveled with him to Jiangnan province earlier. Why are they cursing me for no reason? Muke frowned, clearly displeased. Just then, a new message appeared on the screen. Dean, Muke, you've got some nerve. Recruiting such a big shot without so much as a word to me. God? Was he talking about Li Lan? Didn't I tell him everything about Li Lan? Just as Muke was puzzled, a pop-up news alert appeared at the top of the screen. Latest update on the National Martial Arts Tournament. The Great Magician Li Lan is not only a wood element great magician but also a fire element great magician. Oh, a great master of divine powers. What? A great master? Fire element? Muke stared in disbelief. Then he burst into laughter. He hurriedly sent his carefully crafted message to each of the people who had just insulted him. Sai, Li Lan insisted on joining our Qinglong Academy. I couldn't stop him. Watching the messages send, Muke couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The students below the podium looked at him curiously. Teacher Mu, what's wrong? Nothing, students. Let's continue with the lesson. Ha ha ha. Ha, now let's turn to page 107 in our textbook. Ha ha ha. My apologies, everyone. Ha ha ha. Students. Chapter 65, Brute Force overcomes all tactics, acting too terrible. The light underground was too dim, only when they drew closer could they make out Li Lan's slightly youthful face. They froze for a moment. So handsome. Wait, he's this young? A fire elemental master. Is there such a figure among this year's contestants? Could he be another freak too? At that thought, both of them stiffened. Li Lan looked at them in confusion. The sea otter on his shoulder tilted its head, chirping ee-ya in puzzlement. Why was there such a creature on his shoulder? Wasn't bringing pets into the secret realm forbidden? Could he really not be human? The two exchanged terrified glances. Finally, the slightly more mature-looking youth steeled himself and spoke. Thank you, sir, no, friend, for your help. My name is Shaju. This is my brother, Yu Yang. He bowed his hands, ready to crush the jade pendant and flee at any moment. He didn't even entertain thoughts of resistance. After all, the man standing before them was a formidable figure capable of instantly slaying a king-level monster. Silly pig? Slaughter pig? What kind of ridiculous name is that? My name is Li Lan. Li Lan? The Li Lan who won first place in the Jiangnan province qualifiers, the Li Lan from the Li family? They had heard of Li Lan's reputation when they were at the venue. But they'd been seated on the opposite side of the room, so they hadn't actually seen him in person. Now that they learned the person before them was Li Lan, they all relaxed. Just a normal person. That lazy god, can we follow you? That way we can look out for each other. Shaju seemed afraid Li Lan might refuse, so he quickly added. You get all the points. We'll just tag along and enjoy the benefits. Li Lan was about to refuse and turned back. The underground was pitch black and chilly, not conducive to sleep. But suddenly, he noticed the tunnel he'd come through had vanished without a trace. After a few seconds of thought, he nodded slightly. Shaju and Yu Yang broke into delighted smiles. They had expected Li Lan to refuse, after all, they were so weak. They didn't care about the power of the divine power user. So, lazy god, what should we do next? Yu Yang asked. You guys figure it out. Li Lan stretched lazily, floating into the air. Closing his eyes, he settled into a deep slumber. Hearing Li Lan's soft snoring, the two stared in disbelief. Is that even possible? Old Shah, the exit must have been sealed off at some point. We should find a way out first. But what about lazy god? He should keep following us, right? Whoosh. As the two chatted, several dark figures darted around the trio. Just as they were looking for an opening to strike. With a loud bang, the shadows exploded, their blackness dissipating into the air. Shaju smiled. Let's begin. The two began groping their way forward in the darkness, with Li Lan drifting behind them. Several times, they were startled out of their wits. But before long, they grew accustomed to it. During their exploration, they discovered they were in a peculiar underground cavern. The cavern contained numerous ruined dungeons. The cavern was completely enclosed, filled with numerous traps. Only by finding the correct mechanism could they open the proper passageway to other caves. But after searching for ages, they still hadn't found it, just circling around in the same cavern. Li Lan took care of the powerful shadow monsters, while the weaker ones were handled by the others. Even so, after 7 or 8 hours, beads of sweat as large as beans formed on the foreheads of the two. They gazed at Li Lan behind them with envy. Telekinesis really is something else. Old Shah, found the mechanism yet? Shaju shook his head, a look of frustration on his face. Not yet, but I think we're close. Listen, there's sound coming from the other side of this wall. There should be another cave over there. Yu Yang pressed his ear against the wall and listened intently. Sure enough, sounds drifted over from the other side. Both male and female voices, it seemed quite a few people were there. The two men pressed on. Outside. Suexian watched Li drift lazily in midair, a look of helplessness on his face. His curiosity drew him to the other screens. He discovered that most were trapped in the first cavern like Li Lan and her companions, unable to escape. Only a handful had managed to enter the second cavern. The second cavern seemed no different from the first, still pitch black. The only difference was that the monsters seemed to have multiplied. More and more people were being eliminated one after another. In the livestream chat, as usual, many viewers shared their opinions. This cave is way too dangerous. With this setup, so many people got eliminated right away. Yeah, my bro got eliminated right after entering the cave. So sad. Isn't this a points-based system? Why add puzzle solving? What's the point of this? Puzzles? That's clearly just a minor element. The main focus is still combat. Exactly. Those powerhouses entered the secret realm and started racking up points like they were on steroids. The only ones who actually completed the caves puzzle game were probably those two from Li Lan's team. Isn't Li Lan just bullying his teammates? He's raking in the bulk of the points all by himself. Dude, without Li Lan, those two would have been eliminated ages ago. Man, Li Lan is seriously strong. Super-powered beings? How could they not be strong? That's not what I meant. I'm talking about how he can sleep while floating. I've added a bunch of psychic users, but he's the only one who uses his psychic abilities for this. Li Lan, the shame of psychic practitioners. More people means faster puzzle solving. Li Lan's team only has 2 people. This could drag on forever. Feng Xinghun has also entered the next cavern. Xinglong Academy's Yuan Qing has gone in too. 7 great psychics, and only Li Lan is still stuck in the same place. Look, Yuan Qing from Qinglong Academy is facing off against Xiao Dong from Baitu Academy. Looks like entering this second cavern leads to a vast underground realm where everyone converges. The real show is just beginning. As everyone chatted, many eyes turned to the screen showing Li Lan. A question mark formed in their minds. Is this even possible? A shadowy monster was smashed to death by Li Lan's palm. He drifted slowly down from midair, opening his eyes. Lazy god, you're awake. Yu Yang hurried over to greet him. Li Lan glanced at Shaju, who was feeling along the wall. What's he doing? Looking for the mechanism. Yu Yang briefly explained to Li Lan that they needed to find the trigger to enter the next cavern. Li Lan nodded, ran his fingers along the wall, and smiled. This is easy. Yu Yang was thrilled. Lazy god, you know where the mechanism is? Li Lan shook his head. Yu Yang. Isn't it enough to just get into the next cave? Li Lan asked. Yu Yang nodded. That's true, but we still need to find the mechanism first. No need for all that trouble, Li Lan said. Go get that guy. Shaju, yeah, bring him back. Though he didn't understand Li Lan's reasoning, Yu Yang complied. Shaju, summoned back, looked at Yu Yang with confusion. Step aside, both of you. The two stepped back several meters. Li Lan ran his fingers along the stone wall. The next moment, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. Flames erupted everywhere, thunder rolled. Vines grew wildly across the ground, shredding the rocks. Dust swirled thickly through the air. When the dust settled, a massive cavern appeared before the three. On the other side of the hole lay a dim, underground world. It was filled with all manner of strange and exotic flora. They could also see several other contestants, just like themselves, staring over in terror. Shaju and Yu Yang stared wide-eyed. Could this really be possible? After all their hard work, they couldn't even match Li Lan's single move. Was this the legendary brute force overcomes all techniques? Inside the livestream. Holy crap, is that even allowed? A path I never imagined. Did I just see lightning? Was that my imagination? Whoever said this was a puzzle game, step forward. You call this a puzzle game? Lazy God's thought process is truly unlike that of ordinary people. How did Li Lan come up with this method? It's too amazing. Hey, upstairs friend, isn't it possible he just couldn't be bothered to look for the mechanism, so he came up with this instead? Actually, that's a real possibility. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inside the conference room, many powerful practitioners exchanged puzzled glances at Elder Qiao. Is this what you meant by honing one's thinking skills in danger? This isn't dangerous, nor is it thinking. Old Master Qiao cleared his throat awkwardly. Why are you all staring at me? I never expected this kid to break the mold either. The middle-aged man in military uniform remarked, Li Lan's personality is perfectly suited for our military district. Fox, I suggest Li Lan join our military directly. Sending him to your Qinglong Academy is a complete waste of talent. Dean Fox grinned, looking utterly unconcerned. If the other 4 academies were competing for Li Lan, he might have some concerns. But the military? He couldn't care less. Let's go. The two paused for a moment before nodding. They followed Li Lan's footsteps. Across the cave, 3 men and 2 women watched Li Lan and his companions warily. You're Li Lan? Li Lan glanced at them indifferently, too lazy to respond. Instead, he leapt onto a stone pillar, surveying the dark expanse below. The dark creatures possessed the ability to block Li Lan's mental perception, but the terrain itself did not. With just a glance, Li Lan grasped the general situation. Quite a crowd gathered here. Besides those who didn't enter the tunnel, everyone else will be drawn to this spot, right? He sensed something watching him. Li Lan's gaze sharpened. He formed his fingers into a gun and fired a shot at a spot. Boom! Instantly, a torrent of flames erupted from his fingertips, spreading like a fire dragon's breath, threatening to engulf everything in its path. The people below looked utterly bewildered. But the next second, countless cries of agony filled the air. The blaze illuminated the surroundings, consuming countless wisps of black mist within its crimson flames. Several shadowy figures twisted and writhed within the flames, leaving only a pile of scorched ash behind moments later. Points plus 20. Li Lan's expression remained cold and indifferent. He leapt off the stone pillar and soared into the depths of darkness. The 3 men and 2 women first exclaimed, "So cool." But soon, a wave of chilling dread swept over them. So many monsters had been watching them from the shadows just now. If it weren't for Li Lan. One man swallowed hard, fear in his voice. What do we do now? What else can we do? This place is far too dangerous. Naturally, we must find more people. The more of us, the safer we'll be. Another man chimed in. The others nodded in agreement. All 5 of them turned their gaze toward Sha Zhu and Yu Yang simultaneously. The monsters in this cursed place were simply too numerous. So many that Li Lan couldn't find a single quiet spot to rest. He could only keep killing. Before long, his ranking on the leaderboard had steadily climbed to 6th place. He now ranked just below the other 6 great masters. Shu Tianjiao's points also surged rapidly. After Li Lan claimed all her previous points, she now climbed back into 4th place. The advantages of formidable strength were now fully evident. The Sea Otter King peered left and right from Li Lan's shoulder. Moments later, it suddenly let out a series of ee-ya cries, its plump little paw pointing toward the left front. Li Lan scanned the area with his mental senses and detected 2 figures approaching from that direction. Someone? Li Lan looked ahead and saw a man and a woman approaching. The man, supported by the woman, stood about 2 meters tall. He was severely wounded, his waist bound in bandages, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. The woman wore tattered clothes, her delicate skin exposed, yet her hair was neatly tied back, not disheveled at all. He regarded them with puzzlement. The moment they spotted Li Lan, they seemed to see a savior. They rushed toward him eagerly. Help! Save us! Please, we beg you. The woman wrapped her arm around Li Lan's hand, rubbing it against her body. Li Lan frowned slightly, pulling his hand away in disgust. He wiped it on his clothes and scrutinized the pair. Both possessed late-stage divine power user strength. In this secret realm, they counted as exceptionally formidable contestants. What do you want? Seeing Li Lan's disdainful reaction, the woman frowned but still spoke in a pitiful tone. Friend, my teammate is injured. Could you possibly save him? The burly man looked at Li Lan, his expression pleading for help. His face was pale, clearly indicating he was seriously injured. Li Lan chuckled lightly. Of course I can. The pair beamed with relief. But the next second, countless vines erupted from the ground, binding them tightly. Suspended mid-air. A great magician. Terror washed over their faces. What do you want? Bro, even if you don't want to save them, you don't have to go this far. Let's talk this out. We can talk this out. Li Lan stared expressionlessly at the pair, stretching lazily. You two, your acting's pretty lame. Chapter 66, not even a god can stop me from sleeping. They'd been discovered. Their minds went blank. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from Li Lan, the burly man stammered. What do you want? The faint smile on Li Lan's face now seemed to them like the grin of a demon. Li Lan said nothing. He continued to gaze at them with sleepy eyes. He asked a seemingly random question. You two, do you know any place that's quiet and won't be disturbed? Hearing this, they froze. What kind of question was that? Was this really the time to be asking such a thing? But they dared not refuse to answer. The woman pointed shakily toward the west, her voice trembling. There's a giant stone forest over there. Monsters are relatively scarce in that area, so it's much quieter compared to other places. But why does she always leave her sentences hanging? Li Lan shot her a displeased look. The woman seemed to think she had angered Li Lan and quickly shut her mouth. Useless. The burly man shot the woman a glare and quickly interjected, but that area is occupied by the Xuanwu Academy. They won't allow others to go there. The Xuanwu Academy's great adept, his name was Ouyang Yufei, wasn't it? Li Lan recalled the information Su Xian had relentlessly nagged about days earlier. Ouyang Yufei, 24 years old, a great adept of the metal and insect elements. Cold-hearted and ruthless. Seems like he's not someone easy to get along with. No wonder he'd do something like this. Li Lan nodded slightly. The 2 men's faces lit up. The burly man hurriedly asked, May we leave now? Li Lan regarded them with a peculiar look. Do you really think that's possible? Damn it! Who'd have thought I'd bite the dust in such a tight way? A flash of ferocity flickered in the burly man's eyes. After a moment's silence, he turned to Li Lan and asked, Young man, what's your name? Is he planning to get back at me later? Li Lan gave a faint smile, too lazy to tell him his name. A sudden surge of energy coursed through him. The vines binding the 2 men suddenly tightened. Realizing something was amiss, their expressions turned grim as they hastily crushed their jade pendants. Their forms instantly dissolved into white particles, vanishing within the secret realm. They sure got away fast. Li Lan leapt into the darkness, darting westward. Because he was moving too fast. The Sea Otter King yawned and whimpered on his shoulder. Had Li Lan not known it was a king-level beast, he might have thought it was frightened. Annoyed by the noise, Li Lan brushed it aside and tucked it into his embrace. The Sea Otter King rubbed against Li Lan twice before settling down quietly to sleep. Li Lan. This guy, how can he be lazier than me? At the center of the venue, 2 figures flew out from the secret realm gate. A man and a woman. Both were panting heavily, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. It took them a long while to get back to their feet. Damn it, the burly man cursed under his breath. Noticing the stares from those around them, the woman quickly covered his mouth. Watch your mouth, trouble comes from loose lips. The burly man shut his mouth. A staff member approached them enthusiastically and asked, "Are you both okay? Do you need medical attention?" The burly man shook his head. The woman couldn't help but ask, "Who was that person who eliminated us just now?" She wasn't seeking revenge, she simply wanted to know. After all, being eliminated just days into the competition would leave anyone feeling bitter, no matter how resilient they were. Hearing her question, the staff member looked surprised. "You don't know him? Is he famous?" the burly man asked. The staff member hesitated, nodding at first before shaking his head. "His name is Li Lan. He's from the Li family. You should know the Li family, right?" The Fire Saint himself oversaw the construction of this secret realm. Fire Saint that was Li Lan's second great uncle. The most powerful elder in the Li family, second only to the Flame Emperor. At the mention of the Li family, both men were instantly stunned. "A member of the Li family? You really didn't know?" the staff member asked. The woman gave an apologetic smile. "We've been in seclusion for the past 2 years. We're not very clear on outside matters." The attendant's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. After exchanging a few brief words, he departed. The woman shot the burly man a reproachful glance. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't suggested this plan in the first place, we wouldn't have been eliminated so early. You can explain it to the master yourself later." The burly man scratched his head sheepishly, muttering under his breath. "You were the one most eager to split the points at first. Now you're flipping like a weather vane. Women's hearts are truly like needles at the bottom of the sea. Young master is amazing." Su Xian smiled, continuing to watch Li Lan with excitement. Li Lan headed westward. After about 10 minutes, he finally came upon a forest of giant boulders. The terrain here was steep and rugged, with boulders spiraling around. Some boulders seemed stacked like a castle, towering dozens of meters high. No wonder there were few monsters here. This place is so chaotic, even monsters would get lost here. Li Lan drifted in, reaching the depths of the stone forest. After dispatching a few bothersome monsters, just as everyone thought he was about to show off his skills, Li Lan simply flopped down on the spot and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, the livestream chat exploded with question marks. Su Xian had long since grown accustomed to such antics, though a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He sighed helplessly. In the conference room, Fire Saint cleared his throat awkwardly twice and closed his eyes. As if to say, "Don't look at me, I don't know him." Many in Jiangnan province found themselves both amused and exasperated. The lightning element challenges the fire element. Fire element easily defeated thunder element. Thunder element suffered a complete defeat. The lightning element refuses to accept defeat and continues the fight. The fire element once again easily defeats the lightning element. After over 100 rounds of combat, the lightning element was covered in wounds, yet it still glared defiantly at the fire element and charged into battle. The fire element looked at it helplessly, then collapsed under the thunder element's lightning strike. Seeing it had defeated the fire element, the thunder element danced with excitement, roaring with laughter, "I'm back on my feet." The other supernatural abilities and martial arts techniques stared at the lightning element with expressions of utter disbelief. The lightning elemental couldn't care less, dancing wildly with joy. The fire element lay on the ground, watching the lightning element helplessly. The lightning element excitedly helped the fire element up, declaring proudly, "Little fire, from now on, the thunder god has your back." The fire element smiled faintly before nodding in agreement. The Sea Otter King grew back to full size, only to find Li Lan sleeping on top of him. After an unknown period, Li Lan was roused by a cacophony of noise. He slowly stood up, opened his eyes, and saw behind a large stone pillar not far away. A group of divine power users were locked in fierce combat with a horde of black monsters. Attacks of every color flew wildly, striking the surrounding boulders until they swayed precariously. Seeing the swaying boulders beside him, ready to crash down at any moment, Li Lan frowned slightly. His mind stirred. Instantly, flames engulfed the sky, instantly consuming the black monsters. Silence fell. Li Lan smiled and continued his sound sleep. Chapter 67, Xuanwu Academy, Ouyang Yufei. Points +6. Points +10. Points +8. Boom! A terrifying inferno engulfed everything, consuming countless monsters in its endless flames. Like autumn leaves, they ignited instantly upon contact with the flames, reduced to ashes. Watching this unfold, the spellcasters on the spot stood dumbfounded, still unaware of what had transpired. Good, such powerful fire elemental energy. What's going on? Could Chu Tianjia be nearby? It can't be her. If it were her, she wouldn't be helping us at all. Instead, she'd smash us all out of the mist realm with her hammer. If it's not her, then who could it be? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. He seemed still immersed in the fiery inferno, his gaze vacant, unable to recover. Besides her, whose fire elemental power could be this strong within the secret realm? Look at the leaderboard. At that moment, a psychic wearing the Xuanwu Academy uniform shouted. The others instinctively checked the Secret Realm's ranking list. Compared to before, the rankings now displayed a striking change. First place, Ouyang Yufei, 286. Second place, Yuan Qing, points 267. Third place, Li Lan, points 244. Fourth place, Feng Xinghuan, points 223. Fifth place, Xiao Don, points 220. Li Lan, who had previously been outside the top 5, suddenly leaped into third place. What's going on? Who is this Li Lan? Someone asked in confusion. Li Lan is the 7th-ranked divine talent in this competition. He's apparently from the Yan Emperor Li clan who would attribute divine talent. How did his points skyrocket so dramatically? No idea. But such a massive jump in points can only mean two things. First, he slaughtered a whole bunch of demon beasts or black monsters at once. Second, he robbed a ton of people all at once. Robbery. That seems unlikely. I don't see anyone's points suddenly disappearing on the leaderboard. The gathered divine power users murmured among themselves. Could it be? Just then, one cultivator blurted out, could that fire earlier have been his doing? That would be the only way to explain such a sudden surge in points. That can't be right. Isn't he a would attribute divine power user? Someone said incredulously. Great psychics were the backbone of the human race. For ordinary psychics to become great psychics, it takes at least 2 or 3 years, and at most, it could take 40 or 50 years, or even longer. Those who achieve it in a decade or so are already considered prodigies. Li Lan achieving great master status before turning 20 was already terrifying enough. But now someone was telling him that not only was he a great master, but he was a dual-element great master. This was nothing short of earth-shattering. He found it not only hard to believe, but even harder to accept. It's possible, someone murmured. After all, Li Lan is from the Li clan of the Flame Emperor. Maybe he concealed his true strength before, revealing only his would attribute. How old is Li Lan? 17 or 18, I think? A dual-element master? Is the gap between people really that vast? I have a way to confirm if that person was Li Lan. What method? Well, obviously, we track him down. Given how complex the underground world is, he can't have gone far. Let's chase after him and see. The group scattered like loose sand, radiating out in all directions. They wanted to see if that mysterious powerhouse was really Li Lan. But they had barely taken a few steps when one of their companions called out. Hold on, don't go yet. Everyone turned to look at him. He said, I think we shouldn't go looking for anyone. Why? Many looked puzzled. He pointed to a corner near a large stone pillar nearby and said, if there's no mistake, that should be Li Lan. Everyone looked over and saw a young boy lying beside the stone pillar, appearing either unconscious or asleep. But there's someone there, someone asked curiously. You say that's Li Lan? Why don't we go check? What's wrong with him? Did he collapse from exhaustion? I feel like he's just sleeping. Put your feelings aside. I think he must have passed out. Who would sleep in a place like this? The crowd murmured among themselves as they slowly approached Li Lan. Upon reaching him, they realized he was indeed asleep. Nearly everyone present possessed supernatural abilities, and even from over 10 meters away, they could hear Li Lan's faint breathing. They also made a curious observation. The spot where Li Lan lay seemed different from the rest of the area. Not a speck of dust touched it. Even dust and debris falling from the massive stone pillars nearby seemed to be magically repelled by his body. What should we do now? A student from the Xuanwu Academy asked his companions. How about we go take a look? The group nodded in agreement and approached Li Lan. Just as they reached out to touch Li Lan, intending to wake him, they suddenly felt a powerful force pinning them down. Panic seized them as they looked down at their feet. They saw that, unbeknownst to them, a vine as thick as an adult's finger had tightly wrapped around all their feet. Though seemingly fragile, the vine contained immense energy, rendering them utterly immobile. Even attempting to channel their inner strength to resist proved futile. They could only remain bound. Any trace of power that dared to escape their bodies was instantly absorbed by the vine, transformed into nourishment. Damn it! When did this happen? The group gasped in horror. They turned to look at Li Lan. But Li Lan had vanished without a trace. Who are you people? A clear voice rang out from above. They looked up to see a massive vine coiled around 2 enormous stone pillars, forming a vine-covered arch bridge. Li Lan, who had been sleeping before them moments ago, now sat atop the archway, looking down at them from above. Though he appeared utterly lazy and detached from the world, not a single cultivator present dared to relax their guard. For they knew. This youth before them could cast them out of the secret realm at any moment if he so desired. Brother, you've got the wrong idea. Yes, we're here to thank you. Thank you for taking care of those black monsters for us earlier. The Xuanwu Academy members hurriedly pleaded. Li Lan frowned slightly. Thank me? Black monsters? He vaguely recalled that in his dream just now, he seemed to have casually incinerated some demonic beasts with a massive fire. So it wasn't a dream after all. It really happened. But I helped you out, so why are you disturbing my sleep? Oh, well then. You should leave quickly and stop disturbing my rest. Li Lan waved his hand impatiently, about to fling them all out. As far as possible. Buzz. A venomous stinger shot toward him from the shadows. A massive hornet materialized not far before him. The insect was as large as a baby elephant, its mandibles terrifyingly sharp, dripping with purple venom. The deafening buzz of its wings could be heard throughout the entire subterranean realm. Li Lan merely glanced at it briefly before shifting his gaze downward, where he saw a young man with silver hair and brown skin. If you don't want to be eliminated now, release my Xuanwu Academy disciple. Chapter 68, The Wondrous Zoo, Phoenix Blood. Seeing this man, many psychics watching the livestream outside couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Not for any other reason, but because this was Ouyang Yufei, Xuanwu Academy's newly recruited peerless genius this year. Without a doubt. At just 24 years old, he had already become a grand master of divine powers. And an extremely rare insect type at that. Countless venomous insects swarm at his command. Even seasoned masters of great power would hesitate to cross him. After all, every insect master is a master of poison. Provoke them, and you won't even know how you died. Moreover, according to rumors, Ouyang Yufei isn't just a master of the insect element. His mastery of the gold element has also reached the realm of a great master. His mastery of the black metal inferno technique commands respect. And this man is unforgiving, cold as ice, a formidable opponent. It's Ouyang Yufei. This is bad. I wonder if Li Lan can even stand a chance against him. Among the 7 great adepts in this tournament, Ouyang Yufei's strength definitely ranks in the top 3. I wonder how Li Lan will handle this. He probably won't keep slacking off, right? Probably not. Li Lan is in trouble. Perfect. Let's use this chance to see Li Lan's true strength. If he's still the same as before, he'll be eliminated. It's been a few months, but Ouyang Yufei seems to have grown even stronger. The major live stream rooms buzzed with discussion. Outside the secret realm, at the competition venue, Su Xian knew this opponent was no match for his young master, yet he still stared intently at the screen, not wanting to miss a single detail. A staff member beside him smiled at the sight. What? Worried? Do I look worried to you? Then why are you so tense? I want to see how that guy gets eliminated. The staffer immediately shot him a look that screamed, "You're full of it," and said, "Do you even know who that guy is?" That's Ouyang Yufei, the peerless genius of Xuanwu Academy. Su Xian didn't even bother to glance at him, retorting, "Does that mean my young master isn't a peerless genius?" The staff member hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. After stammering for a while, he finally managed, "How can you compare? He's an experienced master with profound abilities who's actually been on the battlefield. Your young master probably hasn't even seen blood that many times." Su Xian ignored him, his eyes glued to the large screen, completely absorbed. Seeing he'd made a fool of himself, the staff member dropped the subject. Instead, he too fixed his gaze on the screen, preparing to prove Su Xian wrong. The once stifling conference room gradually came alive with Ouyang Yufei's arrival. The middle-aged military man chuckled. Now that Li Lan has finally met a peer who stands out among his generation, perhaps it's time for him to rein in that lazy attitude of his. Old Xiao nodded with a smile, anticipating the 2 young men's performance. Fire Saint remains silent, observing intently. The only creature of its kind present, the fox with snow-white fur, did indeed smile without speaking. "Fox, what are you laughing at? Li Lan will win this match. It hasn't even started yet." "How can you know?" the military man asked in confusion. "Shall we make a wager?" The fox Dean, who knew Li Lan's true strength, gave him a faint glance. Seeing his confidence, the military man grinned. "You're on. What's the wager?" "Let's wager whether Li Lan can settle the match within half an hour, 1 hour, and emerge victorious." "Heh, old fox, you're practically giving this away," the military man remarked. Although he knew Li Lan was formidable, Ouyang Yufei was no slouch either. Expecting to resolve the battle and secure victory within an hour was highly improbable. Moreover, Ouyang Yufei was a torment-type psychic who could hide in the shadows and continuously unleash swarms of insects, making time slip away effortlessly. But then he thought, if the fox was so confident, there must be more to this than meets the eye. Before he could ponder further, the fox's voice rang out again. "Whether it's a free gift or not, we'll know when it's over." The fox director proposed, "If I lose, I'll hand over Old Dog's zoo to you. How about it?" At the mention of the zoo, nearly everyone present turned their gaze toward the fox director. "Old fox, are you serious?" the military man asked incredulously, thinking the fox was joking. The zoo, officially known as the Marvelous Zoo, was a treasure of semi-holy relic status in the hands of Chai Shang, the king of beasts. Though only a semi-holy relic, its value approached that of a true holy relic. Its function was simple: taming. Whether human or beast, once entering the zoo, they would almost invariably be tamed by its mystical power. In his early years, Chai Shang had tamed countless powerful beasts with this artifact. His reputation as the king of beasts owes much to this very artifact. The Marvelous Zoo is truly a treasure of unparalleled depth and mystery. Of course it's real. Why would I lie to you? This thing is in your hands now. No, it's not. If it's not, then what are you talking about? I could help you snatch it back. The Fox Dean declared with righteous indignation. Just tell me what you're betting on. You're good, you're impressive. The military man conceded. In that case, I'll wager. He thought carefully for a moment before saying, what do you want? What do I want? The Fox Dean scanned the man's body, his gaze settling on his chest with a hint of playful amusement. The man's expression changed instantly. What are you thinking? If I win, how about you give me that phoenix blood? The phoenix blood hanging around the man's neck was a red jade pendant, true to its name as pure as blood. To those with great supernatural powers, it appeared ordinary. The 4 earth immortals present could all discern that this jade was no ordinary object. Within it lay a colossal vitality, as if it could truly grant one the power to reborn through nirvana. So you were just looking at the jade. The man said, Old Fox, you've got quite the appetite. This phoenix blood is my second life. You really dare to ask for it. Just tell me, will you take the bet or not? Are you afraid of losing? The fox countered, if you feel shortchanged, I'll throw in my moonlight tree too. Deal. Witnessing this, a powerful cultivator couldn't help but whisper to old Master Chow. Master Chow, what exactly is phoenix blood? Is it truly that valuable? Both the zoo and the bright moon tree are priceless treasures that would make countless people envious. The zoo aside, the bright moon tree can channel the power of the moon for cultivation. It's practically a sacred artifact for cultivation. Phoenix blood can instantly restore a mortal immortal from critical injury to peak condition. Tell me, is that valuable? Master Chow countered nonchalantly. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. That 2 figures of earth immortal caliber would wager such priceless treasures was beyond belief. Recalling the incident's origins, all eyes once again turned to Li Lan and Ouyang Yufei. With 3 priceless treasures staked on their outcome, even these usually unflappable heavyweights found themselves growing visibly tense. Who would emerge victorious? Chapter 69, Dragon and Tiger Struggle, Lava Paradise. Who is this guy? He's so rude. After being interrupted time and again, even Li Lan was starting to lose his temper. He scratched his tousled hair, regaining some focus as he fixed a cold stare on Ouyang Yufei. What if I say no? Then let's fight. At those words, the hearts of the men bound by Li Lan sank considerably. Wait. They turned to Ouyang Yufei, about to shout for him to stop. Senior brother Ouyang, if you two want to fight, go ahead. But we're still in his hands. If you lay a finger on him, we're finished before we even begin. At the very least, you should wait until we're out of here before you start fighting. But before they could finish speaking, the vines binding their feet ignited spontaneously. They crackled and popped. The flames were unlike ordinary fire. As they scorched their flesh, they also burned the spiritual energy within their bodies. Ah, it hurts. What kind of fire is this? It's burning my spiritual energy. I can't take it. My spiritual energy is burning up inside me. If this continues, my meridians will be damaged. I'm leaving first. Take me with you. Take me too. Wah, don't leave me behind. In an instant, every bound cultivator from the Xuanwu Academy shattered their jade pendants and fled the secret realm early, unable to endure the excruciating pain. Bunch of useless trash. Ouyang Yufei snorted coldly, fixing Li Lan with a piercing glare. Since that's the case, you're going with them too. As he spoke, over a dozen throwing knives shot from his body, streaking straight toward Li Lan. Whoosh! 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 The sharp whistles pierced the air, yet Li Lan showed no sign of panic. With a slight lift of his hand, countless massive vines erupted from the ground, tightly enveloping the flying knives. Seconds later, the vines parted, revealing the daggers lying lifeless on the ground. Li Lan waved his hand again, and countless vines shot up from the ground, closing in on Ouyang Yufei. Ouyang Yufei wasted no time, leaping onto the giant yellow hornet from earlier to evade the pursuit. He tapped the giant hornet's rear and shouted, "Sting them!" Instantly, the hornet's rear end turned toward Li Lan, unleashing a torrent of venomous stingers that shot forth like a hail of arrows. Li Lan remained utterly still, merely circulating the wood element within his body as he watched calmly. The vines beneath him stirred, effortlessly shielding Li Lan from the onslaught. You think that's all? Ouyang Yufei spoke again. Li Lan glanced around. From the shadows, more than a dozen giant hornets had appeared, silently closing in on him. At Ouyang Yufei's command, venomous stingers poured down like a torrential downpour, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in their wake. Let's see how you dodge this. Oh no! Seeing this, countless supporters of Li Lan outside the arena held their breath in anxiety for him. As the star competitor and championship favorite of this tournament, Ouyang Yufei was no stranger to the spotlight. They knew his strength well and were fully aware that the venom of those hornets was no ordinary threat. If Li Lan got entangled by these hornets, his combat effectiveness would be reduced by nearly a third. Facing Ouyang Yufei next, he might not even have the strength to fight back. Li Lan is about to sink. Staff members murmured within the arena. Su Xian, who rarely spoke, heard this and uttered a rare remark. Don't worry, Li Lan will be fine. The staff member glanced at him, wondering where he found the courage to say that. These hornets weren't particularly formidable overall. But with so many of them together, even a late-stage great magician would likely have a tough time. And behind them lurked Ouyang Yufei, that formidable insect master. Who knows how many insects he still has up his sleeve. You've got some nerve. The eliminated cultivators from Xuanwu Academy sat scattered across the arena. Apart from a few who harbored resentment toward Li Lan and made snide remarks, most maintained a relatively calm demeanor. After a moment of frustration, they settled down, quietly watching the big screen and studying the intricate maneuvers of the two great masters battling it out. But many of them felt deeply frustrated. The reason being, they simply couldn't grasp it. No, it wasn't that they couldn't learn. It was that they couldn't find any points to learn from. Ouyang Yufei was somewhat better, occasionally shifting his position, his movements neither excessive nor sparse. But Li Lan? He was pure torture. He sat completely still the entire time, perched on that rickety vine, moving only his hands. It's as if he's not even fighting, he's playing a game. It was infuriating to watch. "This is driving me nuts," muttered a student from Xuanwu Academy. As countless poisonous spikes flew toward him, Li Lan remained utterly unruffled. He simply stretched lazily and said, "Let's end this. I'm getting tired." "Are you surrendering?" Ouyang Yufei asked, sounding slightly annoyed. "Not at all," Li Lan chuckled. Ouyang Yufei froze. In the next instant, Li Lan leapt down from the vines and landed on the ground. In an instant, the entire space of the giant stone forest began to tremble. Countless streams of magma surged from the ground, the earth cracking open continuously. The massive stone pillars toppled like dominoes, crashing into the molten lava. The entire world instantly turned fiery red. Semi-domain divine ability, lava heaven. As the scorching heat wave engulfed him, Ouyang Yufei felt his breath catch in his throat. Looking at Li Lan, he felt as though he were merely a grasshopper in the palm of his hand. A single move from the other would leave him with no place to bury his remains. Strange. What was happening? Why was he feeling this way? This isn't right. Ouyang Yufei steadied his mind and soon arrived at the answer. He had stepped into the opponent's domain. His teacher had once said, under normal circumstances, when this sensation arose during combat, it inevitably meant the enemy land immortal had unleashed their domain divine power and he was being targeted by it. But the man before him possessed only the strength of a great enlightened being. There was no way he could be a land immortal. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. Given that, there was only one possibility: the man before him was wielding a semi-domain divine power. Ouyang Yufei sucked in a sharp breath. This person before him seemed younger than himself, yet had already grasped a semi-domain divine power. It was utterly terrifying. It must be understood that while a semi-domain divine power is merely the embryonic stage of a domain divine power, those who grasp it are invariably seasoned masters of profound abilities. And now this guy had mastered it. His name is Li Lan, I believe. What a freak. Knowing that staying here meant certain elimination, Ouyang Yufei immediately recalled all the hornets and sped toward the edge of the stone forest. Half-domain divine powers differ from domain divine powers. Half-domain abilities lack the power to seal off space. As long as he could fly out of the giant stone forest, there was a glimmer of hope. Witnessing this turn of events, the spectators who had anticipated a fierce battle were utterly stunned. They still couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Chapter 70, Half-Step Fusion Divine Ability, The Flame Emperor's Doubts. Good heavens! What's happening? How did the environment of the subterranean world change so drastically all of a sudden? What's gotten into Ouyang Yufei? Why is he suddenly running so fast? Fight back! Exactly. The sudden terrain shift may have affected him, but it also affected Li Lan. What's there to fear? Why is Ouyang Yufei acting so timid today? He never used to be like this. Why do I feel like this sudden shift was caused by Li Lan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ridiculous. Him? Such terrifying illusions? Do you think he's some kind of earth deity? He's not even a master of illusion magic. I think it's actually possible. If you look closely, you'll see that while the terrain shift is terrifying, most of it is just an illusion. Of the two great masters here, Li Lan is the only one who could have cast this spell. Otherwise, Ouyang Yufei wouldn't be in such a mess. Illusion? I can't see it. Well, duh. You're just trash. I don't believe it. It is an illusion, but Li Lan isn't an illusionist, let alone a master of illusions. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the embryonic form of a fusion technique. Only fusion techniques, aside from illusions, can unleash such terrifying power. What do you mean by that? Are you saying Li Lan has grasped a half-fused divine ability? He's only 17. Who was the last young prodigy to grasp fusion abilities? I believe it was Li Qingyang. He was 21 at the time. This, a pair of prodigies. The strongest prodigy in the human federation has emerged. Terrifying indeed. This Li Lan is truly a freak of nature to comprehend a half-fused divine ability. Li Lan is in danger. Such blatant brilliance attracts envy. I have a premonition that after the martial arts tournament ends, he'll face a frenzied hunt by the alien races. Alien races? Don't forget who Li Lan's grandfather is. With the Flame Emperor protecting him, anyone who comes for him will die. Can the Flame Emperor protect him forever? Don't boost his ego and dampen our own. Though Li Lan is more handsome than me, which really bugs me as a Dragon Nation citizen and a member of the human race, I genuinely hope he grows stronger. Lazy God is amazing. He's grasped the rudiments of the fusion divine ability. How far away can the true fusion divine ability be? That's something only Earth immortals can master. Now my lazy God is practically a half-step Earth immortal. His? He's clearly mine. He's mine. Mine. Ha? You're part of the Li family too? With the fusion divine ability in his possession, as long as Li Lan strives for it, the top spot is practically guaranteed. Unless the other great divine ability users unite, almost no one will be his match. Getting the other 6 to unite would be incredibly difficult. With Yuan Cheng at Qinglong Academy, Li Lan's homeschool, they'd never join forces. It all depends on the other 5. Feng Xinghuan probably won't either. He's never gotten along well with the 5 major academies. This is getting more and more exciting. The revelation of Li Lan's semi-fused divine power sent shockwaves through the entire Dragon Nation, stirring nearly every psychic within its borders. Fire Saint in the conference room burst into hearty laughter. The other 2 looked on with envy and jealousy. The other one laughing heartily was none other than the Fox Dean. He was utterly delighted with Li Lan now. First, because of Li Lan's extraordinary talent. Second, because of the jade pendant in his hand at that moment. You lose, you pay up, the Fox Dean chuckled. The military martial artist beside him merely snorted coldly, then fixed his excited gaze upon Li Lan on the large screen. Li family manor. In an antique style study. Li Lan's elderly father frowned at the incessantly ringing telephone. Just as he was about to burn the noisy thing on the spot, darkness engulfed his vision and his entire body plunged into the void. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a volcanic crater. Steam billowed from the volcano's depths, black smoke rolling thickly. Magma surged from the earth's depths, bubbling like boiling water with crimson-red foam. An elderly man with fiery red hair stood bathed in the molten lava. Golden runes shimmered across his body, making him appear like a war god from ancient times. Seeing this elder, Li Lan's father approached with respect in his eyes. Father. No outsiders here. Just call me Dad. Yes, Father. The Flame Emperor's crimson eyes fixed on him. Kai Tian, have you heard about Lazy's situation? Li Kai Tian nodded. I only found out just now. Seems he kept it well hidden. What should we do next? You decide how to proceed. The Yen Emperor's gaze suddenly sharpened. After the competition ends, bring that boy back to see me. I suspect. Li Kaitian felt a mix of complex emotions and tension. Understood, Father. Second uncle is at the competition site. As soon as Lanner emerges, I'll have him brought to you immediately. He knew exactly what his father suspected. It was nothing more than suspicion whether the current Li Lan was still the same Li Lan from before. After all, the abilities Li Lan kept revealing were simply too bizarre. When his past abilities as a great mystic were revealed, it was still somewhat understandable. Our Li family has excellent genes, what's wrong with producing a few prodigies or freaks? But now, a 17-year-old child has actually grasped a semi-fused divine ability? It's simply unbelievable. Even he began to suspect whether Li Lan had been possessed by some powerful being from another race. A father knows his son best. In his eyes, the Li Lan of the past was certainly no prodigy. He felt utterly bewildered. If Li Lan had truly been possessed, what should he do? With a heavy heart, he dialed a number. A cool, detached voice answered. Father. Xingyang, have you heard about your younger brother? I heard. I never imagined little Lazy would comprehend a half-domain divine ability. Though Li Qingyang's voice remained level, the excitement in his tone was impossible to conceal. Li Kaitian smiled and nodded. Exactly. He achieved it years before you did. I have a question for you. What is it? When you last saw Xiaolan, did you notice anything off about him? Father, are you suspecting? It's not just me who suspects, your grandfather does too. It's too strange. Li Qingyang thought carefully for a long moment before replying. When I last saw Xiaolan, I didn't notice anything unusual about him. Though he has become more diligent than when he was younger. That's likely because he's been spending more time outside. Father, you could ask Su Xian about this. He's always been by Xiaolan's side, right? He used to help Xiaolan get dressed. He should know more about Xiaolan than anyone. Chapter 71, The Spiritual Energy Society Bishop, topping the leaderboard. Within the Dragon Nation, the Great Northwest. Beneath the earth, 1,000 meters deep. A black temple stood majestically. Scattered worshippers knelt outside its doors. Clad in black robes, they sat on the ground with solemn expressions, murmuring obscure prayers. Their gazes were unwavering, and an aura of malevolence radiated from them. Every single one of them was a great magician. Suddenly, a violent wind erupted. A whirlwind erupted from the spot. Startled, the crowd looked up toward the divine statue within the hall, their devotion deepening. The statue was utterly bizarre: 3 heads, 6 arms, a green face with fangs, and a massive eye on its forehead. At that moment, the eye flickered with an eerie red glow. "Hail the majesty of our Lord!" Amidst the devotees' cries, a projection identical to the statue, yet dozens of times smaller, materialized before the faithful. Seeing the apparition, all present grew even more fervent. They trembled with excitement. "Honorable Divine Messenger, what brings you to the Northwest Branch?" At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. Bang! 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 Accompanying it were several thunderous thuds as massive feet struck the ground. The faithful looked out to see a giant standing over 3 meters tall, clad in crimson armor and wielding a blood-red battle axe. "Greetings, Crimson Bishop." "Scarlet, it's been a while," the Phantom said, looking at him. Likewise, the Crimson Giant chuckled. "Seems you've been doing well lately. Even your appearance has transformed into that of my lord." He emphasized the words "my lord" deliberately, and the Phantom clearly detected the mockery in his tone, though he paid it no mind. "I've been doing well. It proves my choice back then was correct. Scarlet, we're already mired in the mire. Struggling within it is futile, it only drags us deeper until death. You must learn to assimilate with the mire." The Crimson Giant snapped impatiently, "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me what you came here for." "Oomph, you're still the same as ever." The Phantom didn't pursue the topic further, instead shifting gears. "Do you know Li Lan?" "Li Lan? Who?" "I don't know him." "Alright, you can go now. Goodbye. Take care. Don't come back." The Crimson Giant picked his nose, then without a moment's thought, a torrent of words poured out. The Phantom frowned slightly and said, "Scarlet, mind your tone. I am now serving the consciousness of my master." Boom! The instant his words fell, the eye on his forehead opened, flickering with an eerie crimson glow. Bang! The moment the crimson light touched the giant, a look of agony twisted his features. His face contorted into a savage grimace as he roared, slamming his axe into the ground with a force so immense it sent a wave of suffocating power surging outward. "I don't know who the hell you are. Just tell me what you want. If you're not satisfied, kill me now." The Phantom's gaze turned icy as it surveyed the surrounding followers. The crowd immediately shuddered and hurried over to the Crimson Giant, briefly recounting the matter concerning Li Lan. "Bishop, it's like this. 17 years old. Half-domain divine power. Fire element, what element? Good lad. A 17-year-old with great divine abilities, and he's even grasped a half-domain divine power. Truly, the young are formidable." The Crimson Giant roared with laughter. "So, is the Barbarian Spirit Clan suggesting I eliminate this lad?" The Phantom nodded. "Yes. Oomph. My great northwest is 10,000 miles away from Longjing. You want me to eliminate him? You must be joking. Are those people on the sea eating? And the branches of that spirit energy association you set up, are they made of?" The Crimson Giant growled. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Damn it, I should have killed you when you were a kid." The Maritime Branch has encountered issues recently. A mysterious force called the Water God Palace has emerged there, seemingly backed by a land-dwelling immortal. They're investigating. It appears other alien races have infiltrated Dragon Nation territory. The Phantom explained patiently. "As for those Spirit Energy Society branches, those under the Barbarian Spirit Clan's jurisdiction have all been corrupted to some degree by the Black Coffin. Until they're thoroughly cleansed, I dare not entrust such a crucial mission to them." "Alright, I understand." The Crimson Giant waved his hand dismissively. "If you're done talking, get out. I'll keep an eye on this matter for you." "I don't need you watching over it," the Phantom said sternly. "Then shall I intervene personally? I hope you mean what you say." With that, the Phantom vanished into thin air, and the temple fell silent once more. "Bishop?" The congregation turned to the Crimson Giant, awaiting orders. The Crimson Giant barked, "What are you staring at me for? You have 10 minutes to pack. After 10 minutes, we're heading to Dragon Capital together. Remember to bring items that mask your aura unless you want to die the moment you step outside." His gaze shifted to the other group of believers. "As for the rest of you, all remain behind at the temple." "Yes." The Mist Realm. Underworld. Giant Stone Forest. All eyes were fixed on Ouyang Yufei, fleeing in disarray, and the imposing Li Lan. Yet no one noticed. At this very moment, a plump little sea otter clung to a large rock, shivering uncontrollably. It gazed pitifully at Li Lan, who was not far away, making soft whimpering sounds. He tentatively extended a paw toward the ground, only to quickly pull it back as the heat seared his pads. All it could do was continue to whimper pitifully. With its large, watery eyes fixed intently on Li Lan, it feared he might suddenly leave. Under Li Lan's terrifying supernatural power, the black monsters of the giant stone forest were nearly wiped out. The remaining contestants either dropped out or fled. All points were absorbed by Li Lan. Before long, Li Lan solidified his position at the top of the leaderboard with a staggering lead of 832 points. Countless contestants within the secret realm were stunned speechless. They scrambled to find out what earth-shattering feat Li Lan had accomplished to cause such a massive surge in points in such a short time. As the stone forest grew increasingly clean, Li Lan finally noticed the small sea otter trembling in the corner. He quickly withdrew his divine power, scooped the creature into his arms, offered a few words of comfort, and returned to sleep. Outside, Su Xian witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile. To avoid being disturbed. This time Li Lan simply wrapped himself in vines. Like a cocoon, he hung from a large tree. As time passed, the contestants within the secret realm finally grasped what had transpired. They cast off filled glances toward the direction of the giant stone forest. In a shadowy forest, two young men in Taoist robes stood together. One wore a playful grin, the other an aloof, solitary demeanor. Brother Yuan, do you have the patience to wait for him to come to us again this time? You're the one who never shuts up. He glanced at the group of Qinglong Academy students behind him. Let's go. Yes. The mere mention of meeting the famed Li Lan instantly stirred excitement among them. P.S. Thanks to Wing Yuxing for the author's certification, love you guys. Chapter 72, The Shadow Hand of the Spirit Energy Association, the competition ends. Fire Element is diligently training, Fire Element Energy plus 40. Thunder Element, seeing Fire Element ignoring it, angrily ran over and poked Fire Element's face. Fire Element rolled his eyes at him and continued training. Fire Element Energy plus 40. Bored, the Lightning Element settled down beside the Fire Element and fell asleep. The Fire Elemental paused its training to cover the Lightning Elemental with a small blanket woven from its own elemental power. The Fire Element resumes training. Fire Element Energy plus 20. The Wood Element sought guidance from the Divine Water Element. Through discussion with the Divine Water Element, the Wood Element grasped some mysteries of merging divine abilities. The Wood Element and Divine Water Element are diligently cultivating. Wood Element Energy plus 40, Divine Water Element Energy plus 40. Control and Psychokinesis abilities are sipping soda while watching TV. Control Energy plus 0, Psychokinesis Energy plus 10. Control Energy discovers psychic energy secretly practicing alone and flies into a rage. You think you can practice alone? I'll make you regret it. Control ability tosses aside the soda, hides, and begins frantic cultivation. Control Energy plus 40. Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique is discussing cultivation methods with water-bearing all things. Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique and water-bearing all things seem to have reached a breakthrough. Dragon Tiger Body Forging Art and water-bearing all decide to name the unborn new technique, Water God Body Forging Art. Li Lan slept in late, cradling the little sea otter. The elements and cultivation techniques within his body worked frantically. Outside the vines enveloping Li Lan, a massive crowd had gathered. As time passed, the chaotic situation in the giant stone forest finally came to an end. More and more people arrived, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Li Lan. But upon learning that Li Lan had wrapped himself up and hanging himself from a tree to sleep, their initial reaction was utter bewilderment. After all, every contestant in the secret realm was striving desperately to accumulate points. Who would do something like this? Everyone stood beneath the tree, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Then someone suggested, "Why don't one of you go wake him up?" The words were barely out of his mouth when someone shot him a strange look. "If you want to be disqualified, go ahead and call him." "What do you mean? You know how those guys from Xuanwu Academy got eliminated before? Huh? By telling him to go to sleep? That can't be right. If you think it's impossible, go try it yourself." The man stared at Li Lan's cocoon for a long while, but ultimately lacked the courage to act. But after a long while, he began walking toward Li Lan. Just as everyone thought he couldn't resist acting, he made a strange gesture instead. He produced 3 incense sticks from somewhere, stuck them into the ground, clasped his hands together, and bowed 3 times toward Li Lan. He murmured softly, "Since I'm already here, I can't let it go to waste. Lazy God, please bless me with more points in this competition. It would be even better if we could advance." What the heck is going on here? Many people had question marks floating above their heads. But quite a few others thought he had a point. Since they'd come all this way, they couldn't just waste their time. Besides, there were no demon beasts left to kill here. No points to earn. Idle hands or the devil's workshop might as well pay our respects. Who knows? It might actually work. After all, Li Lan was a member of the Li family, a prodigy of demonic talent, destined to become a pillar of the human race. He's the kind of person whose fortune radiates to the heavens. If I could absorb even a shred of that fortune from him, it would be ideal. Even if it didn't, there was nothing to lose. With this thought, more and more people began bowing toward Li Lan. Of course, most were just bored busybodies. A long line gradually formed. Before long, the area around Li Lan was shrouded in incense smoke. Those unaware might have thought they'd stumbled into some sacred place of worship. Li Lan, who was asleep, sensed people bowing to him. Thinking he was dreaming, he paid it no mind. "Brother Yuan, what should we do now?" Somewhere in the giant stone forest, a Qinglong Academy student watched Li Lan receiving incense offerings with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "This kid's something else. Should I go wake him up?" No need. We've already secured first place for Qinglong Academy in this competition. Let him sleep if he wants to. Yuan Qing replied, we'll have plenty of chances to meet at the academy later. No need to rush. There's still plenty of time before the competition ends. Let's go hunt some demon beasts and earn points first. Yes, sir. At the competition venue, a powerful cultivator exited the conference room. The moment he stepped through the main gate, the miniature puppet clown in Su Xian's pocket sprang out on its own. Su Xian quickly stuffed it back inside. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't do it here. The unspoken message was clear, don't cause trouble for Li Lan here. Li Lan had already informed Su Xian about the clown puppet, so Su Xian naturally knew its identity. As a branch of the Spirit Energy Association, the Joker was the former director of the renowned Dark Moon Circus. If anyone discovered Li Lan's connection to him, it wouldn't bode well for Li Lan. Kid, I've detected the Spirit Energy Society's aura. The Joker's hoarse voice echoed in Su Xian's mind, let me out. I'm in an extremely peculiar state right now. No one will detect me. What? Su Xian furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, then carefully retrieved the Joker puppet from his pocket. Are you sure you're not mistaken? This was the competition site. As far as he knew, numerous powerful figures from Dragon Nation were monitoring this location. Several earthy mortals were even present. If the Spiritual Energy Association had infiltrated even this far, wouldn't that be terrifying? You're not mistaken. The voice of the Joker puppet echoed in Su Xian's mind. He sensed the surrounding energies and immediately locked onto the powerful cultivator who had just emerged from the conference room. If my senses are correct, it should be him. This is someone from the Merchants Alliance, Su Xian observed, his gaze lingering on the man's attire with a hint of meaning. The Merchants Alliance was an organization within Dragon Nation responsible for overseeing regional merchant guilds. Its authority was neither overwhelmingly great nor insignificant. Feeling Su Xian's gaze, the powerful cultivator turned to look at him. Su Xian felt a twinge of nervousness but forced himself to remain composed. Finding nothing amiss, the powerful cultivator quietly departed. He arrived at a deserted location. Operation terminated. A ring in his hand glowed, transmitting a message into his mind. As time passed, the competition finally concluded. Despite coasting for a significant portion of the race, Li Lan still secured first place. Compared to the terrifying point gap before, this time he only edged out the second-place finisher, Zhang Shui from Qilin Academy, by a mere fraction. Countless people crowded around the Secret Realm's teleportation gate, waiting for the contestants inside to emerge. Among them, of course, was Su Xian. Chapter 73, Happy Birthday Grand Finale. Within the Secret Realm, everybody seemed frozen in place, enveloped by a dazzling golden light. Li Lan also awoke from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes, pulled out his phone, and checked the time. June 17, 23:55. Good, there's still time, he murmured to himself as the vines enveloping his body gradually dispersed. A handsome, languid figure appeared before the crowd. There were still about 40 contestants left in the arena. All 40-odd pairs of eyes turned toward Li Lan, filled with awe. Is that Li Lan? He looks so young. Achieving first place at such a young age, with such high points, it seems future contenders will find it hard to break his record. Looks like a storm is brewing. What do you mean? How old is Li Lan? To possess such terrifying strength already. After this competition, he'll undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the Spirit Energy Association and countless alien races. After this tournament, Li Lan will go down in history. It must be said, the Li family has truly produced an abundance of talent in recent years. First came Li Qingyang, then Li Qingya, followed by Li Qin, and now Li Lan, each one formidable. The Li family must be full of freaks. I heard Li Lan attends Qinglong Academy? Damn it, what a stroke of luck for them. If only Li Lan were from our academy. Then I could boast about being his senior. How impressive that would be. Whispers spread among the crowd. Qinglong Academy students wore expressions of pride, their heads held slightly high. Meanwhile, the other four academies looked at the Qinglong Academy students with utter contempt. Look at you guys, acting all high and mighty. Anyone watching would think you actually came in first. Li Lan, my name is Feng Xinghuan. Mind if we introduce ourselves? Feng Xinghuan approached Li Lan, intending to greet him. But the next moment, Li Lan abruptly exited the secret realm. He instantly materialized at the competition venue. Seeing Li Lan leave, the others followed closely behind. The competition venue was now packed to the rafters, filled with prominent figures from all walks of life in the Dragon Nation. An elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, radiating formidable presence, stepped before the crowd. His eyes sparkled with immense admiration. Congratulations, everyone! The top 30 contestants from this competition will advance to the finals of the National Martial Arts Tournament. The rewards will be distributed to each of you tomorrow afternoon as scheduled. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Li Lan. He nodded with great satisfaction. Are you Li Lan? Truly the grandson of the Flame Emperor. Your talent seems to surpass even that of your elder brother, Li Qingyan. As the winner of this tournament, do you have anything to say? A microphone automatically flew into Li Lan's hand. Everyone present turned their expectant gaze toward him. All the psychics and ordinary people watching the livestream turned their expectant gazes toward him. What would this prodigious youth say to everyone? Countless people wondered in anticipation. But upon hearing these words, Li Lan merely offered a simple smile. Then he took out his phone again. 23:59. After waiting for quite some time, the clock ticked over to 2400 hours, and only then did he look at Su Xin under the spotlight. Happy birthday, Su Xin. Li Lan cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted loudly. Instantly, countless eyes turned to Su Xin below the stage. The live stream crew instinctively pointed their cameras at him. Su Xin, who had been anticipating what Li Lan would say, froze in place. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. The gazes of the crowd seemed to pull him from an unnoticed corner straight onto a grand stage, thrusting him directly into the spotlight. The sudden hesitation and unpreparedness made him feel utterly uncomfortable. He wanted to curse, but seeing Li Lan's smiling face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After a long pause, he finally stammered, his face flushing crimson, thank you. Now that the competition's over, let's head home. We'll grab a bite to eat somewhere later. Li Lan tossed the microphone aside and teleported right in front of him. The two were about to leave. Boom! A meteorite plummeted from the sky. It slammed into the ground. Oomph! You lazy good-for-nothing, all you do is eat, drink, and play. You've brought shame upon the Li family. As the meteor's fiery glow faded, a red-haired elder appeared before the crowd. Greetings, Fire Saint. Many bowed in reverence. Second uncle, why are you here? Li Lan asked in confusion. To find you, of course, replied the Fire Saint. He felt utterly helpless toward his elder brother's grandson. Part of him wanted to lavish praise upon him, to truly bring honor to the Li family. Yet he also wanted to give him a good thrashing. What kind of occasion is this? Countless people across the entire Dragon Kingdom are watching you, yet you don't even acknowledge them. What do you want with me? Your grandfather wants you to come home. No way. Li Lan's body trembled. Rarely seeing the boy like this, Wusheng smiled and said, now that you know, let's go. Bring Su Xin along too. It'll be a perfect birthday party for him. Fine, whatever you say. Wusheng nodded, stroking his beard. A towering inferno erupted from nowhere, engulfing the three figures. When the flames finally died down, the trio had vanished without a trace. Everyone present stared at each other in bewilderment, utterly clueless about what had transpired. What the hell? You're just leaving like this? Only in a small corner of the arena did a man in a suit stare at the shattered floor, on the verge of tears. My floor. My floor that was just renovated last month. Wha, 40 million down the drain. Li family. Li Lan and Su Xin appeared at the mouth of a fiery crater. The Flame Emperor was bathing in the lava within the volcano. Gazing at the elderly figure, Su Xin bowed respectfully. Su Xin greets the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor nodded and leapt out of the magma. Li Lan immediately ran over and acted coyly. Grandpa, I've missed you so much after all this time. Is that so? The Yen Emperor regarded Li Lan with a gaze that seemed to see through everything. Li Lan replied without a hint of embarrassment, of course. Hugging the Emperor's arm, he added, by the way, Grandpa, I came in first this time. What reward do you plan to give me? How about this? A fiery red lotus appeared before Li Lan. The blazing crimson lotus. A relic of a half-saint. Of course it's fine. Li Lan declared decisively, tucking it away. He then asked, it's Su Xion's birthday today. What gift do you plan to give him, grandfather? Hearing this, Su Xion's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly replied, young master, this. But before he could finish, another half-saint relic, blazing with crimson light, appeared before the three of them. The blazing flame fruit. Thank you, grandfather. Li Lan turned to Su Xian and said, what are you standing there for? Take it quickly. Opportunities like this to get a free ride don't come often. But, since little Lazy told you to take it, just take it. His talent isn't weak either. Becoming a great enlightened one is only a matter of time. But this? Su Xian still hesitated. Enough with the buts. Consider it my birthday gift to you. If you're still willing to accept it, just work for me 30 more years. Alright, you two step outside. I need to discuss something with Shaolan, declared the Flame Emperor. The Fire Saint looked at Su Xian, smiling warmly. Take it. Your mother is waiting outside. Thank you for your generosity, Emperor Yen. The two exited the secret realm. About an hour or two later, Li Lan also exited the secret realm. The Fire Saint appeared beside the Yen Emperor. How did it go? It was little Lazy. The Flame Emperor smiled. Years later, as the war among the myriad races drew to a close, Li Lan, now a deity, stood amidst the ravaged battlefield. Perhaps he recalled that distant, joyful night at the Li family estate. Back then, every household's lamps burned brightly, and every face wore a smile of happiness. Those who had fallen in battle had not yet perished, and the heroes celebrated by all had not yet stained their hands with blood. The end.